Chapter 1. A blue comet falls from the starry sky, and you gazed at the enchanting expanse of stars above him, although half of it was obscured by the city's light pollution. Typically, he possessed an optimistic disposition, yet today he found himself utterly defeated. Out of 5 part-time jobs, 3 had been terminated, resulting in a dramatic decline in his monthly income from $2,500 to a meager $1,500. With a rent of $800 for his modest dwelling, even the landlord's larder was now bare. Moreover, as a man, where would he find a plethora of affluent women to support him? Merely earning enough for tuition had already drained his every ounce of strength. An orphan soul, he had struggled to secure a decent position after graduating from university, relegated to scraping by with odd jobs. Thus, he felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. Sigh. A weary exhale echoed against the peeling walls. The comet streaked across the cosmos, its golden brilliance accelerating into the unknown depths of the universe. Beneath the moon's gentle glow, the hazy night sky revealed little amidst the severe light pollution of the city, rendering the stars nearly invisible without the presence of extraordinary celestial events. Turning back inside, he retrieved the immersive device he had painstakingly saved for, adjusting it at his computer desk before reclining on his bed, donning the full virtual reality helmet, and entering the digital realm. The game lacked complexity in gameplay, yet it afforded him the opportunity to traverse maps and interact with others under a virtual guise, providing him with solace from the burdens of reality and numbing his intricate psyche. Upon entering the familiar landscape, the soft, ethereal world enveloped him in comfort. In an age of rapid technological advancement, outdated motion detectors and treadmills had become relics of the past, eclipsed by the prevalence of fully immersive virtual headgear. In the high-pressure environment of reality, the idyllic imagery of virtual gaming had become his sole refuge. Although the cost of virtual equipment had diminished to a few thousand, the exploitation of capital had never ceased. Notably, his device was a stripped-down version, attainable for merely a few hundred. Within the game, the serene, eternal night sky remained unchanging. The character he wielded was an anime figure with white hair and golden eyes, embodying a flawless aesthetic typical of the genre. Individuals like him, who reveled in such games, often enjoyed taking selfies in the second person, capturing sights impossible to encounter in the real world. And you lay upon a grassy slope, observing the illusory heavens, yet a sense of discord lingered. The stars appeared almost sentient. What's going on? Am I hallucinating from overwork? His keen intellect sensed something was amiss, prompting him to rub his eyes. Yet, his body remained obedient, lying still as he scrutinized the celestial river above. Why was he so drowsy? With a tilt of his head, he succumbed to unconsciousness upon the grass. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, perhaps a century, or maybe he would awaken as usual within the game after all, a youth as despondent as he had certainly dozed off in such a digital realm before. The blue comet gradually took on a hint of gold, multiplying as it swiftly traversed the celestial bodies, flying beyond the galaxy. The rapid velocity stretched everything around him, countless light years distorted, culminating in a violent collision with an invisible barrier. As a ray of sunlight cascaded upon her, a refreshing scent flooded her senses. Stretching luxuriously, and you opened her bleary eyes, recalling a dream in which she transformed into a shooting star, shattering something. Gazing at the towering forest and the rising sun, she prepared to remove her holographic helmet, only to exclaim, "Wait, when did I set the environment to change automatically?" Reaching to the sides of her head, her hands encountered nothing but her own fluffy hair, cascading like a waterfall of white. What in the world? A youthful voice emerged from her throat, and then you immediately sensed the abnormality. Something was off. Why did everything around her seem enlarged? Exit the game. Exit the game. Regrettably, no response echoed back, and you felt utterly perplexed. Was she to be trapped within the game? Moreover, she had distinctly configured a two-dimensional style. Why had it transformed into a realistic aesthetic? This can't be. What is happening? My voice in the game wasn't this childish. Confounded, she grappled with her holographic headgear. Suddenly sitting upright on the grass, she inhaled the earthy scent of fresh soil and felt the soft, tickling blades of grass beneath her. After a moment of adjustment, and you finally grasped the reality. She was no longer on her original blue star. Yet, while others traversed to different worlds via truck accidents, how had she arrived here simply by playing a game and falling asleep? Leaping to her feet, she plucked a sizable leaf, shielding her eyes from the sun, only to find no difference in illumination. Grasping the soil and grass, the tactile sensations were undeniably real. Bounding about to test her body, everything felt remarkably normal and reasonable. However, this was anything but normal. Having constantly juggled part-time jobs and factory work, enduring late nights and early mornings, when had her previously inept body become so agile? As both a clever and foolish university graduate, aside from her brain, her physical attributes had always been lacking. Her vision, hearing, and sense of smell were all subpar. Yet now, she was beset with clarity and vitality. A comet? Yes, a comet. It was that comet that brought me here. I dreamt of soaring within a blue sphere at great speed. And you recalled the comet she had seen before her journey. She had even made a silent wish for an escape from her overwhelmingly burdensome life. Had she not achieved that escape? Taking stock of her body, she realized the extent of her transformation. Not only was she uncertain of where she was, but she was also no longer the same person. Something was lost, yet something new had emerged. Though she had become a petite girl, her physical prowess was unexpectedly formidable, enabling her to leap a height of 1.5 meters, nearly matching her own stature. Well, this is rather delightful. Was the freedom and grand adventure she had longed for finally about to commence? How splendid! A youthful body, robust capabilities, and 4 eggs would now fear her. A mischievous smile crept upon her lips, dispelling any foolish grin. Wait, that wasn't right. It seemed she had yet to cast off any tiles. Finally, she took a moment to scrutinize her new form. This fresh body bore no trace of resistance or discomfort, as if it had always belonged to you. Her slender limbs, albeit slightly short, were otherwise unblemished. Her skin was translucent and fair, devoid of any excess weight, save for a flat chest. Well, naturally, children do not possess such attributes. Looking at her palms, her nails gleamed with clarity. Her fingers were delicate and elongated, truly perfect. Next, she inspected her attire, realizing she had not arrived here unclothed. She wore a beautiful, pure white, pleated sundress, and despite having lain on the grass for so long, it bore not a speck of dirt. Her feet were adorned with thick, pristine white ankle boots. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her, and she felt something resting atop it. Reaching up, she retrieved a semi-transparent, crimson hairpin radiating a fiery glow. Upon closer inspection, it shimmered with golden specks akin to the stars adorning the night sky, imbued with a divine luminescence. The golden light gradually spread, her vision piercing through layers of crimson fog, revealing countless colorful gears revolving around 2 larger, golden gears. What is this? I can barely feel my body. The hairpin reverted to its original form, prompting you to hastily reinsert it into her hair, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. At that moment, the red hairpin suddenly illuminated. A surge of fundamental information about this world flooded in Yes' mind, and you hurried to a nearby brook, bending down to gaze into the water, where her youthful form was reflected. How beautiful! She couldn't help but exclaim. The flowing water mirrored her exquisite visage, her shimmering silver hair radiant, her left eye a sanctified golden hue, with the whites utterly pure, exuding an ethereal beauty. Her right eye, a mysterious purple, bore an otherworldly depth, resembling the starry sky, impenetrable and unfathomable. Even the sunlight glimmering upon the lake could not rival the brilliance of her gaze. She was a masterpiece of nature, a gem to be admired from afar, never to be touched. Snapping back to reality, and you meticulously absorbed the basic information of this world. The name of this planet remained unknown, shrouded in a mysterious barrier that prevented any creature from venturing into outer space. The magnitude remains unknown, yet it is undeniably colossal. The gravity, owing to its greater volume, is correspondingly more formidable. Shouldn't Yuan's corporeal form from the Azure planet in another universe materialize on this world, it would be instantly pressed to the ground. However, this very body is custom-tailored for this realm, and she experiences no discomfort whatsoever. To be precise, is the body of this world. The continent she inhabits is known as the Aslan continent, vast and boundless, far exceeding the size of Earth. Countless flourishing civilizations have taken root upon its expanse. The levels of power are categorized into 9 tiers within each realm: midnight, night, dawn, and day, with even higher realms beyond and yes, current comprehension. Nevertheless, this does not hinder her from prioritizing the exploration of her own level. The information conveyed by the hairpin indicates that the magical system of the Aslan continent is remarkably advanced, with each major realm and minor stage offering substantial enhancements, rivaling the cultivation systems of other worlds and posing minimal danger. Living beings are composed of 3 elements: the physical body, the soul, and the spirit light. Should the physical body be destroyed, and if one lacks the ability for blood rebirth, it is tantamount to death. Upon reaching a certain level, one may act through the soul even when the physical form is entirely annihilated. However, the soul cannot interact with objects, and in the absence of soul-specific attack and defense magic, it possesses no means of defense, rendering it exceedingly fragile. When the soul encounters certain forces, it may transform into malevolent entities such as ghosts. The spirit light represents the most crucial aspect of consciousness. If both the soul and body dissipate, the spirit light loses all power and memory, merging into the material world. Until a day comes for reincarnation, it remains invisible, ungraspable, and untouchable by ordinary means. When a physical body perishes, leaving only the soul in a state of dissipation, it uncontrollably enters the realm of the dead, unless someone restrains the soul. Upon entering the realm of the dead, the soul is transformed into a ghost, capable of wandering the vast expanses of the afterlife. Should it fail to grow stronger, it will ultimately dissipate, becoming spirit light and entering the cycle of reincarnation. Each planet's continent corresponds to a specific region of the afterlife. The same holds true for the realm of the deceased. For instance, those who perish on the Aslan continent will enter the Aslan region of the afterlife or the realm of the dead. The human realm, the realm of the dead, and the realm of the deceased are the 3 most prevalent worlds. However, unless one discovers an entrance and possesses formidable strength or extraordinary fortune, direct passage is inconceivable, for life and death cannot coexist. Should the soul and spirit light dissipate, leaving only the physical body, it may enter the realm of the deceased, becoming a being akin to a skeleton, nearly immortal and indestructible. As long as it is not reduced to dust, it can eventually reassemble. To explore her own realm, and you must delve into the domain of the soul, an ordinary person without a realm possesses only the sea of spirit. Those who successfully enter the midnight realm will witness their sea of spirit transform into a formidable sea of soul. Evidently, and you has arrived in this world with inherent realm strength. With her eyes gently closed, her thoughts submerged in the sea of soul, her realm registers as Midnight Tier 1. Upon entering the sea of soul, and you opened her eyes to behold a resplendent, boundless river of stars. Surrounded by golden energy, the innumerable stars shone with their unique luminescence. Her soul form standing at the center of the sea of soul, where the ground was a translucent grayish-white substance, through which the starry sky could be faintly discerned below. It was clear that the sea of spirit for an ordinary individual lacks such stars. Yet, and you paid no mind and continued to observe her surroundings. She saw countless colorful energies: greens, aquas, purples, semi-translucents, blues, and reds. With a mere thought, all the red energy within the sea of soul was drawn into her soul form, before she turned her attention to the green, aqua, and purple energies. Every form of energy was absorbed at her will, coalescing into a miniature magical whirlwind. Upon opening her eyes once more, she had left the sea of soul and stood by a brook according to the information gleaned from the hairpin. These energies constituted magical power. However, that was all she understood. Magic was categorized into 12 major types: while the remaining chaotic energies did not belong to the mainstream. Fire, water, wood, earth, metal, wind, lightning, ice, light, darkness, space, and time. The initial types of ordinary magic are often quite common, and every individual possesses varying affinities. Typically, the earlier types of magic are the easiest to connect with, while the latter advanced types are exceedingly rare, with only a select few being born with such abilities. Space and time magic are even scarcer, with only a minuscule fraction able to perceive them. Those capable of affinity with these two types are the rarest of the rare. The utilization of magical power can influence one's character, and one can often deduce the type of magic a person is attuned to based on their disposition. Nonetheless, and you comprehended that she likely possessed an affinity for all attributes. Regardless of the type of magical power, she could instantaneously absorb it over a broad area. Fire, wood, water, earth, metal, wind, lightning, and ice are relatively commonplace, with minimal impact on personality. However, space and time magic evoke confusion and forgetfulness, while light and darkness magic directly affect character ordinarily. One cannot possess both simultaneously. Light magic guides one toward righteousness, honesty, and kindness, while darkness leads one to distortion, corruption, and chaos. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary human to possess an affinity for both dark magic and time magic. Dark magic, as an inherently malevolent force, typically gives rise to beings attuned to it only within the realms of the underworld and the world of the undead. Why am I able to absorb such a multitude of magical energies? And you furrowed her brow in contemplation. She could not find an answer, but being in the wilderness compelled her to seek out fellow humans. Striding boldly across a shallow stream, the water reached up to her knees, given her height of approximately 1.5 meters. Remarkably, her white stockings and snug white boots emerged from the stream without a single droplet of water clinging to them. Upon passing through a sparse grove of trees, the encompassing mountains opened up her view, revealing a mist-shrouded rustic village at dawn. After so many years, I have not experienced the essence of nature. I am finally free from the suffocating pressures of society. World, are you ready to embrace my arrival? With a whimsical laugh, and you approached the village. She yearned to soar through the skies like a comet. Unrestrained and destined to reach wherever her heart desired, a mere change of gender and a shift to a different world. With the decayed past behind her, it was time to let bygones be bygones. As half a day passed, and you, claiming to be lost, found refuge in the home of the village chief. The chief and his wife, for reasons unbeknownst to her, willingly took in this mysterious girl of unclear origins. And you could not fathom how she had come to meet them, nor how she had ended up seated at their dinner table, devouring food with gusto. Oh, delicious. Nom, nom. Sitting at the table, she voraciously consumed apples, pears, and bread, her hunger insatiable after a night spent resting on the grass. Slow down, slow down. There's plenty more. The gentle middle-aged woman, named Utilai, the chief's wife, wore simple garments sewn from cloth and loose trousers, her hands calloused from years of weaving. The village chief, a formidable warrior of the Midnight Tier 4, was named Lewis. Elected by the villagers for his strength and vast knowledge, he garnered immense respect. According to news observations, most inhabitants of this village were ordinary mortals lacking the ability to refine magical energy. However, the chief and his wife remained childless, which made them exceedingly delighted to welcome the lost in you into their home. Naturally, this was merely the explanation they provided her. Little you, how old are you this year? I don't know, perhaps 13. And you replied, offering a plausible yet vague response. She continued to munch away, her cheeks stuffed with food. The fruits and soft bread were far superior to anything found on Blue Star. Utilai chuckled at the sight of N.U.'s bulging cheeks. Who wouldn't he want to take in such an adorable little girl? The chief and his wife watched with amusement as N.U. devoured her meal. Then I shall reside in your home from now on. Thank you for your kindness. N.U. thought to herself that this arrangement was akin to enjoying a free meal with a benevolent couple looking after her. By now, the sun was blazing high in the sky. The sun of this world was scorching, far larger than that of Blue Star. Unlike the aging yellow star of her former world, this sun was in its prime. radiating a brilliant white light that breathed life into the land. This quaint village, while not entirely isolated, was certainly quaint and somewhat outdated compared to the outside world, despite having facilities like a blacksmith and a clinic. After satisfying her hunger, Yu expressed her gratitude and ventured out to explore the village. Turning down a narrow alley, she emerged onto the main thoroughfare of the village. Though not large, the village was well equipped, with vendors offering an array of peculiar items along the roadside, and shops displaying signs of various services that eye in the distance. A finely decorated establishment, named the Adventurers Guild, caught Yu's eye. Oh, so this world has an Adventurers Guild too? I currently have no money on me, but perhaps there are opportunities to earn some. Yu felt a wave of familiarity, for this was a classic trope. The Adventurers Guild, a powerful institution found throughout the continent, supported adventurers in forming their own parties, registering various information, assisting in the sale of items, and providing quests. Of course, it was also a hub for all sorts of shady dealings. From scandalous rumors to treasonous cultists, any information could easily be overheard by the patrons enjoying their drinks nearby. Naturally, it was also a place where Yu placed her utmost faith in the concept of destiny. In a novel she had read in her past life, the protagonist often stumbled upon crucial information while seated at a tavern. Curiously, she approached the counter to examine the magical scrolling text suspended on the wall, revealing numerous unclaimed quests. "Little sister, what brings you here?" inquired the guild's receptionist, a beautiful young woman dressed in a maid outfit. "Your eyes are so rare. I've never seen such beautiful eyes before." Who is she calling rare? Nevertheless, Yu replied politely, "It's just how I was born." She quickly added, "Are there any simple quests available? I wish to earn some money." "Indeed, little sister, we have a quest to gather fire scale fruits from the nearby forest in exchange for a reward. There are 9 such simple tasks available, all rated T0.5. However, could you please register your information first? It would make accepting quests a bit easier. All right, she responded, taking the form handed to her by the receptionist and writing down her details. Name, Yu. Gender, female. Age, 13. Tier, Midnight Tier 1 proficiency. Combat. In truth, she had no particular skills. She simply filled in the blanks haphazardly. Only those registered as adventurers could accept quests and obtain identification, which facilitated team assignments for group tasks. A 13-year-old girl like her would not be dismissed, for the Aslan continent was not short of prodigies. Although she was indeed inexperienced, she assigned herself an identity as she stepped into this new world. Receiving her identification card freshly minted from the magical device, she then accepted a task to eliminate wind wolves in the nearby woods, requiring her to bring back the magical cores belonging to the wind wolves of the forest. The magical core was the essence of a magical beast's power. Each beast's core bore a close resemblance to its elemental affinity, red for fire, blue for water, and so forth. However, while the wind wolf seemed to wield wind attribute magic, it posed no real threat to a seasoned human. Despite its formidable name, it was merely a low-level magical beast, not even reaching the midnight tier. Using her identification card, she effortlessly accepted the quest to eradicate the wind wolves, earning a reward of 5 silver coins. The currency of the Aslan continent was categorized from lowest to highest. Copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 100 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins for 1 gold coin. This system had been established long ago to unify the diverse monetary systems across Aslan, despite the presence of several empires and kingdoms scattered throughout the continent. The currency itself was simple and unadorned, further supported by machines capable of verifying purity, rendering counterfeit coins ineffective. Thus, the mainstream currency consisted of pure copper, silver, and gold coins. Flipping through a few books she had taken from the village chief's home, she discovered instructions on the most basic methods of using magic and the foundational combat skills of a magic warrior. The technique of channeling one's magical energy into their fists, known as enchantment, was a skill with virtually no learning curve. As long as one could attune themselves to any form of magic, they could imbue their fists with it, striking with power that increased with stability and reduced the risk of backlash. Different elemental magics could produce various additional effects. Although rather rudimentary, its potential is exceedingly high. It could be affixed to weapons, though that is an advanced application. Yet in the moment that Yu first channeled her magical energy to envelop her fist, It seemed as if a sinister, blood-red eye, emanating malevolence, opened in the distant sky, casting a gaze imbued with distorted power. The mission details clearly stated there would be 2 or 3 wind wolves. A tuft of white hair peeked out from a patch of grass in the forest, its heterochromatic eyes fixated on the distant pack of wolves, brimming with resentment. Indeed, this charming figure was none other than the adorable Inu. But why are there clearly 7 or 8 wind wolves ahead? No way. Once I've accepted the quest, there's no reason to back down. I must press on. Come on, Inu, you can do it. The little girl encouraged herself, her tuft of hair bobbing as she shook her fist. She endeavored to concentrate all her magical energy into her fist, based on the descriptions in her book. Golden elemental magic symbolized sharpness and penetration, so she would infuse her fist with the golden element. With a swift motion of her small fist, the enhanced strength of her body at the first tier of Midnight Stage created a whistling sound as she swung. Spotting a feeble, solitary wind wolf on the periphery, Inu stealthily crept through the underbrush towards it. When she was merely 20 meters away from the wind wolf, she suddenly surged forward, her legs propelling her swiftly to the creature's head. Her fist, infused with golden magical energy, striking it solidly on the skull. Boom! A great expanse of golden magical energy dispersed like a sharp blade, piercing through the surrounding trees, while the wind wolf's head instantly swelled like a balloon, bursting and splattering brain matter everywhere. She frowned delicately. Ugh! How disgusting! Why does the magic core have to be right in its head? Complaining as she pried at the wolf's skull, and you expressed her displeasure. Wind wolf, you knock me dead and then complain about my disgustingness. The surrounding pack of wind wolves continued to roam, some lying on the ground asleep. Only 2 of the closest wolves became alert. Howling loudly, the sound carried several hundred meters, alerting all nearby wind wolves. Yin Yu had already extracted the magic core. She stealthily retreated to a distant thicket. The golden element cleared all impurities from the wind wolf's head, ensuring not a drop splattered onto her, nor did any scent cling to her. Besides the enchantment skill, the book also mentioned a combat method involving the manifestation of weapons through magical energy for battle, basic magical swordsmanship. Utilizing condensed magical energy to create a short sword for combat, that IT was quite straightforward, a tad more challenging to learn than enchantment, yet it could support the formation of all types of magical swords, each possessing unique lethality and special effects. The golden magical energy was the sharpest, making it well-suited for sword manifestation. Thus, Inu gathered all her golden magical energy in her hands, gradually shaping it into a rough sword blank, then meticulously refining the details with her magical prowess. Her formidable talent made mastering the basic combat techniques effortless. Soon, a golden magic sword, capable of slicing through iron like mud, was firmly gripped in her hand. However, the sword, condensed from the first tier of Midnight Stage, was not overly powerful, yet more than sufficient to slay wind wolves. These wind wolves were the most ordinary, low-level beasts, not even reaching the first tier of Midnight Stage. The disparity between ordinary creatures and those at that level was akin to a chasm. Upon reaching the first tier, one's physical strength could condense vitality, and magical power could coalesce into soul force, allowing for more precise control and significantly enhanced reaction speeds. Under the crushing weight of this disparity, these unranked magical beasts possessed no means of resistance. However, if Inu were to stand still for them to bite her, she would surely collapse in a slumber after just 2 nibbles. Clutching the shimmering golden magic sword tightly, Inu parted the grass and charged towards the wolf pack, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, striking down fiercely at a wind wolf that had yet to react, cleaving its head cleanly in 2. Taking a breath, she pressed on, rushing towards the next wind wolf, which had finally caught on and opened its mouth to bite. Inu repeated her previous action, lifting her sword high and striking down, severing the wind wolf's head from its jaw in a single stroke. Swish, clink, the sword struck the magic core, causing it to slip from the wolf's brain. Immediately, she gathered the magic cores from both wolves, raising her sword once more to continue her assault on the remaining wind wolves. Yet, due to her lack of combat skills from her previous life on Blue Star, she relied solely on instinct. As she dealt the final blow to the last wind wolf, she was viciously bitten on the arm. despite her body being formidable at the first tier of Midnight Stage. Deep tooth marks marred her flesh, trickles of blood seeping forth. Oh no, I won't catch rabies, will I? However, according to the mission details, these wind wolves did not carry rabies, so there was no risk of infection for Inu. After collecting herself, she had gathered a total of 8 wind elemental magic cores and turned to head into the mountains. Rather, she turned back toward the Adventurers Guild. Soon, she submitted all 8 magic cores. Having initially anticipated only 3 or 4 wind wolves, she was rewarded with 10 silver coins for her overachievement. Completing a quest could elevate the Adventurer's rank within the guild, and after successfully finishing this foundational task, she transitioned from an unranked status to that of a regular adventurer. From the information Inu had gathered, to become a powerful legendary adventurer, one must make significant contributions, perform great deeds, resolve major crises, or slay formidable foes and monsters along the path of adventure. It was said that an epic adventurer once encountered a mighty dragon during their travels, slaying it and bringing the materials back to the guild for appraisal, instantly achieving legendary status. Yet, all of this felt distant to Inu. She was still merely a regular adventurer, her realm confined to the first tier of Midnight Stage. In this world, cultivation of realms was achieved through battle and refinement. Vitality would gradually burgeon and strengthen through combat and training, while soul force would amplify through the use of magic and personal meditation. She strung a small pouch containing 10 silver coins onto a circular iron ring, which she then hung at her waist, adorned additionally with an adventurer ID card that could be activated by infusing it with magical energy to access stored information. Turning away from the guild, resembling a tavern, and as the cacophony faded, her thoughts began to settle. This was her first full-fledged battle across 2 lifetimes. Although this body retained some inherent combat instincts, she still felt a tinge of nervousness. Having lived over 20 years in her previous life without ever wielding a sword or engaging in a fight, merely toiling and exhausting herself daily, she never expected her first earnings in this new world would come from combat. This enchanting white-haired little girl garnered a 100-turn raid on the streets. Though merely a village road with few passers-by, many still cast their gazes upon Inu, her contemplative demeanor reminiscent of a dazed angel. As she walked along the left side of the street, she soon discovered a bookstore by the roadside, titled The Enchanted Library of Magical Maidens. Intrigued, Inu stepped inside this wondrous shop, where rows of shelves were densely packed with books. At the counter sat a black-haired girl, her bangs obscuring her face, deeply engrossed in her reading, not sparing a glance in Inu's direction. However, Inu chose not to disturb her, according to reason. This village was her novice settlement, and she needed to understand this world well, lest she encounter trouble outside. Pulling a book titled Vitality and Magic from the shelf, she settled at a nearby desk to scrutinize its contents carefully. Vitality is a unique crimson magical energy birthed from the physical strength of those who have already attained cultivation. Forged through refinement and interaction with magical power, it possesses its own distinct cultivation system. Vitality reflects a person's physical condition. The stronger the individual, the more vibrant their vitality. Conversely, a weak constitution leads to diminished vitality. Young adults typically possess more robust vitality than the elderly or children. Vitality can be directed outward, much like magical energy, and the stronger the vitality, the more the physical strength will increase in tandem. Refining vitality is categorized into 3 methods. The first involves continuous physical training and battling formidable foes, consuming significant stamina and vitality. This can enhance the upper limit and intensity of vitality storage. Point 1 can also meditate to condense energy into spirals. Sufficient vitality can be compressed to form spirals, yielding an increase in power of approximately 10% compared to uncompressed vitality, while also significantly boosting vitality reserves. The last method involves projecting vitality outward like magical energy for combat, or even channeling it into niche magical occupations like gas refining. Though vitality dissipates rapidly once outside the body, making it challenging to construct large-scale techniques. Even as a gas refiner, possessing exceptional control over vitality, it can only be projected straightforwardly and lacks the ability to carry human intent. Utilizing soul force to envelop and manipulate vitality is counterproductive, wasting soul force rather than utilizing magical energy. Thus, vitality is generally of paramount importance for melee professions. However, its capacity for external projection holds little practical value. During the cultivation phase, the midnight stage often requires the use of vitality in combat. Due to the fact that the midnight tier of magic is not sufficiently potent, formidable skills cannot be employed. Consequently, the distinction between vitality and magic power at the midnight tier is rather negligible. However, since both forms of energy require prolonged meditation and refinement, most individuals typically opt to cultivate only one. And you continued reading, and the subsequent texts delve into the nature of magic. She found herself rather inclined towards becoming a sorceress, although she mused that wielding a sword would be even more exhilarating. For who among modern individuals would not relish the thought of slicing through the air with a sword's edge for miles? How splendid that would be! Yet, she couldn't shake off the feeling that this literature bore an uncanny resemblance to a beginner's tutorial. Magic is the fundamental energy that drives the world. A burning bonfire embodies the reaction of fire elemental magic interacting with wood elemental magic. Different proportions of elements yield diverse effects. For instance, a pure fire element hurled forth will merely ignite into flames and then explode. However, if it is mixed with earth and wood elements, it will burn more fiercely and transform into a tangible fireball capable of detonating. Yet, magic is not simply confined to the 12 basic types. There exist myriad chaotic characteristic magics and runes. Chaotic low-grade characteristic magics are often difficult to harness, but they exhibit remarkably bizarre effects. Sorcerers have not extensively explored these peculiar low-grade chaotic magics. In contrast, the runes born alongside magic possess a colossal impact that is entirely opposite. Basic skills typically do not require runes, relying solely on the user's manipulation. However, upon entering the lower tiers, all spells must be combined with runes to unleash their true potential. There are 12 elements, and each possesses millions of distinct runes. As sorcerers that continually explore, each element has thousands, if not tens of thousands, of runes developed for use, while others have either become obsolete or remain undiscovered in terms of their application. Runes essentially serve as conduits guiding magical reactions. Magic stored within runes transforms into another form. For instance, the explosive effect of fire elemental magic arises from the presence of explosion runes, which engender ignition and attachment effects, thanks to the existence of attachment and ignition runes. Runes are categorized into two primary types: natural runes and artificial runes. Natural runes are uncontrollable and wild. For instance, if fire elemental magic is not properly managed, throwing it may inadvertently generate explosion runes, leading to an explosion that, if aimed at a person, it could spontaneously create ignition runes. Essentially, runes manifest the written embodiment of the rules governing magic. Currently, the vast majority of runes have been discovered and utilized through elemental experimentation and observations of the natural world. Moreover, the more precisely constructed a rune by the user, the greater its power. Each element has its corresponding unique rune. For example, the fire element corresponds with the basic fire rune, and you gradually furrowed her brow. The magical system of this world was far more intricate than she had anticipated. Further reading revealed methods for the mixed utilization of vitality and magic, as well as formidable formations and spells composed of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of runes. It was conceivable that a massive sword could be constructed using over 100,000 runes. Capable of cleaving a continent in two. However, to create a single rune requires a portion of one's soul power and a substantial amount of magic. The construction of over 100,000 runes would necessitate a multitude of top-tier experts working tirelessly for weeks on end. It remained a mystery what trials the predecessors endured to forge such a magnificent and comprehensive magical system. The text also mentioned that utilizing increasingly powerful and precise runes tends to attract the attention of corresponding entities. For instance, if one were to construct an exceptionally complete fire rune and subsequently unleash a potent, high-purity spell using it, the gaze of the fire deity might very well be drawn. Should this deity be benevolent, they may bestow blessings upon the user. Conversely, if the deity were malevolent, it might distort the user's psyche and warp their character upon capturing their attention. For example, An ordinary individual unleashing a powerful dark spell capable of attracting the attention of an evil god may find themselves beset by misfortune, potentially facing immediate sacrifice or even annihilation, their very soul dissipating in hopes of pacifying the wrath of the divine and desiring the descent of a benevolent divine oracle to benefit humanity. Faith organizations emerged. They worshiped the deities, providing them with belief power in return for protection, while also receiving safeguarding when employing magic and skills likely to attract divine scrutiny. And you spend half an hour perusing texts on vitality, magic, and the introduction to divine religions, before extracting a volume titled Geography of the Aslan Continent. The Aslan Empire. Before the Aslan Empire came into existence, this land was not referred to as the Aslan Continent. The great founder of the Aslan Empire unified a considerable portion of the Aslan territory. Although some lands were later encroached upon, it still boasts a staggering area of 200 million square kilometers, with a plethora of beliefs categorized into three mainstream types: the god of light, the god of war, and the creator. Among them, the most widely followed is the god of war, who inherited the faith of the founder of the Aslan Empire. The god of war bestows blessings upon those who believe in him, as long as they pray sincerely and fight with all their might, embodying the will of the god of war. They can invoke his phantom to amplify their strength, alongside various divine arts and the will of the god of war contained within his decrees. Today, the Aslan Empire commands unparalleled prestige, having been established for 100,000 years, with its influence spanning the entire continent. Although its territory has been diminished and is nowhere near its former glory, it still allows this land to be referred to as Aslan. The Aslan Empire enjoys a unique strategic depth and geographical advantage, with abundant water resources, the southernmost borders even reaching the ocean at the continent's edge, while the northern region controls the entrance to an immense mountain range extending 5 million miles. The economy is flourishing. Technology is advanced, and the realms of sword and magic are rapidly evolving, ensuring the happiness and well-being of its citizens. Ugh, the latter part is all nonsense. One can easily imagine the dire conditions endured by the common folk after so many wars. Since its founding, there have been over 20,000 large-scale battles. The realm belonging to the god of war ignited and used indignation. It was evident that the relentless warfare imposed tremendous pressure on the nation. After spending another half hour studying the history of the Aslan Empire, she learned that the founding emperor was named Atlanta, who ruled the empire for 8,000 years. The text noted that even in his twilight years, Atlanta was still engaged in battles, recruiting troops and gathering supplies. Without the blessings of the god of war, the immense pressures of the domestic environment would likely have shattered the empire long ago. As Anu stood to leave, the black-haired woman at the counter spoke. "You have been reading here for an hour. That will be 20 copper coins." "Ah, so in this world, merely reading incurs such a hefty fee? If I had known, I would have read faster. What a waste of time." And you lamented. She produced a silver coin and handed it to the raven-haired girl, who returned 80 copper coins. It was evident that no matter how much a commoner strengthened themselves, it was nearly impossible to defeat 8 windwolves to complete a commission for 10 silver coins in such a remote area. On average, only 1 in 10 individuals would manage to break through to the midnight tier before the age of 18. Of course, this was merely Yu's assessment based on the information she had gathered, and she remained skeptical. Although talent is not entirely inherited through bloodlines, it does bear some correlation. The offspring of powerful individuals often possess commendable talents, while those of the weaker tend to be quite ordinary. Yu, at the age of 13, was already considered quite the prodigy in this world. Attaining formidable strength is exceedingly challenging, even in this relatively secluded village. Although it boasts complete facilities, few strong beings are willing to linger, not even for half a day, as the strongest in the town has yet to reach the night tier. The daily expenses of an ordinary person amount to merely a few copper coins. 2 vegetable buns cost 1 copper coin, while meat bun also costs 1 copper coin. Given that merely reading in this bookstore for an hour costs 20 copper coins, one can imagine the extent of knowledge restrictions in this world. Of course, this may only apply to this small village, and you remain doubtful. Although in such a remote place, even without restrictions, the impact would likely be minimal. Nevertheless, she still felt disgruntled, especially at the exorbitant fee for reading for a mere short time. Irritated, she returned to the village chief's old residence, where the chief and his wife had already agreed to let her stay, even treating her as a foster daughter, which was rather pleasant. Certainly, and you felt no discontent. For in her past life, she had no relatives. Thus, having adoptive parents in this life seemed rather splendid. The village chief's daily duties comprised reviewing various applications and overseeing the execution of numerous ceremonies and projects. In such villages, the chief is typically elected by the community. Though the chief wields authority, they are also obligated to manage the village. This village is significantly larger and more developed than an ordinary free village, attracting many adventurers of modest strength who willingly linger here. Furthermore, a road leading to a not-so-remote small town has been established. Perhaps in a few more years, the surrounding area could transform into a bustling town. Udalai gently stroked Yu's head, her fingers gliding over it like silk, and exclaimed, "Though you claim to have no family, I can't help but feel that perhaps you are of noble birth. Given the exquisite care of your hair, but oh, it's just fine. Really, my hair has always been this way." And Yu replied, tilting her head, "From now on, you shall reside with us. It would be delightful, for we have no children. And I shall call you Xiao Yu," Udalai said, her face beaming with a tender smile. Genuinely pleased, and Yu developed a fondness for the couple who had taken her in and agreed to this request. Having just arrived in this world, she was utterly uncertain about what to do. Although she would eventually leave this village, she now had a home to return to. As evening fell, the laboring farmers returned. The sun dipped below the horizon, and only the rhythmic chirping of cicadas remained in the branches. The croaking of frogs in the fields persisted without pause, while sunlight gradually slipped through the gaps of her fingers. Shadows elongated, and the sound of the brook lingered in her ears, weaving into a backdrop of noise. The golden terraces nestled among the mountains began to dim as the sun descended, beyond the world's barriers. A blood-red eye gazed intently upon the Aslan continent, its power thwarted by the shield. Even its hand could not directly penetrate, yet its gaze extended for miles, piercing through layers of mist and cloud, settling upon Yu at her desk, attempting to perceive her essence. However, this endeavor was evidently in vain. A golden mist enveloped her sea of souls, exuding an alluring yet perilously dangerous aura. Thus, a divine oracle was bestowed upon her. And Yu dreamt a dream in which she could not see herself nor produce sound, yet she could move freely. Enormous dragon wings obscured the sky, casting shadows over the land. As they unfurled, the clouds roiled, streaking across the horizon, leaving behind a long trail of airflow. The dragon's tail, several thousand meters long, quivered the entire sky. Countless humans on the ground were thrown to the earth as towering city walls, hundreds of meters high, crumbled in an instant under the dragon's breath, collapsing entirely. The vibrant barrier shattered within a mere second, losing all its energy. The following morning, Yu awoke from her soft bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes, donned her clothes, and made her way to the living room where she devoured the breakfast Udalai had prepared for her: 2 slices of bread smeared with tomato sauce, a fried egg, and a cup of hot milk. The village chief's collection of tomes spoke of the 12 months, each representing one of the 12 major elements, with magical tides appearing at the beginning of each month. Now, in June, the weather was exceedingly warm. In this sun-drenched continent, crops could reach full maturity in just 2 to 3 months. Moreover, the nearby second-largest city of the empire, Atlanta County, was about to commence its admissions for the Atlanta Magic Academy. To comprehend this world and to continue growing stronger while exploring, Yu resolved to travel to Atlanta County to enroll. However, the journey would require passing through a small town and another county, and she knew she could not succeed in reaching the academy alone. The Atlanta Magic Academy, being a premier institution second only to the Royal Academy, does not prioritize status, position, or age, but rather talent and ability. Anyone under the age of 30 can undergo magical aptitude and combat assessments, and those with special skills may gain direct admission. According to her readings, the Atlanta Magic Academy offers a plethora of careers, spanning hundreds of options with various subcategories and learning processes. Besides the fundamental paths of mage, chi master, warrior, and knight, there exist myriad professions, puppet masters, diviners, astrologers, priests, clerics, assassins, archers, alchemists, researchers, blacksmiths, weavers, botanists, biologists, soul mages, word spirits, illustrators, among others. Nevertheless, much of this knowledge is monopolized within the academy and large libraries across the land, as well as in grand cathedrals and royal households, holding even the legendary forbidden knowledge that could pertain to magic, historical records, or unique skills and specialized forging methods. However, utilizing such knowledge may attract the attention of corresponding deities, and due to its forbidden nature, the risk of such occurrences is substantial. Once employed, unless one is favored by a deity or possesses unwavering faith, calamity is likely to ensue. For instance, low-level surface believers will never uncover such knowledge, as their usage would surely invite disaster. Conversely, individuals of high rank, such as archbishops, may utilize it without incurring calamity, instead receiving blessings from the relevant deity. Out of course, a high priest of the fire god, using the water god as forbidden abilities, would invite divine wrath due to conflicting beliefs. However, due to the accumulation of knowledge over countless years, apart from the ancient periods of the fragmented ancient magical system, the current system allows for diverse paths and careers to flourish. For example, a powerful blacksmith can forge unparalleled artifacts. Even an individual of low cultivation can possess extraordinary combat prowess by forming a bond with such artifacts. A word spirit master can wield power through language and intent, with ordinary practitioners lacking any combat capability. Yet, upon reaching divine level, one thought can render all opponents powerless, forcing them to kneel. An illustrator, seemingly confined to mere drawing, can utilize high-grade materials and runes to depict formidable beings, achieving divine status, and even summoning divine apparitions or unleashing powerful forbidden magic while evading the gaze of the gods. Uncertain of her next course of action, and Yu departed from the village chief's home and made her way to the church at the village's end, a sanctuary dedicated to the god of light, possessing the power to purify souls and dispel malevolence. Soon, traversing the path of midnight, she arrived at the entrance of the church. Upon entering, she beheld a congregation of individuals engaged in earnest prayer. Before them, the statue of the god of light absorbed an invisible white force of faith, showering holy light to cleanse their souls. How marvelous! And Yu marveled inwardly, pondering what it would be like to acquire such faith. A nearby nun lowered her head, clasping her hands in prayer towards Yu, saying, "May the god of light bless you, beautiful lady." Intrigued, and Yu approached the statue, bowed her head, and clasped her hands in prayer, silently reciting, "O great god of light, may your radiance shine upon me." Regrettably, there was no response. Suddenly, the statue's eyes, previously closed, opened wide. The sacred aura emanating from its golden eyes shot forth a beam of light that entered in Yu's body. The fiery red hairpin atop her head glimmered faintly. Eternal light mastery, unlocked. And Yu was perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind this revelation. Eternal light mastery? What on earth is this? Hastily, she exited the church and found herself in an uninhabited grove ahead. The information bestowed by the fiery red hairpin left Yu bewildered. She did not understand what this hairpin truly was, but she was certain it posed no harm, serving as an unknown companion bestowed upon her. Extending her right hand, palm facing the sky, she raised her arm, intent on controlling the eternal light mastery. Instantly, the surrounding light magic was absorbed into her hand, transforming into a small, radiant sun that exuded a terrifying aura. The light around her distorted in an instant. Yu threw this small sun away. Unfortunately, contrary to her expectations, it did not explode or inflict harm. Instead, the small sun swiftly dissipated into light. To imbue it with destructive power, she must learn runes. Otherwise, it would merely serve as a concentrated flashbang. However, possessing mastery over the eternal attributes would significantly enhance her affinity and immunity to such properties. Now, Yu could gaze directly at the sun without her eyes stinging. Even if 100 flashbangs were to explode before her eyes, they would merely create a fleeting flicker of white light. The moment any radiant power approached Yu, it would soften, for she was certain that she now possessed the ability to embody the light. With just a slight exertion, she could declare herself a divine envoy of illumination. However, the deity of light might descend to issue a decree, potentially resulting in her demise. Perhaps seeking blessings from the temples of other gods would be prudent. Secretly noting this in her heart, she then made her way to the Adventurer's Guild, where she purchased a finely crafted short sword of tempered steel, its length perfectly suited to her petite stature. She believed she would grow taller. The dark gray scabbard and gleaming blade captivated her, and as she unsheathed the sword, she twirled it gracefully, nearly losing her grip yet still managing to look impressive. Locating a tall tree, she delivered a powerful strike, instantly cleaving a massive gash into its trunk. Channeling her fiery magical energy, she enchanted the blade, causing it to shimmer with sparks and glow of vivid red, capable of swiftly slicing through objects intolerant of high temperatures. She also experimented with ice, water, metal, and with magic, but the blade began to tremble under the strain, compelling her to cease. Additionally, she acquired a space ring. The entire set of equipment cost 5 silver coins, and the ring was spacious enough to accommodate her small belongings with ease. She intended to seek the village chief and his wife to explore the possibility of learning swordsmanship, while magic could wait until she entered the academy. "Uncle Village Chief, I wish to practice swordsmanship," and you declared as she found the chief reclining in a rocking chair, engrossed in a newspaper. "What do you intend to do? You're only 13. What need have you for a sword?" "Of course, to protect myself. I also wish to embark on adventures." With that, and you revealed her first-tier midnight prowess. The village chief, having just set down his cup, exclaimed, "Ah, at 13, you've already reached the midnight tier. Truly a prodigy. I was simply born this way. Do you believe me?" And you felt quite innocent, as she genuinely was. "Very well. I shall teach you swordsmanship. No one in this village can match my prowess," the chief chuckled, his words revealing his self-importance. And you followed the chief to the spacious backyard of the old residence, surrounded by a variety of flora. In the center lay a stone-paved area, flanked by a stone table and benches for tea. "I shall first teach you the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Basic sword techniques encompass various moves. Their essence lies not in lethality, but in enhancing your coordination with the sword, making these techniques instinctual when wielding a blade. There are 14 techniques in total: thrust, chop, point, sweep, lift, break, intercept, slash, wipe, shave, cloud, hang, frame, and press. They're both defensive and aggressive techniques. Mastering these foundational skills will enable you to quickly grasp any swordsmanship. You encounter the chief, produced a wooden post, and placed it on the ground. And U.S. talent astonished him. In his long life, he had never seen anyone learn so swiftly. Within just 2 hours, she had mastered all 14 basic sword techniques. If she were to face a pack of wind wolves now, she could do so unscathed without relying on her level for dominance. Since you have grasped the basics, I shall now teach you the swift sword technique, which pertains to the application of vital energy in foundational combat skills. The swift sword technique, rooted in the basic swordsmanship of the Aslan Empire, was learned by nearly all guards and soldiers. It involved channeling vital energy to accelerate the drawing of the sword. The principle was simple, and when combined with the 14 basic techniques, it allowed for powerful strikes. Anu swiftly drew her sword, channeling her vital energy into her wrist. A flash of red light coursed through her body as she leaned forward slightly, delivering a fierce horizontal slash that cleaved the wooden post in two. Clap, clap, clap. The village chief applauded. At my age, I hadn't even grasped my vital energy. It took me ages to chop through a post. Yet you, with your first attempt, have sliced it in half. Ah, it's nothing too extraordinary. And you replied modestly, feeling a bit bashful under the chief's enthusiastic praise. After an afternoon of training, the various techniques and steps were etched in her mind. And her proficiency in the swift sword technique was remarkable. The vital energy could now extend to her blade, and she had mastered all offensive sword techniques. Next, you must practice defense. I will engage you with a wooden sword. The chief retrieved a long wooden sword from the weapon rack in the corner of the yard. Though it appeared to be merely a training sword, it was remarkably resilient, glinting with a cold sheen. He launched into an attack, his sword slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, swiftly approaching her, and you had no choice but to hurriedly block. Clang! With great effort, she countered with a strike that deflected the wooden sword. But the chief quickly retracted his weapon and spun around. Launching a thrust at her with a swift turn, you infused her iron sword with vital energy and executed a horizontal slash to deflect the wooden sword. However, the chief's reactions were faster. He seamlessly followed each strike with another, never once utilizing his own vital energy. Before long, a moment of miscalculation left you with the tip of the chief's sword at her neck. My heavens, you are truly a genius. How is it that you have only trained for such a short time and can already exchange so many blows with me? The chief tossed his sword into the air, where it spun before returning to the weapon rack. It's not that impressive, and you said, scratching her head as she sheathed her short sword and returned it to her space ring. As night fell, a tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the house. It's time for dinner. Little you, look at you, drenched in sweat. After dinner, go take a bath, Udali called from the kitchen through the window. This warmth enveloped in you, for she had never before experienced such concern. What are you daydreaming about? Let us go, she heard on the Imperial Road. Luxurious carriages headed toward the Atlanta County, most drawn by 3 or 4 horses. Their opulent adornments indicating the wealth of their owners that, of course, there are also a few ordinary wagons, including one on the outskirts pulled by a single horse, with simple decorations, dark curtains, and a masked driver, all exuding an air of peculiarity. How much longer until we arrive? A cold, indifferent male voice emanated from within the carriage. Not far now. We shall soon reach Tipnea City. Praise be to the Lord's wisdom. Shortly thereafter, the two men erupted into sinister laughter. Half a month passed swiftly, and you undertook various commissions, honed her swordsmanship, and hunted magical beasts, quickly amassing over 50 silver coins, hundreds of copper coins, and an assortment of supplies neatly stored in her space ring. She wore a finely crafted short sword at her waist, its gray-black scabbard unremarkable, yet concealing lethal intent. After half a month of living together, and you had come to regard the village chief and his wife as parental figures. Nevertheless, she still needed to attend the academy for further study. Aside from basic swordsmanship and a few foundational combat techniques, she was lacking in other areas. Under the chief's guidance, a kind-hearted guardian knight from the village accompanied you to Randout town to load some goods onto a carriage. Having hired 2 drivers to prepare for departure, this guardian knight, named Jalon, was a formidable midnight tier 3 warrior, capable of handling most foes, after half a month of absorbing magical energy and refining her vital energy. And you had become a midnight tier 2 warrior, a prodigious talent that even astonished the village chief. He had never encountered anyone of such extraordinary ability outside the academy. Jalon, having grown up in the village, had traveled to Randout town and Tipnea City. With the token provided by the village chief, they were permitted to stay at the inns owned by the village in both towns. Goodbye. I will return to visit you. And you expressed her reluctance. Having spent half a month together, the kindness of the chief and his wife had not gone unnoticed. Do you remember us when you return after your studies? Udali called after her. Of course, I will come back during the holidays, and you reassured them. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they set off in their carriage towards Randout town, a journey that would take merely 2 days. Throughout the month, alongside her sword training and magical absorption, and you had also read extensively. Her remarkable ability to retain information allowed her to grasp various knowledge and common sense effortlessly. Leaning against the carriage window, she quietly read a book about the disappearance of legendary races. The carriage picked up speed, and then you adapted to the subtle bumps, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing around her. Miss Jalon the Knight interjected, with your extensive mastery of magical energy, please refrain from releasing it carelessly in public. If it were to be discovered by ill-intentioned individuals, it could lead to dire consequences that Very well. Once I've finished testing my magical abilities, I shall refrain from carelessly wielding them again, declared New, resolute in her conviction. She understood that revealing her formidable powers before she had fully matured could prove perilous. Thus, Anu summoned a radiant little sword, emanating a warm, brilliant light. Upon being thrown, its intense glow instantly rendered a nearby tree drooping and lifeless, as it pierced the trunk, scorching a substantial area of the wood to a charred black. Then, under the astonished gaze of the gallant knight, she conjured a dark little sword, The distorted shadows began to encroach upon and use psyche the moment it was unleashed. However, the crimson hairpin atop her head glimmered faintly, ensuring that no twisted thoughts could penetrate the depths of her soul. Gulp. The knight swallowed hard. Miss, are you truly human? Humph. Why wouldn't I be human? And you shot a glare at the knight, despite a flicker of uncertainty within her. She firmly identified herself as human. The knight, though slightly bewildered, quickly composed himself and said, "You must never use dark powers in front of others. It could yield undesirable consequences that I see. I shall strive to avoid doing so in the future." The dark, twisted little sword flew forth, lightly embedding itself into a large tree. The emanating dark magic tainted the entire tree, causing its roots to wither and leading to its swift demise. Witnessing the corruptive nature of dark magic, and you mentally noted to refrain from its use unless absolutely necessary. And she resumed her studies with her book. Although she had yet to experiment with space and time magic, she remained unaware of how to transform these two forms of magic into tangible swords, as they often radiated an intangible essence that could not be directly shaped into objects. After a brief period of shock, Galen swiftly reported the incident to the village chief. Upon receiving the chief's consent, he stood up within the carriage, gracefully half-kneeled, and performed a formal knightly salute. "Miss Galen, the guardian knight, hereby pledge my lifelong allegiance to you, with no intent to waver." "Oh, what?" The sudden oath caught you off guard, leaving her momentarily blank as she pondered how to respond. "Miss, please consent. I wish to follow you. After all, my talents are quite commendable, and at just over 20, I can certainly keep pace with you." Galen's expression was earnest, devoid of jest. However, this was, in fact, a request from the village chief, who had instructed him to accompany you on her journey, rather than remain confined to the village. "All right, fine. I agree. But please don't be so dramatic. Get up." And you was at a loss for words. She had never encountered such a situation before. "Very well. Mississippi knights revere the strong, especially those with unwavering resolve. Our hearts are steadfast and just, and we shall forever protect our sworn objectives." Galen struck his chest armor with his right hand in salute, clearly believing this to be a fortuitous turn of events. As dusk approached, and you felt a pang of hunger and retrieved a large flatbread from her space ring, nibbling on it. Having perused her book sufficiently, she stowed it away as the carriage gradually slowed to a halt by the roadside. "Miss, let us rest here for the night and continue our journey at dawn." "All right, but I need to take care of something first." And you placed the flatbread back in her ring and hurried into the distant woods. Ah, how refreshing. And you stood, stretching lazily, and summoned water magic to wash her hands. A campfire soon sprang to life on the grassy roadside, and in the time it took her to freshen up, the knight had already shot an arrow, successfully catching a small rabbit, which was now roasting over the flames. "Wow, you're amazing. You caught a rabbit in one shot." "Hehe, it's not that impressive. Mississippi, with your efforts, you could do the same. But who was in you?" When it came to roasting, she knew to add a plethora of seasonings. Her foresight was keen. Naturally, she had anticipated the need for flavoring. How could one enjoy food without spices? She extracted a jar of cumin and sprinkled it on, followed by chili powder, breadcrumbs, and a few more powders that crackled and popped in the flames. As the rabbit gradually turned a golden brown, one of the chatting carriage drivers pulled out some cooking oil, brushing it onto the rabbit's skin. "Goodness, it's like we're having a feast outdoors." The knight looked incredulously at everyone, realizing he was the only one not indulging in the pleasures of life. Galen, you didn't know that the most important thing when going out is to bring spices?" One driver laughed heartily. Indeed, indeed. It's wise of you, uncle. The essence of life is to eat, eat, eat." And you beamed with delight as she flipped the rabbit, her eyes sparkling. This rabbit, tainted by magical energy, was significantly larger than any she had seen in her previous life. While 4 people might not be entirely sated, it would certainly suffice when paired with other snacks. Soon, and you spread ketchup over the shiny, golden breadcrumbs, and they all eagerly shared the delicious roasted rabbit. As night fell, one of the drivers sprinkled beast-repelling powder around, setting up several tents, while the Galen knight produced a small warning barrier, a double-layered spherical nesting doll, which he placed at the center of the tents. Infusing it with magic, it instantly formed a gray barrier enveloping everyone in the tents. Any external contact would trigger an alarm. However, this barrier did not possess formidable defensive capabilities. A few knocks would shatter it. But it could be used multiple times for alerting, making it quite effective. Thus, everyone retired to their tents for the night, and peacefully, the night swiftly passed. The following morning, they replenished their supply of pure water from a nearby stream, using a water purification spell to convert it into drinkable water. Soon, they resumed their journey on the carriage, and after a short while, the outline of a distant small town gradually came into view, roughly 4 or 5 hours away. However, their path was soon interrupted by unexpected visitors. 4 figures clad in black suddenly emerged from the shadows of the trees, for dark chains instantly ensnaring the horses and the carriage. "We are under attack," one driver shouted. Galen quickly reacted, pulling a barrier crystal from his space ring. A powerful barrier capable of withstanding attacks from the 4th tier of Midnight was swiftly erected. The heavy brown earth barrier repelled the chains, causing the horses to whinny restlessly. However, due to their extensive training, the horses could only express their unease through their cries, remaining rooted in place. The 4 black-clad assailants formed a crimson formation, launching a barrage of chain attacks at the barrier. What the hell is going on? Who are these people? Galen's expression was one of frustration and gravity. He could not allow these individuals to abduct his mistress and their treasures. The 2 drivers swiftly drew their long swords, entering a defensive stance. Galen, alongside the 2 drivers, formed a triangular formation, channeling massive amounts of magic, transforming it into a golden serpent that surged towards the core black-clad figure. At this moment, Anu also regained her composure, suppressing her panic, realizing they were indeed under attack. Yet, why did it seem that these black-clad individuals were specifically targeting her? She did not recognize them. At that moment, the black-clad figure pointed at Anu and declared, "The wise master seeks this little girl." The gazes of the others shifted toward her, and Anu felt a wave of panic wash over her. She was merely a lowly 2nd tier in Midnight, while 2 of the 4 assailants were 3rd tier, and the other 2 were 2nd tier. Even the village chief would struggle to handle them comfortably. In the world. There were deities in the open, and there were those lurking in the shadows. Different deities belonged to different races and possessed varying natures. Some were benign, while others were malevolent. It was abundantly clear that the 4 individuals attacking the earth element barrier were part of a sinister cult, radiating an aura of wickedness that was impossible to overlook. The barrier would not hold much longer. Ripples began to emanate from the earthy barrier. The oppressive atmosphere filled the barrier, and the combined attack from the knight and drivers was swiftly consumed by the malevolent formation. "Miss, don't you possess light magic? Quickly use it to dispel the darkness. This cult's power is most vulnerable to light element mages," Galen urged anxiously. "Right. I understand." Anu clasped her hands together, channeling a vast amount of light magic that enveloped her. Resembling a human sun, the light magic penetrated the barrier, radiating outward, gradually weakening the malevolent chain formation, prompting the 4 black-clad assailants to raise their shields in defense. However, the moment the attributes countered, they spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and used eternal radiance, commanding an immense reservoir of light magic, left them utterly defenseless. This radiant energy did not belong to Anu herself, but was directly drawn from the natural world. Subsequently, Anu unleashed all this overwhelming light magic in one breath. A golden beam shooting skyward, the tumultuous surge of light magic shattered the last vestiges of the earthy barrier, sending all 4 cloaked figures sprawling. The 2 coachmen wore expressions of shock. Was this girl merely 13? Yet, aside from a slight change in complexion, the Kalan knight displayed no reaction, for his young mistress was invincible. Light magic wields immense destructive power against malevolent entities. Even the gentlest of light orbs could inflict harm upon some cultists. Anu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Her petite frame struggled to bear the weight of such an enormous concentration of light magic. With a cry, she coughed up a pool of blood. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. It was her first experience of such severe injury. Although it was not inflicted by an enemy's attack, the backlash alone was enough to render her nearly incapacitated. The 3 companions sprang into action, swiftly engaging the cultists. Soon, all 3 adversaries were dispatched, leaving only one tenacious third-tier cultist resisting fiercely. This cultist immediately raised a powerful shield to absorb the impact. Remaining largely unharmed and still possessing formidable combat prowess, the cloaked figure lashed out, sending one coachman flying with a kick, then ensnared another with dark chains, forcefully dragging him and pushing back the Kalan Knight. The Kalan Knight, attuned to the essence of gold, quickly summoned a golden shield to withstand the dark magic surge from the cloaked cultist, striking down the villain's arm with a blow from his great sword infused with golden energy. The two coachmen rejoined the fray, each delivering a decisive blow that cleaved the dark-clad cultist in two. Ha! Ha cough! The Lord of Wisdom will not spare you. Remarkably, the dark-clad cultist showed no signs of emotion, lying on the ground as his body began to rot and swell. What is happening? Fall back, the Kalan Knight shouted, raising a golden shield and retreating swiftly to stand before the carriage. In an instant, the swelling cultist exploded, sending a crimson shockwave that shattered the golden shield, splattering blood and flesh everywhere, nearly toppling the carriage. Pa! The three were choked by the dust. The pungent scent of blood filling the air was nauseating. Ugh! Witnessing such a grotesque scene, Maiden retched violently, her recently restored strength waning once more. Miss, are you all right? The Kalan Knight inquired anxiously. I'm fine, and you replied weakly. She realized she was still too fragile, having become exhausted after merely using a powerful spell. Miss, the fact that you have drawn the attention of the cult is not a good omen, the Kalan Knight said with a worried expression. You must remain discreet. If your whereabouts are discovered, it could spell disaster. All right, I understand, but once we enter the school, there shouldn't be as many issues. Damn, why are these cultists fixated on me? Could there be a traitor in the village? But who would target someone as ordinary as me? As they sat in the moving carriage, they finally reached the outskirts of Randertown. It was now midday, and they halted the carriage beside a restaurant. Feeding the horses some hay and beans before the four entered the establishment. Anya regained her composure and, upon glancing at the menu, eagerly ordered 7 or 8 dishes. 2 fragrant plates of rice and an array of various foods were soon brought to their table. Having ordered 8 dishes, she was rewarded with complimentary dessert that I eat. In no time, the table was cleared as if a whirlwind had swept through. Braised beef, stir-fried bean sprouts with meat, carrot soup, hamburgers, and small cakes, all vanished without a trace. The Kalan Knight stared in astonishment at Inyu's voracious appetite, with only a small amount of soup remaining on the table. Miss, how can you eat so much? Ah, did I really consume that much? The Kalan Knight, exasperated, held his forehead and ordered a few more dishes for himself and the other 2 coachmen to ensure they were well fed. They then boarded the carriage and ventured into the heart of the town. Besides leisurely exploring, they needed to visit the mayor's office to complete the necessary paperwork for their journey to Tipnia City. Soon, they arrived at the mayor's office, where the Kalan Knight hurriedly approached the mayor to discuss pertinent matters. After a tedious 20-minute wait, they finally completed the paperwork and exited the mayor's office. They arrived at an inn within the town, where they would stay for the night, presenting the token given by the village chief. The 4 were quickly assigned to individual rooms. Lying on the pristine white bed, having endured a long day, Inu retreated to the bathing area for a refreshing shower. Afterward, she donned her clothes and reclined on the bed, feeling revitalized. What an exhilarating day! If I hadn't visited the light church that day, I might have met my end today. Inu patted her little face, reflecting on the harrowing adventure that lay behind her. Knowing that the journey ahead would likely be fraught with unease, from the information gleaned from the Kalan Knight's conversation with the mayor, she learned about the cult of the Lord of Wisdom, an insidious group lurking within the empire, wielding immense power and extending their tendrils throughout the land. Their Lord of Wisdom watched from beyond the world's barrier. Although Inu found this hard to believe, as a modern materialist, she could not accept the notion of deities, especially not one associated with a cult. Yet it was undeniable that conventional explanations could not account for how these individuals seemed to know her movements instantaneously. According to the information, the Lord of Wisdom was an otherworldly evil god named Alamoris, adept at using forbidden knowledge to beguile hearts and fervently expanding his following, hoping one day to corrupt the Aslan continent and break through the world's barrier on the strength of belief. However, many remained indifferent, for no deity had breached the barrier since the Great War 5 million years ago. The Empire had even established special task forces to combat cults. Yet, they remained cunningly elusive, often aided by traitors from within, evading capture. Despite numerous purges, they always managed to rise again, existing for a millennium, weaving their web of deception and establishing hidden strongholds across the realm. Ugh, I'm alive, and you sprang up from the bed like a fish leaping from water. Stretching her arms, she donned a white dress and various garments, having adapted completely to life as a girl in this world after nearly a month. She fastened her white ankle boots, the sound of her footsteps echoing as she walked. Opening the door to the corridor, she could not help but admire how this world, having developed over so many years, rivaled the aesthetics of her previous life on Earth. The seemingly endless corridor was flanked by closed hotel rooms, with a long, dark-patterned carpet running down the center and cleaning tools placed at intervals. Aside from the architectural style, which starkly contrasted with modern steel cities, the Aslan continent utilized magic to replace electricity, making life exceedingly convenient. Even those unable to wield magic could utilize these amenities. Much like magic light bulbs, the hotel featured professional magic storage stations connecting magical lines to each room, unlike those fantasy novels where one had to infuse magic into a device themselves. Moreover, magic proved far more powerful than electricity. While magic could be harnessed as a person's strength, electricity could be fatal if it coursed through a body. Descending from the third floor, the ground level housed not only the hotel reception, but also a dining area. Though lacking the opulence of a fine restaurant, it was adequately equipped. Travelers could spend an entire day here without worry about meals, and with sufficient funds, they could even customize gourmet dishes delivered directly to their rooms. The dining area was adorned with magnificent crystal chandeliers, providing soft, non-dazzling illumination. The lavish decor and lighting underscored the inn's elegance. However, despite its splendor, the inn was not particularly large, using average materials, compared to the adventurers near Uncle Village Chief's area. Those in Rander Town seemed to swarm like fish crossing a river, with many contemplating permanent residence in the inn. The prices were reasonable, with a night's stay costing only 20 copper coins, and each meal merely 5 to 10 copper coins, and you settled into a corner of the dining room, selecting an array of grilled sausages and white bread from the self-service area, slathering on ketchup, and sandwiching a fried egg in the middle to create a small hamburger. And you took a generous bite, and although it could not be deemed exquisite, it was nonetheless quite satisfactory. Chewing on the soft white bread accompanied by fried eggs, ketchup, and grilled sausages imparted a unique flavor. She had often enjoyed grilled sausages and fried eggs in her previous life and had never found them unappetizing. Moreover, the quality of the sausages and eggs this time was notably superior. After procuring a glass of orange juice, she found that, due to her acquaintance with the village elder, her meal was entirely complimentary. She had only incurred the cost of her lodging, which was graciously covered by the gallant knight. Lando Town was neither large nor small, yet it felt quite expansive to Anu at this moment. Satiated and refreshed, she exited the hotel. The bustling street was alive with a throng of people, accompanied by numerous vendors calling out their wares. Stalls lined the street, offering both food and trinkets. A glance at her own carriage revealed that the security measures in this quaint town were commendable. With little to no incidents of theft on the streets, suddenly, a small boy clad in black darted past and collided with her. "Who was that? Why such a rough bump?" And you exclaimed, feeling as though she were about to be launched into the air. "What are you doing tugging at my ring? Are you trying to steal from me?" The boy pinched her ring between his fingers, attempting to pry it off, but alas, he was unsuccessful. Realizing his thievery had failed, he swiftly vanished into an alleyway. "Damn it! This little thief doesn't dare to target larger carriages and only seeks to bully me. I had just praised the security here. What on earth is this?" And U.S. face displayed her disbelief as she mentally retracted her earlier compliments. She noticed the gallant knight and the two coachmen organizing their belongings by the carriage. "Good morning, Brother Gallon." And you waved in greeting. "Good morning." "And you," Gallon replied, waving back as he continued to load the carriage with various training and forging materials, as well as supplies for the village's defense team. The village was known as Lano Village, a name not often spoken by the villagers themselves, but with the increasing number of adventurers, it had begun to circulate. after escorting Yu to the Atlantis Magic Academy. The Gala Knights would return to Lano Village. The towns they passed through would serve as trading posts, replenishing their supplies before bringing them back to Lano Village. However, due to a sudden decision, the Gala Knights pledged their loyalty to Yu, and these supplies would be transported back to the village by the coachmen who were acquainted with the village elder, while Galen would accompany Yu to the Atlantis Magic Academy. As Yu strolled along the broad street, many passers-by couldn't help but glance at her attire and striking features. But being a petite girl, no one dared to approach her. She spotted a small stall by the roadside, where an array of peculiar trinkets lay spread across a white cloth. The stall owner was an elderly man, and Yu cast a quick glance over the items. Although she had only been in this world for less than a month, her ability to discern goods was quite sharp. After all, with her high affinity, she could sense items related to magical energy immediately. Activating her magical vision, she saw that while most of the items appeared only faintly luminous to others, they sparkled vibrantly in her sight, regardless of whether they were deeply hidden or simply reluctant to manifest their power. Most of the items were unimpressive, either devoid of magical energy or possessing only a trace, rendering them of little use. However, in the corner of the stall lay a seemingly ordinary black stone that radiated a dazzling golden light. "Little girl, don't just stare. Do you want this little black stone?" I picked it up in a wild, thinking it might be useful, but it turned out to have only a hint of golden magical energy. You call that a hint? Is everyone else's magical vision really that lacking? All right then, I'll take this stone. How much is it? And you asked eagerly. This stone has been here for quite some time, and no one has shown interest that I'll sell it to you for 20 copper coins. The old man, believing he had struck a good deal, was unaware of its true value to her, joyfully accepting the black stone, and you refrained from lingering further and promptly returned to the hotel. Once in her room, she began to examine the stone meticulously. With a firm twist, the outer layer of the black stone only slightly deformed, prompting her to infuse it with golden magical energy and forcefully strip away its exterior. The sharp golden energy instantly scattered throughout the room, even tinting Yu's silver hair with flecks of gold. Attempting to absorb the golden energy proved overwhelming, as it was an abundant and pure form of magical energy. Distinct from the languid golden energy that floated in the air, soon, all the golden light was absorbed, and the fiery red hairpin atop her head began to glimmer with a chilling radiance. Eternal metal mastery unlocked at this moment, and Yu was filled with immense joy. She also became more certain of her hypothesis. She only needed to activate this powerful ability through a certain means to directly control a specific attribute. Delightedly touching the fiery red hairpin, she realized it was her unique advantage. Indeed, a necessity for any traveler. Even if she hadn't realized it upon her arrival, it was certainly not too late. However, Yu quickly regained her composure, as it was evidently not so easy to activate. It seemed that only attributes of considerable strength could trigger it. Previously, it was the pure holy light emitted by the statue of the God of Light from the Church of Light. And now, it was the exceptionally pure golden magical energy from the stone. Clenching her fist, a sharp golden dining knife materialized in her hand, and with a swift turn, she embedded it into the wall. And Yu, filled with excitement, envisioned the moment she successfully mastered time, freezing everything around her. Then, pulling out the dining knife, she imagined striking down her enemies in an instant, reducing them to mere sieves. Yet, contemplating it now seemed implausible, as activating time control would require an exceedingly pure form of time magical energy, a rare occurrence for any human to harness. Moreover, the pure time magical energy needed to activate such abilities was virtually unheard of. TSK, I am truly unparalleled in this world. With such formidable powers, how could I possibly be oppressed at school? Nevertheless, she was fully aware of her limitations, for at her current second-tier status, she was hardly a match for anyone. Previously, she had merely relied on her magical affinity to dominate a wave of cultists. Given the strength of this golden knife, it would barely breach a casually constructed shield from a third-tier opponent. Before long, the golden knife dissolved into golden magical energy, leaving cracks in the surrounding walls. All right, it seemed the hotel walls were not to be trifled with. She manipulated wood and earth magical energies to mend the gaps and practiced her eternal metal mastery. Without expending any of her mental power or soul energy, or even a trace of magical energy, she merely willed it, and the corresponding magical energies gathered at her command. Unless this space was entirely devoid of any magical energy, her intentions would ensure the flow of energy would never cease. With one hand, she pinched 4 dining knives, and with both hands, she wielded 8. Tossing the knives in succession, she managed to control them expertly, causing them to dissipate before they even reached the wall. Buzz, 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 whoosh! She flung out 8 golden dining knives in quick succession, looking spectacular. In battle, she envisioned continuously tossing them, even if they didn't pierce. They would surely be an annoyance to her foes. However, such immense power was not limited to merely conjuring dining knives. She began to gather formidable golden magical energy, gradually transforming it into a 4-meter-long, pure golden greatsword. The golden magical energy solidified and grew heavier, causing the sturdy wooden floor beneath her feet to creak under the pressure. With a few swings, the air sliced with a sharp sound, controlling the pure golden greatsword to float in the air. She gathered a hefty block of iron with her left hand. With both hands gripping the greatsword, she brought it down with tremendous force, causing the vast golden magical energy to explode outward, obliterating the iron block into countless fragments. Although this iron block was merely an illusion created from golden magical energy, it remained remarkably hard, disintegrating into magical energy upon shattering. Inu felt the immense power of the greatsword. With a mere gesture, the golden magical greatsword transformed back into magical energy, dissipating into the ether. Given this, she decided to name her technique, since it could effortlessly sever metal and stone with a mere flick of her wrist. She dubbed it the Blade of Severing Gold. The Blade of Severing Gold, a specialized ability derived from eternal metal mastery, allowed her to gather vast amounts of golden magical energy to form a greatsword. The more golden magical energy she accumulated, the sharper and heavier it became, amplifying its power, all under her direct control, unaffected by its weight. Strong, truly strong. One can conjure effects akin to magic without the need for runes. Wielding immense power, with time to spare, and you sat cross-legged on her bed, honing her vital energy and refining her soul strength. Over the course of more than half a month, she had cultivated 18 swirling vortices of energy within her body. The vast reservoir of her vitality was inexhaustible during battle, and when unleashed, it exhibited unparalleled might, capable of shattering colossal stones with a mere gesture. Even a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds could be effortlessly lifted and hurled a distance of 80 meters. If one were to equate 100 units of vital energy to the foundational strength of the first tier, then each of the 18 vortices possessed over 100 units of vital energy. Presently, although Inu was merely at the second tier of her realm, her strength was already comparable to that of a fourth-tier warrior. In the words of a nefarious character, this woman is terrifyingly formidable. She must not be allowed to remain. While her formidable power had yet to be tempered through real combat, the terrifying foundation was sufficient to vanquish any adversary weaker than herself. In Inu's own words, she was a numerical anomaly, capable of overcoming myriad techniques with sheer force. However, in this world of swords and sorcery, vital energy held little significance. Combat primarily relied on martial skills and magic. Before long, an entire day had slipped away in her pursuit of vitality, for the allure of cultivation was irresistible, and the feeling of becoming stronger was universally cherished. Although her room was not particularly small, it did not accommodate sword practice. Damaging the structure would incur financial repercussions. Her vitality solidified further, and her soul's ocean expanded once more, preparing her for the threshold of the night tier. Until then, active cultivation of her vital energy was essential. Otherwise, the strength of her physical form would lag behind. Upon reaching the night tier, such deliberate cultivation would no longer be necessary, as each advancement would significantly enhance both her vital energy and physical prowess. And you dreamt once more, yet again unable to perceive herself or sense any objects. She floated about as an observer, unable to partake in the unfolding events. The ancient dream reoccurred, yet this time the imagery was starkly different. Beneath the clouds, the creatures gazing at the ground appeared as insignificant as ants. above the clouds, an infinite sea of vapor served merely to accentuate the presence of a colossal being that resembled a deity. A gargoyle, draped in shades of gray and black, unfurled its massive wings, adorned with a grand crown of the same hue, its legs slightly bent as it hovered in the air, shrouded in mist. Exuding an aura of lifelessness, yet possessing vibrant crimson eyes, its skin, as unyielding as stone, absorbed the blazing sunlight as though it were a bottomless black hole. Opposite the gargoyle stood a magnificent angel, radiating an aura of pure sanctity. Its imposing form, suffused with brilliant holy light, stood resolute against the gargoyle. One side bore a gray-black hue, emanating a blood-red greatsword, while the other shone with the brilliance of a radiant white spear. Pulsating with pristine golden magical energy, 3 pairs of colossal wings, adorned with pale golden feathers, gently unfurled in rhythm. Thus began a cataclysmic battle. After Yu and the gallant knight departed from Lano village and arrived in Lando town, a throng of industrious workers busied themselves throughout Lano village. Many of the dilapidated bricks were dismantled, revealing what appeared to be cardboard, showcasing exquisite interior decor. The once broken windows transformed into luxurious crystal panes, while the dim street lamps became opulent night pearls. The Adventurers Guild's request board underwent a transformation, with all low-tier tasks replaced by high-tier ones, as nearby magical beasts were slaughtered and taken back as fodder for pets. Formerly humble adventurers and village guards donned sturdy magical gold armor, wielding sharp swords as they patrolled the village perimeter. The crumbling stone walls that had obstructed certain pathways were entirely demolished, revealing towering structures within. Construction workers in Lando town busily repaired and cleared away 2 decades' worth of accumulated debris. The village treasury was reopened, and the unique items stored within were reclaimed, including Dawn-tier magical puppets and high-grade magical cores. The village chief's old residence transformed into a magical spire, rising over 70 meters, intricately adorned with mysterious magical runes. The village was once again shrouded in mist. Anyone entering required registration and inspection. The blacksmith's forge, previously used for crafting mundane iron weapons, now blazed at temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees Celsius, producing high-grade magical artifacts on an assembly line. Many construction zones, once concealed beneath tarps, revealed complete villas upon removing the coverings. Enveloped by advanced magical barriers, a mysterious sorcerer, clad in deep blue robes, entered one of the villas. The enigmatic crimson eye beyond the world barrier sensed an obstruction to its vision. Realizing that penetrating this misty barrier would likely come at a steep cost, and it gradually retreated, shifting its gaze toward Lando town. The magical girl's secret shop also shed its antiquated wooden facade, revealing walls of deep black anti-magic stones capable of absorbing magical energy. The village well transformed into a grand fountain, erupting with a water column reaching 100 meters, cleansing the village of dust. The substantial waves of water magic rendered the ground immaculately clean, while the not-so-tall city walls swiftly ascended, intertwined with streams and mountains. 8 night towers emitted beams of 8 colors, forming a protective barrier around the village. Should any magical beast approach the nearest night tower, it would unleash corresponding magical rays, reducing the creatures to mere fragments without leaving a trace. The once quiet town suddenly buzzed with activity as people gathered to visit friends and engage in scholarly exchanges. At this moment, the gallant knight remained unaware of the happenings, busy procuring supplies. When the communication terminal within his spatial ring vibrated, he hastily retrieved the crystal-clear communication device. "Gallant, it's the village chief. Keep the midnight tier items for yourselves. As for the rest, like the Fongling fruit and divine essence, let those 2 drivers bring them back for us." The translucent crystal terminal displayed the village chief's visage, while the duration of the call appeared on the right. "Ah, all right," he replied, prompting the gallant knight, who had just finished organizing supplies, to begin the task anew. A method the village chief deemed a means to cultivate perseverance, as for why the drivers were not assisting. They were currently reveling in the tavern, indulging in hearty drinks and snacks. Though he could not fathom why the village chief discarded those midnight tier items, nor did he understand the peculiar nature of the items. He sensed the curious gazes of those around him fixated on the contents of his cart, and he noticed the mayor and shopkeepers consistently turning away from him, chuckling in an unsettling manner. Nonetheless, once this batch of goods was packed and lunch concluded, they would depart for Tapunia City, leaving no room for further contemplation as he hurriedly stowed box after box into the metallic cabinet at the rear of the cart. This metallic cabinet, surprisingly spacious, seemed to defy capacity, akin to a large spatial ring AS for accompanying an U to the academy. The village chief had requested he do so not only for her protection, but also to further his own education, praising his commendable talent and urging him to bring honor to the village. Settling into the departing carriage, and you flipped through the pages of the Sword Energy tome and finally reached the last few pages. A single leaf of wood elemental grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. Mastering sword energy to its utmost will render one invincible. This book serves as both the foundation and the conclusion of sword energy. To advance further, one must cultivate sword intent through practice. How absurd! It sounded akin to a charlatan promoting his martial arts manual, reminiscent of the dubious street vendors selling counterfeit techniques. It puzzled him why the village chief possessed such unreliable material, especially when the gallant knight had stated that sword energy held little practical value. Wait a moment, charlatan, street vendor, martial arts manual. Could this be the village chief's secret treasure? Unbeknownst to him, I must study this diligently. How unfortunate for the village chief, the gallant knight observed in you beside him, her expressions fluctuating between furrowed brows and fleeting smiles, occasionally lost in contemplation. Feeling perplexed, he resolved to disregard it. You continued reading. Powerful sword energy requires no medium. It can be unleashed from thin air to vanquish foes. Once one has skillfully condensed sword intent, they need not rely on vital energy or magic to manifest sword energy. How could this be possible? With the laws of physics nullified, how could such peculiar sword energy exist within a human body? Even magic is summoned from within, drawn forth by magical power. This is no martial arts realm. Final chapter, the Sword Saint of Lano. What of this Sword Saint of Lano? Could it merely be a coincidence that it shares a name with the village? Surely, such an ordinary village could not harbor a sword saint. After all, with this vast world, it was entirely plausible for names to overlap. The Sword Saint's insights on cultivation, that it is said that the Sword Saint's innate talent for cultivation was rather lacking, managing to reach the level of knight after a mere 400 years. However, an unfortunate incident led to an accidental consumption of a life herb, significantly prolonging his lifespan and enabling him to practice swordsmanship. The Sword Saint, unwilling to settle for mediocrity, devoted himself to relentless training and sparring, ultimately cultivating an unparalleled sword intent. In his youth, due to his innate affinity with the wood element, his lethality was minimal, prompting him to experiment with the most unassuming leaves to attack his foes. Initially, while in the wilderness, he suffered severe injuries from a beast bite. The leaves he flung merely left a trail of blood, lacking any real power. Yet through the accumulation of experience over time, the leaves imbued with sword intent could slice a massive python in half with a single strike. Goodness, this Sword Saint is quite the braggart. It's evident that this self-aggrandizing book was penned by him. But what exactly is sword intent? Sword intent is the formidable power that emerges as a byproduct of sword practice. Initially, one can unleash it upon grasping the sword, instilling fear far and wide. As one grows stronger, the sword intent can emanate even without wielding a sword. The book does not mention the Sword Saint's name, so Anu is disinclined to delve deeper. However, it is clear that this book, reeking of charlatanry, offers little more than some utility in sword training, lacking any substantial efficacy. Closing her eyes to attune her senses, she envisioned herself as a sword, capable of cleaving through gold and stone, bravely surging forth against the currents. Yet, such mastery often requires the gradual accumulation of sword wisdom. Anu shut her eyes, and in the sea of her soul, a transparent small sword instantly coalesced. Approaching the small sword, she marveled, wow, how wondrous! Is this what sword intent looks like? The book claims that an ordinary person must train for years to condense it. Am I not an ordinary person? Is this not sword intent? Gazing at the small sword emanating a piercing cold light, Anu blinked in bewilderment, her eyes wide with curiosity, fixated on the small sword. Attempting to discern its secrets, nothing transpired. Suddenly, intricate patterns began to etch themselves upon the small sword, resplendent and adorned with 12 distinct colors, covering the entire blade, as the previously transparent dark gray small sword gradually transformed into a divine golden hue. Golden currents and mist from above the sea of her soul cascaded down, merging with the small sword to be precise. It had now become a short sword, no longer resembling the diminutive throwing knife it once was. WTF? Anu stared in bewilderment at the series of transformations, reaching out to touch the sword. Instantly, the sword elongated infinitely, piercing the starry expanse, connecting the gray mist beneath the gray ground of the sea of her soul to another realm of stars. Simultaneously, 1 became 2, 2 became 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, Anu found herself in a world constructed entirely of golden greatswords, each blade standing shoulder to shoulder, forming a colossal cylinder that encircled her at its core. At that moment, in the external realm, Anu radiated with golden divine light, a mysterious transparent barrier rapidly unfurling from her form, enveloping the sky and thwarting the prying eyes of the crimson gaze seeking to observe the carriage. Regardless of how the carriage traversed, the scarlet eyes could not glean any insight into its condition. All that remained were the astonished expressions of the gallant knight. So this is what genius looks like. A mere casual practice unleashes such earth-shattering aura. I must strive harder. Otherwise, I won't keep pace with the young lady. It seems the village chief was indeed correct. Anu, brushing her fingers over the newly formed golden short sword, received a flood of information. Whoa, you can talk? Oh, are you saying that I must imbue the 12 surrounding great swords with magical colors? Otherwise, I can't escape. Goodness. Thankfully, the journey to the next city takes 5 days. I must hurry. Yet, Anu also realized that this was her opportunity. Hehe, I shall soon condense sword intent. The golden short sword, sensing her thoughts, emitted a wave of annoyance, its blade vibrating slightly. Humming. You're angry too? If I don't hastily condense sword intent, I'll be stuck here for ages. What do you mean by that? Humph. The golden short sword responded with silence. Thus, Anu began to channel her magical energy, moving to the edge and placing her hand upon the hilt of a great sword. Miraculously, the fiery magic she released began to fill the golden great sword, transforming it into a golden chalice as if water were being poured into it from the bottom up. As the fiery energy rose higher, Anu exerted herself vigorously. Finally, the fiery energy surpassed her own height. Glancing upwards, she noticed there was still over 30 meters to go, having only filled 13 sword hilts. Sparks of fire began to shimmer around her as the raging fire magic was drawn into her sea of soul, morphing into a colossal firestorm. Thankfully, no one was around. Otherwise, they might have been frightened to death. The knight and the carriage driver quickly raised their shields to protect themselves from the scorching heat. This sensation was akin to witnessing the sun itself. Truly magnificent. This state persisted for a full 3 hours. However, for the enthralled Anu, it felt as though only a brief moment had passed, losing track of time without a reference in the physical world. Surrounded by drifting golden mist, unaware of how long had actually elapsed. Once the flames subsided, the carriage driver and gallant knight inhaled deeply. Gallant, your lady is quite extraordinary. I've never encountered such a phenomenon in my life. It's not too bad. Gallant felt elated. His young lady's prowess reflected well upon him. Her talent brought him fortune. Indeed, pledging allegiance as a godfather, or rather as a lord, was undoubtedly the right choice. The carriage driver exhaled. Finally, it's over. If it hadn't ended soon, I would have suffered third-degree burns. Suddenly, a water-blue shimmer enveloped Anu, that a water vapor storm swiftly coalesced. What more is there? Quick, defend! As the water element greatsword neared completion, it emitted a resonant hum, releasing a circular water-blue shockwave, enveloping the entire great sword in a semi-transparent golden shell. Anu then approached another great sword, beginning to infuse it with magic. The tremendous life force converged from the external world into her sea of soul. progressively enriching the great sword that I in the external realm, influenced by the vast life force. The previously third-degree burns and near-drowning suffered by the three individuals instantly healed, and the two horses became invigorated. Galloping with newfound energy, the wooden carriage sprouted numerous tender leaves. What on earth is happening? Is it going to fall apart? The gallant knight anxiously inquired of the driver. The driver replied, I have no idea. Who has ever witnessed such a phenomenon? When does a carriage grow grass? Under the fierce onslaught of the wood element storm, the carriage beams sprouted mushrooms, and vines dangled from the vehicle's roof, swaying with the carriage's movements. The remnants of the previous storm's water element were absorbed by these plants, causing the carriage floor to sprout various mosses and even a few small flowers. 3 more hours passed, and dusk approached, the sun gradually descending, marking 6 o'clock in the evening. As the sun set, the wood element storm finally began to abate. By the way, it seems your lady exhibited an affinity for 10 elements earlier. The gallant knight suddenly reacted, saying, Hey, you must not speak of this. Otherwise we're doomed. Hehe, as a representative of your village chief, I shall remain tight-lipped. All right, it's a deal. Whoever leaks it will have no progeny. At 11 o'clock that night, Galen gazed at the magical vortex surrounding the carriage, feeling overwhelmed. You still required at least 20 more hours to conclude. Meanwhile, the two drivers had grown accustomed to the situation. Drinking and sleeping as usual. Don't ask if this counts as drunk driving. The answer is simply that the horses run themselves. Finally, the earth element storm subsided. Seizing the moment of tranquility, Galen lay down and fell asleep. Moments later, the 5 elements of fire, wood, water, earth, and metal had all been successfully condensed, leaving only ice, wind, and thunder to be completed. Everyone was sound asleep, the fire embers gradually dying down, with protective barriers and magical storms in place. No beasts dared approach. Soon, an ice magic storm emerged, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, and snow began to fall from the sky. Damn it, can't anyone get any sleep? 2 coachmen lay inebriated within the confines of the tent, unable to rise, leaving only the gallant knight to endure the biting cold. With a heart chilled and hands trembling, he retrieved a fire element crystal, unfastened the tent, and ignited it beside the campfire, which instantly roared to life. However, due to the crystal's inherent properties, it did not explode or expand, but rather released the intense heat contained within at a steady pace. The temperature finally rose slightly, prompting the knight to retire to rest. Meanwhile, within the Sea of Souls, and you was wholly absorbed in infusing ice attribute magic into a colossal sword. The frigid winds were so harsh that even in Yu's spirit felt the chill. Yet this effort was worthwhile, for with each successful infusion into a giant sword, and Yu sensed a profound transformation in her corresponding magical affinity, becoming increasingly substantial. Simultaneously, her vitality grew denser. With every sword she condensed, her golden short sword would expand, and her life force would coalesce further. Soon, as the 3 outside succumbed to slumber, 3 hours swiftly passed, and Yu promptly commenced the infusion of wind magic in her next giant sword. The violent wind energy outside conjured a tremendous storm, of which Yu remained oblivious. Debris and dust swirled into the air, though the distant tent remained largely unaffected. Yu's position became the eye of the storm, where immense wind attribute magic converged, perhaps causing the nearby magical energies to become more chaotic and sparse. Nearby beasts intending to ambush Yu and her companions scattered in fear, no longer daring to approach. After all, with such a myriad of storm types, should a dragon be lurking within the carriage, no beast would harbor any doubt. Before long, Yu began to condense a thunder element giant sword, while the horses had already sought refuge beside the tent. The carriage's structure became electrified, as a multitude of paralyzing electrical storms surged from various conductive mediums, gathering countless thunder elements. Lightning cascaded from the sky. Yet due to the barrier, no information escaped. The gallant knight had considered this before. However, upon witnessing the enormous gray barrier surrounding the young lady, he felt reassured. 3 hours later, the dawn began to break, marking the arrival of the second day at 5:00 a.m. when you initiated the infusion of light element magic. Similar to gold magic, light element magic benefited from the aid of eternal attributes, thus accelerating the process that IT emitted a brilliant radiance akin to the sun. Yet these flashes were exceedingly contained, as if a black hole at the center perpetually consumed them. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed, and the light element magic was finally infused successfully, awakening the three within the tent, who opened the flap to see their young lady's carriage riddled with cracks. How terrifying! Is this the fundamental quality of a genius? To absorb magic and unleash such devastation, one coachman exclaimed, trembling. Indeed, it's utterly frightening. This is nothing short of a humanoid dragon. Legends say only exceptionally powerful races can wield such vast amounts of magic. Another coachman quickly added, suddenly, all three turned their gaze towards Inyu's location, where a dark aura emanated. What is happening? Has the young lady mutated? Is she still human? They gasped in astonishment. The Gala Knight expressed that such occurrences were simply rare. Before long, a massive black hole formed around Inyu, swiftly tearing apart the carriage's structure, leaving only the storage box intact. Good heavens! This is utterly absurd. This carriage could withstand a strike from a midnight Tier 9 beast. Yet the mere phenomenon of a young lady absorbing magic has obliterated it, one remarked incredulously. Agreed, she has no awareness of her own power, another coachman concurred. The three stood dumbfounded, yet soon regained their composure, deciding to focus on starting a fire and preparing a meal, indulging in their human desires. Outside, and you had settled upon the ground, sitting cross-legged. Since condensing dark magic also required 3 hours, the three soon realized that the dark magic Inyu was gathering posed no threat to them. Allowing them to lift her onto a horse, they then secured the fallen gray-silver storage box onto the back of the Gala Knight, with the 2 horses carrying 2 passengers each towards the next city. Compared to pulling a carriage, the burden on these horses was considerably lighter. Thus, the 4 continued their journey, unperturbed by the intense fluctuations of dark magic behind them. As noon approached, and you successfully condensed the dark magic. Is it finally coming to an end? I recall my lady only possessing 10 types of magical affinities, one pondered. Indeed, if there were more, we might have to resort to some memory erasing technique upon our return. Another mused, buzz. Thud, thud, thud. The space behind them suddenly tore open with rifts, channeling spatial magic towards Inyu. Well, the three had little objection, as it seemed entirely reasonable that by noon, the horses halted to graze and rest. With the Gala Knight gently setting Inyu down on the grass, thoughtfully laying down a large carpet, Inyu then assumed a cross-legged position on the blanket. Soon, after the three had satisfied their hunger, they resumed their journey. However, they had learned the routine. After securing Inyu on a horse, they continued onward. 3 hours later, it was 1:00 p.m. The sun blazed overhead, glaring and nearly blinding. The small creatures surrounding them basked in the sunlight, enjoying the peak of the heat. Without the shelter of the carriage, the group had no choice but to produce an ice element magic crystal. Upon activation, the temperature finally dropped, not to mention the horses. The 2 coachmen, now more accurately described as horsemen, were already drenched in sweat. Inyu was now on the verge of condensing the final time element. Before long, 3 more hours passed, and with the last infusion of time magic, 12 colossal swords manifested, reaching skyward in a golden glow. Inyu, satisfied, approached the center of the enclosure, grasping the golden longsword that had transformed from short blade. This marked the elemental sword realm, 12 divine swords. As the afternoon wore on, it was anticipated that they would reach Tupunia's city in 2 days' time. Upon opening her eyes and recovering from the sea of souls, a wave of hunger washed over her. Gurgle, Inyu's face flushed red as she softly uttered, could we take a break? I'm hungry, miss. You've finally awoken. I nearly thought you were ascending, one exclaimed. Huh. The instigator was utterly bewildered, unaware of the events that had transpired outside. Miss, you have no idea. You caused a storm of 12 types of magic. If the last few elemental absorptions hadn't posed any danger to us, we 3 would have been corpses by now. Another explained that, I'm sorry, I just wanted to try after reading, and you replied innocently, You sigh and you sigh. I have no words, the gallant knight lamented. The three felt exasperated. What did it mean to merely want to experiment after reading? Who absorbs magic in such a manner? The mist and barriers in the sky dissipated, and the gallant knight turned to you, saying, you faced no significant issues while absorbing the earlier types of magic, merely leaving the carriage in ruins. However, when you absorbed dark magic, the carriage was reduced to splinters, leaving only our storage box. Had it not been for the box being unaffected, we likely would have considered abandoning you in the wilderness. With so many valuable items, selling you would not cover the damages. Another added, please, don't abandon me in the wilderness. And you pleaded. The gallant knight proposed using and use wood magic to reconstruct a new carriage. Thus, the horses stopped by the roadside, and you devoured a hearty meal, consuming a full 12 flatbreads. Her vitality had doubled compared to before, and she had condensed 36 vortices within her body, ascending from Midnight Tier 2 to Tier 3, a talent unheard of in their experiences. Yet they remained unaware of her advancement. Now that she had leveled up, the fatigue from absorbing vast amounts of magic had dissipated. After addressing their hunger, they began to reconstruct the carriage under the guidance of the three. Oh, what should I do? Anything created from condensed wood magic dissipates after a set time, she expressed. Fear not, given your exceptional talent. You should learn quickly to by evening. We'll likely have a new carriage, the gallant knight reassured her. The knight of the temple withdrew a tome of magical creation from a spatial medium. And you accepted the book and opened it, discovering therein a method of utilizing magic that could solidify it into a tangible object, though the energy consumption was considerable. While the foundational magic of creation was indeed elementary, it was fraught with difficulty. A typical individual might require an extensive period to master it, as they must conjure true objects from a plethora of corresponding elements, due to its fundamental nature. This magic could not create objects with complex elemental structures, only allowing for the manipulation of a single type of magic at a time. Thus, in a mere 10 minutes, the magic in Yu's hands transformed into a sturdy beam of wood. Miss, do tell, have you practiced before? This is my first foray into magic as well. I'm not that impressive, and Yu shyly replied, although I was praised for my intelligence in my past life. And while I am indeed quite clever in this life too, I must admit that I am not as formidable as they say. Under the guidance of the trio, Yu transformed into a 3D printer, creating segment after segment of carriage components that in just half an hour, a brand new carriage was assembled. Do commend me, dear sirs, and Yu tilted her head, causing her silvery locks to cascade down her shoulders. The knight of the temple gently patted Yu on the head. Hey, do refrain from patting someone's head. It is rather impolite, you know. All right, I understand, but it was you who broke this carriage. Awa. Moreover, we have imparted unto you the knowledge of magical creation, a skill you can learn, should you not express gratitude towards us. However, recalling the skill she had mastered, Yu bid farewell to the three and ventured to a nearby open space. The trio, remembering the terrifying magical storm from before, did not follow closely, but instead watched from a distance. Elemental Sword Realm. Commence. Soon, 12 colors transformed into pillars of light soaring into the sky, 12 swords gradually rising to form a barrier, encircling the area, covering an impressive radius of over 150 meters before coming to a halt. And Yu instantly felt invigorated, acutely aware of any movement within the barrier, coupled with the effects of the colossal sword of time and space. Within the barrier, not only were 8 types of fundamental magic suppressed, but both light and dark magic would be obliterated upon their release, hindering the enemy's movements and attacks that could even diminish their cognitive speed. Furthermore, under the influence of spatial effects, the diameter of the barrier would expand from 150 meters to 200 meters once one entered its confines, effectively becoming an artificial alternate space. The trio gazed in awe from afar. And Yu shouted, use the golden elemental skills you employed last time to strike this barrier. As long as the barrier was not attacked, it would not expend energy. All magic would remain concentrated within it, preventing unnecessary consumption. Thus, as long as Yu refrained from activating it, not a single spark of magic would be depleted. Moreover, the magic contained within the 12 colossal swords was exceedingly abundant, naturally replenishing from the surrounding magic in the environment. Initially, Inyu's magic absorption rate was akin to that of an ordinary genius. Now, it had doubled, rendering her a veritable reservoir of magic, inexhaustible and boundless. The trio soon realized that the young lady intended to test the barrier's defensive capabilities. With a surge of potent energy, they formed an array. This time, however, they unleashed an even more formidable golden elemental ray upon the massive 12-colored barrier, given that the barrier inherently possessed an aura-masking effect. Only the three standing nearby could perceive this enormous barrier. Those at a distance were entirely oblivious, unable even to sense its presence. The sharp light elemental ray struck the 12-colored barrier, which promptly began to rotate. The golden elemental colossal sword swiftly repositioned to the side being attacked, absorbing all the incoming magic and subsequently condensing a somewhat weaker golden elemental ray to retaliate. The trio immediately evaded the attack. Inyu then retracted the massive barrier. Since the immense magic within the colossal sword had fused with it, she could not harness it, meaning that the retaliatory strike had consumed her own power. That single blow depleted 15 of her golden magic. However, it was a source of comfort that it was merely her golden magic. If she wished to continue reflecting attacks, there remained 11 other types of magic at her disposal. Inyu hurried toward the trio, feeling an overwhelming sense of excitement. She had finally acquired a formidable ability, freeing her from a need for hand-to-hand combat. Yet, this ability seemed to possess an additional derivative method of use. "Miss, you're truly remarkable. It's really not that impressive, but I do have another form of attack." However, Inyu was blissfully unaware of the peril inherent in showcasing such abilities so casually. "Miss, you ought to exercise caution. Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. Although we are close, should we ever turn against you, wouldn't that spell trouble?" "Ah, all right. The Knight of the Temple has a point. But before that, let me test my new ability." Inyu turned around, gathering 12 beams of sword light in her hands, and a fiery, elemental sword light shot forth, striking the ground before her. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, sending soil flying and creating a large crater with a radius of 5 meters. Following that, a water magic sword light burst forth from her hand, instantly generating a wave of water in the previously created crater, uprooting the surrounding soil. The golden magic sword light followed suit, its sharp edge slicing through the earth to create deep, smooth incisions. The wood magic sword light transformed into a green mist, causing the grass to wither instantaneously, sprouting venomous thorn vines. The earth magic sword light struck the ground, causing the very earth to fracture, sending sand and stones flying. The ice magic sword light shattered, instantly freezing a 10-meter radius, encasing the residual water waves in ice rings, while icy mist wafted through the air. The wind magic sword light swept away the soil, weeds, ice mist, and various materials, carving a deep gash into the ground. The lightning magic sword light accumulated into a pool of purple energy on the ground. In an instant, a bolt of thunder descended from the sky, shattering the earth. This moment, the two coachmen and the Knight of the Temple were left utterly speechless. Are you two all right? If all's well, I'll continue." No, we're fine," one of the coachmen stammered. The three came to a silent agreement. This was beyond human capability. The light magic sword light pierced through the ground, instantly scattering more beams of light, shattering the soil and emitting a blinding radiance. The dark magic surged forth, striking the ground, causing the entire surface to twist and churn, gradually morphing into a pool of black water that dissipated. The spatial power sword light erased the chaotic scene caused by the multitude of attacks and the residual volatile magic in a single stroke, leaving behind a neatly squared pit. The time magic sword light impacted the ground, emanating a gray-black semicircle that enveloped the entire area, swiftly merging all 11 types of magic previously unleashed with the time magic, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! Bang! A mushroom cloud slowly ascended, unleashing a violent shockwave that nearly swept the four away. Before long, a crater with a radius of 20 meters appeared before them. Inyu snapped her fingers, and the ground instantaneously returned to its original state. Goodness, this is beyond comprehension. The three exclaimed in astonishment that in truth, this isn't quite a time reversal. This final strike merely replicated the preceding magic. The snapping of my fingers serves to annul the effects that I am not yet capable of negating the influence of others' magic. That is still absurd, is it not? After this brief interlude, the quartet boarded the new carriage and resumed their journey. With you reclining against the window once more, before long, a day and a half had passed. Inu, having nearly finished her reading, leaned against the window and fell asleep. Only her serene visage and closed eyelids remained. Theoretically, Inu had not slumbered throughout the journey, effectively pulling an all-nighter for several days. However, her third-tier state of being allowed her to endure sleeplessness with relative ease, though it appeared less effortless than anticipated. Her slumber lasted an entire day. Soon, they arrived in the city of Tepunia and entered an inn. By this time, it was already night. The knight of the temple cradled Inu and placed her in a guest room. Instinctively, the knight inhaled deeply. How fragrant! The scent upon the young lady is simply delightful. Wait, what am I doing? The knight, Aslan, felt a warmth spreading across his face as he placed Inu gently upon the bed and swiftly departed. Inu was in such a deep slumber that she didn't even dream. The exertion from gathering magical energy and constructing the carriage had drained her significantly, leading her to sleep uninterrupted until midday the following day, amounting to an astonishing 20-plus hours of rest. During this time, Aslan had checked on her several times, only to find her lying motionless in the same position, nearly leading him to believe something was amiss. Fortunately, he noticed the gentle rise and fall of her chest. She was still alive. Aslan reported the events of the past few days to the village chief, who responded, reasonable, if she were not a bit outrageous. My 20 years would have been in vain. Chief, what do you mean by 20 years? What happened during those years? Children should refrain from asking such questions, but I am already 20. Gnome. And you stretched lazily, only to realize she was in an unfamiliar room. What happened? What on earth happened? Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. She had fallen asleep while reading. Indeed, after several sleepless days, her first instinct had been to read. It seemed that Aslan had carried her into the inn. This body was merely that of a 13-year-old child. Such vitality should not be squandered in this manner. However, it was fortunate that she had finally managed to rest, and she should have regained her strength. Pulling back the curtains, she was greeted by the bright midday sun. Upon reflection, she realized she had slept for an astounding 20 hours. It truly was an excessive amount of sleep. She wondered how Aslan was faring in the meantime. Meanwhile, Aslan was at the Lord's Manor, attending to customs procedures, meticulously registering before engaging in transactions with the local merchant guild. He successfully acquired a substantial quantity of various goods. The way the guild's owner looked at him was unforgettable. It was as though he saw a deity of wealth before him. This was his first venture to assist the village in procuring supplies. And upon waving his hand, the guild owner summoned a throng of workers to assist in the loading, waiving the labor costs and even offering a generous 9.5 discount. Boxes of goods were placed within a silver-gray metallic storage chest. Despite the large rectangular boxes, they seemed far from full, as the space within appeared to be less than half utilized despite the vast amount of items purchased. This city was fortified with towering walls, potent barriers, and patrolled by formidable guards. The Lord was a powerful figure of the 9th tier in the night, and each patrol team consisted of soldiers no less than the 6th tier of midnight. All graduates from the academy, boasting exceptional combat prowess. Talented students often pursued further studies within the academy post-graduation, while those of slightly lesser abilities might take on teaching roles or other positions within the academy. Others might be dispatched to various locations according to their specialties. For instance, mages could serve in the military or be assigned to major cities, while knights might be sent to the empire's borders or tasked with defending towns. Thus, the larger the city, the more formidable its guards and the lord. Most city lords were directly appointed by the imperial capital, while a few cities operated under self-governing guilds, with a populace desire to elect capable lords. Consequently, the lords of self-governing guilds might not be the strongest, but they were certainly the most respected. Tepunia City was one such self-governing entity, having established a voting council where all locals could cast their votes to elect a chief. Unlike those lords appointed to serve until retirement, The lords of self-governing guilds served fixed terms. Each self-governing entity had its own regulations. For instance, Tepinia City held elections every 8 years, during which members of the city council were also elected to assist the lord in managing state affairs. Upon learning of this, and you found it fascinating, it was reminiscent of the city-states of ancient Greece and the self-governing towns of the medieval period. However, under the lord's governance, this city had indeed flourished, having successfully completed 10 consecutive terms, and during festivals, the streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, while the city guards never bullied the common folk. Nonetheless, many of the empire's nobility were military aristocrats or the offspring of officials, resulting in a rather arrogant demeanor. Although there existed polite exchanges between nobles, many looked down upon commoners, often resorting to public humiliation and abuse. In this world, the number of slaves was relatively low, consisting mainly of commoners compelled to sell themselves, strays captured from the wild, or those sentenced to servitude for legal infractions. However, the majority of slaves were owned by nobles, while even the wealthiest commoners could only afford to hire a maid. As Anu strolled through the streets, she heard a piercing cry from around the corner. "Ah! Let me go, what do you want? Help! Help! Ugh, ugh, help me!" The voice unmistakably belonged to a young lady, though she sounded quite young herself. Smack! Smack! And you turned to see an arrogant young nobleman violently beating a common girl. "Damn it, how dare you stand me up? I told you to come to my house that night, and you didn't show up. With a face like yours, you'll pay for this. TSK, TSK, TSK. Take her back." And Yu's beautiful brows furrowed tightly, as if they might twist into a single strand of hemp. Having lived in a civilized society in her past life, where despite immense pressure, basic equality and etiquette prevailed, witnessing such a revolting display of noble tyranny was an eye-opening experience. While novels could portray such scenarios, seeing them unfold in reality was an entirely different matter. Consequently, she summoned the 12-colored sword light, transforming a colorless flying sword into a stream of light that severed the young nobleman's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and departed swiftly. "Who the hell was that? Come here! Who did this?" "Ah!" the young nobleman screamed, but as Anu distanced herself, his voice faded into insignificance. That it seemed that he was a habitual offender, as he had the audacity to bully a common girl in broad daylight, with the city guards turning a blind eye. Yet in this world where strength reigned supreme, and you could not involve herself too deeply, she could only feign ignorance and deliver a single strike to teach the young man a lesson. Fortunately, after losing his hand, he hastily retrieved it and fled with a few servants, leaving the girl kneeling on the ground, pale and gasping for breath, her hands clasped in gratitude towards Anu for her timely intervention. The surrounding crowd quickly vacated the area, eager to avoid any association that might provoke the nobleman's retaliation. As she continued on her way, she caught a glimpse of Jalan inside a blacksmith shop, purchasing equipment, and thus ascended the steps to enter. "Jalan, dear brother, is that you here? Oh, miss, you have awakened. Good, come take a look at this batch of weapons that if they meet your approval, we shall finalize the order." Jalan turned to Anu, then proceeded to explain, "This batch of equipment is crafted for our village's guard team, tailored to each member's specific requirements and preferences. Each individual has their unique habits. Yet the materials used are largely consistent." Before them stood a wheeled weapon rack designed for easy transport, adorned with a trident above, accompanied by 2 short daggers and 2 medium-length staves, all exquisitely crafted and stylistically cohesive. The silver-gray steel material gleamed, and each weapon featured magical stones embedded at crucial points, inscribed with elegant magical lines. However, Jalan sensed something amiss and began discussing it with the blacksmith shop owner. Anu, seizing the moment, activated her magical vision, allowing her to perceive every detail and the flow of magical energy in the 5 weapons with crystal clarity, leaving no aspect overlooked. The central prong of the trident appears to have encountered issues during forging, leading to a blockage in magical energy. The magical line inscribed on the short dagger with gold magical energy is unevenly carved, limiting its power output to 90% of its full capacity. The fire attribute staff seems to have undergone improper cooling treatment, causing slight blockages in magical flow at the handle's center. With every revelation you shared, the blacksmith's expression grew increasingly distressed. Her cool, youthful voice pierced the minds of all the blacksmiths present like a needle. Is this possible? Are you certain? Young girl, do not speak carelessly at such a tender age. Humph. Owner, you are being rather unreasonable. These clearly defective items should not be displayed, and my lady has discerned them all. Jalon promptly intervened to redirect the attention. Miss is truly remarkable. She identified all the issues at a glance. Patting her head, Hehe, it's not that impressive. Thus, under the fervent insistence of Jalon, the blacksmith reluctantly categorized these items as defective goods and offered them for sale at a reduced price in various locations. He subsequently procured a brand new set for Jalon. Miss, you have truly been a tremendous help today, and oh wonder the village chief holds you in such high regard. How did you discern that? Well, I'm not quite sure that I simply activated my magical vision and noticed some discrepancies. Very well then. Miss, this is indeed a remarkable gift. Let us return now to Hehe, and the knight of Jalon strolled through the bustling streets. Arriving at a lively marketplace, in every corner, there seemed to be a myriad of stalls, somewhat chaotic, yet treasures could always be unearthed. The surroundings were a labyrinth of stalls brimming with various wares. Alongside vendors pushing carts laden with delectable snacks, setting aside the objective of treasure hunting, they indulged in an array of culinary delights. 3 boxes of takoyaki. Please, 1 cotton candy, 3 pieces of fried steak, 2 cups of chocolate milk, 1 for my brother Jalon. I don't drink such sickly sweet beverages. Those are for children. Brother Jalon, you're only 20. Please don't appear so aged. And this, and this. Let us buy them all. Miss, do be careful not to gain too much weight. That I am no ordinary person. It's not that easy for me to gain weight. All right. The knight of Jalon still ended up drinking the cup of chocolate milk. It is a pity that such childish beverages merely serve as a facade of sophistication. The truth of the matter is that the allure of delicious food is irresistible. Having feasted to their heart's content, the sun began its descent, and it seemed they often commenced their serious endeavors only after sunset. Once they had consumed everything, they tossed all the skewers and boxes into a trash bin. This world, aside from its social hierarchies and power dynamics, is truly as advanced as that of Blue Star. It is noteworthy that in the medieval era, refuse was carelessly discarded. Here, professional trash bins abound. While in some modern areas of Blue Star, trash bins are hard to find, and you share details about her unique abilities with the Knight of Jalon, recounting the events concerning the Church of Light and the metallic black stone. Expressing her need for precious elemental items to activate her powers, she would not hoard everything for herself, nor would she seek out solutions entirely on her own, but a trustworthy individual should make decisions based on trust. Otherwise, when regret sets in, it may be too late. Thus, the Knight of Jalon accompanied you to this area bustling with an assortment of goods, although she had initially indulged in a hearty meal. As they walked, they passed several stalls, none of which offered anything of real value, and many items were exorbitantly priced. Finally, at a corner, they stumbled upon a disheveled girl stalled at Aren't you the one from earlier? Apologize. I should have brought that up. No, it's fine. Are you interested in purchasing my items? Let me take a look. Earlier today, I severed the hand of that loathsome noble. Oh, it was you. Thank you so much. My mother died because of him. Watching the girl break into tears again, and you could only comfort her and express her condolences. Activating her magical vision, she examined the items on the stall. Sure enough, in a corner, she discovered a compass adorned with a blue gemstone. Once the girl had regained her composure, she said, "Are you interested in that compass? It was something my family found a few years ago. We have no idea when it appeared, and it was deemed worthless when assessed. This gemstone harbors a significant amount of pure water elemental energy. Those people truly lack discernment. But fortunately, I've stumbled upon a treasure. This gemstone is of utmost importance to me. Nonetheless, I will purchase this compass from you. As it holds great value for me, I shall give you 10 silver coins." This was not merely in U.S. benevolence. She was simply lending a hand. Moreover, the girl's situation was so tragic, yet she possessed an item of great significance. No, that is too much. It's worth only a few copper coins. It's quite all right. I don't find it expensive. I can earn it back in a day. This money is important to you. I assent to it. Consider it an equitable exchange. Very well. I suppose, upon returning to the inn, and you lay in her room, channeling her magical energy to absorb the blue gemstone. As expected, a surge of immense water magic flowed into her body, converging in her soul's ocean. Eternal water source control unlocked. The crimson hairpin faintly glimmered as blue energy coalesced within. With a mere flick of her hand, and you summoned water from the air, forming a water sphere as magic instantly gathered, since she had yet to learn the relevant knowledge of sorcery. All her skills lacked any release techniques. They were simply raw power. Even her 12 divine swords and sword realm were merely the amalgamation of the most basic elements, paired with top-tier data. But it was undeniably impressive, an unparalleled strength. After familiarizing herself with eternal water source control, she settled down to sleep, having played for too long in the afternoon and consumed a copious amount of food. The next day, she set off towards Atlantia County. The journey was not long, requiring only 3 days. Before leaving, and you visited the nearest bookstore to acquire some books for study. After all, books are humanity's most crucial crystallization of wisdom. There may be substitutes, but the means of disseminating knowledge must never be absent. After purchasing a book on elemental intricacies and advanced enchantments, she resumed her quest along the path to greatness. Leaning against the same window, she felt the jolting of the carriage, the gentle sunlight streaming warmly over her book. Although it was not ideal to read in a moving carriage, especially under the sun. Who was in you? She was a formidable being of the midnight third tier. Admittedly, prolonged reading did induce a slight dizziness. However, that was inconsequential. The thirst for knowledge is a yearning for the advancement of civilization. The broader one's knowledge, the wider one's perspective. As the carriage traversed the grand avenue leading to Atlantia County, the contemplative sorceress diligently studied the elemental intricacies in her hands. Meanwhile, the Knight of Jalon rested against the carriage window, his silvery armor gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, the unified, knightly emblem embossed on his shoulders and chest. Although young, he was already capable of standing on his own, possessing the strength of the midnight third tier at such a tender age. A promising future lay ahead. His striking light golden, wavy hair and chiseled features exuded an irresistible charm, strong and reliable, never faltering in the face of any challenge. Continuing to peruse the elemental intricacies, she read, "There are 12 fundamental elements that compose the myriad phenomena of this world. Since the dawn of history, from the moment the element of time emerged, all 12 foundational elements have come together. Although humanity's discovery of them has occurred in varying sequences, the power of magic has gradually become prevalent across the world. This magnificent realm, composed of elements and minute particles, is truly awe-inspiring." You continued reading. Fire magic is often volatile, yet can also be gentle, symbolizing explosive strength and an inherently flamboyant nature. Typically, a significant commotion is unavoidable during the casting of most fire magic. Water magic, on the other hand, is characterized by its stability and gentleness, possessing commendable offensive and defensive capabilities. It is the origin of all life. Without water, life cannot form. Thus, it can heal, harm, defend, bless, and curse, a versatile magic akin to a hexagonal warrior. Earth magic embodies weight and stability, being the most steadfast of all attributes. Fire can be extinguished by water. Water can be evaporated by fire. Ice can be melted, and wood can be burned. Even gold can be warped. Wind and lightning, by their nature, are unstable and more easily directed. Only the steadfast earth represents the solidity of the ground, lacking in flamboyant aggression or complex manipulation, and will not react violently with other magical elements. Metal magic signifies durability and sharpness, excelling in both offense and defense, that a multitude of icy rays converge into a single point. But it also conducts electricity. When an enemy raises a metal shield, employing lightning can often incapacitate them. The wood attribute magic, symbolizing life and toxins, that if water is the source of life, then wood embodies life itself. Wherever there is wood, life flourishes abundantly. It is often employed as a toxin or vine to hinder and disrupt enemies, or utilized to invoke blessings and healing, though its offensive capabilities are relatively weak. Ice attribute magic, closely related to water attribute magic, can be transformed into ice simply by lowering the temperature of water. However, it differs slightly. Ice attribute magic is the low temperature itself, rather than cold water. It can serve both defensive and offensive purposes, often as merciless as an iceberg, delivering straightforward attacks and defenses. Wind attribute magic, lively and swift, can directly interfere with enemies through wind or transform into protective shields. That it is favored by many as a detection magic, with numerous affinities, and can manifest as invisible wind blades to strike foes. Although it is susceptible to contamination by other magics, it retains its remarkable speed and potency. Lightning attribute magic, characterized by its extreme volatility, possesses speed rivaling that of light attribute magic, save for its fiery union, resulting in tremendous power that can paralyze enemies and disrupt their actions, delivering devastating damage at remarkable velocity, potentially inciting violent reactions from other magics. Light attribute magic, exceedingly sacred, can be utilized in various aspects, such as light swords, beams, and shields, as well as purification, dispelling, and healing spells. It can even communicate with the deity of light, summoning angelic apparitions to aid in battle. Nearly every ability, except for the Curse of a Baby, can be executed through light attribute magic. Dark attribute magic, steeped in shadows and distortions, often struggles to achieve its goals. Its touch can warp all forms of magic. And when clashing with light magic, it may cancel out or even provoke violent explosions. Frequent use can lead to a darkening of one's character, excelling in curses, and serving as the cornerstone of many malevolent planes abilities, such as those of Hell's demons, the Abyss's shadow creatures, the underworld specters, and the undead. Space attribute magic, a formidable force capable of erasing an enemy's existence, leaving only their soul. This attribute is notoriously difficult to control. Yet when wielded adeptly, it can thwart all magics aside from time magic, such as creating two interconnected spatial mirrors to redirect incoming spells through a spatial gate. However, the consumption of magic power is immense, and space magic is exceedingly rare, with a slow absorption rate and few practitioners, making space mages particularly scarce. Nevertheless, the application of this magic often outweighs its sheer power, allowing one to accomplish great feats with minimal effort. Time attribute magic, the culmination of potent forces. While it cannot manipulate time or reverse its flow, it can influence other magics and entities, such as having a person's thought speed and physical reaction time, accelerating one's own cognitive and reflexive abilities, and even hastening the casting and execution of spells, potentially freezing opponents momentarily. With the expenditure of significant time magic, one could even obliterate an adversary's magic entirely. After perusing a plethora of related explanations and absorbing the information, I closed the book, placing it into my spatial ring, and retrieved an advanced enchantment tome. This advanced enchantment serves as an enhanced version of enchanting abilities, enabling the concentration of magic not merely upon the surface of the body, but allowing for a greater accumulation of magical energy throughout oneself, embodying much of the powerful characteristics corresponding to each magic attribute. For instance, fire magic no longer merely coats in red. It ignites into genuine flames. Water magic transcends a mere blue sheen, instead emitting authentic vapor and waves. Gold magic is no longer a mere gilding, but genuinely slices through iron with ease. In no time, after spending half a day, and you had completely mastered the advanced enchantment. This advanced enchantment enhances basic combat techniques, allowing for the concentration of magical energy throughout the body, thereby augmenting combat prowess. Soon, and you found herself enveloped in radiant light. Any dark attribute magic aimed at her would not only fail to inflict harm, but would be countered by her light magic, swiftly healing any injuries sustained. Each punch she delivered was imbued with the power of light, gradually dismantling every inch of her opponent's body. She subsequently infused herself with spatial magic, allowing any incoming magic to pass through her unscathed. However, this would rapidly deplete her spatial magic reserves, and attacking adversaries could cause their spatial integrity to shatter, inflicting irrevocable damage. Furthermore, the advanced enchantment could also be layered upon spells, akin to nesting dolls, applying 12 different magical attributes to a single iron sword, resulting in a formidable strike. I am poised to unleash an impressive attack. Yet, I still lack the flashy spells to employ. I wonder when I will learn such magic to astonish everyone. She had a premonition that her use of magic would become even more extraordinary. Gently touching the fire-red, translucent hairpin, her greatest reliance, it granted her eternal control. The first piece of information she acquired upon entering this world was bestowed by it, and its connection to abilities like elemental swordsmanship was undeniable. She cherished it dearly. 3 days passed slowly in monotony, either camping for a night or journeying through the night. When hunger struck, she subsisted on dried rations and flatbreads. When boredom set in, she read or slept. The journey was indeed long, yet in comparison to this vast empire, it felt diminutive. Opening the map of the Aslan Empire, with its boundless territories comprising 16 counties, she found herself currently within the jurisdiction of the Atlantic County. Each county governs numerous cities, each city surrounded by satellite towns arranged in a radial pattern, with various villages dotting the peripheries. According to the map, their village of Lano was merely a few centimeters from the heart of Atlantic County. The carriage moved at a brisk pace, pulled by meticulously bred horses, each robust and vigorous, with exceptional stamina and speed, truly the embodiment of a noble steed. As the afternoon of the third day approached, the sun was less radiant, the sky draped in a veil of clouds, though rain did not fall. The sunlight struggled to penetrate, and the air was thick with low-pressure moisture, but I detest this wretched weather. It neither rains nor clears, suffocating me, and combined with this bumpy carriage, I feel ill. And you exclaimed, taking deep breaths in complaint, "Miss, we are nearing Atlantic County. Soon it will be over," one of the drivers reassured her. Just then, as the road veered around a bend, wooden barricades emerged from beneath the trees, and the surrounding woods were ensnared by a magical barrier. "Prepare," the Garan Knights shouted. "Attack." The 2 drivers called out urgently. The Garan Knights immediately flung open the carriage door and leaped out. "Miss, stay inside and do not exit," they commanded. The Garan Knights then produced the core of the barrier, expanding the magical shield. Several cloaked figures in black stood behind the barricades, led by a black-robed sorcerer adorned with golden patterns. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? Hand over that silver-haired young lady, and I shall grant you safe passage," rasped the lead sorcerer. "Absolutely not. You must be dreaming," the Garan Knight retorted, his face contorted with fury. "Miss, this appears to be the same cult from before. So, no negotiations then. Break the barrier." From the forest emerged a contingent of black-armored warriors wielding long swords, accompanied by 4 black-robed sorcerers, totaling 12 individuals, each adorned with pure black masks concealing their features. "Hehe, your lady is quite exceptional. She managed to dispatch 3 Night Stalkers last time. But this time, I'm a 6th-tier Midnight," the leader of the black-armored warriors cackled. "Executor, according to our intelligence, that girl has a light affinity, which severely counters us and possesses particularly potent area of effect skills. Bah, just a 2nd-tier Midnight. No matter how skilled she is, it's merely due to property advantage. You all are 3rd and 4th-tier Midnight. Are you truly afraid of a mere little white-haired girl? Very well, I can see my oversight." Upon uttering these words, the black-clad Night Stalker retreated. The 12 formed a 12-pointed star formation, dark chains binding the entire barrier, incessantly compressing inward. "Miss, are we doomed?" The Garan Knight, witnessing such an absurd display for the first time, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Nevertheless, he raised his hand to channel magic into the barrier, joined by the 2 drivers who also contributed their magic. "Damn it, at this rate we're bound to perish. We can only hope someone passes by and discovers us," the drivers lamented, tears welling in their eyes. How could they continuously encounter such inexplicable attacks? It is nothing. After all, I am here. You gathered 12 magical energies in her hand, raising her right palm as 12 beams of light began to swirl. "Hehe, just perfect, one for each of us." In an instant, the 12 sword lights shot forth, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors that darted in all directions. In the next moment, each beam locked onto an individual clad in black. The 6 Nocturne Tier 3 Nightwalkers were all struck, pierced through the chest, and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Some were engulfed in flames, others exploded from within, while some were shredded by golden blades, and others were frozen into ice sculptures. The four strongest magical energies surged towards the four most formidable foes, leaving them unable to defend themselves. Point 2 Nocturne Tier 4 Nightwalkers were also pierced through the arms, barely managing to fend off the assault. The tempest of wind and thunder ravaged their bodies, forcing them to meditate immediately to dispel the magical energies. The surroundings were a scene of carnage, with many black-robed Nightwalkers writhing in agony on the ground. "Damn it, this little brat is surprisingly strong," cursed the leading executor, intensifying the output of the dark chains. However, the barrier could withstand attacks from those at Nocturne Tier 9. It would not be easily breached. Seizing the opportunity, two coachmen and the Kalen Knight drew their swords, unleashing sword energy as they charged out to engage the fort, although they would soon be forced back into the barrier. They caught their opponents off guard. "Damn it, this barrier allows them to come and go freely. What a load of rubbish. If I had known, I wouldn't have come," one grumbled. "What a hassle. We might end up perishing here. They're just a bunch of low-tier Nocturne. Why are they so troublesome?" The three retreated back inside the barrier, continuing to accumulate power while providing energy to the barrier. Nu's 12 shots had already consumed 13 units of magical energy. But she still had one skill left to use. Soon, the other 8 had already fallen to the ground, reduced to ashes. "Elemental Sword Realm, activate!" Nu shouted. Instantly, alarms rang in the minds of the 4 executors, who canceled the black binding formation and immediately raised a dark shield. Point 12 colossal swords stood tall between heaven and earth, blocking all perception, while 12 magical energies surged within the barrier, autonomously attacking the 4. The shield of the strongest Nocturne Tier 6 leader was struck by a beam of radiant magic, instantly burning a large hole through it. "Everyone, be cautious of this barrier. If anything goes wrong, dodge quickly." However, their responses were all frozen, as if they were bound by lead weights. They barely managed to evade a few strikes before being battered into a bloody mess, forced to maintain their shields while dodging and resisting. The 3 seized this opportunity to charge out and engage the others. Their swords were quickly corroded by the dark magical shield, but they had also depleted the shield's magical energy. Nu, taking advantage of the opening created by the 3, began to gather her strength, a phantom great sword slowly taking shape in her hand. The Kalen Knight retreated to the side of the carriage, producing a firearm resembling a sniper rifle. A core imbued with fire elemental power was embedded at its center as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The powerful fire elemental magic instantly pierced through the leader, leaving the other mages scrambling to escape. Unable to even cast a spell, they hastily unleashed a few fireballs entwined with dark elements. However, as a Nocturne Tier 6 powerhouse, the leader was not so easily vanquished. "O Lord of Wisdom, I beseech you, heed my call. Your most loyal servant offers their soul. Please descend upon this realm, and with my blood as a sacrifice, I offer the souls of us few." "What the hell, are you insane? What are you doing?" exclaimed the other 2 black-armored warriors and a black-robed mage, their anger flaring. This was essentially a sacrifice of the 3 of them. Unfortunately, the sacrificial formation had already taken shape, and a crimson array instantly enveloped the 4. In an instant, 3 of them turned into desiccated corpses, leaving only the black-robed leader's body beginning to swell. The 3 hurriedly retreated, raising their shields to gaze at the black-robed leader. His form twisted and expanded, growing tentacles and eyes, with a tongue stretching grotesquely long. His head became increasingly unrecognizable as human, devoid of any hair, now resembling a mass of slimy flesh. His body was covered in festering boils, as if ready to explode at any moment. His original eyes had vanished, and his limbs transformed into numerous tentacles, each sprouting over 20 eyes. His aura grew ever more formidable, the dark essence intensifying, his size increasing as the tentacles writhed and struck, inducing a sense of dread in onlookers. The Lord of Wisdom's avatar reached Nocturne Tier 8. Ugh, and you gagged, utterly repulsed. Yet there was no time to waste. She continued to condense the blade of broken gold in her hand. The other 3, seeing this, wore grim expressions, raising their shields to protect Nu within the barrier. The Kalen Knight aimed his firearm at the grotesque creature's head. A shot fired, but the fire elemental energy, along with the bullet, was deflected, leaving only a slight scorch mark. Inflicting no damage, he had no choice but to put away the firearm and focus entirely on maintaining the shield. Glancing back at Inu, floating before Inu was a golden great sword that had now reached 10 meters in length, more golden elements converging before her, the chilling sword light seemingly poised to slice through anything. Roar! Squeak! The tentacled monstrosity let out a howl, followed by a piercing, unpleasant sound. I am the Lord of Wisdom, heeding the call of my servant. I shall devour you, burying you alongside my servants. Its low, distorted voice spat out incomprehensible words. It seemed to sense the danger directed at Inu, raising its aura to Nocturne Tier 8, its tentacles thrashing against the barrier. The already cracked gray barrier shattered with a pop, disintegrating into fragments. It then charged forth, shattering the protective treasures and the golden shield the three had conjured, instantly sending them flying, blood spewing as they lay before Inu. However, at that moment, Inu's golden great sword had reached an impressive 20 meters. Fully formed, a terrifying golden beam shooting into the sky as she declared, "Elemental divine sword, blade of broken gold." She then channeled her light magic authority into the great sword, delivering a powerful slash as the 12 colossal swords surrounding the barrier funneled their magical energy into Inu. The massive sword sliced through the air with great speed, as if to rend everything apart. Before even making contact, the Lord of Wisdom's tentacles began to burst forth with blood. The avatar of the Lord of Wisdom erupted, colliding violently with the great sword. Yet, could a mere apparition withstand such overwhelming force? The gathered power of the moment struck the Lord of Wisdom cleanly in half, flesh and blood scattering. Roar! All of the Lord of Wisdom's eyes open wide, emitting beams of red light, but all were thwarted by the sword realm. The blade of broken gold radiated brilliant golden light, shredding the entirety of the Lord of Wisdom's form. Boom! The dazzling brilliance, akin to a solar explosion, obliterated all of the Lord of Wisdom's eyes and tentacles, turning them into fragments that evaporated into blood mist. A blood-red beam shattered all obstacles as it soared toward the world barrier. Hehe, we shall meet again. The voice of the Lord of Wisdom echoed from the sky before vanishing without a trace, and Inu gasped for breath, dispersing the tense magical energy she had gathered. She hurried to align the three injured individuals closely together, subsequently dissolving the sword realm, but a surge of what elemental magic flowed into the three, gradually healing their wounds. That a full half-hour passed, and Inu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Having exhausted all her wood elemental magic at last, the three stabilized, opening their eyes. "Miss, you are unharmed. That is truly wonderful. How could I possibly be harmed? But what were you three thinking, putting yourselves on the front lines?" "I apologize, miss. I was too useless, causing you worry, by the grace of survival. Thank you, shall you? When we were your age, we were still playing in the mud." Subsequently, the venue was tidied up, and the dissipated malevolent magic along with various mixed residues of magical energy was cleared away. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Inu commenced the process of absorbing the immense magical energy expended during the battle. At last, it was over. The surrounding roads lay in ruins, and the two horses had already retreated to the distant woods. Pulling their cart, with a whistle, they called the horses back, took a half-hour break, and after consuming some provisions, resumed their journey as the sun began to set, casting its golden rays upon the towering city walls that soared to a height of over 100 meters. The speed of the cart gradually decreased, surrounded by lush greenery, the wide stone-paved road bustling with pedestrians, while numerous carriages hastily made their way into the city. They had arrived at Atlanta County. The coachman drove the cart through the city gates, where the guards examined the passage documents. The instruments at the city gates automatically scanned the entire vehicle, and upon discovering no prohibited or special items, they were granted entry. The imposing city walls were constructed entirely of sturdy gray stone bricks, presenting a seamless unity, while countless city guards patrolled atop, their vigilant gazes scanning every corner without omission. Inside the city, tranquility reigned. The streets were thronged with pedestrians, and the sounds of vendors ringing their bells and drumming filled the air. The buildings were remarkably tall, featuring a complete residential area with a layout reminiscent of modern design. Where the ground floors housed shops, and the upper levels comprised rental or sale apartments. The streets were spacious and bright, and as evening descended, the magical streetlights detected the critical level of brightness, illuminating the entire street in an instant. The orderly magical streetlights lined both sides of the street like two magnificent dragons reaching toward the horizon. Despite the cacophony, there were no conflicts. Nobles and commoners alike went about their business in harmony. This city was exceptionally vast, and a road led northward toward the Atlanta Academy of Magic. The enrollment for the academy was to be held in the central square of the county. Due to a delay during their journey, the enrollment event, originally scheduled to commence in 3 days, would now begin the following morning. Thus, after spending half an hour in the cart, they finally arrived at a nearby and close to the central square. After satisfying their hunger at a restaurant, they each retreated to their rooms to rest, exhausted from days of travel. Hehe, too weary to cultivate her vitality or expand her soul's sea, quickly bathed, tidied her clothes, and fell on her bed, drifting into slumber. Awakening early the next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the curtains into the inn room. There was a series of knocks at the door. "Miss, it's time to get up." I haven't had enough sleep yet." And you groaned, rolling over. "Miss, today is the academy's enrollment day." "Huh." With a sudden realization, and you slapped the bed in surprise, sitting up swiftly. "Miss, are you all right? Is everything okay?" Came the anxious voice of the gallant knight from outside the door. I'm fine. I'll get up right away." After donning her white dress and hastily tidying herself, she opened the door and stepped out. Together with the gallant knight, they made their way to the central square, while the two coachmen, having risen early, returned to Lano village. After gathering their belongings, they walked toward the central square along the wide and tidy streets, bustling with traffic and pedestrians. However, today was particularly lively, as the enrollment ceremony was set to begin promptly at 8:00 am. Countless elegantly adorned noble carriages passed by you, each accompanied by a cohort of formidable guards, all exuding an aura of strength, each one a high-ranking warrior of the midnight tier. Even the commoners in Atlanta County possessed at least a midnight tier strength. The hidden night tier experts within the city were innumerable. Once a practitioner reached the night tier, they underwent a fundamental transformation, for the midnight tier still bore the essence of humanity. While the night tier had transcended mortal limitations, if a midnight tier could be slain by an ordinary person wielding a special weapon, it would be nearly impossible to kill a night tier with mere mortals. Night tier individuals, wherever they might be, would typically hold the position of a town mayor or a minor city lord, possessing bodies adapted to magical energies, with the magical power of the midnight tier being significantly absorbed or negated by the night tier. As the second largest prosperous county in the nation, Atlanta County's count had reached the 9th tier of dawn. Just a step away from attaining the day tier, it could be said that as long as no formidable enemies infiltrated, the entire county would remain secure. Finally, they arrived at the bustling central square, where tents and various equipment were set up for rest and testing. Many academy security personnel and city guards patrolled the vicinity, on the lookout for troublemakers, and you and the gallant knight stood in an orderly line. Proceeding forward, this way, a young female teacher waved her hand, directing the crowd. Among the throngs were individuals clad in attire of all kinds, yet in the presence of such a grand institution as the Magic Academy, all maintained a sense of reverence. Universal education is the Academy's fundamental principle, and you mused. While there might be intrigues and provocations within the Academy, no external forces could intrude upon its sanctum. Before long, and you and the gallant knight reached the preliminary qualification test. All that was required was to place their hand upon a transparent crystal ball, which would automatically detect their magical aptitude. A silver-haired girl, radiating an aura of icy chill, stepped forward first and placed her right hand upon the crystal ball. Instantly, the orb emitted a blinding blue-white light. General magical affinity is average. Ice element magical affinity 95. Magical aptitude S grade. Goodness, this girl's aptitude is astonishing. She is destined to become an unrivaled ice mage. Indeed, such a rare S-grade magical aptitude, coupled with such high affinity. Once the observer announced the information, the recorder immediately opened a terminal to input the data. After the silver-haired girl was guided to the next test, a crew-cut man stepped forward. The crystal ball then radiated a rich, earthy yellow glow. General magical affinity is average. Earth element magical affinity 80, magical aptitude A grade. This time there were fewer gasps of astonishment from the crowd, as a grade magical aptitude was rather commonplace in such a locale. As one individual after another underwent testing, those with lower aptitudes were sent away, while those with exceptional qualifications elicited waves of admiration. Taking advantage of the time before her turn, and you carefully observed the testing rules. Anyone under the age of 30 was eligible for testing, starting from the first year upon enrollment. Magical aptitude was categorized from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, and served as a comprehensive evaluation of an individual's magical capabilities. Even if someone possessed a few outstanding aptitudes, if their others were mediocre or inconsistent, it would detract from their overall assessment. For instance, if one had universal magical affinity but barely passed each category, they might only receive a B grade evaluation. Such an individual would find it challenging to learn anything comprehensively, ultimately being unable to master a single discipline, which would render them less favorable compared to those with singularly excellent aptitudes. The magical affinity test assessed 10 types of magical affinities, excluding space and time. These included metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, and dark. Dark element magic was often only manageable by specific families or races, and those individuals were typically disinclined to attend the academy for study. Consequently, the testing for dark affinity was largely a formality, as the vast majority present lacked such magical affinity, and admission required at least a passing score. Thus, candidates were indeed a rare find. Space and time attributes were disregarded altogether, as even ordinary crystal balls could not detect them. Only within the academy could comprehensive testing be conducted. Moreover, talents in time and space were rarely hereditary gifts, and even if they were exceedingly scarce, verging on non-existent. Thus, they were naturally excluded from testing. Upon completion of the magical aptitude tests, candidates were required to proceed to the back for evaluations concerning their vitality and soul. As the crowd gradually progressed forward. It was soon the gallant knight's turn. Place your hand upon the orb. All right, good luck. And you encouraged. Rest assured. The knight of the glazed tower turned back to offer a smile, placing his hand upon the crystal orb. A brilliant golden light erupted forth, dazzling the eyes of those nearby, akin to the glare of 24K pure gold. You and the testing personnel, situated closest to him, had no choice but to shield their eyes with their hands. Ha, my dear lady, I shall not be a burden to you. You are truly this formidable. Others possess average magical aptitude, yet my affinity for gold magic is 100, for earth magic it is 75, and for wood magic, 60, with an overall magical aptitude of SS tier. As the radiance gradually dimmed, the knight withdrew his hand, stating, "But it is merely basic operation." "Very well, you seem to be quite adept." A chorus of astonished gasps erupted around them. Who on earth is this individual? Such unparalleled talent. This young man is terrifying. He must not be allowed to remain. No. We must befriend him. TSK. It appears you are the one who wishes to keep him. Cough. The testing personnel were equally astounded. How could such an obscure figure possess such extraordinary talent? So unlike an ordinary knight. After recording the information, the knight proceeded to another testing area, forming a new line. And you stepped forward, her excitement palpable as she rubbed her hands together. Gradually, she placed her delicate, fair hand upon the crystal orb. Ding! Creak! The jarring sound pierced the minds of all surrounding, akin to nails scraping across a blackboard. What is happening? This is unbearable. How vexing! Master, cease the incantation. What is this commotion? Soon, the noise subsided, and the crowd regained their composure, only to hear a sizzling sound emanating from the orb. The entire crystal orb turned charred black, an energy clashing violently within, before erupting explosively. Glass shards scattered across the ground, splattering in you and several testing personnel with debris. This. Let us try another crystal orb. It must have been worn from prior tests. The testing personnel exchanged glances and produced a new orb. Bang! The moment Yu's hand touched it, it exploded even more decisively than the last. This girl is truly formidable. We must retrieve advanced testing apparatus. They then procured a multicolored crystal tablet, specifically designed to withstand the explosive nature of crystal orbs, as many mysterious figures were known to cause such detonations that this moment, and you appeared bewildered, scratching her head and asking, I won't have to pay for this, will I? The testing personnel exchanged knowing smiles. It is our honor that you have come here. You will leave today with a substantial reward. Indeed, you are our benefactor, and you remained confused but thought little of it, while the crowd gasped in astonishment. What? This is the legendary magical crystal tablet. Brother, what on earth is this? Pray enlighten me. TSK, you are clearly inexperienced. This crystal tablet can detect talents exceeding 100 only with a magical affinity above 100 will the orb explode, thus necessitating this tablet. One individual took a sip from a cup of water. Pausing before continuing, it is said that these tablets were crafted by Dawn-tier masters to assess the aptitude of prodigies. IT can evaluate magical affinities below 150, but in previous years, such talents were scarce. This cohort, however, is remarkably vibrant. IT is rumored that this device has not been used for years. It seems the Empire's new era has truly begun. The crowd collectively gasped once more, the chill in the air swirling chaotically. Unsure of where to direct their astonishment, Anu gathered her thoughts and extended her right hand to rest upon the crystal tablet. Instantly, the tablet shimmered with vibrant colors, a terrifying radiance enveloping it, as various runes manifested and hovered in the air, only for cracks to appear the next moment. The crowd gasped yet again. Could this tablet truly be unable to measure the girl's talent? Soon, the entire tablet was riddled with fissures before it detonated with a resounding boom, scattering brilliant light across the ground at this. The testing personnel exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Consequently, they retrieved a stone disc, a backup for the crystal orb. This disc was only to be used if both prior tests failed. Upon seeing the stone disc, the crowd gasped anew. Hiss! This girl is truly formidable. This disc has not been seen in 50 years. Its appearance heralds the birth of a gifted child, and we are fortunate to witness such a spectacular moment. Nonsense. It is undoubtedly the light god above. Stop arguing. Clearly, it is my war god, and you felt exasperated. Was it necessary to create such a fuss before even enrolling? Nonetheless, she placed her right hand once more upon the center of the stone disc. Crack, crack. The prodigious stone disc exploded with a thunderous sound, shattering into dust. The crowd had grown numb. This girl was indeed terrifying, and even the testing personnel turned their eyes toward her. Other testing areas ceased their activities, drawn to this spectacle. The onlookers were at a loss for words, and they sighed collectively in resignation. Hiss! Someone took the lead in gasping at the cool air, prompting others to follow suit. The testing personnel were utterly befuddled. Such an occurrence had not transpired even centuries ago. They then produced a backup for the backup. In previous years, we mocked those old-timers for hoarding such unnecessary testing tools. Indeed, it appears we have underestimated the situation. From the bag emerged a small bell, no larger than a hand, exuding an ancient and weighty aura, with magical runes swirling within, unmistakably extraordinary. This is a high-tier magical artifact, the Atlanta Bell. Though it may be small, its testing capabilities are remarkably potent. Anyone can be assessed simply by placing their hand upon it, producing a vague estimation of their aptitude, followed by a ringing sound. The more bell tolls, the stronger the aptitude. However, even a 200 affinity cannot elicit a single chime. The last time Atlanta Academy received such a gifted individual was ages ago. Some knowledgeable elders offered their insights, and you gradually placed her hand upon it. Buzz, the entire bell trembled and resonated. Boom, 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 a melodious series of chimes rang out, echoing a total of 64 times. Hiss, this girl is truly terrifying. Her mere test surpasses the limits of our lives. We must not become adversaries. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. The chill in the air completely dissipated. Ha ha ha. With this girl at Atlanta Academy, we shall surely be invincible. That a hearty laugh resounded from beyond the crowd. An elderly man with a white beard, leaning on a cane, made his way through the throng, which parted in two. This is indeed formidable. It seems the prophecy was somewhat conservative, though the old man's face bore a smile, his trembling legs and arms, along with the cane that clattered against the ground, betrayed his inner turmoil. Young lady, you may proceed with further testing. However, regardless of the outcome, you shall forever be our distinguished student at Atlanta Academy. No matter your background, you will always be our friend. This. And you remained in a state of confusion, unsure of how to respond. The old man produced a card from the academy, intricately carved from magical crystal. Sturdy and exuding an aura of mystery, be sure to keep this safe. Do not lose it. It is our academy's token of special admission for you. Regardless of the ensuing tests, you will always be our esteemed student. The entrance examinations and assessments at the Atlantean Academy are exceedingly intricate. Initially, candidates undergo a series of procedures on the first day, commencing with a talent test. Upon completion of the talent evaluation, they proceed to a destructive power test, where they must unleash their most formidable abilities to shatter targets. For those lacking offensive capabilities, such as healers, the expectation is to demonstrate their strongest talents in nurturing plants or repairing targets. Following the destructive power assessment, candidates engage in a combat test against a magical beast of the same rank, with evaluations conducted thereafter. Subsequently, the candidates participate in a battle awareness test, contending against a formidable instructor, after which further evaluations are made. Following these trials, the candidates embark on a second day of outdoor assessments, lasting for a fortnight, during which they must form teams according to their preferences to achieve results. The final stage involves a tournament, though that seems far off at this moment. And you receive the name card and bowed. Thank you, esteemed elder. May I inquire who you are? I would have forgotten if you hadn't asked. I am the former principal of the Atlantean Academy, now enjoying my retirement, and I came to observe your assessments out of curiosity. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the onlookers gazed at you in astonishment. This girl possesses extraordinary fortune. She has already made the acquaintance of a powerful former principal even before her enrollment. It is said that each principal is a formidable being of the dawn level. A few evaluators, having snapped out of their stupor, recorded the information. 64 bell tolls, detailed affinity unknown. Strike the bell that many times typically indicates a high affinity across multiple attributes, alongside exceptional cultivation potential in bodily magic pathways. The ability to resonate with the bell 64 times is nothing short of terrifying. After completing her registration, and you found herself in line behind another long queue, the person ahead being a gallant knight. The knight patted Yu's head, exclaiming, "Miss, you are truly remarkable." Hehe, it's not that impressive, and Yu replied with a smile, relishing the praise, for few had complimented her in her past life, even when she penned astonishing verses or elucidated philosophical dilemmas, or assisted her superiors in resolving issues. Praise was scarce. Condensing Cyclone 3, Vitality 350, Vitality Aptitude A grade, you pass. Next, Condensing Cyclone 1, Vitality 102, Vitality Aptitude C, barely a pass. Next, No Cyclone Condensed, Vitality 20, Vitality Aptitude E, you may leave. Next, the evaluator for Vitality was a gruff, muscular man with a power testing machine beside him, requiring the tester to channel their entire vitality for a maximum strike. Soon, it was the gallant knight's turn, who clenched his fists and unleashed his full vitality in a powerful blow. Bang! The sandbag soared into the air, swaying twice before settling down. Condensing Cyclone 5, Vitality 530, Vitality Aptitude S+. You are exceptional. Next, the gallant knight then proceeded to the next testing station, while you stepped forward. A frail little girl? You must exert yourself. It's evident you haven't been eating well. Cut it out. Just watch and see. And you retorted, pouting. Gathering her strength, she unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The vitality testing apparatus launched into the air, crashing into the open ground, reduced to scrap metal. Wow, this girl is truly fearsome. She was already astonishing, and now she seems invincible. With a neighborly girl blossoming, she shatters the heavens and breaks the myriad laws. The muscular evaluator was left dumbfounded, frozen in place. We may need to retest. Miss, please hold on. I need to fetch a new apparatus. Well, the title has changed. After a few moments, the muscular man dragged out a sturdier sandbag testing machine from a nearby tent, slamming it onto the ground with a resounding thud. And you continued to gather her strength. Having consumed numerous texts on vitality and diligently honing her abilities, she had progressed from 36 to 40 cyclones, rivaling the might of a midnight 9th-tier warrior, her power now reaching the level of the night. She was uncertain why her cyclone condensation accelerated so rapidly, especially after forming the 12 giant swords. Each swing seemed to hold the force of 1,000 pounds. The newly procured machine should suffice for testing. And you mused. Assuming a horse stance, she retracted her left hand while thrusting her right forward with great speed. Bang! The large machine, which had taken a while to drag out, launched into the air, soaring over 30 meters, even farther than the previous one. Clang. How terrifying. This girl not only possesses unparalleled magical aptitude, but her strength is also mountain-crushing and overwhelming. And she is merely 12 or 13 years old. She is nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, I suspect she might be an ancient magical dragon transformed into human form, wreaking havoc among children. The muscular man was now bewildered and hurriedly summoned several staff members to bring out another massive machine. The spectators gasped in awe. As the sun blazed above, a chilling breeze swept through. This girl was indeed formidable, her humanity now in question, and you felt a touch of confusion, as if she had encountered a sense of déjà vu. Although the new machine was similar in size, its weight was drastically different, leaving deep scratches on the ground with each movement. The weight testing apparatus had transformed from a sandbag to a substantial semi-solid substance, akin to a non-Newtonian fluid, but with greater strength, making it difficult to shatter. Come on, let us continue testing. And you struck with all her might, causing the entire machine to tremble as if it might collapse. Condensing Cyclone 40. Vitality 4,200. Vitality aptitude SS+. You are incredibly strong. You may leave. Next, and you then approached the soul testing, positioning herself behind the gallant knight. Miss, you are truly remarkable. No one could withstand that punch. I'm really not that great. Soul aptitude A grade pass. Soul aptitude S grade pass. Soul aptitude SS grade. Capable of external projection. Passed out, and you gazed upon her vast soul sea, reminiscent of a starry ocean. External projection succeeded, and she wondered if it would yield additional points. She was determined to project her soul. Next, it was the gallant knight's turn for testing. It must be said, this young knight was a prodigy, able to rival my own prowess. And you chuckled inwardly. Miss, what are you thinking? Why the sudden smile? Startled, and you replied, it's nothing. Please proceed with your testing. Curse it. Why did I suddenly smile? Soul aptitude S+. Soul force external projection. Pass. Next up, and you stepped forward, where the evaluator was a young man radiating maturity and composure, with a perpetual gentle smile, never uttering a word of nonsense. Place your hand on the crystal orb and infuse it with your soul force. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, and you stepped forward and placed her hand on the crystal orb. Then, she released her entire soul sea in a torrent. Countless starlights erupted from her being, quickly enveloping the entire sky, as the crystal orb emitted a brilliant glow. Upon closer inspection, one could see a world within, swirling around a central black point like a galaxy. The sky transformed, becoming an expanse of inky black, speckled with shimmering stars, mysterious and distant. The sun, rising in the east, seemed to be obscured. Of course, this was merely an illusion perceived by those present. Waves of palpable soul energy radiated from her. Gradually, everything subsided, as if nothing had occurred. The young man widened his eyes, maintaining his posture, before shaking his head to regain composure. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Not a soul spoke. Rating SSS+, the phenomenon of soul external projection has emerged. As the words fell, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Goodness, this marks the third consecutive test, achieving the pinnacle. This girl is truly terrifying. Indeed, and she is so remarkably beautiful. Indeed, she is just like my daughter. You must be joking. How could you harbor such inappropriate thoughts about my daughter? 666. The surrounding recorders flipped through and used other assessments. then sighed deeply. Alas, congratulations, all 3 items have exceeded the standard. Ah, this. And you still felt somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. She merely believed that her talent was slightly above average, but in truth, she did not consider herself particularly remarkable. Following the guide, they proceeded to the next testing venue. May I inquire, young lady, which of your special talents you wish to test? For instance, destructive power, healing ability, or creativity. You may also apply for extraordinary skills. The young guide, a senior from the academy, was dressed in a uniform adorned with the academy's emblem. Then I shall choose destructive power. Very well, please follow me. But you must undergo all assessments across the board once you enroll. Upon arriving at the destructive power testing area, they witnessed the gallant knight shattering a dummy with a single strike of his wooden sword. The other testers around gasped in astonishment. Being able to shatter a dummy at the age of 20 was no small feat after the gallant knight completed his test, and you stepped forward. A new target appeared before her. What weapon would you like to use? Asked the senior standing nearby, pointing at a weapon rack equipped with wheels. That I need nothing. Nothing at all? That might be a bit challenging for you. Young lady, that's all right. She then raised her right hand slightly, palm facing the sky. Fiery red energy began to accumulate in her right hand, swirling with flames, before transforming into a beam of sword light that shot forth. After all this time refining her magical power, she was no longer as weak as the 12 divine swords she had only recently condensed. Moreover, this was a fire attribute divine sword built up independently. Emitting a scorching heat, it flew towards the dummy in the blink of an eye. The terrifying force left the surrounding seniors visibly shaken. Boom! A wave of heat surged forth, turning the surrounding grass into ash. And the dummy vanished in a sea of flames, with thick black smoke slowly rising and drifting away. As the smoke cleared, the ground appeared as though it had been sliced by a sword, forming an inverted triangular depression that still radiated intense heat, crackling audibly. Incredible. I am at a loss for words. Too strong. Young lady, you are nothing short of genius. Hehe, I'm really not that impressive. Destructive power, SSS grade. All information was duly recorded. Well then, we can proceed to the practical combat test that I end this round. We will unleash powerful magical beasts of the same rank as the challengers, and you will be scored based on your combat performance against them. We will ensure the challenger's safety, the senior guide stated. Sounds good. They soon arrived at a small structure reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum, and you stepped inside. The surrounding stands were already filled with spectators. That I in the center, the gallant knight was engaged in battle with a magical beast. The gallant knight was currently at the 3rd tier of midnight rank, while his opponent was a towering earth bull, also at the 3rd tier of midnight rank. The earth bull possessed immense strength, making it difficult for even the gallant knight to defend casually. It was a naturally earth element affinity magical beast, standing 2 meters tall with vicious horns. The earth bull took a few steps back, planted its hind legs, lowered its head, and charged fiercely at the gallant knight, who immediately raised his sword in a defensive posture. Moo! Just as it was about to collide with the gallant knight, he crouched and leapt, planting his feet on the bull's sharp horn before plunging his sword down with all his might. The bull immediately slowed down, and just as it attempted to turn back, it was struck in the neck by the sword. Moo! Ugh, ugh! The bull shook violently, trying to throw the gallant knight off, gathering earth element magical power to form a shield on its skin, attempting to expel the sword from its body. Unfortunately, this effort was in vain. The gallant knight remained steadfast on the bull's back, driving his iron sword deeper. Soon, he emerged unscathed, having won the battle with a single strike. Though he was somewhat disheveled from being tossed around by the bull, the referee on the platform announced the outcome. Weak point breached, no injury sustained, only 1 attack used, no skills employed, rated SS. The audience in the stands erupted in exclamations. Incredible! This person is truly a prodigy, remarkably valiant. Had it been me, I would have been knocked away. Indeed, to challenge the Earth Bull of the same tier and win so effortlessly, they must have extensive experience battling magical beasts. Next, is it my turn? As the gallant knight exited the central duel zone, he approached you. Miss, good luck. I'll be watching from here to, I'll do my best. The iron gate before her gradually rose, and then you stepped inside. The stands erupted in murmurs. This little girl seems a bit too much for a practical combat duel. Indeed, at her age, my daughter is still playing in the mud. Alas, she seems either a strict noble lady or the daughter of a poor country family. I hope she doesn't get hurt. A single blow might make her cry for a long time. The referee inquired of you, "What is your rank?" "Third tier of midnight." Anyu's prompt response momentarily stunned the referee, who quickly activated the detector to scan her. My goodness, she truly is at the third tier of midnight. "Young lady, how old are you?" 13. Hissed. A gasp rippled through the audience. This little girl is truly astonishing. This practical combat exercise would not designate opponents, but would randomly summon magical beasts of the same rank. Soon, a beam of light appeared in the opposite cage, and as the light dissipated, a massive dinosaur figure emerged. Upon its arrival, it opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar. The deafening sound reverberated painfully in the ears of the spectators. Heavens, that is a mutated Tyrannosaurus. Although it is only at the third tier of midnight, it is still not something an ordinary person can contend with. It is said to possess the bloodline of surface-dwelling dragon-like creatures. As an oviparous creature, it measures 2 meters at birth and can grow to 8 meters as an adult, possessing immense strength and a bite force capable of snapping many formidable alchemical materials. This is it. This little girl is likely to face defeat. Despite her remarkable talent at such a young age, it is unfortunate that she has drawn such a powerful opponent. The enormous form of the mutated Tyrannosaurus nearly filled half the cage. Measuring 5 meters in length and 4 meters in height, exuding an intimidating presence, as the iron gate slowly rose, the mutated Tyrannosaurus roared and charged out. Though it was merely at the third tier of midnight, its physical power was not to be underestimated. Each step it took on the ground resonated like an earthquake. It opened its mouth, letting out a roar, its sharp teeth glistening, saliva splattering everywhere. No way. Is my luck this terrible? And you felt disheartened. She had initially intended to conceal her abilities, but alas, she could not hold back now. She immediately summoned wind magic, lifting herself into the air, her white dress fluttering in the wind. Heavens! This girl is truly a genius, capable of manipulating wind magic to float at such a young age. Simply terrifying. It seems we are in for a fierce battle ahead. Anyu's golden and purple pupils shimmered, emanating an overwhelming aura, as 12 beams of sword light swirled in her hands. What is she holding? It seems to possess a multitude of colorful magical energies. The demonized Tyrannosaurus sensed imminent danger and let out a mighty roar, yet found itself utterly powerless, for its adversary floated high above. Thus, it was compelled to pace restlessly upon the ground, intermittently bellowing in frustration, forced to watch as a master power in the sky. The atmosphere grew heavy with the ominous scent of death as all 12 types of magical energy converged within her grasp. Behold my 12-colored turtle school Kamehameha wave. In an instant, all the magical energy surged forth, striking the demonized Tyrannosaurus squarely upon its head. The unleashed torrent of magic radiated a terrifying aura, propelling the creature violently into the air, its body torn asunder into a gruesome rain of flesh and blood, which rained down for a full 2 seconds before finally landing. While Yu's petite dress remained impeccably white, the ground of the arena was now smeared with the remnants of the demonized Tyrannosaurus. What just happened? How terrifying! Such power could likely only be wielded by a 9th-tier expert at midnight, and even they would not unleash it so casually. This girl is truly formidable, with her presence at the Atlantis Academy. They are surely destined to soar to great heights. The crowd emerged from their astonishment, and Yu gracefully descended to the ground, relinquishing her levitation. The arena activated its automatic cleaning mechanism, eradicating all traces of blood and flesh. What a thrilling battle that was, and Yu exclaimed. The referee promptly rendered his judgment. A one-hit kill, mastery of magic, and a finisher so fearsome, rating SSS. Subsequently, and Yu exited the arena, following the gala knight to a nearby resting area. The surrounding youths gazed at her in awe and admiration. After receiving a room key, she retired to her chamber. Following the assessment, it was now 3 in the afternoon, She indulged in a lavish box of Academy cuisine before collapsing onto her bed in slumber. At 6 in the evening, a white-haired little girl awoke from her slumber. "Oh, I'm awake." She stretched lazily, intending to venture out for breakfast. "Wait, it's already evening. Time for dinner." Thus, and you donned her attire and tidied herself before seeking out the gallant knight. Arriving at a nearby meal distribution point. After a hearty dinner, she returned to her guest room, satisfied and content, and promptly fell asleep. However, even in her dreams, and you had cultivated the habit of refining her soul's sea and vital energy. Having grown accustomed to sleeping soundly, she was now capable of falling into a deep slumber almost immediately. A truly formidable feat. As the tranquil night enveloped the world, only the gentle sound of her breathing remained in the room. How strange, where am I? How did I end up here? And you pondered, bewildered. It seemed as though she had merely fallen asleep, yet here she was, in an unfamiliar place. This was not her soul's sea. There were no 12 colossal swords surrounding her, nor could she sense magic. Even her own perception felt hazy. The spatial ring on her hand had vanished, leaving only her white dress and hairpin. She stood by the edge of a lake, its depths seemingly unfathomable, with a single sun suspended in the sky, its reflection shimmering on the water's surface. The surrounding land was composed of ethereal mist. Yet beneath her feet, the ground felt solid and firm. There was nothing superfluous in sight, and directly ahead loomed a grand purple castle. Turning to glimpse her reflection in the water, she noticed her eyes were both a striking violet. What on earth? My eyes have changed color in my sleep. Has the other one been infected? After much contemplation, she decided to approach the castle. Could this be a legacy space from a past life? Am I about to meet my reincarnated self? Is this a mysterious dream world beckoning me to fulfill a purpose? Or am I merely dreaming? Something felt decidedly off. The purple castle was bordered by a manor's fence, and directly in front of her stood a massive gate. Pushing the door open revealed an absence of life within. The expansive manor contained not a single plant, only translucent purple crystal trees scattered behind the walls. Devoid of leaves, their trunks and branches exuding an air of mystery and tranquility. The ground was paved with stone bricks, leading straight to the castle's entrance. Treading lightly toward the grand door, she gently pushed it open, causing the golden ring on the handle to jingle softly. The sight within the castle unfolded before her. Upon entering, she found a long corridor lined with numerous closed doors. To the corridors and stood a large, square door, but all the surrounding doors were locked. Thus, she approached the imposing door and attempted to push it open. Creak. With a light push, the door swung open, revealing an extraordinarily spacious room furnished with 6 large tables and numerous chairs. Utterly devoid of occupants or objects, to the forefront, upon a raised platform, stood a life-size statue of a woman. Though gray, it was evident that it was no ordinary piece. Her figure was smooth and flawless. The eyes were crafted from purple crystal, glimmering with violet light, as sunlight streamed in through the high windows, casting radiant illumination upon the statue. Her long hair cascaded down, and she wore a flowing dress. Despite being a lifeless stone sculpture, it appeared vibrantly alive. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, her hair was adorned with a hairpin, and her right hand cradled 12 glowing orbs. In a way, is this me? Aside from the differing color of her left eye. Everything else was strikingly identical. Or rather, it mirrored her current self perfectly. As the reflection in the lake also showcased her left eye transformed into violet. Curiously, and you raised her right hand, conjuring 12 luminous orbs. Suddenly, the statue began to resonate. The entire sculpture crumbled, transforming into a stream of light that surged into the red hairpin adorning Yu's hair. Authority, purple void, true eye. Unlocked. What in the world? She attempted to activate the purple eye, and in an instant, her vision erupted with violet light as an endless stream of information flooded her consciousness. The statue had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the castle, another layer of attributes gradually materialized. Purple castle. Insufficient known information. A castle within a domain space. Yu's lips twitched. What good is that? Can't I see it for myself? Yet at least it seemed to hold some utility. As she contemplated, Weariness washed over her, and everything around her began to collapse and dissipate. The sun struggled to rise from the dark abyss, wobbling as it emerged from the horizon. The moon, resigned, descended from the opposite side. The continent of Aslan welcomed a new day. And you stretched in a peculiar manner, slowly rising from her bed and dressing in her garments. Suddenly, she recalled the events of her dream from the previous night. The purple void true eye, the evil king's true eye from the fantasy realm. Taking out a mirror, she blinked. Her eyes remained a striking gold and violet. Abruptly activating the purple eye, her gaze transformed into deep violet orbs, radiating purple light that illuminated her morning room, rendering her surroundings crystal clear. Looking out the window, she could see the morning mist completely pierce through. Raising her head to the sunlit sky, a panel slowly materialized. A vast world, distant from the realm of the sun, eternally emanating formidable divine might, belonging to an unknown existence beyond the world. What the hell? And Yu's heart raced. This was not merely a star, but a territory of a being. Just how many secrets does this world hold? This is definitely not the same universe as before. It seems I shall never return to Earth for even a glimpse. It is utterly ludicrous. This is a sun of extreme heat. What kind of existence could endure there? A figure atop the sun pointed at a boiling kettle. Anu. Am I the boiling water? That figure. Its done. Anu deactivated the purple divine eye. Her left eye returning to its golden hue, and her right eye ceased to glow, the panel before her gradually fading away. Rubbing her eyes, she thought, oh well, why bother with so much? It won't endanger my life. If the sky were to fall, there are tall beings to hold it up. Upon awakening, I found that my vital energy had coalesced into 42 spirals. A force as vast as the ocean, reaching the threshold of the nighttime level. The sea of my soul resembled a galaxy of stars, and although my rank remained at the third tier of midnight, I was no longer a mere mid-tier midnight practitioner who could be trifled with. However, my offensive capabilities were lacking, and I had yet to master formidable magic. When confronted by genuinely advanced scholars from the academy, I would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. After pushing open the door and entering the dining hall, I enjoyed a hearty breakfast and learned that we would officially board the magic transport at 9 o'clock in the morning en route to the Atlantean Academy. What is a magic transport? And you inquired, her curiosity piqued as she turned to her senior. Little sister, you don't know? It's a magical vehicle with 4 wheels that moves autonomously with just a supply of magical energy. No horses required. Isn't that cutting edge? Ah, yes. And Yu's lips twitched. Was this not simply an automobile with gasoline and electricity replaced by magical energy? After satisfying our appetites, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Tidying up my belongings, I set off with the Galanite toward the departure square. Upon boarding the transport, it certainly lived up to its purpose of accommodating many passengers, resembling a bus from Earth, capable of seating 32 individuals. Soon, all passengers were aboard, and the driver set off towards the outskirts of the city. And Yu and the Galanite sat together, gazing curiously at the swiftly passing scenery. This magic transport was quite speedy. Nonetheless, the city was vast, and it took a good 15 minutes to finally exit its boundaries. Time flew by, and before long we had left the city behind. Inside the vehicle, whispers and quiet conversations filled the air. The surroundings transformed into lush forests, where vividly colored birds flitted about, descending and soaring once more. The gentle hum of insects provided a soothing backdrop, a respite from the city's clamor. Verdant expanses stretched out, with only the sound of wheels rolling over the cobblestones breaking the serene silence. By the time the clock struck 11:00, we had meandered our way to the road's end. The trees became sparser, giving way to blooming fields of flowers on either side. In the distance lay a pristine lake, its surface shimmering under the unrestrained sunlight. Occasionally, massive aquatic creatures leapt from the water, creating great splashes as they fell back in. Dreamlike and surreal, we soon stood before a grand academy, flanked by towering trees that would require several people to encircle. Nearly 100 meters high, their lush canopies obscured the sky, casting a shadow that allowed only the most reluctant rays of sunlight to filter through. Beneath the trees, iron fences several meters high enclosed the academy, which sprawled endlessly in all directions. Next to the imposing gate stood security booths and patrols. The bus came to a gentle halt, followed by several others pulling up alongside. One by one, we disembarked. And even before stepping inside, the grandeur of the academy was palpable. Students, from this moment onward, you are prospective members of the Atlantean Academy of Magic, provided you do not encounter any significant mishaps during your wilderness survival training. You shall surely become full-fledged students. A poised female instructor addressed us, leading the way into the academy. The academy's interior was indeed picturesque, with long, clean stone pathways and numerous maintenance workers trimming the grass. The sound of lawnmowers occasionally broke the tranquility. Lush green lawns flourished, interspersed with neatly planted fruit trees and clusters of various shrubs, complemented by artificial hills and streams. Various small creatures scurried about the landscaped areas: squirrels, chipmunks, and even glimpses of them pushing nuts into their burrows. At that moment, and you crouched beside a bush, captivated by a chipmunk fervently gnawing on nut. "Wow, how adorable!" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Miss, stop staring. We need to eat and then prepare for wilderness survival training," the gallant knight replied, exasperated. No. These little creatures are too cute. I feel like I'd be missing out if I didn't watch them." A bewildered chipmunk and then you locked eyes in a moment of mutual astonishment. With swift reflexes, and you seized the chipmunk. Thud! The startled creature dropped its nut, scattering it across the ground. Chirp, chirp, chirp. "Don't be afraid. I won't harm you, moi." And you cooed, petting the chipmunk for a fleeting 3 seconds before releasing it, which promptly darted away without a trace. After a series of twists and turns, we finally arrived at the Academy's grand dining hall. Aside from the resident students, the rest had returned home, as the holiday was nearing its end. This period typically saw new students completing their enrollment assessments. To attract more applicants, the Atlantean Academy broadcasted the events live. Thus, the crucial wilderness survival assessments often became the stage for many to falter. These assessments would take place in randomly selected locations, such as remote islands. However, powerful instructors and students consistently patrolled these islands, capturing high-tier magical beasts. Some of these beasts had developed intelligence and ruled over their domains, rarely appearing before humans. They remained hidden, having struck agreements with the Academy to safeguard the students' well-being. As for their willingness to cooperate with humanity, the benefits were simply too enticing. After all, merely ensuring the safety of these vulnerable students could yield substantial rewards in magical crystals, an enticing proposition indeed. Thus, the safety of the wilderness survival training at Atlantean Academy was always exceptionally high. The dining hall itself was immense, with ceilings soaring 5 or 6 stories high, adorned with crystal chandeliers that illuminated the entire space. A portion of the internal storage facilities was solidified, ensuring that objects would remain in place unless touched by a hand or mental force. Consequently, many storage boxes served as substitutes for refrigerators, preserving fresh food for extended periods. Thus, when various prepared dishes were retrieved from the storage boxes, they were still steaming hot. The abundance of food soon filled the hall, as students piled their plates high with an array of delectable dishes. Among them was you, feasting on braised beef, 6-flavored chicken, grilled eel, steamed crucian carp, roasted magical beast meat, spicy fried noodles, and an assortment of delightful pastries. The gallant knight, having already eaten his fill, watched in astonishment as you continued to devour her meal. It was remarkable that such a petite figure could consume so much without the slightest bulge in her stomach, as if she were a black hole consuming stars without leaving a trace. "Ah, finally full," she sighed. "Miss, how do you manage this? It defies the conservation of magical energy. What do you know? It's called creating something from nothing and nothing from something. As long as I desire to eat, I will never be satisfied at Yes. Before long, the table was littered with empty plates and containers. Other students around us gazed in shock at the spectacle. Goodness, is this person even human? How can she consume an entire table of food? This is outrageous. If she keeps this up, the cafeteria will go bankrupt. Over 300 students successfully enrolled, and after everyone had eaten their fill, we gathered under the guidance of a few instructors and a group of directors and planners, making our way to a teleportation array within the academy. The academy was vast, necessitating the use of teleportation arrays for traversing its various regions. Our destination via the teleportation array was none other than the Academy's airport. It was evident that, after countless years of development, the magical continent had no equal when it came to the intricate wonders of magic, boasting an array of fixed-wing aircraft, transport aircraft, and manned helicopters, all at our disposal. With merely a few magical devices working in concert, one could effortlessly soar into the heavens, consuming only a modest amount of magical crystals for energy. Soon, a vast and boundless airport emerged within their line of sight. Various radar signal stations dotted the ground, while the endless ocean lay further afield. Adjacent to them, numerous transport helicopters had already entered standby mode, their whirling blades generating an immense wind field, and the magical patterns on their fuselages radiated a resplendent glow unique to arcane energy. These transport helicopters were not only capable of accommodating many passengers, but were also formidable high-tier magical devices, capable of withstanding assaults from powerful foes. Many onlookers, even those of noble lineage, had never witnessed such advanced magical apparatuses, eliciting exclamations of awe. Good heavens, this is simply a feat of ingenious craftsmanship. What sort of genius could conceive such extraordinary magical devices? Puffed, must you be so dramatic? Your ignorance is palpable. These contraptions are prohibitively expensive. Most nobles cannot afford them. If it weren't for the need to transport a large number of people, they would be wholly unnecessary. That may be true, but they are indeed impressive. Is this what advanced iron machinery looks like? Before long, amidst the clamor, everyone boarded the transport aircraft. The fluctuations of magical energy grew increasingly intense, and the powerful wind swept through the airport, tousling the hair of the welcoming staff and causing their garments to flap noisily. A female voice resonated through the speakers of each transport helicopter. Destination, Giant Pulse Island. Please prepare yourselves. The journey is expected to take 2 hours. We will land at the water airport to make preparations before officially commencing the wilderness survival assessment. We will clarify the specific requirements upon arrival at the airport. The live broadcast has already begun, so feel free to attend to your own affairs while I introduce you to the history of Giant Pulse Island. The woman cleared her throat and continued. This island is immensely vast, spanning an area of 15,000 square kilometers. While it may seem trivial to a powerful mage, it is boundless for students. The island is fraught with peril. However, we will ensure the safety of our students. Should any student find themselves in life-threatening danger, they will be immediately eliminated from the exercise and transported to a secure location. This assessment will last for a total of 14 days, during which we require students to survive independently on the island, which also serves as a test of their character. Should they find it unbearable, they may signal for extraction using a flare gun. Participants must utilize only the designated tools. Personal items are prohibited. The entire process will be recorded by floating cameras in the sky, and there will also be numerous cameramen and women capturing first-person perspectives. This island is exclusively designated for the training of students from the Atlanta Magic Academy, and each admission cycle randomly selects an island for assessment. Our academy does not accept those with excessively poor character. The island boasts towering snow-capped mountains, searing volcanic regions, and stunning inland lakes, with the remainder draped in dense tropical rainforests and various mountain ranges, resembling a paradise for vacationers. Yet, this is far from the truth. The island is home to numerous magical beasts, such as blood-sucking giant mosquitoes, colossal pulse dragonflies, and even formidable ground-dwelling dragon-like creatures, including tyrannosaurs, triceratops, and even bipedal flying dragons and pterosaurs, while we will guarantee the basic safety of our students. Injuries, even severe ones, are inevitable. These fearsome creatures may not be able to kill students outright, but they will certainly compel them to scramble for survival in dire situations. However, the most powerful beings on the island are merely a few ancient knight-class mini-lords, and we have reached an agreement with them. Should any unforeseen incidents occur, they will proactively protect the students. This island has a rich history, and the name Giant Pulse Island carries a complex significance. It is renowned for the abundance of large, massive creatures, making survival for mere mortals nearly impossible. Thus, it is aptly named Giant Pulse. The very name evokes a sense of danger. 2 hours passed amidst the woman's discourse. Her speech eventually concluded, leaving only the whirring of the helicopter blades in the air. Ahead, the placid sea gradually revealed a sprawling artificial floating island. Migratory birds and seagulls called out as they drifted away. The vast ocean instilled a sense of solitude and trepidation, as the terrifying, deep blue waters were soon supplanted by concrete surfaces, with over 10 transport aircraft gently landing on several large helipads. As the helicopter's rotors gradually ceased their whirling, the wind subsided, and ground personnel promptly approached to assist in opening the cabin doors. Bang, clang. With a symphony of metallic sounds, the heavy doors swung open that a female instructor stood before the cameras to explain the basic rules of this exercise to the students. Students may form their own teams, but the number cannot exceed 5. Alternatively, one may operate solo. That a total of 326 participants are taking part in this survival assessment, which corresponds to 326 automated cameras in the sky and 50 cameramen and women. Attire is unrestricted, but we do not provide any food, tools, or disposable items. Only a backpack and a flare gun will be supplied. Personal items are not permitted, but space-type accessories need not be removed, though they will be sealed for the duration of the 14 days. Finally, after the lengthy briefing, everyone boarded speedboats heading toward the magnificent island, and you naturally teamed up with the gallant knight, with no one else joining them, as she was somewhat unfamiliar with others and felt a touch of social anxiety around strangers. The driver, observing the petite and you and the robust gallant knight, could not help but voice his doubts. Do you truly believe you can succeed like this? Just the two of you? Won't that be a bit too much pressure? Not at all. We're quite capable. Little miss, are you certain? You seem rather fragile and not exactly suited for a 14-day endurance challenge. And oh, worries. Even if I struggle with survival skills, I can rely on Brother Gallant. Is this knight truly formidable? Absolutely. The gallant knight can shatter 1,000 spells with a single stroke. While he may falter against overwhelming foes, he needn't lift a finger against weaker adversaries, but he's still quite impressive, gallant. After another half hour, they finally arrived at the Grand Island. Others had taken numerous detours to reach different parts of the island. The towering fjord terrain was breathtaking, with deep green foliage blanketing the hills, waterfalls cascading down from the mountains, and various isolated large islets swiftly passing by the speedboat. The scenery was exquisite and ever-changing, resembling a celestial paradise. The nearshore waters were crystal clear, unfathomably deep, occasionally revealing the shadows of gigantic marine creatures passing beneath the surface, sending shivers down one's spine. Beautiful, yet fraught with peril, they soon reached the main island, where the fjord landscape vanished, transforming into a satellite-like protective formation around the vibrant and mysterious island. In the distance, mist swirled around the mountains, enveloping the vast island in an air of inscrutable mystery. Occasionally, the sounds of beasts hunting echoed through the forests, while the lush tropical rainforest appeared both deep and shadowy, yet brimming with vitality and energy. Before long, they successfully landed on the island, and their dedicated cameraman followed closely behind. Anu, dressed in a little white dress and carrying a pink backpack, stood on the sandy beach, while Gallant Knight had stored his armor in a ring, now donning a fitted combat uniform. Activating her purple divine eyes, and you surveyed the surroundings for any lurking formidable creatures within the rainforest. Finding none, she casually approached a coconut tree, agile as a nimble mountain creature, and leaped effortlessly to the top. Clinging to the tree's branches, she promptly dozed off. The departing driver and the camerawoman were left utterly bewildered by this scene. Setting aside how a 13-year-old girl could scale a 20-meter coconut tree in an instant, what on earth was the reasoning behind her immediately falling asleep upon reaching the top? However, the driver paid little heed. Directly piloting the speedboat away, the gallant knight cast a resigned glance at Anu before venturing into the forest to capture a few vividly feathered fowl, kindling a fire to roast them. Yet, Giant Vane Island remained as formidable as ever. Thud! Thud! The ground suddenly quaked violently, startling the creatures in the distant rainforest, which fled in all directions. It seemed that some students had encountered dire trouble. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed, deafening even from afar, as if a colossal creature had begun to confront a group of students. The noble offspring had learned a modicum of low-level magic, Yet they possessed no means of resistance against such a creature that could be likened to an artificial earthquake. "Oh dear, what on earth is making that noise?" And you inquired, perplexed, for such a loud roar could only belong to a formidable foe, disturbing her ears. "Miss, it is likely that the students over there have encountered a powerful monster and are already embroiled in battle." "TSK, TSK, they truly have poor luck. Let's go take a look," and you declared, rising ahead in that direction. "Miss, not only are we somewhat distanced, but can we even contend with it? Ha! I am quite formidable. Such minor creatures are hardly my match, you know?" And you retorted with a smirk, though she secretly pondered that a larger beast might pose a challenge. Right, fine. Let us go see. It should not pose a mortal danger." "Oh, splendid!" And you exclaimed as she ascended to the treetops. Behold my 3,000 thunderbolts, with that wind and lightning magic intertwined, crouching in preparation before instantaneously transforming into a flash of lightning that leapt forth. Bang! It collided at great speed against another coconut tree. Crash, crash, startled, several coconuts plummeted to the ground. "Woe is me, no more lightning magic, it's far too unreliable. Miss, are you all right? How could I possibly be harmed?" "I'm a master of lightning magic." Just as she attempted to rise, she collapsed back to the ground, cradling her head. "Ouch! Ouch! Miss, you truly are too careless, always so reckless." Thus the two hastily made their way toward the source of the disturbance, with the photographer trailing behind. Meanwhile, those watching the live broadcast commented, "Kids, I just came from the live stream with the Earth Dragon. That beast was ferocious, resembling an extraordinarily long giant lizard, obliterating an entire team with a single swipe of its tail." "No way, bro. Is it really that fierce? Are these two heading toward danger? Especially that little girl." Indeed, curiosity can be lethal. Before long, the duo arrived at a closer vantage point, where silence began to settle, suggesting that the battle had reached its conclusion. And you dashed forward without hesitation. In the heart of the rainforest, several trees lay felled, with traces of magic and remnants of battle scattered across the ground. Only a 10-meter-long earth dragon remained, perplexedly swaying its body, questioning why these individuals had vanished after being swatted away by its tail. Elemental Sword Realm. Activate. 12 colossal swords descended from the heavens, forming a square barrier that ensnared the earth dragon. "Attack!" And you shouted, promptly directing the magical rays from the 12 swords toward the creature. The massive sword domain, with a diameter of 150 meters, immediately captured the attention of the cameras. "What on earth is that?" "It seems to be a skill unleashed by that little girl. No way. Are you kidding? What girl can unleash such a powerful attack at her age, darkening the skies?" However, and you remained oblivious to the discussions occurring in the live stream. Channeling her magic to assault the earth dragon, various vines and spatial bindings, along with strands of silk, swiftly ensnared the creature, rendering it only capable of emitting a futile roar of anger. Regrettably, the onslaught of elemental attacks did not heed its furious cries, piercing through its body in an instant. The earth dragon, a grade 6 earth-type creature known as the earth dragon, though labeled a dragon, was but a mere imitation, inferior even to lesser draconic forms. Upon detecting this information with her purple eyes, and Yu's lips curled in disappointment. "Goodness, I expected something truly formidable. Turns out it's merely a waste." Although the earth dragon managed to sever a portion of its bindings, and you continued to expend magic to bind and assault it. Currently, her magical reserves were exceedingly high, at least equivalent to those of an average individual at grade 5 Bassoon. The earth dragon was torn to shreds by the myriad effects of magical assaults. The sword domain gradually dissipated, leaving only a heap of decaying flesh. "My word. The miss is growing increasingly powerful," the gallant knight remarked at a loss for words, for the girl who once struggled to unleash a skill had now surpassed the normal boundaries of lower-tier magic in mere days. "Goodness, is this little girl even human? I recall her being only grade 3. She dispatched that creature with a single skill. Indeed, how absurd." The first-person perspective camera girl stood in stunned silence, yet with nothing but a pile of rotting meat remaining. The group had no choice but to continue deeper into the forest. Before proceeding, and you picked up the earth dragon's magic core, a translucent, pale yellow crystalline structure. Summoning a sphere of water, she rinsed it off, clutching the magic core as she rejoined the gallant knight. For some reason, this grade 6 magic core seemed oddly fragrant. Miss, what are you daydreaming about? You nearly collided with a tree. Oh. And you responded, shaking off her daze as she moved forward, casually tossing the magic core into her mouth. Crunch, crunch. The fresh shards of the magic core transformed into pure magical energy the moment they were swallowed. Miss, you cannot eat that. How could you swallow it whole? I just thought it smelled delightful and ate it. Spit it out. Is there a chance of something going awry, consuming that could lead to complications? It's already gone down. How did you manage to swallow such a hard crystal? Miss, quickly, spit it out. The gallant knight grew anxious, exasperated by her carelessness, akin to a child prone to mischief that it's fine. It turns into magic once swallowed. Are you truly all right? After a lengthy exchange, the gallant knight finally accepted that Yu was unharmed. The camera girl remained dumbfounded, having witnessed the magic core being treated like candy. Was she even human? Yet, in a world where magic existed, oddities were to be expected. As they continued on, they stumbled upon a grove of fruit trees, where the fruits radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Gulp! The gallant knight heard the sound of Yu swallowing hard. Miss, you cannot eat that fruit. Though it is imbued with magic, it is toxic. That crunch, that it's delicious. What did you just say? The two stood frozen for a few moments. Miss, you have not been poisoned at Why would I be poisoned? I recall that if one consumes this fruit, they will fall into a deep slumber within 2 minutes. Not at all. I feel more invigorated. They proceeded further into the rainforest, stepping on fallen leaves and resilient herbs, producing a chorus of crunching sounds. Occasionally, they would slip on the lush green moss beneath their feet. Ouch! Ouch! Yu grasped her ankle and, in a fit of anger, kicked at the stones twice, sending the moss flying from their surfaces. The remnants landed upon a distant pile of grass, producing a soft thud. The tropical rainforest climate rendered the air perpetually humid, fostering the lush growth of vegetation, with interwoven root systems, abundant biodiversity, and a complex terrain marked by ever-changing landscapes. As they traversed this fruit-laden grove, the surrounding foliage grew increasingly dense. The roots of towering trees even sprawled across the surface for dozens of meters, creating numerous low-lying areas that provided habitats for fungi and small creatures. With an almost limitless supply of wood magic, the skyward tree could reach heights of 100 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Only slender beams of sunlight managed to filter through, and the robust brown trunks appeared formidable at a mere glance. Oak trees, banyan trees, and intertwining vines intercepted the sun's rays in delicate strands. Even within the sweltering heat of the tropics, the rainforest remained refreshingly cool. Occasionally, small creatures scurried nearby. This was Yu's first encounter with such a magnificent rainforest in 2 lifetimes. Suddenly, a deep, characteristic hiss of an arthropod echoed from above. The two immediately braced themselves, glancing skyward. Their astonishment, they beheld an enormous spider web, spanning several dozen meters. A colossal black-purple spider, with legs stretching 5 meters long, fixated its 8 eyes intently upon them. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the rainforest dam, there are so many mosquitoes. Fire Mage, hurry and deal with them. Apologies, Captain Longbottom, but I have exhausted my magical energy. Damn it, Sphint, are you just sitting idle? You've barely incinerated a few mosquitoes. The warrior named Longbottom, the captain of this small team, was fervently wielding a fly swatter crafted from condensed golden elements to fend off the pests. Oh, my dear Captain Longbottom, why don't you use your golden elements to drive away this loathsome swarm? The other 2 members, armed with crude fly swatters made from rough ropes and sticks, relentlessly swatted at the blood-sucking mosquitoes, yet they still bore numerous welts. The fire mage Sphint, however, was less fortunate, having depleted his fire elemental capacity. He resorted to using his hands to swat the detestable insects. Damn, these wretched mosquitoes have been tormenting us for half an hour, and they won't disperse. Indeed, we must make these vile creatures pay. The group ran, while swatting away mosquitoes, searching for a refuge that was less infested. After an entire hour of running, they finally stumbled upon a cave. Though the entrance was modest, the interior proved quite spacious and secure. Devoid of any signs of animal activity, with vibrant green vines draping the surroundings. Once inside, the mosquitoes finally dispersed, ceasing their pursuit. Damn pests. And as for you, Sphint, when we return, I shall make sure your father gives you a good thrashing for your incompetence. Unable to even conjure a fire. How unfair. I've only just begun my studies. How can you speak of me like that? As if your golden elements are so impressive. At least I can condense them for an extended period. Unlike you, my friend. The two exchanged banter while the other two, clearly subordinates, had no opportunity to interject. Soon, Sphint managed to ignite a small fire with the little magic he had left, illuminating half of the cave. The group gathered by the fire to tend to the numerous welts inflicted by the mosquitoes. These large mosquitoes possess sharp mouthparts capable of piercing the skin, allowing them to feed instantaneously, making them the most common and bothersome creatures in the rainforest. The two subordinates, seemingly knowledgeable about wilderness survival, applied the juice of certain plants to the welts, quickly reducing the swelling, with afternoon upon them. If they could not procure sufficient food and find shelter before sunset, these youths, who were not much stronger than ordinary individuals, would be unlikely to emerge unscathed from the forest. The four ventured out of the cave and back into the rainforest, attempting to catch small animals. However, their lack of hunting experience led to utter chaos. Lonbodden brandished his golden sword, wildly swinging at a small white rabbit, but failing to land a single blow. Instead, severing vines and shrubs, IT took a full 10 minutes to finally slay the little rabbit. Captain Lonbodden, you truly are a clumsy oaf. Even I, a mere mage, perform better. Sven approached, triumphantly holding a wild chicken, demonstrating that while his magical prowess may be lacking, he was quite adept in other endeavors. Meanwhile, in a vast cavern lay the corpse of a massive serpent, its body torn and blood pooling around it. Its head split open, with its eyes wide open in a gaze of humiliation. You sat beside a fire, holding a leg of spider meat. And no matter how small, even mosquitoes were still meat, let alone the gargantuan spider, which was indeed edible. The spider's silk and web had been meticulously harvested and stowed in her backpack. After relishing a hearty meal, you began to compose poetry inspired by the serpent's remains. The serpent measured approximately 13 meters in length, its head roughly the size of a wild boar's. After 20 minutes, she had completely skinned the serpent, not neglecting its magic core, which she cleaned and consumed whole. As for the Kalenite, he was unfazed. What of having a good set of teeth? This serpent was non-venomous, thus lacking a poison sac, yet its fangs were formidable. The skin and fangs were all stashed away in her backpack. While the serpent's flesh was thoroughly roasted by unused fire magic, by the time they finished devouring all the serpent's meat, the sun had set, leaving the surroundings enveloped in tranquil silence. Save for the crackling of the fire, they were still on the island's outskirts, and it was inconceivable to remain holed up in a cave for 14 days. The vast majority of the serpent's meat had been consumed by Anu. The immense magical power and energy fortified her soul sea and vitality, continually refining her strength. IT would not be long before she attained the 4th tier of midnight, at which point her power would rival that of the night level. At dawn, sunlight streamed into the cave, illuminating Anu as she meditated in deep concentration. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable premonition that she must grow stronger, lest something terrifying occur. Yet, no matter how she pondered, the source of her unease eluded her. Thus, she cast aside her thoughts and persevered in refining her blood and soul energy. Typically, one's cultivation speed would slow as their realm increased. However, Anu appeared to defy this norm, as her level-ups only seemed to enhance her cultivation speed. Consequently, her training not only remained steady but accelerated. On that very day, the morning of the 2nd day in the rainforest, she greeted the radiant morning light, successfully breaking through to the 4th tier of midnight. Her vital energy surged to 48 whirlpools, while her soul sea and magical intensity reached the pinnacle of midnight. Though her formal education had yet to commence, Little Rain only required the most basic of punches to defeat 2nd-year students. The Atlantis Academy was divided into 6 grades, with each student required to remain for a full year before advancing. At the end of the year, assessments would determine if they met the standards. Failure to do so would result in a year of retention. Each grade allowed for a maximum of 1 year of retention, meaning a person could be a student at Atlantis Academy for no more than 12 years. If an individual has failed to graduate for 12 consecutive years, one might argue that such a person bears little difference from a mere wastrel. This individual evidently displays a lack of ambition, having been retained at each grade level for an additional year. However, the most significant distinction among the grades lies in their cultivation levels. For instance, first grade encompasses the realms from Midnight First Stage to Third Stage. Second grade spans from Midnight Third Stage to Sixth Stage. Third grade ranges from Midnight Sixth Stage to Ninth Stage. Fourth grade covers the Dark Night First Stage to Second Stage. Fifth grade extends from Dark Night Second Stage to Third Stage. And sixth grade includes Dark Night Third Stage to Fourth Stage. Upon graduation, those wishing to remain within the academy may find low-level Dark Knight practitioners eligible for assistant teaching positions, while those of higher caliber may ascend to become genuine educators. However, the academy is not devoid of prodigies. Numerous talented students in lower grades can challenge their upper grade counterparts, with some even reaching high-level Dark Knight status without graduating. After all, the individuals within the Atlanta Academy of Magic, regardless of their apparent mediocrity, are top talents sourced from various regions, even if they barely pass the entrance aptitude tests. Without formidable perseverance and sufficient talent, one is bound to be expelled from the academy due to the rule that limits students to a maximum of 2 years in the same grade. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the vast island, far from the surface waters, an underwater magical vessel glides smoothly through the ocean. Its interior is spacious, featuring a conference room furnished with a large table, where a group of enigmatic figures clad in black robes convenes. There are precisely 22 individuals present, among whom 12 are night walkers, and 9 are executors adorned with robes embellished with golden patterns. The final member is an elderly man in gray robes, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Lord Earthly Branch, one of the figures, addresses the gray-robed elder with urgency. Last time, those inept fools couldn't even capture a mere girl. This time, we shall approach directly. However, based on prior intelligence, it seems that girl has grown considerably stronger. The elder, referred to as Earthly Branch, slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "No matter how strong she may have become, I'm a Dark Knight Third Stage Earthly Branch. Though my strength may be lacking, I have persevered for decades. If we cannot defeat a mere girl, with so many of you, then we are truly doomed." Indeed, another executor chimed in. How strong can this girl really be? Could it be that with her midnight prowess, she could slay a Dark Knight-level adversary? Yet another executor interjected with a contrary opinion. This is the training ground of the Atlanta Academy of Magic that, if we attract their attention, we shall all be finished. Brother, do not misunderstand. We possess 5 Dark Knight-level practitioners here, even without the support of Lord Earthly Branch. We are an exceedingly formidable force. Quite right. If we capture that girl and present her to our master, he will bestow upon us new power and knowledge, allowing us to ascend further as formidable beings. Meanwhile, outside the conference room, a warehouse houses the entirety of this cult's equipment, which includes various magical crystal bombs, tracking compasses, and assassination poisons, as well as long-range firearms and an abundance of disposable powerful artifacts. It is important to note that their intentions are not solely focused on capturing you. There are over 300 unfortunate little creatures on this island. Our master demands that we kill one upon sight. Aside from that and you, all others are fair game. TSK. Even some delectable little girls can be utilized. One night walker eagerly shared with his fellow night walkers, his expression a blend of sleaziness and excitement. However, the executors regarded such base pursuits with disdain, believing that all should be sacrificed for their master, dismissing these unnecessary distractions that, of course, should the opportunity present itself, they remain true to their cultist nature, willing to undertake any task. The vessel emits a faint magical aura as it gradually approaches the vast island, its propellers and water element patterns creating ripples that spread outward, unbeknownst to the unfortunate students. Danger looms ever closer. Anu concluded her morning training. Having indulged a bit too much the previous day, she felt no hunger at present. The Kalen Knight, too, practiced swordsmanship in another corner of the cave. Without his imposing armor, the Kalen Knight appeared somewhat gentler and more relaxed. Huff, and you exhaled, finishing her training and rising to her feet. Brother Kalen, I'm going out to acclimate to my newfound strength. All right, stay safe. After a brief exchange, she exited the cave and approached a tree towering an impressive height of 120 meters, its trunk boasting a diameter of 5 meters. What a colossal tree! It bears no fruit and is inedible, but I shall test my power upon it. Positioning her legs for optimal force, she coordinated her movements, her delicate right hand forming a small fist, which she struck against the massive tree with all her might. Bang! The tree splintered instantly, the massive force of her vitality creating a shockwave that uprooted surrounding shrubs, scattering them to pieces. Crack, crack, rumble. The entire trunk shattered into several pieces, launching into the air and crushing several smaller trees in its wake. Consequently, an open space of over 80 meters materialized before you. Simultaneously, distant students heard the commotion. What the heck? Could it be that earth dragon again? The last one was nothing but a pile of flesh. Could it be the horrific creature that slayed it? How terrifying. I hope I don't encounter it. Indeed, it's quite frightening. Though there may be no life-threatening danger, just facing such a fearsome being would terrify me. Let us hope for good fortune. Who knew this forest concealed such hidden dangers? Upon hearing the commotion, several groups of students instinctively altered their paths to swiftly distance themselves from the area. And you felt an immense satisfaction with her newfound power. Her vitality surged like an endless ocean, inexhaustible and boundless. Once she could perfectly harness this abundant vitality, her capabilities would become overwhelmingly powerful, transforming into a formidable skill. The vitality could manifest as blood mist, but ordinary techniques typically remained concentrated within the palms, delivering devastating blows. Few have the audacity to expel their vitality externally due to the immense consumption it entails. However, for you, who possessed a vast reservoir of vitality, this posed no problem. Taking a deep breath, and you concentrated her vitality into her palms, her fair hands gradually turning crimson as they became enveloped in a dense mist. Once her gathering reached completion, she forcefully thrust both hands forward. Smack! Instantly, a torrent of vitality mist surged forth, enveloping the entire expanse of rainforest ahead, autonomously targeting surrounding objects. The overwhelming vitality reacted with everything in its vicinity, spreading outwards and relentlessly devouring all forms of life. In no time, a clearing of 100 meters emerged, its power fearsome indeed. Weeds and shrubs were torn asunder, dissipating into fragments and mist. Although this maneuver consumed half of her stamina, its might was unparalleled. My goodness. As long as I do not encounter a Dark Knight-level enemy, I possess the strength to fight, and you felt an overwhelming elation. Despite the significant energy expenditure, it provided her with a sense of security. The lingering sense of danger in her heart was unshakable, leaving her uncertain as to when an adversary might deliver a fatal blow. Annie was no longer the frail individual she had been during her first encounter with an attack. She gradually harnessed power that surpassed those around her. Then, I shall name this move Devouring Mist, the blood mist that consumes matter. Following this, and you began training with other techniques, realizing that she currently possessed no hidden cards aside from an auxiliary detection ability with her purple eyes and elemental powers. Aside from a rudimentary knowledge of swordsmanship, she is truly inept in every other regard. Having just recently achieved a breakthrough, her realm remains unstable, necessitating a period of adaptation to her newfound strength. And you requires time to acclimate to her other abilities. With the elevation of her realm, all of Yu's capabilities have been enhanced to a certain extent, including the purple void true eye. At this moment, Yu's vision has reached an extraordinarily terrifying level, allowing her to see through all shadows. One could say she possesses the sight of 1,000 miles, with the power of her eyes. She can perceive even further distances. The snow-capped peaks, once shrouded in mist and distant in the horizon, have become strikingly clear. Creatures hidden within the jungle gradually reveal information panels that were previously elusive. The 12 divine swords, originally capable of wreaking havoc over a mere 10-meter radius, can now devastate an area of 20 meters. Although her time for growth has been short, and she has had no opportunity to learn introductory magic. Her mastery over the elements is astonishingly formidable. At the very least, no other individual in this world possesses the power of the 12 divine swords. However, such power creates considerable commotion. The surrounding population has dwindled, with students keeping their distance. It is laughable. They are merely a group of naive children or slightly capable youths who would dare approach an area that resembles a fireworks display. Currently, Yu's control over the 12 divine swords has intensified, allowing her to dictate the power of the elemental blades that will. A reduced power indicates a shorter charging time. The shorter the charging time, the less the wind-up, and consequently, the lesser the recoil. Thus, the 12 divine swords resemble a machine gun, sweeping through the forest and its small creatures. Were this to occur in the suburbs of a city, it would likely attract the attention of the patrols swiftly. Boom! The sparrows nesting in the trees fled in a frenzy, clutching their homes. A family of squirrels, nestled in a tree hollow, hastily began relocating their belongings. Unbeknownst to them, an ant colony was inundated with water, leading to a swift rise in the number of ant corpses. Naturally, this attracted the attention of formidable beasts. Roar! And you turned her gaze towards the sound, and a massive, glaring-eyed white tiger appeared before her. Her eyes transformed into purple orbs of investigation. As the power of the purple divine eye grew stronger, her exploration became more meticulous. The jungle giant tiger, Prince of Midnight, a 6th-tier absolute monarch of the jungle. Though lacking in intelligence, possesses immense strength, bearing the lives of countless creatures and emerging as a standout among the mundane. Royal authority. Within this small patch of jungle, it commands many loyal subordinates, and, as a giant tiger, can summon aid from its kin, even calling upon nearby kings. How splendid! Just as I am acclimating to my abilities, a punching bag arrives for me to pummel. Clearly, Yu is quite satisfied with this new punching bag. Even if it poses a slight threat to her, the benevolent smile graces her lips. It is as if the universe has delivered a pillow to a sleepy soul or a punching bag to an eager hand. The sword of vitality coalesced in her grasp, and with a surge of power, she propelled herself forward, transforming into a streak of light, swiftly darting to the giant tiger's side. Roar! The giant tiger let out a low growl, its massive 3-meter-long body agile as a wild beast. With a mere tilt of its head, it evaded the fatal strike. Yet, the sword of vitality, undeterred, plunged fiercely into the giant tiger's back, slicing through flesh and leaving a gaping wound visible to the bone. As the energy from her vitality dissipated, Yu glided past the injured giant tiger, landing behind it. The tiger, in pain, swiftly turned around and struck Yu's arm with its tail. Ouch! Yu winced as her fair arm swelled with redness. She took a few steps back, and the two formidable predators faced off once more. The surrounding bushes and trees lay in ruins, testament to their overwhelming power. Even the resilient Skyward would met its fate, broken in half. However, Yu's strength is not solely derived from this ordinary sword of vitality. Yet she understands the need to avoid over-reliance on the elemental sword. Thus, she infused her fists with the power of vitality, allowing it to spread through her entire arm, ultimately enveloping her body in a crimson glow. In the end, her once white dress became stained red. Strangely, no matter how much it endures, this white dress cannot be destroyed despite not being able to withstand damage. It can even absorb various powers to assist Yu in unleashing formidable attacks. When Yu changes out of it for other garments, this dress astonishingly integrates into her body, ready to be summoned at any moment. And that giant tiger is no ordinary foe. Given a few more years, it could very well reach the pinnacle of the midnight tier. Moreover, possessing the power of jungle royalty, it has evolved through a cycle of slaughter and consumption. Lowering its body, it let out a long, resounding roar. Roar! The giant tiger, emblematic of jungle royalty, called forth its companions and loyal subordinates. After the tiger's roar, it maintained a defensive posture, slowly retreating, its back wound deep enough to expose bone, blood pooling on the ground. Yet under its formidable regenerative abilities, the wound began to heal gradually. The surrounding jungle erupted with rustling sounds. Before long, 5 distinct magical beasts stood before the injured giant tiger. Although the tiger's royal power was birthed from bloodshed, these loyal subordinates would forever uphold its status. Thus, a bloody battle ensued, featuring 5 magical beasts, 2 of which were kin to the giant tiger. Albeit underdeveloped and merely ordinary jungle giants, all at the 5th tier of midnight. The remaining 3 were gray wolves summoned by the tiger, and you remained unaware of any hidden allies. At least her invincible divine, I had not detected any within its range. And if there were any, they would likely be lurking at a distance, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, a gruesome slaughter erupted, and you, for reasons unknown, felt a wave of satisfaction whenever she entered a state of killing, personally severing the heads of her enemies, crushing them to bits, and then devouring their magical cores. With her overwhelming physical strength, she penetrated a gray wolf skull with a single punch, extracting the core that embodied all its power. Splash! Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. Yet under the barrier of her water attribute, it all flowed harmlessly to the ground. The stench of blood and Inyu's brutal methods forced the remaining foes to retreat to a distance, letting out a few low growls tinged with fear. Ha! Are you beasts afraid too? Inyu's pupils gradually took on a blood-red hue. The magical core, having been cleansed, was tossed in her mouth, and with a few crunches, it was devoured and digested. The remaining magical beasts dared not approach, not even the 2 giant tigers. Roar! However, the Tiger King clearly would not tolerate such cowardice from its subordinates. This little girl appeared not too formidable. With the combined efforts of a few beasts, they could surely subdue her. After all, this beast had spent years in the jungle, learning some skills of slaughter, though these humans were rich in nutrients. It was evident they were omnivorous. They also possessed a unique defensive ability that would teleport them away upon receiving fatal damage. Yet, if the giant tiger could grasp them in its jaws, the special formation would be rendered ineffective, leaving the students as mere prey. After all, these life-saving formations could not transport surrounding objects. Once the giant tiger's powerful bite seized the students, escape would be impossible. While students typically had stronger protective groups accompanying them, it was evident that the frail girl before them had no allies present. Under the tiger's urging, these loyal subordinates could only muster their courage. Although the gray wolf's body was still warm, they were doomed, for the king's command could not be defied. Otherwise, they would become mere bait. Rather than fill the giant tiger's belly, they resolved to fight to the death. Thus, the remaining 4 magical beasts charged toward Inyu with a united front. Yet Inyu merely condensed the power of vitality in her palm, and a powerful blade of light materialized. The essence of vitality coalesced into a long sword, which swiftly severed the head of a gray wolf with a single stroke. Subsequently, the sword dissipated, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that momentarily disrupted the assault patterns of the remaining 3 beasts. In the ensuing chaos, a punch pierced through the forehead of a jungle tiger, its robust skull shattering like fragile glass. Another gray wolf lunged, its maw wide open, aiming to tear into Inyu's shoulder. But such a desire would not be fulfilled. A kick struck the wolf's head, sending it flying like a discarded rag, crashing against a tree trunk, its fate uncertain. Only a single gray wolf and a jungle tiger remained on the battlefield. Yet they found no retreat, pressing their attack against Inyu. However, within this brief yet intense confrontation, Inyu discerned the attacking capabilities of these wild creatures. Their assaults were merely claw strikes, bites, and tail whips. These beasts, possessing sheer physical strength, were utterly ignorant of wielding the formidable elements. She deftly evaded the tiger's furious swipe, then turned to deliver a punch to the wolf's head, instantly obliterating its skull, leaving nothing but a magic core that plummeted to the ground. Bending low to avoid the tiger's sweeping tail, she executed a roll and sprang atop the tiger's head. Aura, in no time. The jungle tiger was reduced to a 2-dimensional plane, its magic core extracted from its skull. That a few magic cores were cleansed and tossed in her mouth, which she crunched down with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the Tiger King, who had been observing from the sidelines as it tended to its wounds, adjusted its breathing and entered a state of combat readiness. The final showdown between predator and prey was about to commence. The human and the tiger lunged at each other, yet the foolish tiger stood no chance against Inyu. With a single punch, she shattered the giant tiger's fangs, the shock waves distorting its entire form, leaving it bloodied and battered. Undeterred, the giant tiger retaliated, striking you squarely in the chest. Both combatants were pushed back simultaneously. Hiss. Ow. That really hurts, and you gasped, acknowledging the tiger's terrifying might. A mere swipe had inflicted pain upon her. Fortunately, being an athlete, she could withstand the blow. Otherwise, she would have collapsed to the ground. Yet, this only ignited a fury within her. With both hands, she summoned dozens of swords of vitality, thrusting them fiercely into the giant tiger's forehead, rendering the once mighty beast into a deep, uninterrupted slumber. The dominion of the forest had thus changed hands. The blessings and powers of the woodland converged upon Inu, although her realm did not elevate. A colossal pressure gradually began to manifest around her, a vulture lurking in the distance, intent on a sneak attack, sensed this aura and promptly fled, no longer daring to approach. Though granted the boon of royal power, a significant distinction remained. Humans did not belong to the jungle, and fundamentally, an ordinary person could not attain the blessings of the forest's sovereignty. Boom! A sound akin to a colossal drum reverberated from Inu's other golden eye. Soon, both eyes radiated a horrific pressure, glowing with golden brilliance. The hairpin atop her head began to emanate golden energy. Surrounding flora and trees bowed their branches as if caught in a tempest. The golden aura gradually formed an expansive dominion, enveloping a radius of 100 meters, as smaller creatures hastily fled from this terrifying zone. Crack, crack, the ground around them succumbed to overwhelming pressure, fissures forming as the earth split. The atmosphere surging with power, everything in the vicinity rejoiced at the arrival of the source of this formidable force. Inu's fundamental abilities were fully unlocked. The red hairpin shimmered faintly. The power of sovereignty, dread eye, reflected the entirety of the world within her pure golden pupils. A sacred aura permeated the air, simultaneously radiating light, casting a shimmering golden energy upon all within her vicinity. The oppressive force began to dissipate as Inu regained her composure. A new ability had been successfully unlocked. Potent and unparalleled. This was Inu's most favorable appraisal of her newfound strength. A fresh skill introduction materialized before her. Your exclusive divine talent. Left eye, dread eye. Right eye, purple void true eye. One possessed the might to instill fear upon all, commanding divine powers, while the other could pierce through all illusions, granting insight into the essence of all things. Derived abilities. Divine essence shall not perish entirely. Consciousness endures and recovery capabilities are enhanced. Divine power, a rare and elevated force, akin to the application of magical energy. It was indeed the royal power that stimulated Inu's left eye, awakening her formidable strength by chance. What a powerful ability. Inu panted, having battled these beasts for quite some time, drenched in sweat. She excavated the Tiger King's magic core and casually consumed it, while normal humans might not be able to do so. There are always exceptions, right? Truth be told, Inu now found herself questioning her own identity. Was she truly an ordinary person, or perhaps an incarnation of some mysterious entity? Something felt amiss. 9 parts out of 10 felt wrong. Yet, she could not dwell on it too long. Gaining strength was paramount. After all, she aspired to traverse the world. One cannot embark on such a journey without a modicum of power. Gulp. After an arduous battle, Inu felt a pang of hunger, swallowing hard as she gazed upon the corpses of the beasts. For some inexplicable reason, an overwhelming desire to eat surged within her. In an odd twist of fate, Inu found herself squatting before the Tiger King, her cherry-like mouth parting to reveal 2 sharp little fangs, bending down to take a bite. What the hell am I doing? Realizing her folly, Inu broke into a cold sweat, snapping back to her senses. She was a modern individual, not one to indulge in such primal behavior. How could she even contemplate such an act? Shaking her head, she suppressed the bizarre impulse. She skinned the giant tiger and stowed the hide in her backpack. Utilizing the power of gold element, she impaled the giant tiger and began to roast it over a fire. Soon, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat, marking Inu's first experience tasting tiger flesh. After indulging in a hearty feast, she waved her hand to disperse the elemental creations and made her way toward the cave. Intending to refine the newly acquired abilities she had just gained, she sensed a novel energy activating within the sea of her soul. Clearly, in addition to the 12 fundamental elements, this world harbored numerous other powerful and terrifying energies. And Yu's grand journey of exploration was slowly unfurling, driven by curiosity, granting her the opportunity to glimpse a fragment of the world. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she greeted the gallant knight before settling into a corner to explore the depths of her soul. Meanwhile, a cadre of individuals clad in black infiltrated a secluded valley. They not only avoided the patrolling cameras overhead, but also evaded the territories of many formidable beasts, employing powerful concealment techniques to slip in undetected. The surroundings were eerily silent. Despite the sun's brilliance, an oppressive and fearful atmosphere loomed. In the forest shadows, numerous creatures lay quietly beneath the trees. Upon closer inspection, these beasts gazed with wide eyes, their bodies intact yet devoid of life. As if all energy had been siphoned away, leaving only hollow shells behind. Several students' corpses lay concealed, the hidden formations and obstructing trees preventing the cameras from detecting their tragic fates. Vibrant lives lay in the corners, unnoticed and destined to remain so. Buzz. A crimson six-pointed star formation was gripped in the hand of one black-clad figure. Yes, the student's life force waned. They could only muster a final scream. All energy converging into the formation before vanishing entirely, leaving behind an empty shell. The black-clad figures, scattered yet purposeful, gradually advanced toward the valley's center. Under the cover of mist, they began to arrange various items in the corners of the valley, pouring buckets of fresh blood in an orderly manner. They had no intention of allowing the students on this island to escape alive. Several of the black-clad individuals hid in the shadows beneath towering trees, their silenced firearms trained on various points of the forest. Meanwhile, the academy remained blissfully unaware, with only the departed souls knowing the grim truth that it was none other than a cult. Alamonis, the cult of the Lord of Wisdom. Among them were even several formidable night-level powerhouses, and it was likely that all the students on the island combined would struggle to defeat them. The guardian beasts in the valley were besieged by a group of cloaked figures. Obscured by mist and hidden formations, the assailants wielded a mysterious new crimson formation, continuously siphoning the life force from a massive python. Hiss, damn cult, not even sparing the students. If I die, you will meet your doom in due time. One of the cloaked figures scoffed, binding the immense body of the python with chains. Keek, you are now at your wit's end. Once you perish, I will have the liberty to slay the students in this area at will. Ha ha ha, all shall become nourishment for our master. Thus, one of the island's guardians, whose name had yet to be revealed, met his demise. Despite the immense strength of the night level, he had no resistance against the horrifying, life-draining power, which could completely absorb all his strength in a mere moment. Gradually, he transformed into a cold corpse, and the power of the surrounding cloaked figures surged even further. Ha ha, hashash, keek. The cloaked figures emitted a cacophony of eerie laughter, their strength slowly escalating. Midnight 7, midnight 8, midnight 9, boom. As one of the cloaked figures broke through his bottleneck, he finally reached night 1. Ha! Indeed, only by serving our master can one attain such formidable power. Those self-righteous fools will forever remain oblivious to our greatness. And even more so to the greatness of the Lord of Wisdom. Waves of laughter erupted from their ranks. Praise the great Lord of Wisdom. Praise the great Lord of Wisdom. X-21, the sinister aura gradually enveloped the entire island. And with the sacrifice of the Guardian, the colossal formation in the valley began to operate. Although the weather remained oppressively hot, the average temperature of the island suddenly plummeted by several degrees. Achoo, Gelon, have you noticed that the temperature seems to have dropped? Indeed, miss, what on earth is happening? I feel a sense of unease, so do I. Alas, we must face whatever comes our way. This trial may not be as smooth as we hope. The students sensed the ominous approaching storm, many seeking suitable cover to hide. The offshore base. Teachers and staff gradually realized that something was amiss. some felt the unsettling chill that was spreading throughout the island. Meanwhile, the recording team and students on the island also sensed an unusual presence, at that moment, at the base airport. Elisa, why do I feel something is off? It shouldn't be this cold. Indeed, the temperature dropped suddenly. I feel like I need to put on an extra layer. Elisa, that is not the point. I have a feeling something's going to happen today. That is indeed true, informed the recording team and the little ones on the island. Today, many students have been sent back. The number of students on the island has already dropped by over 50. IT has never been this early to eliminate so many. Let the monitoring room conduct a thorough search. Anna, should we just go in and take a look? Sure. Let us prepare. The two elegant female teachers made their way into the base as the sky gradually darkened, occasionally illuminated by bolts of lightning. Though various climate changes were reasonable on this perilous island, this time it seemed far more complex. Another guardian beast, a massive night-level antelope on a small plain, collapsed in a pool of blood, its life force slowly drained by the Crimson Formation. One by one, the guardian beasts were besieged, and the mist in the sky thickened. While the tracking of various students remained unaffected, the surrounding environment began to fade from view. Meanwhile, at the live broadcast site. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears there is a problem with this wilderness survival assessment. I feel an unsettling anxiety. It seems some students are missing. Oh no! Don't scare me. My child is still inside. A noblewoman began to panic, sensing something was off. Please, don't worry. Let us wait and see. There are teachers present. It will be fine. Others nearby comforted her. People everywhere anxiously watched the broadcast, for they realized that some of their children were missing. Desperately trying to contact the teachers, they were told that the children had not returned to the base. This was likely a dire situation. Above Giant Pulse Island, dark clouds loomed, thunder rumbled, resembling a massive wolf's head intent on tearing the island apart. The creatures of the sea, frightened by the atmospheric anomalies, retreated deep into the depths, unwilling to surface. Countless animals sought refuge in their burrows, hidden from the light of day. The scent of blood permeated the island as many guards and teachers ascended. Although the exact happenings on the island remained unclear, one thing was certain. Students were in peril. An elder from the Atlanta Magic Academy, the sole Dawn-level powerhouse present, soared through the sky towards the heart of the island. The higher he ascended, the more alarmed he felt. For the first time, this gray-haired elder sensed a lethal threat. Damn it! What on earth has transpired? As he flew into the clouds, blood-red lightning began to streak through the dark clouds. He clearly observed numerous tiny blood-red mists merging into the ominous clouds overhead. Damn it, this is a cult. His brow furrowed deeply, a clear indication that many students were already in distress. Alas, these students are indeed unfortunate. How could they encounter such a fate? The elder immediately activated the terminal on his arm to swiftly relay the message back to the base. Subsequently, he formed hand seals, unleashing his formidable Dawn-level power. The radiant light began to manifest as he chanted, with dozens of light element runes overlapping and intertwining, emitting immense energy that a sacred beam of light instantly dispelled a large portion of the dark clouds, causing the blood-red aura to recede, illuminating a significant portion of the sky like a celestial star. High-level dispel, he exclaimed, and light erupted from him in a shockwave, dispersing nearly all the clouds in the vicinity, before transforming into a stream of light that descended into the forest to search for traces of the cultists. The teachers and guards coordinated with his actions, entering the jungle in droves to rescue the students. And Yu was still acclimating to her own powers that, in the Sea of Souls. The stars sparkled with golden light, and the mist gradually dissipated, revealing purple energy amidst the starry sky. Everything began to stabilize. The myriad stars converging into a singularity, and you gazed at the cosmic universe at her fingertips, releasing it, the Sea of Souls reappearing, compressing it again, all converging at her fingertips. Wow! So marvelous! She continuously dispersed and gathered the energy. Boom! She broke through. Indeed, she had made a breakthrough in less than half a day. She ascended from midnight 4 to the middle of midnight 5 WY now. It was already afternoon, and the dark clouds in the sky began to gather once more. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The student terminals vibrated. Emergency notification. Emergency notification. 3 urgent voices echoed from all student terminals in the dark cave, and you exchanged a glance with Jialan Knight, sensing something was amiss. All surviving students. Please click confirm immediately. We need to reassess the survival status of the students. All students seek advantageous terrain to hide. Giant Pulse Island has been infiltrated by a cult, and there have already been student casualties, along with several guardian beasts reported missing. All surviving students, please click confirm. We require a reassessment of the students' survival status. These cultists belong to a sect known as the Cult of Wisdom. Possessing an eerie power, alongside formidable beings of the night, we have dispatched a substantial number of educators and guards to the island for rescue. Everyone is urged to prioritize their safety and refrain from loitering outside. The assessment will be temporarily halted, with all activities focusing on personal safety. It will resume once the incident concludes. Upon receiving this information, the students were immediately engulfed in panic. Captain, what should we do? There are cultists on the island. We can't possibly perish, can we? Shut your mouth and stop cursing yourself. In the midst of the chaos, the deceased students offered no responses, while the surviving ones swiftly sought shelter and hiding places. A desperate slaughter and search began, with even the teachers unable to guarantee their own safety. Although the outside world was gradually descending into disorder, and you had no intention of venturing out. Moreover, the jungle was fraught with peril, making it unwise to stray too far from the base. Yet the boredom was palpable. Consequently, and you decided to remain in the cave to test her newfound abilities. The divine power within her was exceedingly thin, almost too scant to unleash a complete spell. Its recovery was painfully slow. Nevertheless, this power seemed overwhelmingly potent, utterly defying reason. Ordinary magic felt like a feeble adversary in comparison. And you slowly raised her right hand, extending her index finger. The tip of her nail glimmered with a trace of divine power, a pure golden aura radiating outward, transforming the exposed nail into a lustrous gold. She delicately traced her finger against the rock face. An tearing sound emerged. Only the energy reaction from the divine power in motion, with little sensation at her fingertip. Instantly, deep grooves appeared on the resilient rock surface. With her finger gliding effortlessly, encountering virtually no resistance. Remarkably, this minuscule amount of divine power showed almost no signs of depletion, as damaging the rock consumed an insignificant fraction of her strength. The nearby Gallan Knight, sensing this aura, widened his eyes in disbelief. What is this? The pure, golden energy instilled within him a sense of trepidation. My goodness, miss, what on earth is happening? The Gallan Knight increasingly felt that his lady was no ordinary individual. How could she wield such perilous power so effortlessly? I truly don't know. I'm not that impressive, just managed to slay an old tiger. Well, if you choose not to share, that's your prerogative, and you realize that this divine power bore a striking resemblance to the shell of her 12 elemental greatsword. Or rather, the 12 elemental greatsword within her soul sea was originally 12 divine power swords, only amplified by the divine shell, allowing for their unrestricted use. However, this also meant that you no longer needed to rely on the elemental sword realm to unleash powerful attacks. And you attempted to condense her divine power into her sword intent. Since divine power could forge the 12 divine swords, could it also create the sword intent of the gods when merged with the blade? Evidently, this was feasible. She manifested a metallic longsword and practiced basic sword techniques in the clearing. Soon, flecks of golden light shimmered upon the metal blade, each movement imbued with an ethereal grace. Subsequently, she dispersed the metallic longsword, using her fingers as a blade, and was even able to slice through the air, generating golden sword energy. The very air seemed to part as she struck the rock wall, severing a massive chunk in an instant. And you licked her small fangs, reveling in the might of high-level power, unparalleled by any mundane force. Before the teachers located the students, none were permitted to act freely, for the cultists had established a vast array within the mountains. Thus, the two became hermits atop the mountain, venturing out only to forage for fruit or hunt for sustenance. Meanwhile, the academy showed little to no response, or perhaps their reactions were minimal, as the cultists proved to be exceedingly troublesome, fleeing whenever confronted by powerful instructors or groups of teachers. Meanwhile, weaker, isolated instructors often found themselves targeted, with danger lurking at every turn. However, none of this concerned Inu. She continued her meditative practice in the cave, cultivating her abilities and consuming provisions, and soon a day passed. Now, Inu sought to enhance not only her soul's strength and vitality, but also her magical prowess, while also developing her divine power. One could say she was multitasking, or perhaps her training speed was 4 times slower than others. Yet whenever she commenced her cultivation, the hairpin atop her head would emit a faint glow, with her speed steadily increasing. Although the assessment had been suspended, 12 days remained, and once the cultist incident concluded, it would resume, seizing this opportunity to further empower herself, and you devoted herself tirelessly to her training. The hairpin transformed from a subtle luminescence to a red glow illuminating a portion of the cave. Akin to a blazing fire, though the flames remained still, the gallant knight had long since grown accustomed to this inexplicable phenomenon. Whatever his lady did was undeniably impressive. Time passed as she immersed herself in her training. And you spent a full 3 days in meditation, finally reaching the midnight 6th stage of cultivation. However, as the saying goes, before a great battle, there must be provisions. The commotion outside was becoming increasingly audible. Teachers were retreating steadily, seemingly unable to withstand the cultists. Periodically, the deafening explosion of magical crystal bombs echoed through the AI. IT remained uncertain how the cultists were faring, but from the sounds, it appeared they had been battling for 3 consecutive days without a definitive outcome. The Academy's terminal seemed to have frozen, with no information forthcoming. Thus, the two remained in the cave, with the gallant knight having broken through to the midnight 4th stage, now regarded as the most formidable force among the students. The battle outside raged on, yet they could not disrupt Inu's cultivation. During this time, Inu continually explored her methods of utilizing divine power. The strength of divine power was immensely potent, capable of suppressing all magical forces. Regrettably, its quantity was far too limited for substantial use. Currently, aside from employing divine power to enhance her vision and induce fear, she possessed no other formidable methods. Nevertheless, the application of divine power to other attacks remained exceedingly powerful. However, the rate at which Inu consumed divine power was rapid. With her current reserves, she could only sustain the fear-inducing state for 5 minutes before it was depleted. Inu decided to enlist the gallant knight as her sparring partner to test her fear-inducing state. Yet boom! A golden divine radiance emanated from Inu's eyes, intricate golden patterns spreading across the whites of her eyes. Golden energy surged forth, shattering the ground of the cave. The gallant knight felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, nearly rendering him breathless, and he was instantly pinned to the ground, his garments torn asunder. Ah! Inu gasped in surprise, her face flushing as she dashed away, taking refuge in a corner to reflect. The gallant knight blushed as he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, hastily retrieving a spare set of clothes to don. "Miss, please refrain from misusing your abilities. There are distinctions between genders that I understand. It wasn't intentional. How infuriating. Why does this pressure prioritize tearing clothing apart? Who designed this?" Bang! Gunfire erupted sporadically throughout the jungle. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke filled the air, swirling around them. Though the ominous clouds had been previously dispelled, they were now gathering once more. The ominous red lightning was clearly no good omen. It likely indicated the activation of a sacrificial array. "Anna, hurry, pour water." A teacher afflicted by a fire curse urgently called out to teacher Anna beside her. Coming, splash! The teacher was soon drenched, cooling her to the core, but the fire curse was also dissipated by the water element. "Anna, I've been cursed too. Hurry, douse me." "Wait, Elisa. Aren't you a fire mage?" "I can't help it. I'm a fire mage, but I'm not a fire elemental being." Anna had been bustling about, tirelessly using water healing and purification spells on other teachers. Those detestable cultists were not only well-versed in curses, but also had a penchant for arson. However, since neither side possessed definitive means of securing victory, the Academy's teachers continued to evade the bullets from the shadows. The cultists, entrenched upon the battlefield, raised their shields to deflect the spells unleashed by the educators. However, the immense blood-red glyph beneath their feet was utterly impassable. Had it not been so, they would have charged forth in a fervent rush to overwhelm their adversaries. Once one ventured into that cursed domain, their mana and vitality would swiftly be siphoned away. Yet, those cultists, having established a whitelist, remained impervious to such effects, even managing to replenish their magical energies. Consequently, the Academy's guard reinforcements continued to land on the island, dispersing groups of students towards the base. Initially, the cultists numbered only a score, but soon reinforcements arrived. Among them were over 20 Nightwalkers and a single Dawn-level bishop. According to the intelligence possessed by the Academy, the cult of the Wise God not only wielded the capacity to sacrifice to the dark deity for twisted powers, but also boasted a multitude of followers. Their preferred pastime involved undermining the strength of new students across various academies, capturing those with exceptional abilities throughout the Aslan Empire. Countless devotees operated at the Nightwalker and Executor levels, with a total of 12 archbishops. All peak Dawn-level powerhouses, concealed in the shadows, their existence largely unknown. Only a colossal entity like the Atlanta Academy of Magic could gather fragments of information regarding them, albeit limited to their strength. While details about their abilities and code names remained shrouded in obscurity. Each of the 12 archbishops commanded 12 bishops, each bishop overseeing another 12 subordinates, who would establish covert bases across the land to cultivate executors. Executors, in turn, would recruit numerous Nightwalkers to conduct clandestine operations, rendering them nearly omnipresent, one of the most formidable cults within the Empire. Despite their relatively recent emergence, their threat was profound. Moreover, it seemed that deep, unfathomable secrets lay hidden within this cult. Secrets known to no one at IT was evident to any discerning observer that the cult was conspiring towards some dark end. Keek, you are all doomed. Once our plan succeeds, everyone on this island will accompany us to the grave. The bishop cackled, swiftly engaging in combat with Ridu. Ridu unleashed a barrage of spells, wind, lightning, and metal magic, but the bishop consistently countered with a crimson array. Wind and thunder charge. Seeing this, Ridu gritted his teeth, his hands weaving intricate sigils in the air, conjuring hundreds of complex runes. The fusion of wind and lightning magic formed a rapid vortex of thunderous energy, striking the bishop clad in gray adorned with golden patterns. Pooh! The bishop's hasty defense proved futile, and he was sent hurtling backwards, blood spilling from his lips. Damn you, Ridu! Why are you still alive? Must you continue to thwart us? The bishop, recognizing the elder, snarled through gritted teeth, veins bulging in fury. Of all cultists such as yourselves give anyone ample reason to end your existence. Nightwalkers typically donned black robes, while executors wore black robes accented with golden threads. The subordinates were often garbed in gray, and the higher-ranking bishops cloaked in gray with gold embellishments. The archbishops, however, seldom revealed themselves. Their attire and manner of appearance remained a mystery, as those who had glimpsed them never lived to tell the tale. After sustaining a grievous injury and crashing to the ground, the bishop unleashed a bellow, summoning a red hexagram from his palm. Instantly, colossal arrays across the island blazed with brilliance, illuminating the clouds above. An ominous aura permeated the island, causing all who sensed its power to shudder involuntarily. Red beams shot forth, forcing Ridu to rise and evade. The cultists continued to land on the island, with over 100 Nightwalkers now present, transforming the scene into a localized battlefield rife with conflict. Smoke filled the air as fortifications rapidly took shape. In humanity's warfare, those devoid of magical prowess took far longer to construct bases and fortifications. Conversely, those skilled in magic accomplished this feat in a fraction of the time, erecting mere war camps. Thus, a simple ambush escalated into a clash of military might. Yet the Academy's forces struggled to breach the enemy's defenses. The front lines had been engaged for 4 days, with many students still hiding in corners, unable to evacuate. Reinforcements came not only from the Atlanta Academy, but also from various knightly orders, with radiant energies emanating from all corners of the forest, encompassing snow-capped mountains, volcanic craters, hot springs, grand waterfalls, circular valleys, and colossal woodlands, evolving from skirmishes of dozens into conflicts involving hundreds. even thousands, should the Academy's leaders reclaim control of the island. They could thwart the cultists' sinister plot. However, the ominous clouds in the sky lingered, and time was running short for the Academy's personnel. Various fireball spells, missiles, beams, and magical crystal bombs altered the island's terrain. Meanwhile, you and others remained oblivious, consumed by their training. Even if the students were aware of the situation, it would avail them little, as those at the peak of midnight were mere cannon fodder in this battle. Many educators had retreated to the rear, their wealth of knowledge deemed too valuable to lose. The front line was now the domain of guards and knights. The knights, many of whom studied light magic, were particularly effective against the cultists. Thus, a drawn-out struggle ensued upon this island. "Ah, you wretched cultists, perish!" A young knight raised his sword in fury, aiming to cleave the black-robed foe before him into fragments. Yet the adversary swiftly leapt aside, leaving only the dark, gaping muzzle behind. Boom! The magical projectile struck the young knight squarely in the chest, sending him careening over 20 meters before exploding mid-air, showering the vicinity with blood and shrapnel. "Steve, no! How could you die so recklessly?" A heavily armored knight beside him stared wide-eyed, rage boiling within him as he charged forward with his heavy sword. The fortified bastion, constructed from anti-magic blackstone, served as a stronghold for the cultists. While the sturdy walls could withstand magical assaults, they offered little resistance to physical damage. A single powerful knight could easily breach the fortress. Behind, the mages and firearms units relentlessly bombarded the black cloak cultists surrounding the bastion and the exposed enemies at its breach. Damn it! This operation was only supposed to capture a little girl and sacrifice the island's inhabitants. How did it escalate into a localized war? One subordinate slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Another waved his hand dismissively, responding, "What choice did we have? The Academy despises us so. Those wretched educators fled long ago." Summoning a horde of knights, "I say we should negotiate, have them hand over the girl, and return without wasting more time. Though it may not meet our objectives, it would be better than this protracted conflict." Outside the bastion, the cacophony of gunfire persisted, with many gunners and mages relentlessly suppressing the knights and mages in the forefront. Hadn't you been present, he would undoubtedly have recalled the tragic events of the Second World War from his past life. Barbed wire, sandbags, and brick fortifications littered the ground, corpses strewn about, and a line of fortresses connected across the blood-soaked plain. Alas, while lives may be cheap, the senseless loss of so many brothers is a waste of time, grumbled one subordinate at the meeting table. Bah! Who told our superiors to value that little girl so highly? They insist we either sacrifice her or capture her alive, another subordinate spat, reclining nonchalantly in his chair. Who knows what those people are thinking? While it's true that once she enrolls, capturing her will be nearly impossible. If we cannot, then so be it. Must we engage in this battle? Indeed, it's utterly nonsensical. Damn it! Another subordinate chimed in. Bang! Sitting at the head of the table, the bishop clad in a gray robe with golden patterns tapped the surface, casting a glance at the assembled crowd before remarking, "Do not rashly speculate on the thoughts of those above. Although I hold the title of bishop, my authority is not as vast as you might believe. You squander your days ineffectively, consuming the organization's resources without comprehending your duties. Regardless, it is evident from this display that the archbishops hold that young lad in high regard. He must harbor some significant secret. I have heard whispers that he has drawn the attention of our Lord and received a divine oracle. Instead of indulging in idle chatter, you ought to promptly strategize your deployments. Victory brings rewards, while failure incurs punishment. You do not wish to experience the torment of a soul punishment, do you? After all, our Lord's gaze can penetrate any distance." The bishop cast a sardonic look at the circle of subordinates around the conference table. Instantly, a shiver ran through the group as they exchanged anxious glances. Uniting in a chorus of, "Praise our Lord! We shall undoubtedly secure victory." Ah, that is more like it. The meeting is adjourned. With that, the assembly pushed open the heavy, anti-magic black stone doors and descended into the underground passages. Moving to provide support between various fortifications, the chaotic artillery fire and concentrated magical assaults outside rendered the surrounding magical currents wildly turbulent. making it impossible for ordinary individuals to absorb any magic in such an environment. Any attempt to do so could result in violent backlash. The rampant energies of various elemental magics coalesced in the air, disrupting the magical conduits of both mages and magical devices. Many inexperienced recruits misfired their spells, resulting in catastrophic explosions. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and amidst this perilous offensive and defensive struggle, death loomed at every corner, within the encampments of the knights and mages. Makeshift tents dotted the landscape, with a large central tent housing an array of magical devices, all meticulously arranged upon a rectangular table in the middle that a crowd had gathered around, issuing commands through the magical instruments to control the unfolding battle ahead. Group 1 of the Mage Corps, advance to Zone 13, cease fire and establish a perimeter. Group 3 of the Mage Corps, proceed to Zone 14, cease fire and establish a perimeter. Group 7 of the Knight Corps, head to Zone 11, carry explosives to demolish the fortress. Reconnaissance Unit 5, locate the enemy's hidden passages. Infiltrate beneath the fortress in Zone 11. Officers in the command center intermittently issued orders, directing their forces to infiltrate enemy strongholds while engaging in discussions. As the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated, the battle entered a brief lull. Why are these cultists so intent on causing trouble? They insist on disrupting our academy's recruitment process and declaring war, refusing to retreat. One officer took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his expression one of deep melancholy. The concerned leader from the academy chimed in. That old fool Leto is still out there relishing the battle. Yet the enemy's offensive is too formidable. If anything were to happen to him, the opposing Dawn-level forces would sweep us aside effortlessly. That a commander from the Knight Corps remained unfazed. Why worry about it? We shall meet force with force. If necessary, we retreat and gather the remaining students that we can afford to abandon this island. I refuse to believe they would dare pursue us. That may be true. These cultists are only brave enough to dance about in this corner. Let's take it one step at a time. That if losses exceed expectations, we cannot linger here. We must retreat swiftly. Let us hope this encirclement can eradicate at least a few of their strongholds. And perhaps we can push through. The reconnaissance unit successfully uncovered the hidden passages, employing the stealth and evasion techniques of assassins, going unnoticed by anyone. The Knight Corps effectively surrounded the enemy within their fortress, while reinforcements attempting to arrive were intercepted by the reconnaissance unit and assassins in the hidden tunnels. Subsequently, the fortifications were adorned with magical crystal bombs, and as the group distanced themselves, the individuals within the fortress were ensnared by the activated formations. The captain of the Knight Corps pressed the activation button on the terminal. Boom! With a thunderous roar, flames erupted skyward. The entire fortress was instantly catapulted into the air, forming a small mushroom cloud and creating a massive crater over 50 meters in diameter. Trees and underbrush were uprooted and flung far away by the shockwave. As the Knight Corps continued their assault, systematically dismantling fortifications, the Mage Corps relentlessly unleashed spells to suppress the scattered cultists. Lord of the Earth, please take this path. An executor guided a member of the Earth faction. How terrifying. I must escape with the intelligence. Otherwise, we are all doomed. I hope the bishop does not blame us. Indeed, survival is our only hope. Let us hurry. This path was a secret escape route specifically utilized by the cultists, nestled between two hills leading directly to the seaside, where they could board vessels to flee. Whoosh, whoosh! A gentle breeze swept through the group of robed cultists. What is happening? Is there an enemy attack? Something feels amiss. The member of the Earth faction shivered, immediately casting a detection spell to survey the surroundings. As a flurry of gray-black sparks scattered, the information from a 100-meter radius flooded back into the Earth faction member's mind. It seems I was merely being overly cautious. Haha, there is truly nothing. An executor beside him echoed, yes, just scaring oneself. Thus, the group of executors and the Earth faction member hastily sprinted toward the end of the narrow path, though the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even the smallest creatures. The cultists rationalized that their escape route must be clear, but if there were any magical beasts blocking their path, that would indeed be perilous, and so they felt relieved. Only one executor at the rear remained restless. That Earth faction member, The Earth faction member turned back, puzzled. What is it? Speak quickly that I can't shake this feeling that something is off. Coincidentally, I possess a bit of classical divination. Perhaps I could foresee what lies ahead. The executor felt an unsettling sensation, as if ants were crawling over him, and upon halting, he was unsure where to place his legs. Why are you so anxious? If you wish to divine, then go ahead. We shall protect you. With such cowardice, how can you call yourself a cultist? The Earth faction member and the surrounding executors looked disdainfully at him. However, out of respect for their companion, they raised a protective shield to encircle the group. Very well, I shall give it a try. The executor with the divination skills said no more and instead retrieved a collection of peculiar items. First, he produced a string of 9 square-hole copper coins. Linked together to form a circle on the ground, he then sprinkled a hefty handful of ash over the copper coins and the cord. Infusing it with fire elemental magic, he recited, "O great god of fate, please guide me alongside the Lord of Wisdom, leading us, these lost lambs." He chanted an assortment of nonsensical phrases for a full 5 minutes. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, will it work? An executor beside him grew somewhat impatient. Shoo, speaking it makes it ineffective. After uttering these words, the diviner unleashed a fire spell upon the copper coins and cord, igniting them slowly. The group watched intently as the flames danced around the circle. At that moment, the diviner explained to the group, "This string of copper coins has caught the favor of fate. Once the flames subside, if all 9 coins remain, it signifies favorable conditions and peace. The fewer coins left, the greater our peril." The group fell silent, their eyes glued to the fire. If all the coins melt away, we are doomed. Put it plainly, if all 9 coins are entirely melted, it signifies 9 lives lost. If 8 coins melt, it means 8 lives lost and 2 spared, and so forth. If none are melted, it indicates we face little trouble. Are you certain this has any merit? I cannot help but feel it resembles the tricks of roadside charlatans. How could that be possible? This is the teacher I hired with a great deal of gold coins to impart his wisdom to me. All right, I'll take your word for it. As the flames slowly dissipated, the ground was left with nothing but a pile of melted square-hole coins, with not a single intact piece remaining. What the hell? This can't be real. How can there be not a single one left? The crowd exchanged glances, then turned their gaze towards the diviner. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Did I make a mistake in my calculations? The diviner, now lacking confidence, suggested to the group, perhaps we should retrace our steps. Continuing forward might lead to trouble. The one from the group remained silent for a moment. No, we can't turn back now. We must charge ahead. Retreating is also a death sentence. Perhaps you miscalculated, or these coins were simply of inferior quality and melted away. Fair enough. Then we must quicken our pace. The group fell silent, simply focused on their hurried journey. After a long trek, they finally reached the mountain's edge, where a small grove awaited them. Once they traversed through it, they would be safe and could escape this wretched island. Thus, they hastened their pace, even employing magic to enhance their speed. The light is within reach. Young one, I knew you were mistaken. It was never a reliable calculation. Laughter erupted among the group, and the diviner realized his error. So, it was true. There was no danger at all. He joined in the laughter as they dashed into the grove, racing forward. The distant coastline was slowly drawing nearer. Freedom was almost theirs. Suddenly, someone felt something beneath their feet. What is this? Beep, beep, beep. Bohal am mine incoming. The faces of the cultists twisted in horror. Damn it. Despicable mage group. I will never forgive you. Boom. Thud. In the midst of the explosions, the ground was left with a deep pit, and the cultists vanished without a trace. The mages emerged from the hills and surrounding woods. This is hilarious. Are these people fools? The diviner already sensed something was amiss, yet they dared to charge in and trigger the mines. Ha! Laughter filled the AIR.AT that moment. The terminal of an U, who was meditating, and the gallant knight who was training, suddenly signaled with information from the academy. Finally, some news. If there had been no word, I would have suspected the school had exploded. And you stood and stretched. The terminal's information began to broadcast automatically. After 5 whole days of battle, the school has successfully expelled all cultists from the vicinity of the giant vein island. dismantled all sacrificial formations, and thwarted the cultist plot to summon an evil deity by sacrificing students. Currently, half of the students have been evacuated from the island. The remaining students should proceed to the coast to await our ships. Due to the ecological system on the island being severely compromised by prolonged combat, we will be changing the assessment location. Given the time constraints, we have decided to reduce the remaining assessment duration from 12 days to 5 days. We sincerely apologize for the oversight that resulted in the loss of many lives, and we mourn the deceased students, guards, teachers who fought, and the Atlanta forces that came to assist. We will compensate the families of the fallen students and soldiers. And the next assessment, due to the shortened time frame, will be held in a location of greater difficulty. We have already lost several days. Preparation for the individual ranking arena competition have commenced. As a mechanical female voice slowly recited the lengthy announcement, and you and the gallant knight stood frozen in place. Not just them, but all the students displayed expressions of astonishment. How could such significant events transpire in such a short time? Is this some sort of joke? This was the collective sentiment of the students. That wasn't this just a trial for the entrance examination? Why did it escalate into such a major incident? A localized war. The Atlanta forces were involved. The students erupted into animated discussions. Why do you think cultists came here? Were they aiming to wipe us all out? Don't be ridiculous. Why would cultists bother to slaughter a bunch of rookies like us? There must be something else that attracts them. Indeed, these cultists may be mad and vicious, but they are cunning. As for the reason the cultists had landed on the island, and you and the Gallon Knight were acutely aware. Gallon, I know those cultists have targeted me, but surely they wouldn't go to such extremes. And you appear bewildered. Was it worth dispatching so many cultists just to capture her? She had no notable background. Aside from her unique power, why the obsession? I don't know either. These cultists act according to divine decrees, and there's really no other explanation. The only possibility is that you have caught the attention of an evil deity. The Gallon Knight wore a grave expression, but then quickly shifted the topic. Once this assessment concludes, and we enter the academy for our studies, the cultists won't be able to infiltrate, and will be much safer. Miss, you need not worry. Nothing will happen. That is true that I refuse to believe such a large academy could allow cultists to infiltrate and cause chaos. Meanwhile, the timeline rewinds to an hour earlier. After days of accumulating forces, the decisive battle commenced. The weaker pawns were rendered utterly meaningless and had to retreat completely. The majority of the cultists' effective fighting force was annihilated in both the frontal conflict and ambushes during their retreat. The true course of the battle, however, rested upon the confrontation of two formidable beings in the sky. Point 1 was the strongest bishop sent by the cultists, a first-tier Dawn-level warrior, possessing a unique and malevolent power that made him exceedingly troublesome. The other was the Academy's elder, Redo, a powerful mage of light, wind, and thunder attributes, ranked at the second tier of Dawn. Without the first-tier strength to suppress him, resistance would be futile. However, this elder's affinity for light magic allowed him to slightly counter the cultist's power. Otherwise, it would be difficult to contend against the bishop. The ground battle had reached a lull, and only the clash of Dawn-level magic remained in the air, emitting terrifying waves of volatile magic that affected both sky and ground. Only those who had attained the Dawn level could expend magic to fly and overcome gravity. This is why Night-level warriors could never intervene in battles between Dawn-level warriors. Their elemental flight techniques required vast amounts of magic, making it impossible for them to reach the heights where Dawn-level warriors soared. The focus shifted to the standoff between the bishop and Redo. Redo had been in combat with this bishop for several days. Though there had been brief breaks, it was hardly any rest at all. The Academy elder flew toward the bishop. "Roar, Redo! You dare to approach me instead of fleeing?" Upon hearing this, Redo clenched his fists. "Umph! How else could I give you a proper thrashing unless I come closer? Roar, then come." The bishop sneered contemptuously and charged at Redo. The battle erupted into a fierce clash, with spells, vitality, and even fists colliding against one another. The physical prowess of Dawn-level warriors is exceedingly comprehensive. They do not suffer from the frailty often associated with mages or the limited destructive power of warriors. Light magic. Light beam. In but a fleeting second, Leto conjured numerous light attribute runes, unleashing a remarkably swift beam of light. Regrettably, This technique had been employed numerous times before, allowing the bishop to deftly sidestep the beam's lethal range. Without hesitation, the bishop summoned his formidable spell, Wisdom Divine Art. Chain Impact. Dark chains erupted from his side, materializing in abundance. Yet Leto skillfully evaded each one undeterred. Leto inhaled deeply, channeling even more magical energy. His left hand concealed behind him while his right hand extended. Wind magic. Grasp of wind. With a fierce motion, his right hand grasped toward the bishop, and under the influence of the wind element, a colossal hand of cloud expanded across a distance exceeding 30 meters, capturing the bishop within its grasp. Damn it! The bishop cursed, promptly invoking his countermeasure. Wisdom Divine Art. Dispel. Crimson malevolent light erupted forth, swiftly dissipating the cloud hand. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, he noticed Leto extending his left hand, previously hidden behind him. The bishop's pupils contracted in realization. Buheo! Yet, the sequence of events unfolded too rapidly for escape. Lightning magic, thunder in the palm. A pure, formidable sphere of lightning, measuring a meter in diameter, materialized in Leto's left hand, instantly striking the bishop's head. In such a sudden moment, the bishop could only shield his head. But against the amassed power accumulated over half a day, his defenses proved futile, shattering his skull into fragments, beyond any possibility of survival. Thus, the lifeless body of a dawn-level powerhouse plummeted to the ground. Stirring a cloud of dust, Leto smiled with satisfaction. Haha, it seems my skill surpasses all. And you gazed in awe at the ravaged surroundings, feeling deeply shaken, while the gallant knight was rendered speechless. However, overwhelmed by the inexplicable, he found no words to express his thoughts. Observing the many workers delving into the island to restore the ecological balance and address post-battle tasks, and you resolved to refrain from overthinking the situation. The bizarre skirmish concluded with the bishop's abrupt demise. The students boarded speedboats to the base and subsequently ascended helicopters to return to the academy. Everything had finally come to an end, and this farcical episode had reached its conclusion. That AS and you and the gallant knights settled in the returning helicopter. It was evident that their expedition to the Great Pulse Island had solely revolved around training and hunting, seemingly accomplishing nothing of significance. And you reclined comfortably in her seat and stifled a yawn. Ugh. She began to reflect on her gains over the past few days. Firstly, the power of the Jungle King had awakened her eye of dread, endowing it with the ability to instill fear and divine strength. Through relentless training and hunting, her realm had ascended to the midnight 7th level. Although she had not acquired additional elemental control, she had indeed hunted a multitude of magical beasts. The seal on her spatial ring had long been lifted. Therefore, aside from the initial assortment of miscellaneous items, her spatial ring now housed an abundance of magical beast flesh. As for the magic cores, and you had consumed them all. Without doing so, she could not have swiftly elevated to the midnight 7th level. She had even inquired whether the gallant knight wished to try consuming a magic core, but he had swiftly declined, humorously asserting the normal person would either vomit blood or faint after a single bite. He dared not take the risk. Moreover, the divine power had grown approximately 30% stronger, allowing her to independently construct and release a spell without the need for complete synergy with her magical energy that AS for other enhancements. Her vitality had increased, her magical reserves had deepened, and her proficiency had improved significantly, expanding her soul sea by several circles. Now, she felt capable of delivering a single punch that could fell a bull. No matter the breed, be it a bison, wild bull, yellow bull, old bull, horn bull, water buffalo, or rhinoceros. She could defeat them all with a mere blow. If she were to additionally harness her vitality, her potential for destruction would extend beyond mere cattle. Chickens, ducks, sheep, geese, pigs, and dogs would all succumb to her fists. Should she encounter the foul earth dragon again, she could likely obliterate it with her fists alone, without the need to unleash her full power. Currently, Inyu's most formidable combat asset remained the elemental sword realm. However, in actual combat against others, she had engaged in relatively few encounters, leaving her somewhat inexperienced, though she occasionally exhibited a brutal temperament during battles, turning exceedingly ruthless towards her adversaries, often driving her fist through their skulls to extract their magic cores, an act that would induce nausea in any onlooker. Aside from her initial encounter with the Wind Wolf, which had been somewhat unsettling, she had felt no further aversion. As time passed, the ominous clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Soon, she would return to the academy to prepare for the next assessment. The 2 days of free time were allocated for rest and recovery after the examination. Due to the repercussions of the recent events, the time frame had been shortened, resulting in heightened difficulty. The challenge was now nearly double the previous intensity. As the survival period had been significantly reduced in light of this major incident, the academy had become increasingly vigilant regarding student safety, especially given that over 50 students had perished. Many had met gruesome ends, either sacrificed by cultists or caught in the crossfire of battle, with only a handful falling victim to the treacherous magical beasts. And you quietly mourned for these unfortunate students, recognizing that had she not been present, the cultists would not have targeted the entire island. She was the primary focus, and the student sacrifices merely served their convenience. That I hope you are not ensnared in such malevolent conflicts in your next life. I am truly sorry. Although and you understood that she could not attribute the blame to herself, the weight of sorrow lingered. For these students, it was a calamity, an unwarranted misfortune. After all, she had ignited the spark. Yet, it was fortunate that others remained oblivious to these circumstances. Otherwise, she would be cast as the scapegoat. Regardless of perspective, from the Academy's standpoint, the exchange of one life for so many seemed a favorable trade. Unbeknownst to you, the cultists harbored similar thoughts. A conflict neither side wished to ignite had been inadvertently provoked by the malevolent deity's fixation upon her. Contemplating this, and you clenched her fists in silence. The wicked god deserves to perish. I am still too weak. One day, I must slay him. She mused quietly, making a vow to herself, a promise of a confrontation with the divine. The malevolent god, the Lord of Wisdom, had sensed her existence. Undoubtedly, others would too, if even an evil god could not resist the urge to claim her as a sacrifice. What of other deities? They would either seek to reduce her to a mere plaything beneath their divine thrones, or strip her of her power through sacrificial rites. Or perhaps transform her into a puppet or bind her contractually as a divine envoy, depriving her of freedom for eternity. This only solidified Yu's resolve to grow stronger. Aware of the secret she bore, she recognized that even gods might covet her essence, potentially leading to her dissection one day. She understood that what seemed to be an ended farce had, in truth, unveiled a far more tumultuous and grand event. "What are you thinking about?" The gallant knight, seated beside her, gently tousled Yu's hair. She froze momentarily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she could no longer contain herself and collapsed into the knight's embrace. Wah. Why must I be targeted? I only wish to see the world, to behold its wonders. Why is that so wrong? The gallant knight, flustered and lacking experience in comforting, could only hold the petite white-haired girl, patting her back as a young father might. It's all right. It's all in the past. Try to look forward. Vivid flashes of her inexplicable experiences from both her past and present danced before her eyes, transforming into tears that streamed down her cheeks. In a world inhabited solely by mortals, her life had been so ordinary and lifeless. Coming into this realm, she had gained a new body, thoughts, and powers. However, from the very beginning, she was bound by heavy chains. Yet, only Yu herself was aware of this. Everything was just beginning. Even the swift helicopter ride consumed an entire afternoon. The transport aircraft gradually descended onto the helipad. The rotor blades slowly lost their momentum, and the gusts of wind dissipated, rubbing her slightly reddened eyes. Yu leaped from the helicopter. She had spent the latter part of the journey in slumber. As for the somewhat unpleasant matters, she decided to set them aside. A day's respite to explore the academy was not without its merits. Having not savored delicious meals for several days, she headed straight to the cafeteria upon leaving the airport. The two of them entered the dining hall and indulged in a hearty meal. After all, it was all complimentary. Eat whatever they wished. Observing the astonished gazes of those around her, and he was practically a spokesperson for the Clean Plate Initiative. The Jalan Knight merely picked at his food before setting down his utensils, Watching Inu devour her meal with gusto, he then made his way alone to the training grounds, while Inu immersed herself in the library. In this world, the libraries within academies were open to all, unlike in certain sordid realms where even libraries were subjected to rigid classifications and an oppressive points system, aside from a few specialized techniques. All forms of magic, be it low-tier, mid-tier, or high-tier, were accessible for free, regardless of whether one was a freshman or a senior. The library of the Atlanta Magic Academy did not operate on a borrowing basis. To take a book away, one had to exchange it for task points or their own gold coins. Each tome bore a unique seal, and without payment, it was impossible to successfully remove a book. Any attempt to do so would result in its destruction. Additionally, if any book was damaged without payment, compensation was required. The library even housed a specialized magical information network, all stored on virtual terminals. However, to prevent mass leaks of content that could lead to the misuse of magic and invite calamities, one needed the appropriate permissions to access the terminal. Viewing physical books was far less cumbersome. Permissions were tiered, and while all Academy students could access the vast majority of low-level skills, contributing or becoming a teacher granted access to higher-level skills. Part of the reason for this was the exorbitant maintenance costs associated with the magical network and its stations. Thus, by spending a bit more, one could gain access to all knowledge except for forbidden magic. The Grand Central Library of Atlanta Academy sprawled over thousands of square meters across 4 floors, totaling around 4,000 square meters, filled with so many books that even the most seasoned professors had yet to read them all, with information and techniques from around the globe evolving rapidly. Failing to visit the library for a while meant missing out on an ever-increasing repository of newly acquired magic and knowledge. Sorcerers were never stingy with their unique skills and insights. Although the Atlanta Magic Academy primarily focused on magic, it did not shy away from recruiting and training warriors in other professions. Therefore, the library contained not only magic, but also various combat techniques. Forging arts, alchemy, golem crafting, cartography, divination, and more to as soon as one stepped into the library, a strong yet soothing scent of books enveloped them, instantly calming the mind. When someone borrowed a book, a magical array would activate, automatically incinerating the tome that had been taken. The knowledge within the library was a compilation of various insights from across the Aslan Empire and beyond. Naturally, individual sorcerers could also upload their findings. But this was subject to scrutiny in such a highly intelligent library. The librarian's role was to manually organize and classify the uploaded knowledge, continuously updating it with the latest information through various channels. At this moment, Anu was engrossed in studying introductory teachings on runes. Her eyes, endowed with unique abilities, had grown even more powerful, allowing her to read 10 lines at a glance, retain everything she encountered, and draw inferences with ease. Once she activated her purple void true eye, reading became effortless. Merely flipping through some concise magical text would enable her to learn instantly. Currently, she was perusing a book on the fundamentals of runes, which was categorized into 3 main sections: natural runes, standard runes, and a final summary of runes. The first 2 sections introduced the foundational aspects of runes, and this book was far more detailed than the one you had encountered in that mysterious bookstore. Constructing any rune necessitates the expenditure of one's mental energy. Even if your mental energy is boundless, overconstructing will lead to psychological fatigue. Runes are divided into natural runes and standard runes, although both can be drawn using your hands or mental energy. They exhibit numerous differences. Standard runes require magical energy to sustain once drawn, and they form the most basic elements of magic. Conversely, natural runes are present in various natural disasters and phenomena, such as sandstorms, tsunamis, and torrential rains. They are direct manifestations of natural laws. Their complexity is significantly greater than that of standard runes, and they consume little to no personal magical energy, instead drawing from the immense magical energy present in the air, making them challenging to control. Hence they are rarely employed for magic. Different runes can be arranged and combined in myriad ways, enabling the creation of a plethora of innovative spells. Almost anything is possible. If there exists a task that magic cannot accomplish, it is not due to the inadequacy of magic, but rather the limited scope of your knowledge. Although there are only 12 primary elements, Countless unique and even advanced elements exist. Excluding the 12 fundamental elements, there are void elements, dark energy, etheric elements, nether elements, and life elements, along with distinct elements attributed to various deities and even malevolent elements, each possessing unique runes. While dozens of thousands of various runes have already been discovered, this merely represents an inconspicuous fraction of the vast array of runes available. Fire element runes. Fire, explosion, combustion, ignition, incineration, adhesion, high temperature, distortion, melting, chain reaction, ashes, wrath. Water element runes. Water, ripple, eruption, conduction, surge, extinguish, adhesion, smoothing, cooling, aggregation reaction, corrosion, calmness. Metal element runes. Metal, resilience, metal, resistance, indomitable, alloy, stability. Earth element runes. Earth, land, tremor, fracture, solidity, gentleness. In essence, each element and attribute possesses its own distinct properties, and the myriad functions of these runes make it possible to accomplish nearly everything in the world. Thus, for a civilization that has mastered magical power, the significance of ordinary technology diminishes greatly, and you continue to delve deeper, page after page, absorbing the knowledge belonging to this world, with the assistance of her awakened special abilities. She committed all the content to memory and swiftly flipped through the pages. The library contained a wealth of magical techniques, not only as preparation for her upcoming classes, but also for her personal growth. Explanations of magical pathways, magical resonance and harmony, shortcuts for magical release, and the cultivation of multi-elemental sorcerers. The more you read, the more she found herself in the story section, yet she remained oblivious to it. She pulled out a book titled The Blissful Life of a Sorcerer's Beloved Wife and a Dominant Knight. And you paused for a moment. What on earth is this? However, out of respect for knowledge, she activated her ability and rapidly skimmed through the text. Soon, a deluge of knowledge surged into Inyu's mind. Her hands fell limply by her sides, cradling the book. Sizzle. Inyu's face flushed crimson, as if she might burst with water, her fluffy white-haired head emitting wisps of steam. The truth was, once one realized what they were reading, it was already too late. Forbidden knowledge proved to be terrifying. It was no wonder such knowledge drew the attention of deities. The little girl felt a darkness envelop her. What was this? Why was the domineering CEO from the trenches still pursuing me in another world? Woo-woo, she stammered, her mouth only able to produce incoherent sounds. She slapped her cheeks twice, activating compulsory calmness. Why on earth would such material exist in the library? Who uploaded this? As she lifted her gaze, she beheld the story zone, and it no longer seemed strange. Indeed, in this vast world, wonders abound, and any tale, no matter how fantastical, could very well have occurred. Even if it were mere fiction, who could say it had not once transpired? However, she realized that she seemed to possess a knight of such unwavering loyalty. Although this broken narrative bore no resemblance to her reality, thoughts of her own knight resurfaced. Galen, oh Galen, why do you pledge such fealty to a young lady of uncertain origins? I myself am unsure of the path that lies ahead, and yet I would burden you. Alas, she had once envisioned embarking on grand adventures together with Galen, traversing the world, yet now troubles seemed to besiege her one after another. Suddenly, she recalled her previously registered identity as an adventurer. At that time, she was merely a fledgling at the midnight tier. Now, it appeared she had ascended to the 7th tier. IT came to her that the smart terminal provided by the Academy could interact with the adventurer's identity card. After all, the institution encouraged its students to pursue the path of adventurers. Thus, she retrieved the adventurer's identity card, which had gathered dust for some time, and tapped it against the blue holographic terminal on her left wrist. Ding! Processing adventurer identity. Name. New gender. Female age. 13 tier. Midnight tier specialization. Combat adventurer level. Ordinary detected actual information discrepancies. Correcting. Indeed, her strength had significantly increased, and the holographic terminal could detect such changes. The terminals distributed by the various academies were capable of interacting with and modifying information on the Adventurer's Association identity card. Bayenu pondered that since the Adventurer module had been unlocked on the Academy terminal, This card had become obsolete, and so she stored it away in her spatial ring. Your adventure module has been unlocked. New information is being corrected. Name. A new gender. Female age. 13 tier. Midnight 7th tier specialization. Combat adventurer level. Ordinary. You may now accept quests through the adventure module. After the synchronization was complete, Anu casually closed the terminal and resumed her perusal of books. She then reassured herself that she was not in the story zone and began searching for magical tomes. Basic magic. Fireball. Learning. Basic magic. Ice spike. Learning. Basic magic. Wind field. Learning. Basic magic. Water shield. Learning. Basic magic. Metal sword. Learning. Basic magic. Wood restoration. Learning. Basic magic. Earth wall. Learning. Basic magic. Palm thunder. Learning. Basic magic. Dispel. Learning. Basic magic. Shadow concealment. Learning. Thus the days swiftly passed. And you had nearly mastered all practical basic spells. Indeed, she had learned them outright. Though she had yet to cast a single spell, she had mentally rehearsed each one countless times. She feared that a fireball hurled with all her might could obliterate a mountain peak. With each additional basic spell read, it felt as if she had cast hundreds of spells. Nearly all basic spells were now second nature to her, while she had yet to release a single one. She could assert with confidence that she was a qualified archmage, from healing spells like water healing, wood healing, and light healing to even dark healing, fireball, ice ball, iron ball, water ball, and earth ball. She could readily summon any basic magic that could be created through combinations. Simultaneously, due to Anu's formidable mental prowess, she could even release multiple spells at once. After an afternoon of study, the sun began its gradual descent, prompting Anu to send a communication to Galen. The night. Hey Galen, come to the training ground and watch me learn my new techniques. What on earth? Came Galen's voice from the terminal. Just hurry to the training ground. With that, Anu promptly ended the call and dashed toward the training area. Meanwhile, Galen, who had been practicing swordplay in the martial arena, resignedly sheathed his great sword into his spatial ring and made his way to the adjacent training ground to await Anu. Soon, the two reunited and entered the training area. This arena was specifically designed for mages to test their spells. Upon entering, they found a corridor and a lounge, and at the end of the hall, they pushed open a pair of double doors that revealed an expansive field. The surroundings were enclosed by walls and formations, rendering the structure nearly indestructible. Anu searched diligently until she finally located the magical target control terminal mentioned in the introduction. Brimming with excitement, she began tapping fervently on the virtual panel. In no time, a level 1 humanoid target materialized before her, clad in golden knightly armor. Its features obscured. Of course, the armor bore no actual function. It was merely aesthetically pleasing. Look at me, look at me! Anu exclaimed, waving her arms to capture Galen's attention. The knight regarded the little girl with a look of perplexity. Humph, a knight merely skilled in swordplay. Witness the cheese-like power of a true mage. Humph. Ignorant knight, behold the might of my magic. With that, Anu struck a pose she deemed impressive, one hand on her hip and the other extended forward. She had absorbed most of the theoretical knowledge regarding magic she encountered in the library. Naturally, she was aware of the daunting challenge of multi-spell casting, an advanced technique that involves overlapping multiple spells to unleash even more formidable attacks. Multi-spell casting and multi-element magic are two distinct concepts. The latter involves blending various elements to create a single spell, while the former entails casting several different spells simultaneously. Moreover, different elements could fuse and react, potentially resulting in explosive outcomes. This is why many mages, when their elements clash and casting goes awry, suffer backlash. However, if these explosions and fusions could be harnessed properly, they could yield unparalleled power. What then would occur when multi-spell casting and elemental fusion were combined? And you began a chant reminiscent of ancient deities, and with her right hand, she formed a magic circle for each of her 5 fingers, merging the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. This fusion manifested through a combinatorial arrangement. Anu's mental energy was rapidly depleting. The gold and wood elements fused together, water and fire intertwined, earth and metal merged, and so forth. This process birthed a total of 15 fused elements. Subsequently, each set of 5 fused elements formed a spell, including acceleration magic, fireball, and enhancement magic. And Yu's fingers danced like puppet strings. A succession of magical symbols and runes emerged. Like weaving fabric, she crafted a series of magical pathways suspended in the void. Illuminated by hues of ghostly green, white, and purple, colors unlike those emitted by ordinary elements, it took her several seconds to construct half of the spell, yet it already radiated a fearsome magical storm. Her outstretched hand bore numerous cuts, yet she was exhilarated. Wow, it actually works. I can use it like this. Before long, 3 magical circles converged together. What shall I name this spell? And Yu mused as she gazed at the level 1 humanoid target. Observers from afar sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from her and paused their training to turn their attention to her. That I shall call it the dimensional black hole, the fusion of elements. Intricately combined with the magic circle, gradually coalesced into a sphere of deep crimson hue, resting delicately within the palm. The elements within reacted incessantly, drawing in various elemental forces from the surrounding air, while a fiery red accretion disk began to manifest around it. Subsequently, infused with formidable energy, it was gently propelled forward by Yu. Unbeknownst to her, a throng of onlookers had gathered, their eyes riveted on the black hole as it glided forward. Even the ground beneath bore the marks of its passage, cracking under the strain of the magical energies. After traversing a distance of 50 meters in a mere 3 seconds, the sphere collided with the target cloaked in darkness. Instantly, fissures erupted across its surface, emitting a blackish-purple radiance that illuminated the ground below. Then, a violent explosion ensued. Bang! Waves of energy surged forth, obliterating the target into a gaseous state. The once sturdy magical formations on the ground shattered beyond their limits, splintering into countless fragments, while the marble floor became a tapestry of spiderweb-like cracks. Debris scattered wildly as clouds of dust and black smoke coalesced into a small mushroom cloud, enveloping an area of more than 50 meters and plunging the spectator's vision into impenetrable darkness, leaving only a thick haze. Despite being outdoors, the surroundings darkened to a level even deeper than night. That, oh no, it seems I've caused a calamity, and you mused as the smoke engulfed the entire area. Hey, what do you think about tomorrow's assessment? The difficulty has reportedly doubled, one youth remarked, slinging an arm around his friend's shoulders. This school is utterly disappointing. To think it was attacked by a cult. I'm genuinely at a loss, and now they've escalated the difficulty. Clearly, this is their fault, isn't it? Indeed, my friend, you make a compelling point. With such a significant increase in difficulty, are we not at greater risk of elimination? Sigh, this school is so incompetent. It might just blow up any moment now. No sooner had he spoken than, bang! A sudden burst of purple-black light shot skyward from the open training field, piercing the clouds above, followed closely by the emergence of a blackish-purple mushroom cloud. Goodness, actually blew up? No way, dude. His friend stood in stunned silence, while the other youth gazed at him in bewilderment. Buddy, what you did is illegal. Do you realize that? Blowing up a school could land you in prison. I had no idea. I was merely speaking offhandedly. How did it actually explode? The ground continued to fracture, the previously solid target having long since dissipated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. T.O. showcased the magnitude of her strike to the gallant knight, and you had channeled all her elemental magic into the sphere, never anticipating such terrifying power. Now, the entire venue was shrouded in black smoke, and the magical formations beneath lay in ruins. Cough, cough. What in the world is this? I'm never watching again. Indeed, if this ever happens again, I'll steer clear of these little prodigies. Their abilities are simply too terrifying. Ugh, cough, cough. I'm nearly choking on this magical smoke. What on earth is going on? The cacophony of coughing arose around them, with some individuals who were too close being thrown back by the explosion. Fortunately, many had sensed the danger and kept their distance, only to be knocked against walls, sustaining minor injuries. Knight, we are doomed. We must flee. And you seized the gallant knight, who was coughing into his hand, and dashed toward the training field's exit. Cough, cough, miss. That move was too brutal. Ah, ha. Ignorant knight, have you finally witnessed the might of my technique? Smack. The gallant knight delivered a sharp slap to Anu's forehead. "Miss, when did you become so melodramatic? Who have you been learning from?" "Wah, that hurt." Having depleted half her magical energy, Anu felt a pang of hunger and promptly sprinted toward the cafeteria in the temporary lodging of the Atlanta Magic Academy. A little girl with white hair cocooned her blanket lay fast asleep on her bed. Her delicate, fair feet peeked out from beneath the covers, the gentle sunlight filtering through the curtains and illuminating them with a crystalline glow. Her slender yet plump legs were tightly wrapped in layers of fabric, while her white dress had long since been tucked in during her slumber. Anu wore nothing but two thin white lace undergarments. Her smooth and fair back partially exposed to the air, resembling beautifully sculpted jade. Her long white hair sprawled across the bed, and she remained utterly still, lost in deep sleep. As the sun gradually ascended, the light streaming through the curtains grew brighter, illuminating the room more and more. Dingling. The charming little owl alarm clock shook, heralding the arrival of morning. Click! A pair of delicate white hands pressed down on the clock, silencing its raucous ringing in an instant. Although still wrapped in her blanket, she stretched lazily. However, having tossed and turned her sleep, she was now ensnared like a rice dumpling. Finally, she lay back on the bed and opened her bleary eyes, momentarily dazed before attempting to rise. Clatter! Yet, due to the thick blanket enveloping her, her attempt to sit up failed. Anu began to roll vigorously on the bed, struggling to free herself from the blanket's clutches. Cursed blanket of the Dark Lord. Speak! Why do you confine me here? Anu growled defiantly as she tried to untangle herself. But alas, having rolled too much, she found herself unable to escape. The frustration of her powerlessness was palpable. Teleport! Anu immediately summoned her spatial magic to execute a short-distance teleportation. However, still lying down, she did not land on the ground, but instead found herself suspended in mid-air. Bang! Ouch! Hiss! The impact left Anu momentarily incapacitated. Her smooth body pressed against the cold floor. After much effort, she finally managed to rise, waving her hand, and her white dress instantly adorned her form. Glancing at the clock, she was startled to find it was already 8 in the morning. She donned her spatial ring, tidied her hair, and affixed her red hairpin. Memories of the previous day surged back. After being intercepted by a teacher, she realized she was the culprit behind the explosion. Yet, after she recounted the events, the teacher had surprisingly reacted with delight, stating that the training field was indeed meant for destruction, and that most students could not achieve such feats. The little girl was left bewildered. However, as long as she was not held accountable, she decided to forget it. Exiting her room, she headed to the cafeteria for breakfast: grilled sausages, fried eggs, and a glass of milk. Naturally, she indulged in 5 or 6 sausages, for delicious food was meant to be savored in abundance. After rubbing her still flat stomach, Anu stood and departed the cafeteria. It was now 9 o'clock, and at 11, they would set off for the assessment location. After a bit more delay, she finally located the gallant knight, who had finished breakfast and was waiting for her along the road. After a casual stroll, they arrived at the square, where several teachers guided the group to the airport. A female teacher began to announce the details of the upcoming assessment. Due to the severe mishap during our last expedition to the giant Pulse Isles, this time we have chosen the Starlit Forest inland. While the Starlit Forest isn't particularly large, its difficulty is twice that of the giant Pulse Isles. However, since it has been our training ground in the past, the high-level magical beasts have already signed contracts with us and will not attack you. Currently, excluding those who have withdrawn or sacrificed themselves, there are still 250 students remaining. You will engage in wilderness survival over an area of 6,000 square kilometers on the outskirts of the Starlit Forest. This region comprises rivers, forests, and hills, and the most formidable hostile magical beasts will not exceed the 9th tier of Midnight. As before, we will travel by helicopter, but this time we will directly enter the airspace above the Starlit Forest, and you will need to parachute down. Certainly, due to unforeseen circumstances, we shall not conduct a live broadcast this time. The helicopter will patrol the skies, and should you find yourselves in distress or require rescue, signal flares will prompt our descent to retrieve you. However, please be advised that there is no magical network coverage in the area. Therefore, Your devices will only possess basic communication capabilities and essential information retrieval functions. All other access features will be rendered inoperative. Prior to this, we will distribute equipment. Each individual will receive gear that was not significantly different from what they had before, though due to the change in terrain. The formerly gray backpacks have now transformed into large camouflage hiking packs, and you donned her large backpack, adjusting the shoulder straps, and glanced at her peers, noting that the packs sat just right at their heads. While hers, the zipper of the large pack towered above her head. How unfair! Why must I be so short? And you fumed, realizing that this oversized backpack, when placed on the ground, was taller than half her body. It was cumbersome to manage, yet she could not express her frustration, lest others mock her height. Sighing heavily, she resigned herself to the situation. The instructor on stage, seeing everyone equipped with their backpacks, resumed explaining the remaining rules, as fellow classmates. Once you enter, you may form various teams as before. However, we will no longer impose restrictions on the number of teams or their sizes. Given that the difficulty has increased twofold, we strongly encourage mutual assistance to avert any unforeseen incidents. The heightened challenge is not solely due to stronger beasts. The environment has also become more treacherous. Many plants in this forest are toxic, the trees are resilient, the ground is compact, and numerous monstrous creatures will patrol the area at night. Our advice is to establish shelters. Due to the considerable distance, we will not provide teleportation items. You will find a unique cube-shaped device in your backpacks. It will activate to protect you in the event of lethal harm. But you will forfeit your admission qualifications that, of course, we do not wish for anyone to jeopardize others for the sake of their qualifications. Should we discover such an individual, they too will lose their admission. Beyond courage and wisdom, integrity is paramount. Our institution does not condone betrayal among peers. With that said, let us proceed to the Starry Forest. Over 200 students formed an orderly procession toward the airport. This time, the helicopters were significantly larger, yet their numbers had dwindled to 5, that with a total of 250 students, each helicopter would accommodate 50 individuals. The helicopters were dual-wing transport aircraft, their gray-black exteriors conspicuous by day, but nearly undetectable in the perilous night. Moreover, due to the considerable noise generated by the dual wings, soundproofing enchantments were deployed both around and within the helicopters. A formidable magical shield ensured that even the mightiest of night-class beings could not breach it. And you gazed through the rounded square windows at the swiftly passing scenery. The Academy's jurisdiction gradually receded, leaving only an increasingly dense forest behind. The Academy itself was not situated in a major city. And now, far from its confines, only satellite towns and remote villages remained. As the surroundings grew quieter, the only sound was the roar of the engines. The area was desolate, with only the 5 large helicopters gliding through the sky. And you sat nervously, her legs pressed together, leaning against the cabin wall, fidgeting with her fingers. As for her spatial ring, it had been sealed with a 5-day enchantment. These seals were relatively low-level and could be easily shattered by those of considerable power. However, given that one possessed the strength to break such seals, this assessment had become exceedingly simple. Thus, although Yu was adept in spatial magic and could effortlessly dismantle the minor seal, she chose to adhere to the rules. The backpack, which seemed overly large for her, was now cradled in her arms. With the difficulty increased twofold, it implied that previously encountered beasts of the 5th tier might now be of the 10th. While those of the 9th could be elevated to the 18th, creatures of the 10th or even 9th tier were formidable, and encountering such powerful entities in the Starry Forest could prove terrifying. Even with all her might, victory would be elusive, and Yu pondered this, recognizing that trees that once stood 100 meters tall might now soar to 200 meters. This is daunting, she thought, recalling how exhausting it had been to defeat a single earth dragon. Pre-battle strategizing was essential. Only by envisioning historical encounters could one mitigate unforeseen dangers during combat, and recalling past experiences would render future confrontations more manageable. Such individuals, and you termed fictitious historians, excelled in combat due to their capacity to recall a moment, comprehend a lifetime. Just as he was lost in her thoughts, 2 boys approached the gallant knight. "Wow, cool night, brother. Can we team up? I think doing so would increase our chances of success." The gallant knight looked up at them and inquired, "And who might you be?" "I am Spinth, a fire element magician," replied the slightly shorter boy. "I specialize in." "He specializes in using fire to drive away mosquitoes," chimed in the taller boy. "Hey, don't say that. I'm quite adept at starting fires in the wilderness." Spinth's face flushed as he playfully punched the taller boy's back. All right, it's my turn to introduce myself. I am Lambitin, a gold element warrior. I can transform my magic into a sword and take on 5th-tier beasts without issue." Spinth and Lambitin eagerly looked at the gallant knight, who, despite appearing to be in his late teens, seemed to them a reliable older brother. Since they had spoken up, the gallant knight felt it inappropriate to dampen their spirits. He responded with a smile, "You may call me gallant knight. I am several years your senior. A gold element knight now, at the 4th tier." He then pointed to Anu. "That young lady is our loyal companion. If you wish, we can form a party of 4, And you looked up. "Why are you pointing at me?" Seeing the two boys' gazes upon her, and you, typically shy, mustered her courage to introduce herself. "I am Anu, 13 years old, and I possess many magical abilities. Also, I am at the 7th tier now. If you wish to join forces with me, I can assist you." Anu lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Her usual confident demeanor vanished in the presence of strangers. The two boys exchanged astonished glances. And Lambitin exclaimed, "Is it true, fair lady? You possess multiple magical skills and have reached the 7th tier? My word, that is simply unbelievable." Spinth, equally astonished, added, "I can use a reconnaissance spell to verify if she's indeed at the 7th tier." He then formed a magical array with his hands, sensing the feedback from the spell. "Wow, it's true. Does that mean we're in deep trouble? We're older than this young lady, yet our levels are so much lower." And you watched as the two boys remained in shock for a moment, then remarked, "It's just a stroke of luck, just a stroke of luck." The discussion continued. It was more a dialogue between Spinth and Lambitin. "I heard that this expedition to the Starry Forest includes powerful 7th-tier monsters. We definitely can't rely solely on that young lady. She might not have even slain many beasts yet. We need to be self-sufficient." "Exactly. I aspire to become a flame saint mage." You were just talking big. "You'll probably get caught by goblins the moment we enter." What? Goblins?" And you shuddered, immediately sitting up straight to listen intently. She harbored an unfavorable impression of these classic creatures from Western fantasy. For instance, those in the know understand. Don't goblins only capture girls? Us burly men like us have nothing to fear, right? TSK. You really don't get it, do you? Some goblins have peculiar preferences, and they might just hang you up and use you until you're torn apart. The nearby gallant knight and the munching and you both looked at Lawn Boat with astonished expressions, simultaneously wondering, how do you know so much? However, the two were oblivious to the peculiar gazes of those around them, after a grueling 5-hour flight, and you was on the verge of sleep. No, she had already dozed off. Finally, in her drowsy state, the surroundings began to stir. The helicopter's speed gradually decreased, and the rear hatch was slowly opening. Puff. The large hatch creaked as air rushed in with a resounding noise. What is happening? The little lowly rubbed her eyes, sitting up straight to survey her surroundings. The two boys had also returned to their seats, bracing themselves. The knight approached and gently shook the little lowly shoulder, saying, "Wake up, stop sleeping, it's time to depart." Oh dear, stop shaking me, I know. "Then let me ask you, what should you do?" The gallant knight looked at the still, somewhat groggy Anu, who was bewildered. Hey, wake up, we're about to crash." "What? Crash? What do you mean crash?" "I mean it's time to go down, And you, realizing too late, scratched her head, stood up, and slung on her backpack. "How are we supposed to get down? Are we supposed to jump? But it's at least 300 meters above the ground. If I jump, I'll become a puddle of rain. First, listen to the broadcast." Suddenly, a crackling noise emanated from the speakers, which after a while faded into a clearer voice of someone adjusting the microphone. Ahem, can you hear me? All right, the area where we will be conducting the assessment is the sprawling starry forest below, covering 6,000 square kilometers. You will need to survive down there for a full 5 days, and at this time 5 days from now we will descend. All you need to do is return alive to board the helicopter. Of course, before we send you down, let me inform you of the special rules. It's not that you must be eliminated if you can't last the 5 days. If any of you do not last the full 5 days, but possess at least one Subknight 5th tier or higher crystal core when rescued, you will retain your qualification. Naturally, those who can endure the full 5 days in hand and some crystal cores can exchange them for cash and contribution points. However, this time, our focus is not on competition or survival, but on unity and cooperation. Due to our whimsical nature, rigor. The lively female voice paused for a moment before continuing. Every night, our helicopter will sprinkle a large quantity of powder that attracts magical beasts throughout the forest. The weaker magical beasts that absorb this powder may become even stronger. This will incite a beast tide. If you cannot unite to establish a defense, you will undoubtedly be eliminated by the onslaught of the beast tide. Upon hearing this, the students erupted into murmurs, and some even began to curse. I can't believe this is even conceivable. What if I get ripped apart? If even one person fails to unite, we're doomed. Exactly. And with everyone's abilities varying so greatly, no matter how strong, I doubt anyone can last 5 nights. Right? Has the school lost its mind? How could they come up with this? The female voice seemed to have heard the students' feedback and added, "That's why I said, when you're eliminated, you only need to have Subknight 5th tier or higher crystal cores in your backpack to retain your qualification." The crowd sighed, some looking troubled while others remained expressionless, and some were utterly bewildered. They were well aware of this rule, yet the weakest among them only possessed Subknight 2nd tier cores, while the strongest barely reached Subknight 7th tier. It seemed many would inevitably be eliminated. After a lengthy pause, the female voice began to announce the most crucial information. Surely, some of you are wondering how you will land, right? I'm about to tell you. Your method of descent is jumping down from here! Exclamation point. The crowd erupted in chaos, some cursing while others despaired, and of course, there were also those who remained expressionless and bewildered. Wait, if we just jump down, we'll end up as a pile of mush. Yeah. Are we supposed to carry a bucket to cushion our fall? Exactly, this is more absurd than any game we've played. At least games don't drop us from 300 meters. In that card game I played, falling from 300 meters might just trigger a heavy landing, but we still die. What? So you also ahem. In any case, is it really safe for us to jump down like this? Several timid girls clung to the railing, gazing down at the gaping hatch, the hot summer wind tousling their hair. However, a towering man, standing at nearly 2 meters, strode confidently to the edge. Meanwhile, the broadcast continued. However, we have prepared parachutes for you, but at a mere 300 meters. You're no longer mere mortals. What a bunch of cowards. You're afraid to jump. Have you lost your magical power? And you thought, it seems the magic cores really have been consumed. And what are you big men hesitating for? Shouldn't you take the lead and jump? Yet you still want parachutes. At once, a few boys and the towering man could no longer contain themselves, leaping off the edge in one bold motion. However, the boys, somewhat panicked, began to scream upon jumping. Where's the magic? Help! Yet they managed to muster enough magical energy to hang precariously from a pine tree, making a raucous noise as the pine needles painfully jabbed at their backs. The towering man, on the other hand, seemed remarkably formidable, plunging down without using any magic and landing squarely on the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling around him, his expression entirely unfazed, the girls clinging to the railing and the onlookers gazed at the dust cloud, their faces filled with astonishment as they murmured among themselves. That guy won to be dead. Will he? Jumping from such a height must turn him into mush. He should be fine, right? He jumped down so confidently. There is surely no problem. But he didn't use any magic. If that is the case, how strong must his physical body be? It does seem that way. Let us hope he is okay. As the dust settled, the crowd saw the towering man standing unharmed in a large crater, slightly disheveled but otherwise fine, while the boys hung in a comically awkward fashion from the pine tree, struggling to descend. Despite their predicament, the towering man's backpack was secured tightly, and aside from being a bit dirty, he had sustained no other injuries. Wow. That guy's incredibly tough. Perhaps I should just take a parachute after all. Around 40 individuals remained barricaded in this vicinity, occasionally utilizing magic to leap downwards, while those adept in wind magic transform into human-shaped gliding wings, gracefully descending. Nearby, for helicopters hover at a distance, with individuals leaping out in droves, akin to dumplings being tossed into boiling water, or donning parachutes to gently float into the forest, creating an aerial spectacle reminiscent of scattered projectiles. The helicopters resemble some form of flying creature, opening their doors as if to expel sorrow upon the earth. This gathering of individuals skilled in an array of bizarre techniques, alongside a number of ordinary folk, plummets toward the ground in an assortment of flamboyant free-fall styles. One individual, sporting a vibrant red explosion of hair, proficient in fire magic, summons flames that engulf him as he hurtles towards the ground, ultimately colliding with a tree trunk like a human missile that a line of girls, hand in hand, leap from the sky. Their skirts defying gravity like parachutes, providing them with a measure of deceleration. For reasons unknown, whenever you witnesses these girls jumping, a peculiar tune from an odd band inexplicably fills her mind. Amidst the seemingly absurd, there exists an air of sophistication that a striking blonde youth approaches the cabin door, 1 foot poised outside. With a charming smirk, he proclaims loudly, "Forrest, welcome your master." He then gestures toward the ground, and an abundance of vine-like steps instantaneously sprouts forth. With hands in pockets, he exudes an aura of invincibility, descending with an elegance that elicits gasps from the girls, including those on the ground. "Oh my, how handsome! Truly is Brother Yasa she. Ah, so dashing. I want to have his children. No, it's clearly me. Ha, you large trying to seduce my Yasa X. I got ANU in the gala night, along with a few onlookers in the back." Exchange glances, their thoughts unified. How far has this pretense gone? Beyond that group of extraordinary individuals, a number of ordinary people have also donned parachutes, gliding gently before retracting them as they approach the ground. While others rely on magical shields to land unscathed, Spinth and Lambton lean against each other, equipped with parachutes, brimming with confidence in their abilities, assured that they would not end up as mere splatters upon impact. The reason for their closeness is that descending together offers a greater sense of safety. Thus, their confidence swells alongside their newfound sense of security. "Ha, watch us, cowards," if not for the fact that their 2 companions have been too frightened to jump after a prior incident. It might have been 4 of them leaping together. Once this was mentioned, and you recalled it, visualizing the 2 of them hand in hand, brothers united in their leap. "Woo! Good brother, we must land safely." With one hand clasped in the other, they opened their parachutes. However, what the hell? Spinth's parachute became entangled with Lambton's. Though the descent slowed somewhat, the immense inertia caused him to flip over, hanging onto Lambton. "Dude, do you even know how to operate this? I have no idea what you're doing." Thus, they gradually formed a state of quantum entanglement, tugging at one another until they both dangled from a pine tree. Their parachutes knotted together, resembling ornaments upon a Christmas tree. "That I'm feeling sour," Spinth remarked. "I'll articulate your dreams," Lambton retorted. "Kiss. They clearly look like a couple, suspended in such a symmetrical pose," and you mused, her thoughts spilling forth. The surrounding onlookers regarded her with peculiar expressions, seriously questioning whether this white-haired girl was a shipper. No, that is not right. I should just think it. Why did I say that out loud? Damn it." The lowly's cheeks flushed. After all, in her previous life, she had immersed herself in anime, videos, dramas, and films, indulging in fandom at every turn, even within games. All right, it's our turn to jump now." The gallant knight grasped Anu's hand, leading her to the edge, and inquired, "Miss, can you jump by yourself?" "Do you not see who I am? Merely becoming Rainchan. Thankfully, I'm an athlete. I could take a moment to rest if needed." "All right then, do be cautious." The gallant knight then leaped into the void, eschewing a parachute for an unremarkable descent. Yet he conjured gliding wings of golden magic, gradually soaring to a distance. Anu approached the edge, her heart racing as she gazed down. The students below had gathered, bustling with activity due to the impending nocturnal beast tide, felling towering starry pines to construct traps and various wooden structures. Phew, she inhaled deeply. This was her first jump in 2 lifetimes, of course. She had not brought a parachute. Needing one for a mere 300 meters would render her quite useless. Thus, she summoned wind magic and leapt forth. Suspended in midair, "Wait, I've overdone the wind magic. I need to dial it back a bit. She subsequently reduced the output of her levitation magic, beginning to descend slowly. However, her speed increased uncontrollably. She couldn't help but cry out. Her slender limbs would surely suffer if they collided with the unforgiving ground. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed a surge of wind magic. Boom! A massive azure tempest erupted around her, bending towering trees and even snapping some in half, uprooting smaller shrubs and shorter trees, sending them flying in all directions amidst a flurry of leaves and pine needles. The wind magic transformed into a shockwave, sweeping outward, lifting several small squirrels into the air, and uprooting the grass and soil within a radius of several dozen meters. The ground was engulfed in a whirlwind, while in the instant of nearing the ground, halted mid-air, her flowing hair resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, before gently landing as the force dissipated. Phew! Thankfully I didn't crash. After landing steadily, and wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Suddenly, a chorus of astonished voices erupted above her. Looking up, she realized that it was those who had been propelled by the shockwave of her wind magic, now precariously dangling from a tree. And one saw me. I did nothing. The little lowly stood still, clasping her hands in silent homage before swiftly darting off to find the gallant knight. And thoughtfully reflected on her earlier maneuver. Due to her slight acrophobia, she had released all her wind magic in a moment of panic. Her remarkable affinity for magic allowed her to output such immense power. Hence, she decided to name this technique Shinra Tensei. No, wait, I've definitely heard that name before. It's a widely recognized term. As she pondered, resting her chin on her hand. The name of a skill is indeed of great significance. Perhaps this technique shall be named Repulse. Lost in her thoughts, and surveyed her surroundings. The primary flora of the starry forest comprises the towering Abian pines, scientifically known as Abian long-lived pines, reaching heights of approximately 100 meters. Their trunks are robust, branches lush, and needles exceptionally resilient, capable of piercing human skin with ease. The Abian long-lived pine, with long-lived in its name, is undoubtedly remarkable. Scholars have traced the oldest specimens, which have survived for 1.5 million years. These long-lived pines grow at an exceedingly slow pace, appearing diminutive compared to other massive trees, yet their lifespan is unparalleled, allowing them to naturally absorb magical energy. Even after reaching a certain age, a portion of sentience can still be birthed. Although the leaves are composed of pine needles, the dense, impenetrable mass of towering pine needles and elongated branches looms above the ground. Even the sunlight struggles to pierce through the tightly woven circle of pine needles to reach the earth below. As for how you came to know this, well, it is simply because the student terminal can search for the relevant information as for why one can still access it despite being offline. It is because you had the foresight to download a wealth of information regarding wilderness survival long ago. However, the ground here is a patch of yellow earth, where the grass cover is sparse, and much of the soil is laid bare. One can even see caves where magical beasts reside, nestled beneath the fallen trunks of great trees beside some hills. Upon seeing the densely clustered caves at the foot of those hills, and you felt an icy shiver run down her spine. Wow, there's so many holes here. How many will crawl out tonight? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to have to hurry and help build the defensive structures. After reuniting with the gallant knight, the two arrived at the jump-off point, where over 30 people were bustling about energetically. As for the others, they either ventured out to hunt or ran off solo as lone wolves. A few slender boys were vigorously sawing trees with saws conjured from magical energy, while several others formed small teams to fell more trees. One by one, robust, long-lived pine trees toppled that moment. A blonde girl approached them. Hi there. Welcome to our stronghold. She wore a smile, waved her hand, and stepped closer to the two. Who are you? And you inquired. Well, I was elected as the captain at my friend said I was suited for leadership. And since the others are rather lazy, they appointed me. My name is Alicena, and I am an earth element mage. After introducing herself, she glanced at you and the gallant knight, blinking as if to remind them it was their turn to introduce themselves. And you, a multi-attribute mage, Galen, a gold element knight. The two introduced themselves in succession. A multi-attribute mage. How rare. Alisana exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Hey, not everything has to be described as rare. Plenty of teachers are multi-attribute mages. And you replied, somewhat exasperated. Why do people in this world always prefer to describe the uncommon as rare? Ah, why? Alisana asked, a hint of confusion in her azure eyes as she gazed at you. It's nothing much, and you said, scratching her head. All right, if you don't want to say, I want to press it. Alisana then patted the gallant knight on the shoulder. Wow, this guy's quite robust. Well then, everyone has their tasks, so I'll assign some to you. This knight should go move bricks. Gallon? Ah, right. He is perfect for moving bricks, and you chimed in. After all, it's already afternoon, and it won't be long before the beast tide arrives. Gold magic is ideal for laying bricks and reinforcing structures. Very reasonable, indeed. Alisana led the two further into the crowd. Before long, they crossed a small patch of forest and arrived at an open meadow. The view suddenly expanded, sunlight illuminating the ground, where a significant area of trees had been felled, leaving only stumps behind. The earlier muscular man, towering at 1.9 meters, was single-handedly hauling massive logs of 30 to 40 meters in length to the camp's edge. Meanwhile, a flamboyant red-haired boy was helping those around him cook beast meat over a fire. However, due to excessive magical energy consumption, the flames had already died down that a cluster of small tents stood around several fire pits. With a pile of dry firewood burning together, the flames were encircled by stones to prevent uncontrolled fires from spreading. Some pits even had magical beasts roasting over them, while fire element mage circulated fire magic around the flames. As for the tents, they were woven on-site by a wood element mage, crafted directly using magic based on the cotton and fabric from memory. Magic is truly wondrous, isn't it? As Alisana approached one of the fire pits, she was greeted by a voice. Captain, you've arrived? Captain, I've completed my task. Alisana nodded and acknowledged each person. She then pointed to you and the gallant knight, saying, these two are our new recruits, and they're exceptionally capable. After introducing them to the group, she began assigning tasks, and you was slightly astonished at how quickly Alisana had organized the base within mere minutes. It was clear she truly possessed leadership qualities. You, if I'm not mistaken, you're a water element mage, right? Go fetch 2 barrels of water, and if anyone gets hurt, assist with healing. The girl nodded in agreement and turned to leave. And you should be an ice element mage. Go patrol the area and join the patrol team in hunting magical beasts, and keep watch around the base tonight. The other girl similarly nodded and departed. And Alisana pointed at a boy. And you followed her gaze, and it landed on a red-haired boy with a flamboyant hairstyle. You're a fire element mage, but I see you're not particularly adept at fighting. Just continue cooking meat. Just one look at him reminded everyone of his rocket launching technique. All right, Captain, I understand. The flamboyant boy turned and moved to another fire pit to stoke the flames. Next is you, and you. Alisana turned her attention to you, who stood still, and to the knight beside her. Next is you, and you. Alisana pointed at her, having already assigned tasks to everyone else. Alisana noticed U.S. striking heterochromatic eyes staring blankly at her. She sighed dramatically. Sigh. Let me ask you. She took a deep breath and slowly continued. Little in you, do you have any special skills? Then, she casually placed her hand on U.S. head and ruffled her hair. Hey, don't mess with my hair. It stunt my growth? As for special skills, I'm quite proficient in fighting. Does that count? And you looked at Alisana, awaiting her response. That's acceptable. By the way, little in you, what's your current strength? You're quite the fighter. Alisana remarked, hands on her hips, her golden hair flowing as she scrutinized you. I am currently at the midnight 7th tier. I am quite formidable, and you declared proudly, knowing that among all the new students in the school, few could match her tier. In a way. Really? Captain Anne's eyes widened in disbelief. You then raised her left hand, opened the terminal, and showed her the adventure information. Boundary. Midnight 7th tier. In a way. It's true. Alisana gazed at you in shock. Could it be that this seemingly innocent girl was actually an ancient being with many years behind her? After all, she had been labeled a genius since childhood, and even now, she had only reached the midnight 5th tier. What's with that look? I feel like you're thinking something inappropriate. You questioned, puzzled by her expression. And no, it's nothing. Alisana averted her gaze, feeling a bit guilty. The air fell silent for a moment, before Alisana quickly spoke up. In that case, little and you, why don't you come with me to take down some magical beasts? And as for you, knight, moving bricks seems beneath your talents. You should engage in battle instead. The trio ventured into a secluded area of the forest, where Alisana pointed ahead and addressed the two. Up ahead is a goblin stronghold, housing about a dozen goblins. The previous patrol team was driven away due to their lack of strength, and some even got injured. Now that we have the three of us, we should be able to handle it. Huh? And you exclaimed, bewildered, are there really goblins? Such terrifying creatures. I assent it. I too find these creatures utterly repulsive. They ought to be expelled in that anime I previously watched. There are goblins who are always inclined to engage in such unsavory activities. Ah, what kind of activities? And you inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the blushing Arizona, who was lost in her daydreams. Oh, I deeply apologize. It was nothing by the time she realized the implications of her words. It was too late. She turned her head aside, feigning that nothing had transpired. Wow, what an adorable captain, and you thought as she gazed at the golden-haired girl. As they continued on their way, Arizona abruptly halted and whispered, "Shoo, we're here." She then pointed with her small finger towards the distance, where a campfire flickered dimly, partially obscured by towering pine trees. The surrounding trees bore scorch marks and deep gashes, indicating that a battle had previously unfolded in this very spot. The trio proceeded stealthily, inching closer to investigate, concealed behind a thicket of bushes and a resilient pine, and you cautiously poked her head out, fixating intently on a small clearing ahead that a group of diminutive, green-skinned creatures clad only in tattered shorts danced around the fire, while a few guards brandishing crude sticks and clubs vigilantly scanned the surroundings. With several makeshift tents nearby, although Yu was rather conspicuous, she cast a wide-area concealment spell, rendering her and her companions completely undetectable to the goblins of inferior realm. Gibber-gabber, glibber-globber, glibber-globber, whirly-burly, hallelujah whirlwind, wah. The goblins encircling the fire emitted a cacophony of nonsensical chatter, their voices low and raspy, seemingly engaged in conversation. The trio remained fixated on the goblin camp, not daring to blink, fearful of missing any crucial information. Suddenly, those gathered around the fire seemed to receive a signal from others nearby and collectively departed from the campfire. Thud, thud. The sound approached, a heavy thumping resonating through the forest, gradually reaching the ears of the trio. Thud, thud. There it appeared, a colossal goblin, towering in an impressive 2.5 meters, wielding a massive wooden club in its right hand. Clad in iron armor, it held a wooden round shield in its left, each step sending clouds of dust into the air. A throng of diminutive goblins rushed forward to greet their chieftain, chattering excitedly in their peculiar tongue. Roar. Suddenly, the giant goblin let out a furious roar, and you discerned its anger directed towards the prior attack on this encampment. Subsequently, the giant goblin raised its club and waved it, prompting the other goblins to erupt in a cacophony of chatter. And you instinctively activated her Eye of Dread, her eyes transforming from a lovely violet to a mysterious golden hue, radiating a brilliant light as she gazed at the formidable creature before her. Goblin Lord, Midnight Level 8, the sole ruler of this small goblin tribe, lacking in magical prowess but abundant in vitality. Having strayed from its territory for a brief period, it had fallen victim to a surprise ambush by students. Inciting its profound fury, should a human appear before it now, it would undoubtedly crush them into oblivion. Be cautious. This lord is at Midnight Level 8, and you promptly relayed the information to her companions. Arizona refrained from questioning how and you had acquired this knowledge, while the Kalen Knight unconditionally trusted his lady. Thus, Arizona began to analyze the battlefield situation, arriving at a reasonable conclusion. This lord must possess the greatest combat prowess among them. However, to prevent those minor goblins from interfering, let us first eliminate them with area attacks. Their levels are all quite low, the strongest being at Midnight Level 3. Either of you possess area skills? The Kalen Knight turned his gaze toward you upon hearing this, without a word, and you stepped out from their concealment. Advancing toward the goblin horde, she then unleashed her dread eye, Her eyes shifted from their beautiful violet to a captivating pure gold, emanating a dazzling brilliance. An imperceptible wave of pressure suddenly crushed the goblins before her. Several weak Midnight Level 1 goblins exploded into a gory mess, while the Midnight Level 2 goblins were immediately flattened to the ground. Glibber globber, glibber globber. The goblins roared in outrage, charging toward you, brandishing their makeshift weapons in a futile attempt to tear her apart. Yet under the weight of her oppressive aura, the weaker goblins struggled to move an inch. The Lord bellowed in fury and charged forward, wielding its massive club. Arizona and the Kalan Knight burst forth from their hiding place. Earthquake! Arizona stomped the ground, unleashing a wave of earth energy that surged towards the Goblin Lord's feet. The ground cracked, sending forth a violent shockwave that momentarily destabilized the Lord, and the shockwave did not stop there. It obliterated several surrounding low-level goblins, reducing them to a gruesome pile of flesh scattered across the ground. The Kalan Knight remained silent, swiftly approaching the Lord, seizing the opportunity to unleash several golden sword energies that struck the Lord, piercing through its iron armor and leaving deep, bloody gashes, blood gushing forth onto the earth. Meanwhile, Inu strained to maintain her dread eye, her eyes radiating divine light. The Goblin Lord met Inu's gaze, momentarily stunned, caught in a trance. Seizing this opportunity, Inu gripped her dark-hued 3-foot-long sword, hurling it forcefully at the Goblin Lord's green head. Roar! In a moment of life and death, the Lord broke free from the oppressive influence of the dread eye, its energy surging violently, a crimson aura enveloping its body, repelling the dark elemental sword that barely pierced its helmet, leaving a shallow wound upon its forehead. The other two seized this moment to rush forward. Arizona unleashed 2 earth spikes that collided with the Lord, while the Kalan Knight summoned an iron sword, swinging it toward the Lord. Roar! The Goblin Lord bellowed, deflecting the 2 earth spikes with its shield while smashing the Kalan Knight's returning sword with its massive club. Bang! The Kalan Knight's pupils dilated as he retreated, his sword shattered into fragments that fell to the ground, and he himself was propelled backward by the force, landing 5 meters away. I end that fleeting moment. And you wielded 5 divine swords, their radiant light piercing through the Lord's steel helmet, reducing its brain to a gruesome mixture of red and white that splattered upon the ground. I end barely half a minute. The Lord and its minions had all met their demise, with a few surviving goblins fleeing in a panic. Only the Kalan Knight had been thrown back, sustaining minor injuries. Are you all right? And you rushed towards the Kalan Knight, channeling wood, water, and light elements into him, swiftly healing his injuries within moments. I feel much better. Thank you. My lady, it's nothing. I'm just glad you're all right. The trio then set about thoroughly searching the area for any useful items. However, after an extensive search, they found nothing of value. Ugh, how impoverished, Arizona remarked incredulously, unable to fathom how a tribe of goblins, known for their thievery, could possess nothing in their camp. Indeed, these goblins are not classified as magical beasts, thus lack magic cores, and you lamented. The Kalan Knight remained silent, diligently cleaning up the battlefield. The 3 reconvened by the campfire, the fleeing goblins already dispatched. They scoured the entire goblin camp, uncovering not a single useful item. The only item of some worth was the iron armor worn by the Goblin Lord. Yet such a massive suit of armor, designed for a 2.5-meter giant, would be entirely unwearable by any human. What should we do? The only valuable item is the armor on the Lord, Arizona said, looking to her companions for guidance. And you pondered, resting her chin on her hand. I have a plan. And you suddenly experienced an epiphany. With a concentrated effort, she conjured a formidable iron sword and plunged it into the gap between the goblin chief's chest and helmet. A visceral thud resonated as dark, crimson blood gushed forth, saturating the ground and staining the iron blade. Hey, little Inu, what are you doing? Are you desecrating the corpse? Arizona, still a young girl at heart, was utterly unaccustomed to such gruesome scenes, nearly retching at the sight. It's nothing, just watch, and you replied nonchalantly. She then exerted greater force, severing the goblin chief's head entirely. Removing the armor from such a massive frame was no simple task. Afterward, she took off the iron helmet from the green skull and tossed it aside, methodically dismembering the goblin chief's armored limbs, stripping away the iron plating. Ugh, Arizona could hardly endure the nauseating and acrid method of disposal, her stomach churning in protest. The gallant knight, though silent, wore a furrowed brow, clearly distressed by the spectacle. After 5 or 6 minutes, and you finally stripped the chief of all his armor, leaving behind only the greenish torso. The round shield and large club proved to be of no practical use, and you placed the shield and club atop the chief's body, stacking the severed limbs atop them. She then extended her hands, releasing an intense flame of over 100 degrees between her palms. With a resounding explosion, the goblin chief was reduced to a charred husk. Phew, and you wiped the perspiration from her brow and approached the pile of iron armor. The forging process of this armor was astonishingly crude. But then again, goblins were far from human. Even the iron was merely the byproduct of substandard smelting, resulting in inferior metal, roughly hammered into armor using stone tools. Anu then summoned a colossal cauldron with her metallic magic, tossing the entire crude armor into it before unleashing a torrent of high-temperature flames to slowly melt the armor. Arizona gazed at Anu in shock. Wow, you are incredibly versatile. You could do all of this? And it seems you've already used so many types of magic. I thought you only knew 2. It's not a big deal. I just practiced a lot. And you replied modestly, yes, that's so. Arizona was simultaneously amused and exasperated. The group collectively watched as the large cauldron's contents transformed into molten iron, gradually filling it to half capacity. The extreme heat completely melted the armor. With a flick of her finger, aided by her mastery over metal, the molten iron soared from the cauldron. What the heck? Arizona exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, are you a telekinetic? She was utterly perplexed at it's just that my affinity for metallic magic is quite high. So, with a wave of my hand, it flies out automatically, and you said, eyes closed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. All right, you must be right, Arizona conceded, choosing to remain silent. Brother Gallon, what do you think we should create? The Gallant Knight lowered his head in contemplation before responding, how about a round shield? The armor is too cumbersome, but I could use a shield. Understood, and you nodded in agreement. The molten iron gradually shaped itself into a round shield, with a handle forming under her control. Its size mirrored that of Captain America's shield from Yu's previous life, even mimicking the curvature. And Yu then conjured a large volume of water and splashed it onto the shield. Sizzle! As steam billowed, the shield began to cool, becoming exceptionally smooth under Yu's meticulous guidance, even without a mold. She lifted the shield, then inscribed it with a basic magic hardening spell using earth magic, a practical spell she had learned in the library, enhancing its defensive capabilities by approximately 10%. Afterward, she tossed it to the Gallant Knight, who quickly caught it, inspecting it with a few rotations in his hands. Thank you, miss. This will certainly enhance my durability, with little to show for their expedition. Arizona began to pace around restlessly, accidentally kicking the smoldering campfire. Crack, sizzle. The charred branches were instantly shattered, extinguishing the flames with a hissing sound. Oh no! Arizona hastily lifted her foot, brushing the charred remnants off her shoe. Hey, what's that? The Gallant Knight pointed to a black stone slab revealed by the overturned fire pit, partially buried in the ground. Anu approached, channeling her soul power to investigate. Strangely, while her soul power could typically penetrate walls, it was repelled upon nearing the black stone slab. Why does this slab block my probe? Anu queried in confusion. I have no idea, the Gallant Knight replied, his words lacking insight, causing Arizona's previously cultivated image of him to shatter. Deep in thought, Arizona realized that without magical ley lines in this area, accessing information through their terminal was impossible. Unquestionably, a stone that could obstruct probing was no ordinary object. There might be an entire relic beneath it. And you knelt down, gently tapping the slab with her fingers. Thud, 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 it's hollow. There must be something beneath. And you exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. Perhaps there were treasures hidden below. Of course, she considered the possibility of other, less desirable objects. Using wind magic, she blew away the dust and dirt covering the stone slab, revealing its entirety. The etched patterns resembled a magical array, though you could not decipher them. Do you recognize this? Nope. Never seen it, both replied. What if we just break it open and see what's inside? And you suggested, eyes glinting with curiosity. We could try. Even if there's danger, it shouldn't threaten us, Arizona reassured, patting her chest confidently. Agreed, let us give a shot. If there are indeed ruins below, we can explore them, and if monsters appear, we can make a quick escape, the gallant knight mused. All right, then I'll give it a try. Clenching her right fist, and you summoned her life force and struck down with tremendous force. Bang! Crack, crack, the sound of the stone slab fracturing echoed. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful tremor emanated from beneath. This isn't good. Retreat. The three swiftly distanced themselves. Despite Yu's punch, the stone slab did not collapse. It merely cracked, demonstrating its remarkable sturdiness. Boom! 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 As rhythmic thumping reverberated, the ground itself began to crack and bulge. Roar! A heart-wrenching, grating roar erupted from below. Then, a massive black hand burst through the earth and the stone slab, slamming down with a resounding thud. Following that, another hand emerged, shattering the stone slab into fragments that plummeted downward. Each hand was the size of a full-grown man. The trio retreated hastily, their hearts racing at the sight. What was happening? Had they triggered a hidden boss battle? Several small tents were swept away, and the ground trembled ominously. Rumble! As a colossal black horn pierced through the earth, it was followed by an enormous, fearsome head, with sharp fangs jutting out and an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The three felt their blood run cold. This was the legendary ogre, Roar. The monstrous, enormous black head howled skyward, its profound eyes resembling the grim harbingers of death from the depths of hell. And its elongated fangs seemed crafted solely for the purpose of devouring human flesh. Boom! As the ground was violently upheaved, the colossal black figure gradually rose, casting an immense shadow that soared over 10 meters high. The paladin knight immediately reacted, exclaiming, "This is an ogre. We must be in the sealed domain of the ogre." The countenances of the other two shifted with alarm. An ogre, in the present age of the Aslan continent. Such creatures were nearly non-existent, with few having ever laid eyes upon one in the ancient epochs. Humanity was nearly driven to extinction by these fiends, whose greenish faces and sharp fangs rendered them formidable predators, consuming humans as if they were mere morsels of bread. However, they mysteriously vanished during an unknown period. Historical records indicate that ogres are primarily classified into 3 tiers. The weakest, black-skin variety, a slightly stronger gray-skin breed, and the most powerful, the white ogre. Regardless of hue, all were imbued with malevolence and grotesqueness. The one before them was the weakest variant, possessing pure black skin, yet was still a titanic presence, dwarfing any creature they had previously encountered. Roar! It bellowed, capturing the attention of all students within a radius of several hundred meters. It had just broken free from its seal, its strength not yet fully restored. As it stood there acclimatizing to the light of day, several powerful students rushed over, feeling the intense aura of oppression emanating from the giant, their hearts racing with trepidation. "Captain, what is happening?" The group observed the black giant from a distance. The gravity of the situation palpable. Inu immediately activated her purple eyes for scanning. Ancient ogre, black, night level 1 darkness, a recently unsealed ancient ogre, a formidable black bloodline, was far from an adversary for the weak. Dark energy permeated its being, significantly reducing damage from non-light attacks, while light-based abilities could counter it. Roar! The massive black giant howled once more, then began to stride heavily toward the nearest students, unleashing the full force of its nocturnal intimidation. "This is bad, run!" The nearby students immediately fled in a panic, while the others gathered their strength to unleash their respective attacks, with over 20 students launching a colorful barrage of spells: fireballs, ice spikes, lightning strikes, earth spikes, and sword energies all rained down upon the ogre's colossal frame. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosions ensued, the magical force reverberating outward, gouging the earth beneath them. The students, refusing to relent, continuously unleashed their spells, with magic filling the air. However, The majority of the magical assaults were deflected, with only a few purification spells managing to carve a bloody wound into the ogre's body, causing crimson droplets to spurt forth. "Roar! Damn that holy light!" the ogre bellowed in fury, then uttered an incomprehensible string of words. With a sweeping gesture, it sent a barrage of colorful missiles, fireballs, and ice spikes flying, scattering a group of students who were fervently casting spells. It then advanced, pursuing the nearest student, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Nothing was more amusing than a fleeing morsel. The shallow blood wound created by the purification spell healed completely within mere seconds, leaving no trace of injury. Damn it, my light attribute magic level is too low to inflict anything but superficial wounds, the student lamented before turning to escape. Countless spells continued to rain down upon the ogre like a relentless barrage, but the giant merely swatted them away with its massive black hands. Even when they detonated upon its form, they only stirred up minor clouds of dust. This was not merely a matter of power, but also one of size and race. Dark and light mages were a rarity among humans. When faced with a formidable dark or light being, it became exceedingly difficult to inflict significant damage, and the ogre was a prime example of such a formidable foe. Observing a slower student on the brink of being caught, the paladin knight surged forward, delivering a fierce strike with his sword against the ogre's outstretched right arm. The beast roared in pain, retracting its limb, while the frightened student, trembling, expressed gratitude before hastily fleeing. Blood trickled down the ogre's black arm as it glanced at its injury, its fury igniting. The damage was minor, yet the insult was profound. It raised its colossal fist to strike at the paladin knight, who, drawing upon his extensive experience, deftly rolled out of harm's way. Thud! The massive fist collided with the ground, fracturing it into a spiderweb of cracks, leaving behind a colossal imprint. The earth quaked beneath the impact. As the fist lifted, shards of debris fell away from the blackened appendage. Gulp! The paladin knight swallowed hard. Should that fist land upon him, he would be reduced to mere pieces. Even the energy shield provided by the academy might not withstand more than a few strikes. Enraged, the ogre swung its left fist with blistering speed. The paladin knight hastily raised his round shield, and the colossal fist slammed down, creating a gust of wind that rocked him. Bang! Clang! The shield, forged through magical enhancement, crumpled under the force, transmitting a tremendous power that sent him flying with the shield, crashing into a tree. He spat out blood but managed to rise, glaring defiantly at the ogre. Then, he turned and fled, yet the ogre, intermittently struck by magical assaults, continued its relentless pursuit. The lower-tier spells that struck its form were inconsequential, barely warranting evasion. Collapse! A distant voice rang out from Arizona. Instantly, the ground beneath the ogre cracked, revealing a massive pit, causing the creature to lose its footing and tumble inside. Vines entwine. The previously ostentatious Azasai pointed a finger, summoning countless vines to sprout from the ground, ensnaring the ogre. Roar! The ogre roared in fury. These feeble traps and distractions could only delay it for a second or two, but that was all that was needed. Roar, young ogre, taste my finishing blow. At this moment, and you had successfully gathered her strength, soaring into the air with wind magic. Swish, she hovered midair, her snow-white hair billowing in the sunlight, as she charged a purplish-red sphere in her hands. Gradually, she propelled the small black hole forward, while the ogre, sensing impending danger from behind, howled in alarm, tearing through the vines and attempting to climb from the pit. Yet it was too late. The purplish-black hole soared forth, accompanied by a torrent of consuming energy and a fiery accretion disk, crashing into the ogre's back and igniting a violent explosion. Boom! The tremendous shockwave rippled outward for 100 meters, bending trees in an instant as an invisible force spread across the area. A fierce blaze and black smoke ascended into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud. All surrounding students recoiled, retreating dozens to hundreds of meters. Still, they were caught in the aftermath of the shockwave. Lighter students were even sent tumbling back several dozen meters, while sturdier ones were pushed back, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath their feet. As the tumultuous surge of magic gradually subsided, and you descended to the ground. In the center of the battlefield lay a massive pit, approximately 40 meters in diameter, where the fragmented remains of the ogre quietly rested, its black form smoldering with crimson flames. Huff, and you exhaled, calming her racing heart. It's finally over. How did we end up in such an inexplicable battle? Truly infuriating. Why did strange occurrences seem to follow her wherever she went? And what benefit had they gained from this encounter? Suddenly, her gaze caught a glimpse of a concave shield at the edge of the deep pit. What on earth? A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within in you. Without hesitation, she hastened over to retrieve the round shield. It bore a few specks of blood, and the magic circle inscribed upon it had been utterly shattered due to the excessive force exerted upon it. Hiss? Could it be? And you felt an immediate sense of dread. Oh dear, gallant knight, your demise is truly tragic. I am so sorry, I did not mean to injure you. And you placed the shield on the ground, her hand resting upon it. Whoa, she sobbed as tears cascaded down her beautiful heterochromatic eyes onto the shield. Suddenly, the nearby thicket rustled ominously. Who goes there? And Yu's vigilance heightened instantly. She had lost her loyal knight forever, though she could venture into the underworld to retrieve his soul and have him continue as her knight. The guilt of her own demise weighed heavily on her heart. Alas, what a vile skill it was, capable of inflicting harm upon allies. Ahem, my lady, I am not dead yet. Emerging from the underbrush was a handsome man. His clothes tattered and stained with blood. His striking gray and black battle attire accentuated his noble stature, and his tousled hair rendered him less disheveled than one might expect. What? So you are unharmed? And you wiped away her tears, her eyes reddening as she rushed towards the gallant knight. Smack! The little girl collided into the gallant knight, who instinctively wrapped his arms around her and gently patted her back to comfort her. You're not a child anymore, yet you are indeed still young. Let it out if you must, the gallant knight chuckled. Humph! Were you waiting to see me make a fool of myself? How infuriating! I thought you had perished. And you looked up at the gallant knight's face, her eyes still glistening. If he had truly died, she would have lost not only a dear knight, but also a cherished friend, though she knew it was not definitively hopeless. All right, all is well. See, I am perfectly fine. Then you finally disentangled herself from the gallant knight's embrace, standing on the ground. You drew all the fire. There should be no other injuries. The remaining individuals, aside from those knocked away by the residual force of my earlier attack, should be fine. And you breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. That earlier maneuver, the interdimensional black hole, had consumed far more magical energy than the one employed in the training grounds. Nearly exhausting all her power, she had refrained from releasing the barrier primarily to conceal certain secrets. After all, there was still a hovering helicopter above. One must be cautious, as the tallest trees attract the fiercest winds. Although the sword barrier could interfere with cameras, it could not shield against the naked eye. Ultimately, her interdimensional black hole technique bore little weight and had been used once before in training. Channeling her wood element magic, she healed the gallant knight, picked up the damaged shield, and washed it with water. Though it had become somewhat dented, she thought, bang, and landed a punch on it, hammering the protruding section back into place. After inscribing a magic circle upon it, she casually tossed the shield back to the gallant knight for his continued use. The two then departed from the crater's vicinity, finding Aslan and Arizona among the trees approaching the camp. Are you both all right? Arizona inquired first, while Aslan stood aloofly by, observing. Thank you both for your assistance in controlling that situation. Otherwise, I surely would have missed my shot, and you smiled as she addressed the two. Indeed, strictly speaking, you have saved my life. Otherwise, I would have already been a snack for an ogre, the gallant knight stated solemnly. It was merely a trivial effort on our part. I feel rather insignificant in comparison. I inflicted no damage and lacked the courage to engage, Arizona remarked with admiration as she gazed at the gallant knight. I certainly would not have saved that student. After all, no one can predict whether they might end up crushed. She said, blinking her large eyes. Let us not dwell on that. We should return to the camp. As they entered the goblin camp, over an hour had passed since the ogre had been slain. The group returned to the camp and entered a tent, sinking into the sofas to rest, setting aside the issue of magical energy depletion. The sheer oppressive presence of the massive ogre had left them feeling somewhat mentally drained. A student approached, promptly pouring water for the four, gratitude evident in their eyes. Strictly speaking, these four had saved everyone's lives. While teachers would certainly intervene in grave danger, the exceptional cooperation displayed by this group in overcoming the ogre was praiseworthy. They began to engage in light conversation, while the camp continued to bustle with activity. From time to time, individuals would come in to inquire about various matters with Arizona, who exhibited a semblance of leadership. As dusk gradually descended, the group had nearly rested enough and checked the time on their terminals. It was now 3:30 p.m. How odd. Why has it grown dark at 3 p.m.? And you crouched on the ground, gazing at the sky, where the sun had been obscured by gray clouds. The IT must be overcast. The air feels stifling. Perhaps rain is imminent, the gallant knight remarked as he stepped out of the tent. Hands clasped behind him, his gaze fixed on the cloud-covered sky, that I can sense the water element in the air becoming increasingly dense. It seems you are correct, and you furrowed her brow, attuning herself to the magical energy in the atmosphere before activating her elemental vision. The surrounding scenery rapidly receded, and the other magical energies on the ground appeared minuscule, leaving only the vast expanse of aquamarine magical energy blanketing the sky, extending endlessly as if suspended in the heavens. She gasped in astonishment, swiftly exiting her elemental vision, and turned to shout, "This is not good. A torrential downpour is on the way." "What do you mean?" Arizona stepped outside, followed closely by Aslan. "I just activated my elemental vision, and the density of the water elements within the clouds is alarmingly high, far beyond normal. This is undoubtedly the largest rainfall this forest has seen in decades, and you expressed your concerns. Is that true? Oh no, these defensive structures will surely be swept away. Moreover, the primary destructive force of fire magic will be severely diminished. Without them, how will we withstand the beast tide?" Arizona immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, her face blanching as she instinctively cried out, "Boom!" The heavens were unkind, bringing forth suffering without reprieve. A bolt of lightning struck among the sea of pines, illuminating the gloomy sky, only to be quickly engulfed by the oppressive force of the dark clouds. All could feel the increasing weight of the water elements in the air. Arizona anxiously directed the defenses. The robust men, practicing their martial prowess, drove large wooden stakes into the ground, erecting vertical logs that jutted from the earth, then carefully placed rolling logs atop them, creating orderly rows that a multitude of individuals toiled tirelessly, felling tree after tree. A vast expanse of land within a 300-meter radius had been cleared, with several fire pits shielded from the rain and blazing brightly at the center. The students set aside their previously immature and nonsensical ideas, uniting in purpose to endure the night point 200 meters away. The rudimentary wooden walls were nearing completion. Though only a person's height, they were ample enough to withstand both floods and the initial onslaught of the beast tide, as for the barrier magic circle and other advanced constructs. The students here lacked the capability to create such, relying instead on these primitive means. Inu busied herself attending to the wounded, as the atmosphere in the surrounding forest grew increasingly oppressive, causing some magical beasts to become restless, resulting in frequent injuries among the patrol teams. The gallant knight, in turn, joined the patrols, eliminating magical creatures in the vicinity. Arizona surveyed the surrounding terrain. A river flowed down the mountainside nearby, running parallel to the camp, while the mountain itself, upon closer inspection, stood over 500 meters tall. Though not particularly high, it occupied a vast area, with trees sparsely scattered. Should a torrential downpour occur, it could very well unleash flash floods and landslides. Thus, she returned to the camp first and discussed the matters at hand with several others. Subsequently, she commenced the final arrangements. "That I feel that within an hour, the torrential rain will commence," and you remarked, lifting her left hand to check her terminal. IT was now 5:00 p.m. By 7:00 p.m., night would officially fall, and a helicopter would timely disperse the powder that would incite the beast tide. Strangely, she felt no anxiety at all. Instead, her excitement grew, causing her complexion to flush slightly. She vigorously rubbed her cheeks, attempting to calm her racing thoughts, muttering to herself, "What is wrong with me?" hearing some commotion outside. She sighed and stood up again. Goodness, how could you be so careless and sustain such severe injuries? Your bones are exposed. Cough, cough. I had no idea that wild boar would be so strong. It nearly sent me flying. Hey, be more careful next time. You wouldn't want to be the first one eliminated, would you? And what about you? What happened to you? Ah, well, I was crushed while chopping wood. Well, it seems you all possess remarkable skills. Amidst the clamor, several more injured individuals, bitten by magical beasts, were brought in the tent by a few handsome young and you raised her hand and cast several wooden healing spells, mending their wounds. Then she handed them a few cups of clean water, saying, "You should rest here for now. Do not venture outside, that I can heal your external injuries, but I cannot restore your stamina. Thank you." Little sister, don't ask why she was acting as a doctor here. The answer is that other places were overcrowded, and since priests were scarce among the mages, she had no choice but to take on the role of a healer. As long as she could treat them. Boom! Another thunderclap echoed, followed by a deafening roar, signaling that it was now 5:30 p.m. This is indeed the calm before the storm. The dark clouds loom over the city, as if to crush it. She lamented, stepping out of the makeshift infirmary, which was merely a rudimentary large tent furnished with a few simple beds. Upon returning to the resting tent, and you felt that surge of excitement rise within her once more, her body slightly trembling. After taking a sip of cool water and taking a few deep breaths, she lay back on the sofa, uncertain of what to do. Perhaps it was a sixth sense regarding the impending events? Or perhaps the anticipation of a grand battle against the beast tide. She could not tell this moment. A large group of muscular young men was busy digging drainage ditches with the large shovels they had just fashioned. One young man wiped the sweat from his brow and continued to dig vigorously. The group worked in unison, their shovels nearly smoking from the effort, tossing excess dirt over the surrounding wall. Occasionally, some of it might land on the patrolling individuals outside, resulting in a chorus of curses. "Hey, can you lot stop throwing dirt everywhere? It's all over my face. I'm eating lemons," a frustrated voice called out from beyond the wall, causing the diggers to feel embarrassed, and they immediately redoubled their efforts, silently digging away. Should the torrential rain pour down, flooding the camp, these wooden stakes would become the instruments of destruction. Thus, the drainage ditches directing water outward were of utmost importance. The surrounding ground was slightly lower than the camp itself, making the construction of the ditches easier. What they referred to as drainage ditches were simply small trenches dug out, with a few holes punched in, reinforced by mages. However, these holes were all angled downward, allowing water to flow out but preventing it from rushing in from outside. The towering wooden walls were insufficient to impede human movement. A determined leap could easily clear them. Hence, they had not even designed a door, merely serving to block potential flash floods and mudslides, along with the weaker waves of beasts. These savage creatures were generally oblivious to the concept of vitality. Thus, while their strength might surpass that of humans of the same level, their refinement was certainly inferior. Therefore, the combination of these wooden walls and a few guards would be more than adequate to fend off the mindless magical beasts. From the forest, the occasional clatter of chaos echoed, as the unrestricted free-for-all combat competition in the starry forest commenced. Various blood and energy sword strikes and fireball spells flew about, interspersed with cries of agony and the roars of magical beasts. The wind intensified, causing the pine trees to rustle. Within 10 minutes, it had grown fierce enough to impair hearing and mobility, the tents shaking with a loud, thumping sound. What a nuisance, at this rate. It won't be long before these tents are blown away, Arizona mused, gazing at the drainage ditches scattered throughout the camp, her mood far from cheerful. One wished to be eliminated, but this was overly strict. Boom! The sky darkened ominously, the visibility lowering significantly as the gray clouds transformed into surging black ones. With a thunderclap that split the sky, rain began to pour heavily, the large droplets striking the ground with a crackling sound. The visibility within the entire pine forest plummeted, the yellow earth turning viscous, even beginning to slide slowly. The ground within the base had been reinforced by earth elemental mages, and as the last clump of soil solidified into a hard composite surface, the rainwater fell upon it, flowing toward the outside of the base along the drainage ditches. The tents were surrounded by mud bricks, ensuring that no matter how much rainwater accumulated, it could never flood the tents. A large rain canopy had also been erected near the campfire, and everyone returned to the interior of the camp, squatting around the fire to warm themselves. Inu, meanwhile, immersed herself in the water element in the air, entering a meditative state amidst the cacophony of the rain. Bang! As the moisture surrounding Inu transformed into rippling waves dispersing outward, her proficiency with water elemental magic intensified, and with her aura radiating outward, she advanced to the 8th tier of midnight. Joyfully, she stood up and stretched her wrists. Aha! I've leveled up again. Cultivation is truly simple. The 3 individuals sitting beside her regarded her with wide eyes, filled with an expression of disbelief. What are you all staring at me for? And you shrank her neck, feeling a shiver run down her spine. Their gazes were too intense, laden with resentment. Humph, don't brag about leveling up, Arizona exclaimed, lunging at Inu and tapping her finger on her head. Thud! Ouch! How could you hit me? Inu shielded her head with her hands, shaking her head in protest, casting a mournful look at her. Sigh, Arizona sighed. You truly are a monster. You look so cute, yet you're nothing like a human. Hey, who are you calling not human? As time slipped away amidst their playful banter, Inu took the opportunity to solidify her cultivation. Nearby, the tool shed had produced a pile of umbrellas, and several girls, armed with umbrellas, distributed them to the various tents. Although those with strong control could use their vitality and magic to block the rain, it was still inferior to an umbrella and would inevitably affect their movements. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly resonated throughout the forest as a not excessively high hill in the distance experienced a landslide due to sparse vegetation. A torrent of mud and stones rushing down towards the flooding river and gathering place below. Boom, boom! Various chaotic muddy waters, accompanied by massive boulders, cascaded down, polluting the entire river. This river, not particularly large, became murky in an instant, with all sorts of stones and branches floating upon its surface. Surprisingly, although the mudslide contaminated the river, even crossing over to the opposite bank, it only knocked down a patch of bushes before gradually coming to a halt, turning into muddy water that settled onto the ground. An observer climbed down from the watchtower to report the incident to Arizona, who acknowledged the information. I can't believe we're so fortunate. This mudslide isn't too large, and the river managed to block a portion of it. It seems we don't need to worry. It long last. Arizona let out a sigh of relief. All that remained was to remain vigilant against the beast tide. As each moment ticked by, the needle on the virtual terminal pointed precisely at 7:00. The resonant hum of helicopter engines reverberated through the air. With umbrellas in hand, the crowd emerged from their tents, the helicopter's searchlight illuminating the raindrops in the dark, its conspicuous white beam visible even from a distance. That a series of hissing sounds accompanied the release of gas from valves, as countless particles of shimmering green powder descended from above, dispersing into the camp and gradually dissolving in the rain, swirling through the air as the helicopter flew overhead, showering the area with glimmering motes of light. The other 4 helicopters in the distance mirrored this spectacle, and in an instant, the sky beneath the dark clouds seemed to glow, resembling the sparks of fireworks exploding high above. As the scent and energy began to permeate the surroundings, a chorus of roars erupted from the forest. Roar! Aang! Hissed that a myriad of magical beasts surged forth from their hiding spots, racing towards the camp, drawn by the potent aroma. The forest trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Countless beasts bursting forth, the pines rustling as they shed a cascade of needles. The entire woodland quaked slightly, yet thanks to prior cleansing, no creatures of the midnight peak exceeded this threshold at the same time. Lower-tier beasts, stimulated by the powder, lost their rationality and became increasingly powerful due to the energy it contained. Roar, roar, roar. As these creatures drew closer to the camp, their frenzy escalated, their howls echoing in a cacophony of sounds. Snakes, wolves, tigers, cattle, pigs, rhinoceroses, and even lizards, crocodiles, and immense insects, as well as colossal rodents, numbering at least in the hundreds. The students trembled, standing by the wooden walls, gazing at this awe-inspiring scene. Several patrollers shouted urgently, "Stop looking, attack quickly." The beast had already approached within 800 meters. And with the rain still falling lightly, the power of fire magic was significantly diminished. The crowd immediately resorted to more stable forms of magic for ranged assaults. Those with formidable strength wielded blood-infused sword energy, capable of slaying swathes of beasts from afar. Those slightly less powerful utilized crossbows, shooting arrows that could pierce the skulls of the beasts with lethal precision. The higher-tier midnight beasts approaching were left to the patrol team to handle. The battle unfolded in an orderly fashion. The base S walls formed a square, and the other side were simultaneously under siege. However, lacking night-tier monsters, breaching the defenses in the short term seemed nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Anu stood alone in the clearing, gazing at the green powder cascading through the air, the excitement she had momentarily suppressed bubbling back to the surface. Taking a deep breath, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her, invigorating her entire being with a wild ferocity. Her complexion flushed, she panted heavily, her chest rising and falling erratically, drenched in fragrant sweat that radiated heat, despite her umbrella shielding her from the rain. She felt as if she were soaked to the skin. Her pupils gradually shifted from a purple and gold hue to a vivid crimson, emanating an eerie glow unbeknownst to her. And one witnessed this transformation. The Kala Knights had already advanced forward, while Arizona's front line employed earth magic to aid in combat, leaving Anu alone in the central area. Huff! What is happening to me? Anu struggled to calm the peculiar sensations coursing through her. Extending her arms before her, yet finding nothing amiss, a bloodthirsty impulse inexplicably surged from her heart. This sensation was entirely foreign to her. She felt her instincts urging her to engage in battle, to taste blood, to tear the beasts apart, and devour them. This was utterly unsettling. She questioned whether she had been influenced by some malevolent deity, her constant dealings with foolish cultists having warped her mind. Trembling with excitement, her crimson pupils radiated an uncanny light, illuminating the raindrops before her. Pausing under her umbrella for a moment, she resolved to heed her instincts, placing the umbrella on the ground. With a powerful leap, she swiftly broke free from the confines of the camp. Before long, no one noticed her absence. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before the horde of beasts. Hehe chose not to employ magic. Instead, she infused herself with vitality and plunged into the fray, fighting with primal ferocity. Bang! A single punch obliterated the head of a white python, discarding its magic core as she casually tossed it in her mouth, chewing it as sustenance for her growth. Thud! A left jab blinded a gray wolf, which immediately erupted in rage. Yet before it could fully unleash its fury, Anu's right fist extracted its magic core, leaving it twitching lifelessly on the ground. Crunch, crunch, with each magic core consumed, the crimson hue in her pupils intensified. She was drenched in blood, yet the rain and her clean body swiftly washed away the vibrant red. Suddenly, a small white monkey leaped from a nearby tree, throwing a punch in Yu's face. However, she tilted her head to meet the blow, effortlessly smashing a giant tiger beside her with a single strike. Extracting its magic core before revealing her sharp fangs, she bit down on the monkey's head, causing a gruesome spray of blood and flesh as she crushed its skull and devoured the magic core whole. Licking her lips, she savored the beast's blood, feeling insatiable, before tossing the giant tiger's magic core into her mouth as well. I could see this moment. She had slain dozens, if not hundreds, of magical beasts. The atmosphere around her resembled a mountain of corpses. The number of beasts dwindling as the crimson glow in her eyes seemed capable of piercing through the void. Time slipped away amidst the frenzied slaughter. Why are there so few beasts over here? A blue-haired youth, shouldering a rough-hewn greatsword, stood before the wooden walls, perplexed. Could it be that powerful beasts were fighting among themselves, leading to a predator-prey dynamic that resulted in fewer numbers? Or perhaps his luck had turned, allowing him to experience significantly less pressure than those around him. The area surrounding him was indeed smaller, yet the range of beast incursions extended far beyond this. Even creatures from outside this zone were drawn in. Naturally, should a higher-tier beast stray onto the battlefield, the magic crystal cannon on the helicopter would instantly fire, obliterating it. The students' defenses were impervious. However, The beasts currently attacking were mostly of the lower-tier midnight levels, with mid-tier and high-tier creatures being relatively scarce, as the powerful frontline had already engaged them that a portion of the less skilled students was directly knocked out of their protective shields, only to be rescued by teachers descending from above. However, these individuals were utterly ineffective, lacking any ability to reinforce the defenses, so their departure made little difference. Everything continued as usual, and Yu was now on a killing spree. The power of vitality surged as she fought, leaving her with but a single thought: fight. Exhilarating. For the lower-tier midnight beasts, a single punch sufficed. For the mid-tier, 2 punches would do. Occasionally, she encountered higher-tier beasts, but with no one hindering her, she could deliver devastating blows, obliterating even 7th-tier creatures within 5 punches. Her strength escalated rapidly with each magic core consumed, surpassing the pace of conventional training. In a relentless skirmish lasting nearly 2 hours, the clock struck 9 in the evening. And Yu, with the aid of slaughter, ascended to the pinnacle of the midnight 9th stage. She composed herself and returned to the camp, the bloodthirsty impulse having dissipated, her eyes regaining their clarity as the eerie crimson glow faded away. The fiery hairpin embedded in her cascading white locks shimmered anew. Authority unlocked, bloodthirsty demon eye. When activated, her eyes turned a deep scarlet, significantly enhancing her combat instincts, albeit at the cost of her rationality. Devouring the magic cores of magical beasts or the blood of her foes would greatly augment her power. It seems rather formidable, and Yu mused as she gazed upon the text before her. Now calm, she reflected on her previous actions, which were indeed chilling. How had she dared to crush the skulls of magical beasts with her bare teeth, if she were to remain in such a state? What difference was there between herself and the beasts? This ability must not be overused. In her mind, she imposed a rule to restrict the reckless application of her powers, although she knew it would be of little consequence. The beast tide continued its assault on the defenses, yet with diminishing fervor. The slain magical beasts were either transported back to the camp or had their cores extracted and incinerated on the spot. The air was thick with the stench of blood and charred flesh. Many students were voicing their grievances regarding the actions of the Atlantis Academy. This is utterly absurd. I nearly escaped being bitten by a beast, only to be worn down by the beast tide, that I might as well dig a hole and hide underground. I support this brother. Although we only need to endure for 5 days, it feels much more exhausting than the 14 days. This is the first time I've witnessed such a multitude of monsters. Indeed, it is exceedingly cruel. Ugh. The students lamented, with many injured individuals being carried back to the camp for treatment, as the morale of the troops began to falter, a most terrifying prospect. Fortunately, apart from the strongest magical beasts, the rest had retreated, and Yu had slaughtered for over 2 hours, earning her rightful title as the highest contributor, though she refrained from disclosing this to others. After all, during that brief period, she had felt her sanity slipping away, and recalling it now filled her with dread. Although her power had reached the pinnacle of the midnight stage, she found no joy in it. Such an ability that affected her rationality was hardly a respectable one. The clouds had finally dispersed, yet it was nightfall, and the distinctions between the scattered and non-scattered regions were negligible. At least the logistics no longer needed to scramble about with umbrellas. And Yu stood upon the ramparts, observing the distant Garan Knights, coordinating with the patrol teams to push the front line back against the tide of beasts, even as the beast tide waned. High-tier midnight magical beasts remained scarce. Thus far, no midnight 9th stage beasts had appeared, or if they had yet to confront them directly. When those creatures did emerge, the battle would truly reach its climax. The Garan Knights, with a fierce sweep of their swords, could cleave through the skulls of several midnight 3rd and 4th stage beasts, their pale golden sword energy rippling for dozens of meters. A striking sight in the dim light. Arizona occasionally unleashed seismic waves, sending the magical beasts reeling. Meanwhile, a certain aloof, golden-haired boy, due to his lackluster attack power, was busy tending to the wounded in the infirmary. Although it appears we hold the advantage, the true main force of the beast tide has yet to reveal itself, and you remarked that a nearby boy with a buzz cut, armed with a crossbow, responded with confusion. Little sister, I see that Beast Tide's assault has already weakened. How could the true main force still be absent? Heh, you clearly do not understand. Allow me to elaborate, and you said, placing her hands on her hips and adopting a serious tone. Look at the vast number of magical beasts in the forest. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are overwhelming. The Academy will only deal with beasts of the ninth stage and above. They will not cleanse the midnight ninth stage beasts. The powder that enhances the beast's strength, driving them into a frenzy, can even affect the ninth stage beasts. How could the midnight ninth stage escape? They must have infiltrated the tide, waiting to reap the benefits. That makes some sense. Midnight high-tier beasts already possess a degree of intelligence, and considering that most of our students have yet to reach the midnight ninth stage, another fierce battle is surely on the horizon. Although fighting with numbers does not necessarily equate to disadvantage, it will undoubtedly be a struggle for us. Indeed, that is quite reasonable. The buzzcut boy bowed his head in contemplation, then countered, "So what shall we do?" And you also lowered her head, deep in thought. "You wouldn't be unaware, would you?" "Ah, of course not. I'm merely pondering," and you turn her head away. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "I've got it." "Got what?" The buzzcut boy looked perplexed, then voiced his concerns. While the rain has ceased, the air is still saturated with water elements, and the ground remains damp. Without fire element mages, how can we withstand the beast tide? He spoke loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby, eager to hear the answer. "Quite simple. I will break through." With that, her aura finally burst forth, revealing her as a peak midnight ninth stage warrior. This is impossible. The buzzcut boy and the surrounding crowd stared in shock at Inu. How can it be? She is truly a peak midnight ninth stage warrior. How is this even possible? The unique might of a peak midnight warrior enveloped the battlefield, stirring the beasts into a frenzy, their roars echoing. Roar. Instantly, silence fell upon the battlefield as Inu stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her petite figure, barely 1.5 meters tall, exuding an aura of grandeur. Her pure white hair flowed gracefully, her dual-colored pupils glimmering, the fiery hairpin emitting faint, iridescent glimmers in the shadowy night. Hehe, this moment, she resembled the moon in the sky, powerful, mysterious, and unattainable. She was the sole peak midnight ninth stage warrior present, and the other students gazed at her as though they were frogs in a well, peering up at the moon, mere ephemeral creatures gazing at the vast sky. However, Inu's heart was on the verge of bursting. Had she known it would lead to such a spectacle, she would not have chosen to flaunt her power. The embarrassment of being the center of attention ignited within her. "Hey, Inu, what have you been up to?" Arizona approached and playfully tapped her on the head. "Ouch, please don't hit my head." Inu covered her head and lowered her gaze, replying, "I went out and killed a bunch of magical beasts. And by sheer luck, I broke through to the midnight ninth stage." Arizona and the surrounding crowd widened their eyes in astonishment at her words. Was this the so-called luck? It was simply unrecognizable. The buzzcut boy was even more shocked, realizing that the seemingly inconspicuous girl he had spoken with was, in fact, the strongest in the battle. Just as Inu unveiled her aura to prove her status as a midnight ninth stage warrior, increasingly powerful waves of beasts breached the defenses, and midnight eighth stage beasts began to emerge, though still in limited numbers and easily dispatched by concentrated fire from dozens of people. Consequently, Inu rushed to the forefront of the line. She then summoned her full vigor to unleash a palm strike of devouring fog. The scarlet mist surged forward with great speed, the force of her strike obliterating more than a dozen low-tier midnight third and fourth stage beasts, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Dozens of pine trees corroded and collapsed with a resounding crash, crushing a large group of magical beasts beneath them. The ground became a chaotic scene of branches, rainwater, mud, and the bloodied corpses of magical beasts. Within 10 seconds, the mist dissipated, annihilating all magical beasts below the midnight fifth stage in one blow. This was the absolute dominion of the high tier over the low. Members of the patrol team, standing at the front, along with other ordinary students, retreated in astonishment at the spectacle. They looked towards the diminutive figure of Inu, uncertain how to respond. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. This is beyond human capability. Indeed, At my age, I was still playing in the mud while she has already achieved unparalleled prowess. Indeed, I must say, I have never played an online game on the terminal as swiftly as she does. As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and you unleashed 4 radiant lights from her hands, striking each of the 4 sub-knight 7th-tier beasts before her. Subsequently, small holes appeared atop the heads of these beasts. Some exploded, others froze, and a few even became moldy. The towering 3-meter sub-knight 7th-tier beast then collapsed to the ground, entering a 24-hour slumber that a sound of swallowing echoed from behind. Hiss, someone inhaled sharply in surprise. Pa, pa, cough, cough. The voice seemed to belong to an individual who had inhaled the foul odor and the scent of blood that permeated the air. The beasts in front continued their advance toward them. Yet the wall wherein you stood offered an impenetrable defense, granting the onlookers a moment to catch their breath. Thus, they gazed at you as though she were a treasure in human form. This made her feel a chill run down her spine, prompting her to hastily extract all the magic cores and retreat to observe from a distance. Crack, crack. Gulp. She casually tossed the magic cores in her mouth, chewing and swallowing them as she perched on the edge of the watchtower, her fair legs dangling in the air, clad in small leather shoes that radiated an alluring glow, and you sat atop the tower, half of her body leaning outward, her calves swaying gently. However, no one around could appreciate this scene as they were engaged in battle outside the walls. Occasionally, injured students were brought back to the camp for treatment after being bitten or scratched by the beasts. As for those weaker students of the sub-knight 1st and 2nd tiers, they either possessed great innate talent, yet had insufficient development time, or were truly novices, quickly eliminated and sent away by the observing teachers and helicopters. Currently, only about 30 students remained in the camp. The others had either been beaten and signaled for evacuation or bravely charged to the front lines, only to be swatted aside by the beasts. And Yu's assessment of the situation was clear. Those who are weak should practice more. If you cannot afford to lose, do not play. Last time was last time. This time is this time. This examination has maintained the same difficulty for years. Has it changed? No, it hasn't. Have you diligently practiced magic over the years? Have you properly trained your swordsmanship and physical strength? If all else fails, can't you consider transferring to another school? You are not obliged to attend the Atlanta Magic Academy, but if necessary, you could enroll in one of its branches. Why come here to seek hardship? Nevertheless, it must be said that the knowledge available at this school is indeed vast. With such a colossal library, and you could never hope to exhaust its contents in a lifetime. At least, she referred to the notion of a lifetime from her previous world. She wondered how the teachers conducted their classes. Were they as strict and unapproachable as in her past life, or did they resemble the mentors in Western fantasy novels, guiding everyone through practical exercises? She looked forward to it, having yet to truly experience life in this world. After all, she had only been here for about a month, sometimes still clinging to the habits of her previous life. During her half-month stay in Lano Village, she even instinctively reached for her phone by the bed upon waking up, only to realize with disappointment that this was no longer the world she once knew. SNU sat atop the watchtower. Lost in thought, she observed the battles between the other students and the beasts ahead. Something felt amiss. Bang! Suddenly, a student soared into the AI, and you rubbed her eyes, widening them to ensure she wasn't mistaken. Indeed, she was not. This student ascended over 50 meters before crashing heavily onto the rocky surface. Shattering their shield, the helicopter soon approached, its doors swinging open with a bang, and a chain swiftly latched onto the shield, pulling the student inside the cabin. What was happening? And you felt utterly baffled. Why did this student suddenly take flight? There were no beasts attacking him that she could see. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed another girl rising into the air. However, this one possessed a bit of strength. She utilized wind magic to stabilize herself before slowly descending, not being pulled back into the helicopter. Even the dullest of minds would understand that something was amiss. Either there were invisible monsters, or creatures were attacking from underground, unleashing a force akin to Arizona's seismic magic. Upon encountering these smaller students, they would be effortlessly tossed aside by a tremendous force. Thus, and you leaped directly from the 30-meter-high watchtower. Whoosh! She landed on the magically reinforced ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, her light frame making scarcely a sound upon impact. much like a cat landing gracefully. No, this isn't right. Why am I having such thoughts? And Yu vigorously shook her head and swiftly dashed toward the camp's exit. She estimated that a few students were likely in trouble again, though they probably wouldn't suffer as severely as the first student. Nevertheless, it would certainly not be pleasant. Bang. As she hurried along, another student took flight. What the hell, which fool is attacking me? The student shouted in terror, eyes wide shut, and Yu was finally close to the incident's location. Her eyes, shimmering purple, and invisible energy radiated outward, swiftly probing the information beneath the yellow-brown mud, materializing into a panel before her eyes. King Slime Subnite 9th Tier Earth. Water, a special variant of the classic slime species, capable of manifesting a magical crown atop its head, with immense potential. The current individual is in its juvenile stage and possesses the ability to harmonize with earth and water elements. That it emerges during rain and can conceal itself underground to launch attacks. Suggestion: subjugate and use eyes instantly brightened. That it actually suggests I subjugated. This is the first time I've received such a prompt. Capturing a pet seems quite appealing, Anu thought excitedly. Gulp! The enormous slime lurking underground suddenly felt a chill, as if something had its gaze fixed upon it. Its senses detected a white-haired girl charging toward it. Wait, does she not realize I'm here? Is this little girl a fool? It thought disdainfully, not regarding Anu as a threat, and continuing its advance underground, just as it intended to roll beneath the girl's feet and send her flying. It accelerated forward. However, to its astonishment, it executed a seismic magic right beneath the girl, yet she remained unfazed, standing perfectly still. Boom! The ground shattered, revealing the gelatinous blue body of the slime beneath, as Anu violently uprooted the earth, as if it were a shell. With both hands, she seized a nearly 10-meter diameter, wet, and squishy sphere from the ground. Pop! The sound of the slime being forcibly pulled from the ground echoed, akin to jelly being released from a mold. This massive slime was then hoisted into the air by Anu and hurled down onto the ground with force. Thud. Though this colossal jelly was exceedingly heavy, it landed without producing the sound of a metal pipe crashing. Rather, it thudded down like a blob of jelly, a juvenile king slime, adorned with a water-blue body and a dirt-yellow magical crown, materialized before Anu. This creature was entirely translucent, save for its crown, which lacked transparency. Anu eagerly climbed atop it, her fingers brushing against the crown. Wow, it's actually soft. Anu's youthful heart nearly melted. Who wouldn't adore such an adorable slime? The slime remained motionless, its blue and white eyes, devoid of pupils, blinking slowly. The girl and the slime exchanged gazes. By the way, do I subjugate it? Anu pondered, somewhat perplexed, as she seemed to have never learned the method of forming a contract. Can you understand what I'm saying? Anu inquired. Although this creature is a slime, one can still harbor a glimmer of hope that it might indeed comprehend me. If you can understand, just blink. She added promptly, blink, blink. To her astonishment, the slime actually blinked. Its plump body quivered adorably, evoking an overwhelming desire in her to take a bite. Gulp. The last time she had indulged in jelly was during her childhood, and this thought crossed in Yu's mind instinctively. Without further ado, she opened her mouth and took a bite. The slime, seemingly on the verge of tears, was bewildered by such a brazen act and thought. Is she actually going to eat me? How terrifying! Indeed, the tales told by its kin were spot on. Humans were truly fearsome beings. Woo, please don't eat me. A childish, cute voice emerged. Anu's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized she had just swallowed a piece of jelly. What? You can talk. Moreover, a little girl voice at that. How delightful to tame. Yet, she refrained from voicing this thought to slurp. Anu hastily wiped away the tears that had inadvertently trickled down her cheek. I'm not just an ordinary slime. It's only reasonable that I can speak. We magical beasts also learn the common tongue of the continent. You know? The slime, appearing somewhat dim-witted, squinted its eyes and began to slur its words. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wasted so much time trying to communicate with you. You felt like a fool, reminiscent of her past life on Earth, where she, as a Chinese person, had painstakingly practiced English only to end up in a taxi abroad, struggling to communicate in broken English. only to discover that the driver spoke Chinese. Humph, regardless. This is still your issue upon realizing that the slime bore no malicious intent, merely drawn out by the powder. And you relaxed her guard out of course. In her mind, intelligent beings were distinctly separate from lowly magical beasts. Even if she were to sign a slave contract with an intelligent species, she would treat them as equals. As for non-intelligent species, even if a contract of equality were signed, she would merely regard them as little pets. Nevertheless, and you did not forget her intention to domesticate this creature and would not let it off the hook simply because it appeared a bit foolish. Hehe, let me enumerate your transgressions. And you placed her hands on her hips, resembling a little demoness, her gaze laced with disdain. No, please. The enormous jelly-like body trembled in fear. This is definitely a demon. What is she going to do to me? One that you mingled among magical beasts, a sentient being, yet chose to wade through murky waters. Point 2. You lurked among magical beasts and dared to attack humans, causing a student to lose their qualifications for assessment. 3. That you assaulted a male. Point 4. That you assaulted a female. Point 5. You even attempted to assault me. Wait a minute. Why are there so many? Shouldn't assault count as just one? The slime voiced its confusion, its eyes spiraling like a mosquito coil. Its brain overloaded. Don't interrupt. 6. That upon seeing me, you didn't make an effort to approach. 7. That you clearly can speak yet pretended to be unaware. If you can't come up with something, then just don't. The slime felt its doom approaching but stubbornly retorted. 8. That subordinates are not allowed to kiss their superiors. And Yu's eyes lit up. This was the perfect justification. Woo-woo, you were bullying a slime. The adorable slime's eyes welled up with tears, its body becoming limp as it lay on the ground. Thus, you must sign a contract with me. As for the earlier hesitation regarding the contract, that had been resolved, and you discovered that the divine power from her gaze could compel the being before her to sign a contract. Of course, this was not merely a conceptual ability, as it required her to divide her focus to utilize it. Moreover, if the opponent were powerful enough, they could interrupt her casting. Thus, while it seemed like a forced signing, it had limited efficacy. After all, if the adversary was weaker, even without this compulsion, she could easily subdue them. Conversely, if they were stronger, even a forced signing could be interrupted, and they might even bind her instead. However, this did simplify matters. Unlocked. Eternal contract, divine power, compulsory contract. As her hairpin glimmered faintly, information flooded in Yu's mind. Her purple pupils ignited, transforming her eyes into beautiful starry violet orbs, radiating a soft glow. A panel was immediately projected before her. Eternal contract consumes divine power to forcibly establish a contract with the target before you. No existence can destroy this contract. Absolutely none. All contract types are of a special divine nature. 1. Equal partnership contract. Upon its signing, both parties exist in an equal state, and any malevolent intent to harm interests will be quelled and punished. The contract can be dissolved with divine power upon mutual consent, but cannot be directly altered into a master-servant-slave contract. Divine power cost, minimal, resistance, weak. Point 2. Master-servant-slave contract. Upon its signing, one party assumes the role of master while the other becomes the servant, which can be changed to an equal partnership contract through mutual agreement. The servant can never escape the contract, and any malicious intent towards a master will be quelled and punished. Divine power cost, moderate, resistance, strong. Point 3. Custom condition contract. The more conditions set, the greater the divine power consumed, and the rules you establish become absolute truths, binding both parties. However, you retain the authority to completely dissolve this contract at any time. Divine power cost, generally high, resistance, extremely strong. Upon viewing this detailed panel, Yu was profoundly shaken. Initially, she had only gleaned a rough understanding of this ability. However, by employing the purple void true eye to summon comprehensive information and digest it carefully, she could fully appreciate the overwhelming power it contained. Aside from the differences in divine power consumption, each of the 3 types of contracts functioned entirely differently. The first 2 were merely standard contracts without any peculiarities, but the last one, with resistance, extremely strong, did not refer to the limitations on the other party's attempts to escape the contract. Instead, it pertained to Yu's compulsion during the casting of this ability. In the equal partnership contract, If the other party attempted to escape and refused to sign, they could evade or directly interrupt and use casting as long as their strength was not too weak, i.e. the master-servant contract. If their strength was not too weak, they could directly interrupt the casting and prevent you from signing the contract. However, the final custom contract was the most terrifying, capable of being wielded like a weapon of language. As long as you did not interrupt the casting, she would indelibly engrave the rules of this contract upon the other party. Whether it's an equal contract, a master-servant contract, or various whimsical contracts could all be established within the rules. Even the supreme deity could be bound like a little dog. Of course, with her current abilities, attempting to forge a contract with a powerful being would likely result in her demise with a single slap. Furthermore, while it was nearly impossible to begin casting a contract at close range, it was not entirely unfeasible to interrupt the initial movements, albeit extremely challenging. Nevertheless, you was already exhilarated. This was truly astounding. Her dear companions, the adorable slime, gazed at you, transitioning through phases of contemplation, excitement, agitation, and joy, eventually halting its thoughts at this moment, and you snapped back to reality from her excitement, looking at the slime before her. Keek. Instinctively, she let out a villainous laugh, then stood before the slime, pressing her face close and stating, "There's an ancient Chinese saying, suck the essence, breathe and wait, Junja. With my forthcoming methods, I'm certain I can pry open your mouth." "No, please, I concede. I am willing to sign a contract." The lowly voice was on the verge of tears, fearing that you might do something harmful to her. "Oh, that's what you said?" Subsequently, Yu's eyes transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Intricate divine patterns spreading across the golden pupils, forming an immense and boundless array. Then, a beam of golden light shot forth, penetrating the body of the slime. The message "equal partner contract" has been signed instantly materialized in the minds of both the human and the slime. "Oh, so you didn't reduce me to a mere slave." The slime was taken aback, realizing that her master was actually quite benevolent. What she failed to notice was that she had already unconsciously accepted you as her master. Wisdom. In the vast, silent, blood-red, starry sky, a furious inquiry echoed. "Speak, have you found something again? It's one thing to deceive those foolish followers, but to keep us in the dark." The voice was towering and boundless, yet radiated unparalleled malevolence. Were there any mortals present, they would instantly suffer a mental rupture upon hearing it, losing their sense of self, twisted into the lowest of minions. The entire blood-red starry expanse reverberated with a palpable anger. "Blood and flesh Lord Asketel, why are you seeking me instead of lingering in your grotesque mass of flesh?" A cold yet somewhat feeble male voice replied, devoid of any emotion. "Do tell me what you've discovered. In previous encounters, you wouldn't act as if nothing had transpired. Do you think we are oblivious to the actions of your followers? If you have something valuable, you ought to share it, or else you should leave at once." The towering voice questioned with a hint of ire. This entity referred to as Wisdom was none other than the Lord of Wisdom, Unbeknownst. "You may leave. I will not divulge anything to you." The Lord of Wisdom remained emotionless, unwilling to disclose any information. However, the blood and flesh Lord understood the reason. You refused to speak. "Humph. Do not think that just because the chaotic gods cannot directly confront each other, we fear to act against you. Then do try. Regardless, Lord of Wisdom, your days of manipulating the divine oracles of Ojender are coming to an end." A remarkably handsome, yet somewhat sinister man emerged from the void, his form gradually solidifying, clad in blood-red armor. He then extended a finger, pointing at the Lord of Wisdom. "Indeterminate drumbeats, if you desire it. You must come and take it yourself." If one were to gaze intently towards the source of this voice, they would discover a tiny white dot deep within the blood-red starry sky. Upon magnification, it revealed a seemingly ordinary white plastic chair, without any peculiarities. However, seated upon it was a mysterious man, the Lord of Wisdom himself, who nonchalantly stated, "If you want it, you must come and take it." He then slowly rose, turning his back to the blood and flesh Lord, as the remaining plastic chair emitted wisps of black smoke. Regrettably, Due to its non-biodegradable nature, IT merely released a puff of black smoke without undergoing any change. You are well aware of the rules. The Lord of Wisdom slowly turned his head. That I knew you would say that. The Blood and Flesh Lord replied, unfazed, as if this had occurred countless times before. How many times have we fought before? Hard to say. We've been at odds for millennia. Indeterminate drum beats. The Lord of Wisdom chuckled softly, circumventing the plastic chair to confront the Blood and Flesh Lord from a distance. Raising a hand, a short sword, adorned with veins and eyes, coalesced in the right hand of the Blood and Flesh Lord. With a fierce flourish, the Blood and Flesh Lord swung the blood-red sword. Let us settle this once and for all. Umph. The Lord of Wisdom then drew a katana, flicking the hilt open with his hand. Indeterminate drumbeats following an intense exchange of blows. The Lord of Wisdom transformed into a colossal eye brimming with tentacles, thousands of appendages thrashing behind the eyeball, exuding a formidable sense of oppression, while tiny white eyeballs adorned the entire blood-red starry sky, each with a small black pupil, sending shivers down one's spine. The Blood and Flesh Lord morphed into a massive wall of flesh, obscuring half of the blood-red starry expanse. The entire flesh wall covered in crimson veins, connected to countless large and small red eyes. Both parties snorted coldly and lunged at each other. Just at that critical moment, a purple, ethereal figure suddenly appeared between them. With sharp purple hair reflecting his handsome, chiseled features, two beams of purple light shot forth, and the two colossal beings were instantly reverted to their human forms. However, due to inertia, they still hurtled towards the man with purple hair. Cough, cough. Shall we converse now? The purple-haired man said dismissively, eyeing the two gods who had just ceased their combat, but were still glaring at each other. Psi. Both sighed simultaneously. The rules need not be reiterated. I understand. The Blood and Flesh Lord interjected, pointing at the Lord of Wisdom. He understands as well. Sigh. The Lord of Wisdom sighed again. That it's always the same. How fortunate that the great Lord of Nightmares, Yamoji asked, has found the time to grace my humble abode. Hehe. If I did not come, not only would you two engage in battle, but you would also hoard the spoils. The man with purple hair chuckled. Very well. It seems we cannot avoid discussing matters today. On the continent of Aslan, a mysterious little girl has been discovered. I sense no powerful aura from her. Yet, there's a peculiar mystery surrounding her, and she has exhibited abilities that are beyond those of ordinary humans. This little girl suddenly appeared on a lawn some time ago. Or perhaps she was always there, merely dormant, and I was unable to perceive her. Moreover, her learning ability is exceptionally powerful. In a short span of time, she comprehended a colossal barrier composed of 12 elements, even managing to obscure my perception. The Lord of Wisdom lamented, it is precisely because of this that I have been issuing special divine commands through Hogender, attempting to keep you from discovering her. My original intention was to swiftly capture her and bring her under my control. After the Lord of Wisdom concluded, he proceeded to elaborate on a myriad of strange occurrences. The other two gods widened their eyes in astonishment. What? There exists something capable of obscuring your perception. Mastering 12 elements. Something about her draws you in, of unknown origin, suspected of wielding divine power, and you cannot discern her true nature. How is this possible? I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. You may find it hard to believe. But trust me for now. The Lord of Wisdom stated helplessly, I faced backlash due to employing excessively foolish methods in the past, intending to capture this little girl to restore my energy. But I found it utterly futile. Every time I dispatched a stronger subordinate, the little girl only became stronger. Even when my shadow descended, although its level was not high, it could at least transcend a major realm. Yet with formidable counter abilities, no mortal could inflict even the slightest harm. Yet this girl managed to slay me with a single strike. The Lord of Nightmares widened his eyes. 666. No salt in the salt bean, the Blood and Flesh Lord remarked, unable to comment further. There a possibility that she is the reincarnation or true form of some mysterious powerhouse? The Lord of Nightmares inquired. Puzzled. Impossible. While I cannot discern the depths of this little lowly, My direct perception confirms that she is indeed an ordinary person. The Lord of Wisdom lamented that his intellect was somewhat lacking. He then inquired, "Tell me, is it possible for an ordinary individual to master 12 forms of magic?" The Lord of Nightmares, striking at the very core of the Lord of Wisdom's confidence in his own knowledge, countered, "Perhaps she is merely fortunate, naturally endowed in such a manner." The Lord of Wisdom continued to argue defensively at that moment. The Lord of Flesh joined the fray. "Now, I ask you, when you observe those high-ranking divine beings or other formidable entities, what do they resemble?" Like an ordinary person." "Exactly. Like an ordinary person." Something felt amiss. An overwhelming sense of disquiet enveloped the Lord of Wisdom, shattering his psychological defenses. Even he could not ignore the truth. It is widely known that deities cannot descend into this world, for they are obstructed by the Gaia barrier. Hence, this little girl may very well be a pawn of some god. The Lord of Nightmares added. "Indeed, but why have I never encountered her? She must simply be an obscure minor deity, a diminutive vessel projected with her life's work. Perhaps the barrier has forgotten to impede her." The Lord of Wisdom summarized his thoughts. The other two fell into contemplative silence, exchanging glances that conveyed their consensus, affirming this notion. This possibility seems the most plausible. After all, we are familiar with the pantheon surrounding us. Typically, we engage in fierce conflict. Yet, we have gleaned some insights into their backgrounds, and this could only be the lifeline of a minor god. Unless, the Lord of Wisdom interjected suddenly. "Nonsense, that is impossible," the other two retorted in unison. "Very well. According to our original plan, we shall simultaneously dispatch our divine mandates to collaborate in pursuing this entity. However, once captured, we must extract her power and share it equally among us, as the first to discover our protagonist." The Lord of Wisdom naturally made the final decision. With the three ancient deities whispering their agreement, a brief calm descended, heralding the impending tempest. Each time Anu ventured beyond her sanctuary, she would be met with absolute malice from the gods and demons. This was truly a feast for the eyes. Even if she were torn into thirds, the three malevolent gods would reap copious energy, with the establishment of her contract with the female King Slime. Both parties became aware of each other's existence through the pact. "All right, you now belong to me, but you seem a bit large. Could you shrink down a bit?" And you mused, gazing at the enormous slime before her. "I suppose so, but I have never changed size before." "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and transform." And Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of smaller slime was simply irresistible. Swish! With a sudden sound, the massive light blue slime rapidly shrank, becoming ever smaller. "Where did it go?" And you looked around, bewildered. "I'm down here." A cute, childish voice piped up from her feet. Looking down, she spotted a palm-sized blue jelly ball gazing up at her with wide eyes, adorned with a tiny, earthy yellow crown. "Wow, you're so small." Then you immediately bent down and scooped up the jelly ball, which was incredibly slippery, grasping in her hand. "Oh." The ball emitted an odd sound. "What's wrong?" And you asked, puzzled, as she hadn't done anything unusual to, "It's nothing, just feels a bit strange being held by you." The voice carried a hint of shyness, but you dismissed it, relieved that all was well. She began to playfully squeeze the slime, exclaiming how delightful it felt. Squeak! The little slime squeaked, its sound echoing for dozens of meters around. Almost immediately, and you felt several peculiar gazes directed her way. "Hey, don't make such a fuss. Since we've signed a contract, let me enjoy a proper look. Everyone is staring at you, And you felt her cheeks flush as she quickly took flight from this inappropriate locale. Clutching the slime protested loudly. "This is clearly your fault, yet you blame me." If you hadn't squeezed me, I wouldn't have." Its voice trailed off, and you, intrigued, pressed on. "Oh, what would happen?" "Get lost, you perverted little girl." And you pouted in annoyance. "I didn't do anything wrong. It's perfectly normal for a master and pet to playfully tussle. What on earth is going on in that little head of yours?" It almost believed her. "Just look at the pets people have, various teddy bears, Shiba Inus, and adorable cats. Don't they all enjoy a little extra affection from their owners?" It seems skeptical. "And as your owner, don't you wish to get along with me? As your equal contract holder, my happiness translates to yours. Isn't that reasonable?" It does seem to be, it conceded, fully swayed. Upon returning to the camp, students cast curious glances at Yu slime, which trembled nervously in her palm. By the way, I think you still lack a name. Indeed, we slimes do not require names to communicate. Let me think of one. And you reclined on the sofa, cradling the adorable little slime. Outside, the beast tide gradually dissipated, either retreating or being vanquished, and the noise subsided as many students returned to their tents for a well-deserved rest. The night enveloped the forest in a tranquil stillness that, after a while, could feel unsettling. Notably, neither the moderately strong Lamberton nor Sphinx had been eliminated, primarily because they had allied with the gallant knight. How about I call you Intix? No, that name sounds familiar. And you pondered for a moment before deciding to change it quickly. Although she couldn't recall where she had heard the name, her instincts told her it was best not to use it. What should I name you then? All right, I've got it. I shall name you Ivelia. And Yu's eyes lit up. If this slime could transform, it would undoubtedly be a cute little girl, and a lovely name would suit it well. Yay, thank you, Master, for the beautiful name. I love it. The little slime was overjoyed, no longer merely a slime, but now Ivelia. All right, my name isn't Yu, but you can call me Little Yu or Littlin. No need to call me Master anymore. Or just playing, and you are not merely my pet. And Yu asserted seriously. Ivelia gleefully slid around in Yu's palm. Really? That's wonderful. Then I'll call you Little Yu. Aha, don't slide around like that. It tickles. Night fell. Many retreated into their tents for slumber while the patrols circled the perimeter, occasionally switching shifts. The beast tide had been thoroughly repelled, and although Ivelia posed no threat to the students, her presence as one of the rare ninth-tier entities captured by Yu alleviated much of the pressure. Why was that? It is rather simple. The leader of the Midnight Nine has been subdued and transformed into a subordinate by the opposing side, leaving the lower-tier beasts trailing behind, likely to flee in haste. The potency of the enticing powder has long since dissipated amidst several hours of fierce combat. Otherwise, and you would probably still be amidst the bloodshed of the beast tide. As she regained her senses and carefully reflected on the previous circumstances, she realized that her loss of rationality had been instigated by the presence of the alluring beast powder. She pondered why humans remained unaffected while she was not, casting doubt upon her true identity as a human. Was it possible that a savage and brutal nature lay dormant within her, merely unexpressed until now? Confounded, she chose to dismiss such thoughts. Turning, she opened another small door within the tent, which was merely a zippered section of the tent wall. After zipping it back up, she reclined upon her pillow, cradling the slumbering Ivelia in her arms, and drifted into a deep sleep. Suddenly, Yu's enchanting eyes fluttered open, her consciousness gradually returning. She murmured, stretching lazily as her long, cascading white hair tumbled down, captivating and delightful. Her cherubic face, adorned with a hint of baby fat, was complemented by one golden and one violet eye, rendering her an ethereal beauty. However, upon closer inspection, the fiery red hairpin nestled within her white locks emitted a brilliant glow, illuminating the area around her pillow. Soon after, Yu sat up, still clad in her timeless pure white pleated dress. She donned a pair of ankle boots and approached the mirror to groom her appearance. The room was awash in shades of pink. The quaint little bed was pink, the pillows were pink, adorned with playful pink cat patterns. Even the floor was covered in a plush pink carpet, immaculate in its cleanliness. The desk, mirror frame, stool, and even the teacup resting nearby were all tinted in shades of pink. The ambience of the room radiated tranquility and comfort, with a bed positioned next to a window on the windowsill. For pink flower pots were lined up, each teeming with lush green foliage, and each crowned with a pink blossom. The windowsill, window, and even the glass were all imbued with a translucent pink hue. The bright sunlight streamed through the semi-transparent pink window, gradually illuminating the room with warmth and brightness. The pink curtains were drawn aside, and Yu naturally rose, moving to the window unencumbered by drapery. Upon opening the window, she was greeted by a bustling street scene below, with towering buildings resembling an apartment complex, the streets teeming with life, and the morning air alive with energy. The morning breeze embraced her, and Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the warmth it brought. Outside the window lay a small platform crafted from iron railings. She carefully moved the 4 pink flower pots outside to bask in the sunlight. Below, the street was adorned with vibrant shop signs reminiscent of those found in Hong Kong or neon-lit districts. At a glance, she spotted several colorful signs hanging outside various establishments, each more intriguing than the last. A wise marinated delicacies shop, a meat bun stall, and a nightmare consultation room. How peculiar! Should she take a closer look? And you rubbed her still sleepy eyes, pondering the oddity of those names. They felt distinctly out of place, almost unsettling. The glow from the hairpin in her hair intensified, casting a flicker of crimson light upon parts of her pink-hued surroundings. However, as it was nestled within her hair, and you remained blissfully unaware of this anomaly. And even if she had noticed, she might have dismissed it as a mere quirk of her hairpin. After relishing the fresh morning air, she manually lowered the pink blinds. Quite a clever design. Indeed, the blinds, while charming, were somewhat inadequate in sealing the room from the outside world. A regular glass window would have sufficed. Next, she opened the bathroom door and stepped inside to freshen up. The sink was pink. The toilet was pink, the vanity was pink, even the windowsill alongside the bathroom was pink, and the tile floor was pink as well. There was even a delightful pink cat-themed toothbrush holder. The toothbrush was a slender pink and white, and the toothpaste sported a swirl of those same colors. After completing her morning routine, she sat upon the toilet for a moment of comfort. Ah, bliss, she sighed, before using a white towel wrapped in pink packaging to dry her hands. With a flourish, she pressed the pink flush button, and the toilet was instantly restored to cleanliness by a vigorous rush of water. After washing her hands and taking a sip from her pink thermos filled with healthful warm water, she grabbed 5 yuan in cash and prepared to head downstairs for breakfast. 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk from the blood bun shop downstairs seemed like a good choice. Didn't it? It felt familiar. She often frequented that shop, didn't she? Yes, indeed. Each meat bun cost 2 yuan, and a cup of soy milk was the same. However, purchasing them together allowed for a discount of 1 yuan. She had also been known to visit the wise marinated delicacies shop, which boasted delicious offerings, though the proprietor appeared somewhat stern as for the nightmare consultation room. She hadn't visited often. Last night, she had experienced a dreadful dream about surviving in the wilderness. Perhaps it was worth seeking counsel. Oh, she'd nearly forgotten something. What could it be? And you retraced her steps back in her bedroom, where the pink decor exuded warmth and charm. Approaching her bedside table, she retrieved a small necklace resting atop it and adorned her neck with it. The chain was gold and, having been purchased some time ago, remained eternally pristine. It featured a charming little slime figure from a fantasy novel. What was its name again? Ivelia. The light blue slime wore a tiny crown. Utterly adorable. Indeed, she had almost overlooked this precious pendant, which must surely be worn to showcase her endearing identity. After securing the pendant, she gently squeezed the soft Ivelia charm and, brimming with energy, skipped into the living room where a square table stood, and opened the double doors of the apartment. Her adorable white ankle boots echoed against the white-tiled stairs as she gripped the silver-gray metal railing and descended swiftly. The rhythmic tap-tap-tap of her footsteps resonated as she exited the apartment and turned towards the entrance of the community. On her way, she encountered a handsome young man emerging from the opposite building. Hi. Good morning. And you, he greeted. This young man, neither too tall nor too short, possessed a well-proportioned physique, his dark, tousled hair framing a face that bore a hint of strength despite the lack of pronounced musculature. Clad in a gray and white t-shirt, black shorts, and black sneakers, his eyes gleamed with a beautiful shade of black, reflecting the sunlight. Hello, Li Qingyun. What a coincidence, you've risen as well, and you replied, tilting her head politely in greeting. Haha, if I sleep too late, I might end up losing credits. Our school is truly merciless. Come on, let's go out for breakfast at Let's go. She agreed that Li Qingyun was a dear friend from her university days. The kind of companion who shared burdens and always exhibited a sense of propriety and respect for boundaries. He was a reliable ally. But wait, wasn't she a girl? Could she truly have a brother in the conventional sense? Perhaps it was normal. After all, they were good friends. They attended the same university, Qingshan Spirit University. Didn't they? No, that couldn't be right. Was her university genuinely named Qing Shan Spirit University? It sounded more akin to a mental institution. This didn't sit well. She needed to ask him. What was the name of the university we attended? And you inquired, striving to mask her unease. Huh. Are you still half asleep? Li Qingyun regarded her with a bemused expression. Causing her heart to race, she quickly clarified, no. While we've memorized the knowledge, I never really paid much attention to the name of the school. All right then, you always forget this and that. One day, you might just forget who you are. Li Qingyun's eyes betrayed a palpable concern. It was evident that Yu's forgetfulness had persisted for quite some time, yet paradoxically, certain pieces of knowledge remained firmly etched in her mind. All right, let me think of the full name of our school. You must remember it. Our school is Jinling University of Technology. Li Qingyun mused briefly before promptly articulating the name of the institution. Disclaimer: please do not associate the name of the university with any real-life institution, nor with the author or anyone surrounding the author. It is entirely a fictitious university. Any resemblance to actual schools is purely coincidental and without any special intent. Jinling University of Technology. Li Qingyun, and you, unable to comprehend, she decided to set it aside for the moment, feeling somewhat dazed after pondering for a while. Let us eat first? Oh, I remember now. Let us head to the bun shop up ahead for breakfast. The usual, 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk. You concluded her reverie, quickening her pace to walk alongside Li Qingyun as they crossed the street to the meat bun shop on the opposite side. After enjoying their breakfast, they were off to school. This university was quite lenient, with early dismissal times and high teaching standards. Glancing at her pink wristwatch, she noted the time was precisely 8 o'clock a.m. Quite early indeed, and they hadn't even set off yet. How delightful. Upon entering the meat bun shop, and you called out as usual, "Boss, we'll have 2 buns, please." "Ah, welcome, little you," and Brother Qingyun, replied the shopkeeper. A remarkably handsome young man with striking features, standing at a height of 1.8 meters. A quintessential heartthrob, yet possessing a gentle disposition, embodying both strength and tenderness that I'd like 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk. And you exclaimed, "I'll have the same." Li Qingyun added, opting for the same meal to spare the boss any extra hassle. The shopkeeper swiftly opened the enormous steamer, which towered half the height of the room. Each layer of the bamboo steamer was covered with a ring of white gauze. Upon lifting the top layer, a plume of steam erupted forth. Poof! The hot air enveloped them. Although the summer in the southern city was somewhat warm, mornings were still unsuitable for cold food. Thus, 2 steaming meat buns accompanied by a cup of hot soy milk were in order, as usual, 5 yuan each, the shopkeeper stated, producing plastic bags to contain the 4 meat buns. Distributing them into 2 separate bags, one for Li Qingyun and the other for Yu, he then removed several layers of the steamer to retrieve 2 cups of hot soy milk. Inserting straws before handing them to the 2. After settling the bill, they bid farewell. "Goodbye." Bye-bye," came the shopkeeper's response. As they exited the shop, the proprietor stacking the steamer layers anew, left to his own devices. And Yu and Li Qingyun made their way to a nearby bus stop, where a red-framed bus soon approached. The digital display read, 648. They would take the 648 bus, arriving at this stop shortly after 8 a.m. Heading toward what? Jinling University of Technology. I mustn't forget again, lest I become a little fool once more. Climbing aboard the bus, and you produced her pink cat-themed transit card to swipe it. Beep, student card. Li Qingyun followed suit, retrieving his card, which lacked the whimsical design, being a standard transit card. Then, with a gentle flick of her finger, an US card inexplicably vanished, leaving her slightly bewildered. Yet instinctively, she chose to trust herself. No one noticed this peculiar occurrence. In that instant, the card transformed into another form, revealing its true nature. Adventurer's proof. However, no one paid heed to this strange event, and you lifted her bun to her mouth. Her cherry-red lips parting to reveal 2 adorable little canine teeth, utterly charming. Yet she devoured her food with great vigor, swiftly consuming half of a meat bun. She took a hearty sip of hot soy milk, relishing the bliss of the morning as the bus meandered along. The other meat bun, nestled within a plastic bag, swayed gently in rhythm with the bus's motion. After several minutes of travel, the bus finally halted at a roadside stop. And Yu and Li Qingyun disembarked and walked a short distance before the white railing of the university came into view. The towering gymnasium, the classroom buildings, and even the dormitories and administrative offices conveyed a grander presence than the surrounding ordinary structures. Students in various attires meandered through the school gates, beside which a large slab of pale red granite was inscribed, Jinling University of Technology, and Yu stepped inside, embarking on a day of learning. But was this right? This felt wrong. How much time had passed? And Yu found herself disoriented, unaware of her whereabouts or her actions. Her mind seemed to be on fire. Was she running a fever? It felt as though she instinctively sought out a teacher to request leave to return home, to rest. Qingyun appeared before her, expressing concern, along with others whose faces blurred into obscurity. The fiery red hairpin in her hair grew increasingly radiant, eventually igniting. Lying in a hospital bed, the flames swiftly spread to the sheets, escalating into a fierce blaze that crackled ominously, engulfing the entire ward. "Oh no, there's a fire! Quick, help put it out! There are patients inside." A young man, seemingly wise, appeared at the doorway of the ward. He resembled the proprietor of a deli. He brandished a fire extinguisher, spraying it upon the raging inferno, but to no avail. "Blood and meat. Think of something. The patient will be burned alive." The owner of the bun shop, referred to as Blood and Meat, produced a dry powder extinguisher, capable of extinguishing any flame, yet it proved ineffective against this conflagration. "Nightmare, extinguish the fire," urged the head of the consulting room, known as Nightmare, as he retrieved a dry ice extinguisher, but no matter how he sprayed it, the flames continued to rage unabated. They could only watch helplessly as the fire spread throughout the hospital, fleeing in desperation while dialing for emergency services. In no time, the fire brigade arrived in their fire truck, dousing the towering flames and black smoke, engulfing the hospital with torrents of water. Yet the fire refused to relent. Meanwhile, at Jinling University of Technology, the name inscribed on the stone tablet at the entrance abruptly transformed into Qingshan Spirit University. Yet in Yu's red hairpin emitted a beam of crimson light, hurtling through the air. Qingshan Spirit University soon erupted into a fierce blaze, with flames sweeping across the landscape. "Oh no, our luck is terrible today. She just got sent to the hospital, and now this place is on fire." Li Qingyun fretted, running about in a panic as he dialed for help, only to be informed that the nearest fire brigade was already at the hospital extinguishing the flames. Anxiety gripped him as he recalled that Yu was also in the hospital, his heart racing. The fire intensified, consuming the entire world, leaving no clean space untouched. In a previous life, the universe, the Milky Way, the solar system, Earth. Who? Li Qingyun suddenly bolted upright in bed. How terrifying. Why did it suddenly catch fire? Wait, it was just a nightmare. He sighed deeply, exhaling to calm his racing heart. In his dream, it seemed he had gone to school, perhaps even returning to his university days. He thought he had also dreamed of a little girl with white hair and heterochromatic eyes. What did he call her? And you? WC, was I dreaming of something inappropriate? How could I imagine Xiaoyu as a little girl? Damn it. I must be losing my mind. He reminisced about the earth-shattering news from over a month. 8G. And Yu lay peacefully on the bed in his rented apartment, brain dead. Coincidentally, that day he had returned home from work intending to find Yu, but no matter how many times he attempted to call, there was no answer, and his messages went unreturned. When he rushed to Yu's home, he was met with the most tragic news imaginable. His closest friend from university, the finest companion of his academic journey, and Yu had inexplicably ceased to breathe and departed from this world forever. Alas, he lamented inwardly, reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. Yet he remained perplexed as to why he had suddenly experienced such a nightmarish vision. Yu's crimson hairpin. I do not know. It was not my doing. The thought that his dear friend had passed while he dared to dream such an offensive dream was unbearable. That I truly deserve this. Li Qingyun chastised himself with a resounding slap to his face. After regaining his composure, he recalled the myriad of peculiarities that plagued his dream. Aside from himself and the silver-haired little girl who bore the name Yu, everyone else appeared to be out of place. It was as though only they were genuine beings, while the others acted like mechanical puppets, dutifully following a script. He could not fathom why Yu seemed to possess self-awareness just as he did. Nor could he explain the presence of three strange shops, their names shrouded in an air of mystery, that had inexplicably appeared on that road. This was far from normal. He also connected this anomaly to Yu's inexplicable brain death. Perhaps that fellow might have stumbled into another world by sheer luck. If you're still alive, I wish you happiness. Lowering his head, Li Qingyun pressed his hands together in a moment of silence, sending the most sincere blessings to Yu. Ha! Ha! And Yu gasped heavily, drenched in sweat, her body trembling as she struggled to sit up. Looking around, she felt relieved. This was not the Pink Room, nor Qing Mountain Mental University, and certainly not a hospital. Instead, she found herself in a heavy-duty insulated tent, the circular zipper door firmly closed. Beside her, the adorable little slime, Ivrea, was fast asleep, its nasal bubbles inflating and deflating rhythmically. Everything was so tranquil, and you could sense the arrival of morning as the essence of the forest wafted through the tent. She recalled the terrifying fire from her dream, which, although frightening, seemed to have been triggered by her own hairpin, ultimately saving her from the nightmare. Buzz! She felt a vibration from the hairpin atop her head. Reaching up, she removed it, discovering it emanating a faint red glow. That you've helped me once more. Thank you. But what was that about Li Qingyun in my dream? Buzz! A stream of information flooded in Yu's mind. Suddenly, everything became clear. The Lord of Wisdom, Alamornius. The Lord of Flesh, Ascatel. The Lord of Nightmares, Yemenjastid. 3 of the 48 outer sequence eldritch gods from the domain of the aberrant divine realm. Hagendeel had taken an interest in her. Subsequently, the entities of Flesh and Nightmare received the news and, under the influence of the Lord of Nightmares, infiltrated her dream, manipulating her self-awareness. Naturally, they remained oblivious to the true nature of her dream, for all she witnessed was a projection of their actions. For instance, the fire represented her hairpin, disrupting the dream's essence, while the 3 figures extinguishing flames in the hospital were merely attempting to slow the dream's degradation. It brings me joy to see you struggle, and you thought, refraining from uttering their true names, aware that doing so would immediately alert them. Their intention was to manipulate her self-awareness through her dreams, leading her to become lost or harmed within that realm. Yet, they ultimately failed, indicating that a crisis was imminent. The dream had proven ineffective, and they would resort to employing cultists to assault her in reality. This was a coordinated assault from 3 cults at once. While such an event might not unfold in the short term, the future loomed ominously. She needed to grow stronger. As for Li Qingyun, he had been a dear friend in her previous life. According to the information, the body she once inhabited in that world had perished and been cremated. Her cherished friend, Li Qingyun, had suffered greatly. And when her lifeless body was discovered in the rented apartment, it had already succumbed to brain death. Essentially, it was the soul's departure that rendered the body unresponsive. Li Qingyun had been her university classmate, and even after graduation, they had kept in touch, often gaming together. Although his job was hardly remarkable, it was a stable middle-income position, and his family had their own sources of income, alleviating the burden of supporting others. Hence, he frequently extended a helping hand whenever she was in need, and you felt immense gratitude towards this dear friend. The connection between the red hairpin and Li Qingyun stemmed from her current inability to confront the entire nightmare realm, leading her to unwittingly drag Li Qingyun into her nightmare without explaining why he had been chosen. Moreover, this connection spanned across different universes, transcending infinite realms to link to a being on Earth, an unfathomable feat. Perplexed, she decided to cease her contemplation. The red hairpin had not divulged its secrets, indicating that the matter was not of immediate importance. After processing the information, Yu reinserted the hairpin into her hair, tidying herself up before using water elemental magic to cleanse her body. Subsequently, she expelled the moisture with her vitality, returning to a state of dryness. Alas, Yu mused, sensing that her premonition, while not entirely accurate, was close enough. She found herself at the eye of a colossal storm. The gaze of the eldritch gods was merely the beginning. She had not forgotten the dreams she had experienced recently, those terrifying entities capable of obscuring the sky and reshaping the earth. Still vivid in her mind, Additionally, the ogre she had unexpectedly encountered earlier was related to trolls. Ogres were a subspecies of trolls, immensely powerful. The trolls that once roamed the earth had nearly vanished, with no one having laid eyes on them. Ogres, however, would occasionally emerge from seals, ruins, and select small worlds, suggesting that trolls might one day reappear. A storm was brewing, and you composed a haiku, reborn in a foreign world. Inexplicably powerful, marked by the gaze of eldritch gods, as the sun slowly rose, the forest welcomed a new day. She wondered how the other 4 region students fared. Currently, 5 regions housed batches of students, yet no one from the other 4 had visited this camp to engage in dialogue, which contradicted the original intention of unity and courage. After all, the initial division into 5 regions, each fighting alone, was inherently disadvantageous. It was possible that conflicts had arisen in other regions, where they had not formed camps at all, resulting in disarray. Although her group still numbered over 30, they were faring better than others. Outside the tents, students had awoken early, bustling with energy. Meanwhile, those who had been on watch until the late hours were now inside their tents, sporting dark circles under their eyes as they slept soundly. The atmosphere was vibrant, and with the mages having repaired the damage, there were no signs left of the fierce battle from the previous day. Many of the ancient Abian pines in the forest had succumbed, a tragic loss after centuries of growth. However, amidst the fierce clashes of magic and beasts, devastation was evident as far as the eye could see. Yet, Arizona had showcased her most vital magical ability, filling in the pockmarked ground. And you strolled around the camp, cradling the slime to ease her mind, due to the little slime's diminutive size. It was easy for it to go missing. Thus, Enyu's presence rendered her slightly larger, making her suitable for a warm embrace, even more endearing. High above in the celestial realm, within the enigmatic dimension. Damn it, how does this little one possess tools to fend off dream invasion? The once graceful Lord of Nightmares, with her elegant purple locks, finally lost her composure and began to curse that I now understand why wisdom is so fixated on this little creature. Truly a delicacy of delightful proportions. Although our powers are significantly diminished upon crossing the Gaia barrier, it is utterly absurd that this midnight-tier little girl can withstand so much. The Lord of Flesh and Blood shared his thoughts. This is indeed the collective influence of our combined efforts. Who would have anticipated that this little one not only possesses formidable autonomous consciousness, but also such powerful defensive tools? The Lord of Wisdom concurred. Indeed, her autonomous consciousness is unnaturally robust, almost as if she were 2 beings in one. The Lord of Nightmares pondered with her head bowed. How is that even possible? Wait, could it truly be that 2 entities are sharing the burden of dream power? The Lord of Wisdom perceived a glimmer of insight that why the heavens. It indeed seems plausible. Point 2. Damn it, I refuse to believe in the impossible. Tonight, I shall have another go at it. It was now 9:00 a.m., and the once vibrant atmosphere of the camp formed by the students had faded away. Ultimately, they were merely a group of young children. At this moment, many had succumbed to slumber within their tents, as this assessment had proven rather rigorous. However, for reasons unknown to Enyu, her energy surged with unprecedented vitality, a stark contrast to her usual self. Could it be that a nightmare had invigorated her? Thus, with a brief farewell to Arizona and the gallant night, she turned and departed the campsite, venturing into the depths of the forest, all the while cradling Euphyllia. Little you, where are you going? The slime wriggled in Enyu's embrace, sensing an odd sensation emanating from ahead that I don't know. Just exploring, Enyu walked toward the mountain, where a swiftly flowing river lay before her, remnants of mudslides scattered across the ground. Yet, around her, there were no remarkable traces. Just an endless expanse of the starry forest and towering, cloud-piercing ancient pines. Gazing upward, the small hill seemed slightly diminished, likely due to landslides and mud flows. Enyu refrained from employing any abilities, opting instead to stroll leisurely while admiring the scenery. Though under the onslaught of torrential rains, mudslides, and a horde of magical beasts, the view was hardly appealing. Dear ones, let us appreciate the distant hill. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but it seemed as though the hill had shrunk even further. Aside from a few small trees, it was largely comprised of large stones and moss. while the rest was barren earth. The aftermath of the downpour lingered, leaving the ground somewhat sticky. Strangely, and you noticed that her accompanying white boots remained untouched by mud despite traversing through the mire. Suddenly, she recalled the pink room from her dream, that if only her attire could transform into pink, how lovely it would be. Humph. I'm the most adorable in the world. Pink suits my character splendidly. Slap! In an instant, her entire outfit changed color. No way, you can really change. And Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at her dress and boots. Wow, little Yu, your dress can change colors. Euphyllia, nestled in her arms, stared wide-eyed at Yu's white dress. I just discovered this ability myself. Thus, then you commenced playing with her attire. Why has your dress turned red? Why has it turned yellow? Why is it now blue? After a lengthy session of experimentation, she finally reverted her outfit to pure white. Indeed, after all the changes, the original color is the most appealing. Nothing else suits me. You casually pinched Euphyllia. Little Yu, please refrain from such antics. Don't whine. I'm ignoring you now. Yu's cheeks flushed as she resolutely chose to disregard her. Every time she pinched the little slime, it would make a fuss. Were others to overhear, they might misconstrue it as something peculiar. Bubbling, little Yu, I cry out because I cannot help it. Be gone. Cease your chatter. Yu's face burned with embarrassment, yet the slime's texture was truly delightful. If only it wouldn't make such a fuss. The pair continued their journey toward the hill, soon arriving at the banks of a small stream. Clearly, this did not deter Yu's resolve, though she utilized neither magic nor vitality. Tugging at Euphyllia, she shaped her into a large pancake. Hey, what are you doing? This is quite offensive. Euphyllia exclaimed in exasperation, sensing that Yu had a mischievous idea in mind. Please enlarge a bit. Woo-woo. Can't you just make me a little bigger? My master is such a failure. Yu adopted a woeful expression, gazing at the slime pancake in her hands. All right, I will enlarge. It's just a matter of size. Euphyllia thought disdainfully but complied. Soon, as Yu molded the enlarged Euphyllia into the shape of a small paper boat, she tossed her into the rushing river and climbed aboard. Is this something a human could conceive? Hehe, since you're of no use otherwise, why not serve as a mode of transport? If Yu were the villain, she would surely be cackling wickedly at this moment that I am slime. This is an indignity, yet she obediently wriggled her body, slowly swimming toward the opposite bank. Her master could only indulge her whims. The river, over 50 meters wide, posed no challenge for Euphyllia, thanks to her affinity for water elements. As for the debris frequently rushing by in the water, Euphyllia was also aligned with earth elements, so even if it collided with her, it would pose no harm. The eyes of Euphyllia found themselves at the bow of the boat. Her crown perched atop it, while Yu knelt, leaning against the side, watching the droplets of water spray toward her. What a unique way to cross a river. I'm so tired of using magic every day. This is a far more intelligent approach. Puffed. You're exploiting your employee. Hey, where did you learn such foolishness? How am I exploiting you? It has always been this way. Oh, you mean that? I was playing by the river with my kin when a rather inept adventurer attempted to harass us. After we drove him off, he accidentally dropped a book. It was titled The Capitalist's Exploitation Regulations and Unconscionable Clauses. It clearly states that those like you enjoy directing employees to do this and that. Pewing them. Yet for the sake of your cuteness, I shall forgive you. Hey, you make it sound as though I owe you something. It's merely acting as a vehicle. After all, cosmic safety statement. Li Qingyun is not a protagonist partner. Merely a crucial character for narrative purposes. Please refrain from making odd associations. Although the author enjoys reading transformation narratives, they currently do not intend to write such stories or plots. I issue this disclaimer upon noticing similar instances in other novels. Although that novel featured a single pairing, the inclination indeed leaned toward transformation, and I found myself wanting to ship it. Do. Li Qingyun was originally racing down the highway leading to the suburbs on his small electric scooter. However, he was suddenly confronted with a severe traffic jam ahead, and despite honking his horn incessantly, he found himself utterly powerless to advance. The road was completely blocked from left to right by an array of vehicles. With not a single gap in sight, even the protective barriers offered no respite. Various construction trucks, large lorries, buses, tricycles, compact cars, sedans, freight trucks, vans, and sports cars filled the thoroughfare. He had been stuck here for half an hour, and the vehicles ahead remained immobile. What a ridiculous situation, he exclaimed in exasperation. I just can't comprehend why each car can't inch forward a little to alleviate the congestion. Li Qingyun posed a question that many would ponder. I fail to understand how my small scooter, which holds an advantage over the colossal trucks, has found itself ensnared in this suburban quagmire. There truly no space for me on this road ahead. At this moment, moving forward seemed impossible, and retreat was equally futile as more vehicles piled up behind him, that he genuinely could not fathom why such a gridlock would occur in the suburbs. It was enough to provoke laughter tinged with frustration. He remained oblivious to the cause of the blockage. If there were no accidents contributing to this stalemate, then those caught in the snarl were indeed exceptionally fortunate. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he pulled out his phone and began scrolling through videos, activating his mobile data. As for why he could afford to use data, it was due to the will that you had left behind. As there were no blood relatives or adopted children to inherit anything, you had never had a girlfriend. So he had preemptively established a will, leaving Li Qingyun to wonder what had prompted such certainty that he would outlive you. Did he possess a foreknowledge of his impending demise? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Qingyun's eyes began to sting, as if filled with sand, and he blinked vigorously to stave off the tears. Ever since Yu's passing, he had succumbed to a state of despondency. While Yu might have traversed to another world, the notion of such a journey felt improbable. Following Yu's death, his body was interred in the nearest cemetery, and the highway leading to the suburbs ultimately directed towards that very resting place. Virum, beep beep, buzz, the cacophony of honking horns and revving engines filled the air. At last, after what feels like an eternity, Li Qingyun thought, recalling Yu once more, feeling no inclination to critique the situation further. Life was indeed unpredictable. The dense flow of traffic finally began to inch forward. Why were there so many vehicles in this suburban area? He had his suspicions that a nearby mountain tourist attraction had recently been completed, coinciding with the holiday season, resulting in an overwhelming influx of visitors. I truly cannot fathom what is so captivating about these tourist spots. So many people flocking to them, only to be gouged by exorbitant prices for ice cream and hot dogs, Li Qingyun mused, attempting to regain his composure and continue his tirade. Unfortunately, his purpose stood in stark contrast to that of the throngs. While they sought leisure and escapism, he was on a quest to locate Yu's grave. Hadn't you been present, he would have joined in the banter. But now, with Yu gone, his words would receive no response. These thoughts consumed him. His eyes began to sting anew, and he lost interest in venting. Riding his small scooter to catch up with the slowly moving traffic, clutching a bouquet of white flowers, he closed the video app on his phone, which he had forgotten to use, and stowed it away in his pocket. He then entered the cemetery gates, and, after traversing a short path, he found himself in a serene clearing shaded by trees, revealing a vast expanse of graves. He approached a newly added small tombstone on the far right, bowing his head in silent tribute to the white flowers in his grasp. Brother, your favorite color was white. Thus, these flowers are not merely for mourning, but a tribute to your preference, he whispered, his back burdened by a large black bag, the contents of which remained a mystery. He gently placed the bouquet before the tombstone, glancing around at the various offerings, fruits, cakes, and delicacies favored by the deceased, arrayed beside many gravestones. Brother, should you have a next life, may you find happiness. I, Qingyun, am your only true brother, and you departed this world so inexplicably. How can I continue to live? I lament that we did not swear brotherhood in a peach orchard, nor did we vow to die in the same year and month. Ha! He chuckled at his own words, realizing that while he once laughed at Yu's quips, now he could only find humor in his own musings. He then opened the black bag on his back, revealing a sizable stack of paper money. Brother, I know you live a life of poverty. Thus, I shall ensure you are not deprived in death. This paper money is for you. Spend it freely in the afterlife. Do not be so frugal anymore. If your gaming equipment is lacking, get a new one. And I've heard about a new virtual game called Reincarnated World, boasting a 99 realism rate. Though it hasn't been tested yet, I think it might be quite exceptional. He ignited the stack of paper money with a lighter Watching it blaze before an used grave that the reincarnation world is said to feature specialized gaming pods and headsets that provide complete immersion. Differing entirely from the previous semi-immersive virtual worlds, they will randomly select a group of beta testers, referred to as reincarnators. Haha, it sounds a bit like those Infinite Flow novels. Yet, I sincerely hope I'm chosen to explore that virtual realm. If I uncover anything new, I'll be sure to share it with you. He bowed his head in contemplation for a moment. Brother, I have also prepared virtual equipment to burn for you. So you need not fret about gaming in the afterlife, that I know life was not kind to you. You always sought the high immersion of virtual games. Thus, I shall incinerate this virtual headset inscribed with Reincarnation World for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than he produced a holographic helmet from the black bag, albeit one seemingly crafted from cardboard. Yes, he continued pulling out an assortment of paper offerings. He declared, "Brother, you never drove a luxury car in life, so I shall send you the keys to a sports car in the afterlife." A handful of paper car keys were tossed into the flames. "Brother, you never resided in a grand house. Accept this miniature mansion for now." The large black bag revealed a tiny villa, which he placed upon the fire, nearly extinguishing it, prompting him to quickly reignite the flames with his lighter. "Brother, you couldn't afford delicious food in life. Let these paper models of delicacies be your sustenance." He produced various paper representations of longevity peaches and seafood, all crafted from paper. "Brother, I feel deeply remorseful for you. As your true brother, I failed to share your burdens and did not allow you to experience more joy in your limited time, that I even quarreled with you during our school days. I truly am despicable, considering you were left with no parents, no relatives, just me as your sole brother. I only provided you with minimal support, while you treated me so well, gaming together, comforting me in sorrow, even sharing your meager earnings with me when I was in need. Alas, brother, may you find happiness in the afterlife. Regarding that incident when I slipped in the restroom, when you attempted to help me up and accidentally stepped on my shoe, I no longer hold it against you that I was petty. We are brothers, and such minor accidents should not linger in my heart." As he continued to toss various large and small items, including anime figurines, all constructed from paper, into the roaring flames. One could only imagine how and you would gasp in disbelief if you were present. Unfortunately, the heat of the fire rendered any gasp impossible. Tips. Haha, I'm truly going to laugh myself to death. My apologies, Li Qingyun, for laughing throughout this segment. Although his actions were comical and his deeds even more so, this playful spirit was inherited from you. He rarely engaged in excessive or unnecessary displays of sorrow. However, his eyes were already brimming with tears, each drop cascading to the ground, but a large mass of paper, nearly reduced to charred remains, was engulfed in flames. Emitting thick, billowing smoke, he crouched on the ground, gazing at the modest little gravestone before him. The grave of an ewe. Inscribed upon it were no superfluous words, only the 5 simple characters. Died at 19. His sorrow seemed to materialize, yet he remained a quintessential otaku. Although he understood that certain things were impossible, his heart was incessantly lost in wild fantasies. These emotions transformed into a delicate golden light, erupting from his soul and intertwining with a large mound of cremated remnants below. Yet he remained oblivious to it. Soon, a slightly more robust beam of golden light soared from the thick smoke towards the heavens. Qingyun let out a deep breath, feeling as if he were trapped in a dream. How could his dear friend, a grown man, simply succumb after lying in bed for a day? He had been in perfect health. After all, although, fine, he admitted there may have been some questionable aspects to his health. After all, while others could run 4 or 5 laps, and you would tire after just one, others would recover from a cold in 2 or 3 days. But you took a week to heal, while others had fevers for mere hours, and you would endure an entire day that a fall would leave him unable to walk for days. He nearly choked on food. And even drinking water could lead to coughing fits. After getting caught in the rain, he'd feel dizzy and promptly develop a fever, among other ailments that he also lacked considerable strength. His natural constitution was not that of a typical human male. I wish you happiness in the other world. Despite his impossible mindset, he still offered his heartfelt blessing. Furthermore, due to the nightmare he had experienced the previous night, he had specially ordered a one. 5-meter-tall, white-haired, heterochromatic-eyed, lowly pillow, believing it to be a sign from his dear friend Spirit. Ding! The celestial reward system has been bound. IT has detected that the host's mental state is somewhat unstable, and the system is now activated. Who? Who is speaking? Li Qingyun, startled, turned to look around but found no one. Oh, what the hell? Is it haunted? And you son of a gun, are you still alive, trying to scare me from beyond? Ding! This system is the celestial reward system. Host, you need not search for me. I reside within your mind, and this system is not named in you. What? Li Qingyun was momentarily stunned. Then a bitter smile crept onto his lips, followed by excitement. Brother, I knew it. Coming to pay my respects, you wouldn't forget me. Sob, I will carry on living for both of us. He quickly accepted the system. After all, which delusional otaku or novel enthusiast had not fantasized about such a mysterious entity? So, tell me, system, what functions do you possess? He inquired eagerly. Soon, a neutral mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding, this system is the celestial reward system that IT does not issue tasks, nor does it have a special points shop. However, as long as the host experiences various events around them, there's a possibility of randomly receiving rewards from countless realms. Really? Could you provide an example? For a moment, he forgot his sorrow. He had never felt such exhilaration before. A thrill akin to Yu's resurrection. Perhaps he would soon draw a 9 revolutions soul-returning pill and bring Yu's soul back. My dear brother, I will never forget you. Ding! This system will randomly reward the host when they experience or perform certain actions. The rewards may consist of a certain amount of power from a specific worldview or randomly grant the host some items, weapons, or equipment. For instance, if the host were to accidentally kick a squirrel to death on the roadside and, by sheer luck, trigger this system's reward, the system would immediately grant the host a supreme weapon from the universe, rendering you invincible. Wow, is it really that powerful? There are even potent items from other universes. Does this mean I truly have hope of reviving you? Revive, my brother. Li Qingyun was instantly filled with excitement, hurrying to the edge of the cemetery, where he spotted a large centipede in a fit of rage. He raised his right leg and delivered a powerful kick, crushing the centipede into bits. System, why didn't you trigger? What are you about? Ding, the greater the scale and involvement in an event the host participates in, the higher the probability of receiving rewards and the better the quality of those rewards. Sob, does that mean my supreme weapon is gone? Li Qingyun felt a surge of frustration. Participating in major events could easily lead to his demise. Ding, host, do not lose heart. In fact, you have already participated in a significant event which activated this system, and you still have a newbie gift pack yet to claim. Li Qingyun's eyes lit up. Really? What major event did I participate in to activate the system? Ding, the host paid tribute to Yu. The causal power of this event is so formidable that it directly awakened this system ahead of time. What the hell could it be that my deceased brother is actually a guardian of Earth, possessing immense power and causal influence? Hearing this, Li Qingyun was left speechless, stuttering. Then let's open the newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've opened the newbie gift pack and received the following items. 1.9 Revolutions Soul Returning Lamp. This item can only be used once and can summon the spirit of a deceased person for prolonged communication. If the other party is not truly dead, it will summon a fragment of their consciousness for communication. Point 2. Otherworldly Mark. Upon using this mark, your physical attributes will be instantly enhanced to the pinnacle of a blue star mortal. Akin to Bolt's speed, Tyson's striking power, the endurance of top marathon runners, the reflexes of elite esports players, and the raw strength of top powerlifters. Point 3. Portable storage space. 1 cubic meter in size. It does not allow for the storage of living beings. Is not temperature controlled and automatically eliminates microorganisms from stored items to ensure food does not spoil. Wow. This is incredible. System. Merge the otherworldly mark. Merging. Please wait. Meanwhile, a white-haired lowly sat on a slime boat that achoo. And you rubbed her soft little nose. Puzzled. What is going on? Did I catch a cold? What kind of temperature could make me catch a cold? Is someone thinking about me? She wore a bewildered expression. That moment, the creature beneath her, Ifriya, chimed in. Are there not many people thinking of little you? With such beauty and cuteness, everyone who has seen her is bound to remember her. Hehe. That's true. Suddenly, the hairpin atop and Yu's head shimmered, emanating a stream of information. She sensed it, and simultaneously, her purple void true eye activated, radiating a shimmering purple light that a button resembling an email appeared in her field of vision, which she opened with her mind. A quaint virtual letter materialized, bearing a message. You have received a mysterious wish power. You have received a mysterious wish power. Wish power? Is it the same as the variant, a belief power? And you recognize this phenomenon. Wish power and belief power are isotopes. Much like the distinction between U-238 and U-235, that elements have different models and atomic structures, and similarly, powers exhibit such variations. Although wish power and belief power differ in color, their essence is remarkably similar, and you had encountered them in the inherited memories brought by her red hairpin. Wish power glimmers in beautiful golden specks, while belief power resembles milky white. However, wish power arises from intense desires and fervent prayers, while belief power stems from sincere faith. Whose wish power could this be? And you fell into deep contemplation, silently questioning the red hairpin in her heart. Target traced. Li Qingyun. What on earth? Why him? I just connected with this guy in a nightmare, and now he's back. He Zhongyan. Can he still send me the power of wishes? The red hairpin then projected a video image into Yu's violet pupils. Brother, Li Qingyun stood before Yu's gravestone, weeping profusely, tears streaming down his face as he tossed various items into the fire. He then knelt, hands clasped in prayer, and a wisp of golden wish power flew towards him. Hehe, and you couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Qingyun-san, you rascal. Xiaoyu, what are you laughing at? If Leah asked curiously, it's nothing, just thought of something amusing. Let's give him a little return gift. Seeing this, If Leah refrained from asking further and continued to laboriously wriggle along the river, and you noticed a small pathway opened by the red hairpin. Flicked her finger, and a wisp of blood energy was shot out, soaring into another realm. Hiss! Damn! Merging the other shore mark actually causes stomach pain to Qingyun clutches abdomen, squatting on the ground, rolling in agony. Ding! Reminder to the host, relax. Dizziness is normal. Relax my foot. I'm in excruciating pain. Li Qingyun was too exhausted to complain, realizing this system was hardly reliable. However, he felt that, with the pain, his body became a tad lighter. As the pain subsided, a sinking sensation arose, and an urge to relieve himself hit him. What the hell? I thought it was just a poor issue, but I really need to go, right? Li Qingyun burst into laughter, bemused by the peculiarities of his enhanced physical condition, that he hurried to a secluded grove in the cemetery, found a suitable spot, and commenced his business. A sizable mound of dry feces accumulated in various directions on the ground. The system kindly sent him a pack of tissues. Ding! Given that the host was nearly out of toilet paper, the system generously provided some. Haha, that's great. I owe you one. Li Qingyun felt a burning sensation on his rear. It seemed he had overdone it. The system was truly considerate. After resolving his predicament, he stood up, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With a light leap, he surprisingly soared over 1 meter high, prompting him to ponder. This jump feels taller than that girl in my dream. Ding! The system has received an email. The system can receive emails. Li Qingyun's spirits lifted as he wondered what it could be. He gestured in the air a few times, and the email promptly opened. A faintly fragrant, light red glow emerged, directly entering Li Qingyun's body. If the other shore mark merely enhances physical attributes, then this blood energy would thoroughly eliminate the hidden ailments within him. Ding! The system is deciphering the email information. Ding! Decoding complete. What is remembered will echo back. Li Qingyun instantly felt a wave of comfort envelop him. The burning pain from earlier completely dissipated. Damn! Who on earth is so kind-hearted to send me this email? System, do you know who sent it? Ding! The sender's level is too high and distance too far. This system cannot trace it. Is there really someone with a higher level than you? You're the strongest system in all realms. Ding! That is a misunderstanding. I am merely a reward system, not the strongest system in all realms. Host, do not be mistaken. Li Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle in frustration, retorting, I see your system only knows how to reward. It's so useless. Other systems start off invincible effortlessly conquering everything and soaring to the pinnacle of life. Ding! Please do not malign this system. Progressing step by step, steadily moving forward is the best approach. Trust in this system. It will surely guide you to the peak of your life. All right, I truly believe in you. Li Qingyun sighed in exasperation. System, take out the 9-turn soul lantern. Ding! Successfully retrieve the 9-turn soul lantern. It must be placed on the corpse of the subject for effective use. Therefore, if the host wishes to summon his dear brother's spirit, he must first excavate his grave. What the hell? This is too absurd. Li Qingyun suddenly felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He was about to dig up his brother's grave. Yet upon reflection, it was to temporarily revive his dear brother, to take him to the hospital for treatment, and help him truly come back to life. With this thought, he felt invigorated, bolstered by the recently enhanced physical attributes. He promptly lifted the large stone covering the gravestone. Then he stared blankly at the urn of ashes beneath. System, but my brother was cremated. System, ding! Even ashes are acceptable. This system will autonomously help your brother restore his body. However, this body will only exist for a short time and will soon revert to ashes. Sigh. Li Qingyun exhaled deeply, hesitating for a long time before finally making a decision. Fine. As Li Qingyun opened the urn, the 9-turn soul lantern emitted a soft blue glow that floated upward. Suddenly, the entire urn of ashes soared into the air, while an energy shot out from the system within Li Qingyun's mind. As the 9-turn soul lantern gradually activated, the entire urn of ashes began to reassemble in the air. Why did it seem to take on a very petite form? However, given the small amount of ashes, the energy had yet to fully activate, making it difficult to discern its true appearance. System, there's something wrong with this. Li Qingyun questioned. Ding! This system is absolutely flawless. Your brother's spirit looks like this. It can only be restored in this manner. Huh. Brother, ew. Li Qingyun was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. He suddenly recalled the silver-haired little girl named in Yu from his dream. He also remembered the one little girl doll he had crafted. Damn. I truly deserve this. Li Qingyun slapped himself hard across the face. Someone is calling me. Yu furrowed her brow, though her expression bore no bitterness. Only a hint of cuteness. She had successfully emerged from the water, the slime reverting to a basketball-sized form, cradled in her arms. Going over is a wisp of consciousness being separated, and a doppelganger has already been created for me. She comfortably sat cross-legged beneath a large pine tree by the stream, tightly hugging Evlia. Agreeing to the request, Li Qingyun gazed at the golden petite figure floating in front of him, unable to see it clearly. The face, features, and clothing were all obscured. Ding! The 9-turn soul lantern has completed its function. Due to system limitations, it cannot restore the true appearance of the subject. The golden petite figure slowly descended to the ground, its entire form radiating a soft golden hue, exuding a dazzling light. However, the body appeared somewhat transparent, as if it could vanish at any moment. Ding! The subject can only exist for 5 minutes before departing again. Please use this time as you wish. Hey, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I can do whatever I want? Am I that kind of person? Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow, immediately countering. The golden petite figure slowly opened its eyes. Yet still obscured, it was enveloped in a golden mist. Where is this? And you, who had previously sat on the ground, found her main consciousness transported to this area, while her body rested beneath the tree. Are you and you? Li Qingyun stumbled and crawled his way to Yu's side. However, due to Li Qingyun's physique being more proportionate than before, his face more handsome, and his skin fairer, and you did not immediately recognize him. It's me. Who are you? And you slowly propped herself up with her hands on the ground. I'm Li Qingyun. Alas, brother, it's a long story. Huh. What are you doing here? Is this still the country? And you looked utterly bewildered. Where had this consciousness request come from? And you, it's all my fault for not realizing you sooner. What a pity, you died in that rented room without ever seeing me. Sigh, just look at you, not exercising properly and working overtime every day. Now look where it got you to. I had to use a special method to bring you back. Sigh, only 5 minutes left. I in just 5 minutes. You must depart once more. Li Qingyun lowered his gaze, kneeling on the ground, avoiding the sight of the indistinct little girl before him. Wait, what are you talking about? His voice seemed to resonate from the primordial chaos. Yet was as clear as a lark's song. "Brother, I am Li Qingyun. Don't you recognize me? Although I know you encountered some mishaps upon arriving here, I will always be your brother." Li Qingyun was immediately overcome with emotion. Tears streaming down his face. Let's cut to the chase. What did you call me for? And you was taken aback. Could it be that this good brother harbored some extraordinary secret that could summon her here? "Well, brother, I came to see you one last time. You must live well after you go underground. I am not dead. Hurry up and tell me what's going on." And you could barely contain herself. She wasn't truly dead, but with only 5 minutes left, was this guy just wasting time? "Brother, I initially only intended to pay my respects, but I should tell you," after a brief yet powerful declaration, Li Qingyun revealed that he had awakened the multiverse reward system, promising that once he became formidable, he would certainly resurrect and "I am not dead." And you retorted, exasperated, "Exactly. That's the spirit. Brother, I knew I recognized you." Li Qingyun's face lit up with excitement. He was right. His brother loved to tease him in such a manner. "Hey, you're missing the point. I just went to another world. I am not permanently dead." Oh, that's true. Now that I've awakened the system, brother, someone as remarkable as you surely possesses more than one system, perhaps several, Li Qingyun suddenly realized. As an ordinary person, he had only one system, while someone with Yu's fate and destiny must have more than one. Time is running out. 3 minutes left. Is there anything interesting waiting for me after I die? There is, brother, indeed. Recently, a virtual game called the Reincarnation World released a promotional CG that boasts a realism level of over 99. They say it won't enter internal testing for another 6 months, as they are finalizing preparations. Additionally, they will randomly select some fortunate individuals from the registrants to become internal testers. These individuals are referred to as reincarnators. I don't understand why they would choose such a dramatic name for lucky draws. Li Qingyun was racing against time, his words flowing much faster. "Let me gather my thoughts that I died in that rented room over a month ago. Correct? Yes. Then I was cremated, and my ashes were placed in a jar and brought to this cemetery, right? Correct. And then you, in your grief, came to the cemetery to pay your respects and brought a lot of things, right? Yes. Then you awakened a reward system, right? No, this is the multiverse reward system. Same difference. Then, during this time, the Reincarnation World suddenly began its promotional CG, right? Yes. And your starter gift just happened to include a 9-turn soul lamp and the other shore seal. While I only have ashes, then, with the system's help, you summon me here, right? Correct. Li Qingyun's words were now coming out at double speed, his tongue dancing as he hurriedly sought to convey everything he could. With only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, that he was desperately trying to articulate more, but it seemed he had said it all. He awkwardly concluded, "Brother, rest assured, I now possess a system that can help you return to Earth. Once I become a great emperor, I will traverse the cosmic expanse to find you." "Hold on. Tell me more about that Reincarnation World." And you sensed an ominous undertone of conspiracy. Those 48 evil gods might well extend their influence into this universe. Perhaps it was all part of some malevolent scheme. "Brother, do you also think there is something off about the Reincarnation World?" "I feel the same. With current technology, how could a game with 99 realism suddenly appear? And the advanced gaming pods and headsets, yet we can't play them yet. Indeed, this world has gods. Perhaps those peculiar beings are seeking to meddle with your planet." Yu's worldview subtly shifted. She began referring to Earth as your planet. Doesn't seem quite right, that if they're gods, why not create a cult? That is indeed a question we currently lack an answer to. But you must exercise caution. The game can be played, and with your system, there is no need to worry. Just don't die before I do. That is assured. Your brother will always be your brother. How could I casually die? Moreover, I suspect the reincarnation game might have mechanisms that allow the game to invade reality or the game's powers to feedback into reality. If anything goes awry, your system should provide warnings, and most importantly, keep your secret hidden. Because of the so-called 99 virtual reality, your system should still function when entering the game world, right? Ding! This system is very likely to be effective in that so-called game world. Where there are people, there will be events, and this system can naturally trigger. However, items and powers can only feed back into reality. This time, both could hear the voice of the multiverse reward system, a neutral tone that surprisingly brought a sense of reassurance. As if celebrating that Li Qingyun had such a good brother. All right, I hope you don't entertain any ill thoughts. Time is almost up. I must return. Qingyun, I hope one day you will see me again. Goodbye, brother. The sorrow on Li Qingyun's face faded, replaced by sheer excitement. His heart brimmed with energy. His brother had come back. SNU's avatar transformed into a stream of golden light and began to dissipate. Her eyes slowly closed, and her consciousness returned to her original form. Bang! 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 With each crisp sound of explosion, the avatar gradually disintegrated into points of light, erupting into a towering beam of light that slowly faded. Subsequently, the energy belonging to the system returned to Li Qingyun's consciousness. As for the jar of ashes, it vanished, leaving behind an empty container. After tidying up the grave, Li Qingyun excitedly mounted his electric scooter and left the cemetery. Even though Yu's main consciousness had departed, her subconscious remained, causing her original body to fall asleep. And she had fallen asleep resting on Yifiliya. Xiao Yu, you finally woke up. Yifiliya's voice came from beneath her head. How long did I sleep? About half an hour. Xiao Yu, if you're really tired, you can sleep a little longer. Yifiliya's carrying voice echoed again from beneath her head. It's nothing. And Yu hastily sat up, clutching the squashed mass of slime tightly to her chest. She took a moment to gather her thoughts. Li Qingyun had used the 9-turn soul lamp to call herself back for 5 minutes. And there was also that ominous announcement regarding a game of reincarnation. Her emotions were in disarray. It was evident that this reincarnation world was no benign affair. How could a legitimate blue star possibly harbor a virtual reality game akin to 99? It had to be a projection of consciousness, perhaps the handiwork of some malevolent entity. Players who entered the game all transformed into unknown, plush orbs to be toyed with at will. Moreover, since Li Qingyun possessed her own system, it was clear that this blue star was far from ordinary, and others might possess systems as well. Li Qingyun's system posed no immediate danger, but who could say the same for others? It was entirely conceivable that these systems were nothing like the protagonist cheats described in novels. They could simply be trifles conjured by some high-ranking entity. After all, if a true deity were to descend in their full glory, they could elevate a mere mortal to greatness with but a flick of their finger. Given the peculiar nature of such systems, it was highly likely that the majority of individuals would refrain from disclosing the systems they possessed, indicating that the current blue star might have been infiltrated to the point of being akin to a sieve. Whatever. How annoying. It has nothing to do with me. The more Yu pondered, the more frenzied she became, her scalp prickling with tension. Xiao Yu, what troubles you? Ivria asked, gazing at her in confusion. I need to ask you something. Go ahead. And Yu paused for a moment, then inexplicably produced a cup of water from somewhere. Taking a hearty gulp before continuing, you know the dark gods, right? There are many dark gods, and I have heard of them. That's good. Let me give you an example. Suppose there's a nation, or perhaps a continent, where suddenly numerous ring grandpa figures emerge. You know about ring grandpa, right? Of course, a born waste can still be of use. One can stumble upon a ring while falling into a pit, either a family heirloom or a stroke of luck, either a great power or a legacy. I'm glad you know. But what if these ring grandpas were mass-produced? Yet, those who acquire them would surely believe their fortune to be unique and would not dare to disclose it. But what is the problem with that? Wouldn't it simply mean more opportunities? You fool, what if all these ring grandpas are produced by dark gods? Even if not all are mass-produced, if a portion are. That is quite terrifying, don't you think? Everyone would believe themselves to be the protagonist. That is indeed quite frightening. But why do you think this way? Thus, and you explained Li Qingyun's system and some other inexplicable phenomena using the more accessible analogy of the ring grandpa to the slime. So you believe it's quite possible that the ring grandpas are mass-produced, correct? Precisely, and it's not mere conjecture. I have a strong premonition. After all, strange occurrences do not simply happen without reason. If such a place truly exists, then we might be in serious trouble. Thinking along those lines indeed presents a dilemma. The little slime sighed. Forget it, there is no point in dwelling on this. Let's head up the mountain. There may be something buried beneath. And you promptly lifted the slime and ascended towards a mountain peak. Why are you so certain there's something in the mountain? The slime's eyes widened, 3 question marks appearing above its head that it's called the experience of someone who has been through it. Hehe, places that appear somewhat conspicuous yet are rather unremarkable are often the favorite hiding spots for great fortunes. Goodness, I've learned something new. I had no idea it was so nuanced out of course. I am a person of discernment. The pair, one human and one slime, continued their ascent, conversing all the while. The journey was remarkably quiet. The beasts had long fled due to mudslides and rockfalls, leaving the area nearly devoid of even weeds, just a damp, rocky soil beneath their feet. After about 10 minutes, they reached the summit of the small mountain. The peak was strewn with jagged rocks and overgrown with weeds, while the rest of the area was comprised of hard, yellowed earth, devoid of any trees. The summit measured roughly 80 meters in diameter, quite small indeed, and you began rummaging through the pile of rocks. Xiaoyu, you should stop searching. There may not be any opportunities here as you suggested. And no sooner had Ivrea spoken than Yu pinched between her fingers a crystal the size of a fingernail, glowing with a soft yellow light. See? What did I tell you? Impressive. Ivrea was at a loss for words. Her master truly had a knack for finding fortune, and you would not reveal that she had detected it with her purple void true eye while at the mountain's base. Although her detection abilities were quite sophisticated, they paled in comparison to mere serendipity. Regardless, she crushed the small crystal radiating yellow light in her hand, swiftly refining it. Soon, and you felt something new within her. Eternal Earth Element Control unlocked. She smiled in relief that I knew it. Special items related to unique elements can activate corresponding elemental control. With a flick of her wrist, a wall of earth rose up from the ground ahead. Devoid of any magical fluctuations, the it was as if the earth itself had simply manifested a wall, entirely independent of Yu's influence. She then raised her right hand, pointing forward, causing several earthen spikes to coalesce and strike a distant boulder. Still without any indication of magical construction indeed, after mastering runes, elemental control transcends mere elemental manipulation. I am invincible, and you beamed with joy. Now, capable of masquerading as a formidable force, and no matter how powerful her opponents might be, they would never detect the magical fluctuations of her constructs, as she was not the one truly creating them. The elements of heaven and earth were now her playthings. The campus assessment was proving to be a lengthy endeavor, and the forest remained eerily tranquil. Xiaoyu, the boat is ready. Ivrea transformed into a small paper boat, floating on the river, and Yu promptly sat down. Due to her light weight, the slime boat barely sank at all. Let us set sail. It's time to return to the camp. There seems to be nothing in this area, and the number of beasts today is surprisingly low. And Yu reclined comfortably on the translucent slime boat, while Ivrea gently navigated the swift current. Indeed, after last night's beast tide, most of them are likely dead by now. Ivrea responded instinctively. You were among the beasts that stirred last night. Cough, cough, that was all in the past. Now she was simply an adorable little slime. He allowed. Not he imaged that. I am quite eager for the arena competition after the assessment conclude, and you could hardly wait to engage in battle with that group of students, who hailed from various corners of the world, or rather, from the diverse lands of Atlantia, comprising prodigious human and demi-human talents. Moreover, those who survived the first night undoubtedly possess some measure of skill. The arena competition is at the contest held after your Human Academy's assessment. Ivrea, having never attended school, inquired curiously. Yes, indeed. Our school is quite large, and I still have yet to formally enroll. I must first compete in the arena. Are those students strong? I have no idea. As long as they gather together, they can easily turn the tides against higher-tiered opponents that I suspect it will be somewhat challenging, considering my talent is merely a tad above average. And I cannot compare to those scions of established families. 666. The slime's eyes appeared beneath the boat, fixated on Yu. What is it? Those misfits would be effortlessly tossed aside by me. And what about you, my dear Xiaoyu? Do you have any idea how significant your oversized presence is to a mere undeveloped slime like me? Each person accompanied by slime, they chatted merrily while crossing the river, soon arriving at the shore and heading towards the campsite. Why is the forest so tranquil today? Spinth looked around with a puzzled expression. while his companion, Lambitin, appeared even more bewildered. Could it be that after we annihilated the magical beasts last night, those creatures, having witnessed our formidable power, now dare not launch an attack? Lambitin pondered seriously, arriving at this conclusion. Nonsense! How could a ragtag bunch like us possibly defeat those mighty magical beasts? Why not? Did we not win last night? Let me ask you, were there any high-level magical beasts in abundance last night? No. Then let me ask you again. Spinth was about to continue questioning. Shut up. Why is your mage hat so pointy? To showcase his formidable intellect and the intimidating aura of a fire mage. Spinth had donned a bright red mage's hat. Mentioning the mage's hat caused the corners of Spinth's mouth to curve upward in a smug grin. I'm a dashing fire mage. A feeble warrior like you can only be shielded by my presence. Damn. Are you discriminating against us warriors? What have we done to you? The group exchanged banter while foraging for food in the woods. Though the meat of magical beasts was delicious, the absence of green food was unacceptable. As they wandered, they stumbled upon a towering evergreen pine tree, beneath which lay a multitude of mushrooms. The mushrooms resembled blue glass, translucent and shimmering with a silvery glow. The stems were tall and slender, with delicate blue gills beneath the caps. Wow! Blue mushrooms! This is a real treat. Wow! The legendary blue mushrooms. It said that these are incredibly delicious, ranking among the top 10 mushrooms. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. These mushrooms were exceptionally delectable, and one of them was a fire element mage, ready to commence tasting. Thus, they carefully plucked all the blue mushrooms and placed them in a bamboo-woven basket they had brought along. Where did the basket come from? Naturally, it was from a versatile tool shed, where earth and wood magic users predominantly found employment as construction workers and assembly line laborers. Let us save a few for later, and have a wood mage hasten their ripening. I've never tasted such delicacies before. Let us get started. The two of them eagerly prepared, astonishingly pulling out a large pot and firewood from their backpacks. What? You wonder where the large pot came from? Of course, it was crafted by the members of the campsite's tool shed, filled with earth and wood magic users. Following this, Spinth rubbed his hands together, producing a few sparks that landed on the pile of firewood, quickly igniting into a roaring blaze. Unexpectedly, Spinth's casual spark creation revealed a look of unease on his face, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, clearly indicating his lack of magical stamina. Oh dear, I overexerted my magic last night. I feel a bit weak today. Spinth chuckled nervously, wiping the sweat from his brow. You, my friend, is that really due to overexertion? I don't want to burst your bubble. It is indeed overexertion. All right, Brother Lambitin, you know my magical reserves are quite limited. Lambitin felt a few strands of frustration forming on his forehead, unsure how to respond. He then retrieved a large iron spatula from his backpack. What? You asked where the iron spatula came from. Naturally, it was from the tool shed at the campsite where those construction workers, details omitted. He then tossed a handful of blue mushrooms from the basket into the pot, followed by a sprinkle of spices wrapped in a paper bag. Instantly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, the complex fragrance spreading in all directions. What? You inquire about the source of these spices. They surely came from the wood magic users at the campsite, details omitted. Lambitin then took out a bottle of canola oil from his large backpack, pouring the golden oil into the pot. What? You wonder where the canola oil came from. That would undoubtedly be, details omitted. Wow, this assessment is far too comfortable. We are able to indulge in such exquisite delicacies that my father has never tasted these blue mushrooms. And here we are, encountering them in the wild. Spinth's face lit up with anticipation, though if one looked closely, they would notice a hint of dark circles under his eyes. It is well known that ascending powerful beings gradually detach from the physical capabilities of ordinary humans. His entire visage bore a slight grayish hue, having released only a fraction of his magic, leaving him somewhat lethargic. You, my friend, seem to be overextending your magical output. Lambitin expressed his dismay, feeling exasperated at the thought of having such a brother. Ahem, of course, while my magical reserves are limited, I am still a powerful fire element mage. I don't want to expose you, but is that really a matter of magical reserves? Amidst the crackling sounds, The delightful aroma wafted into the noses of the two, reaching even deeper into the pine forest. Gurgle, gurgle. The sounds of swallowing and grumbling bellies resonated at just the right moment. Oh yes, truly delicious food. Tears streamed from the corners of Spinth's mouth. After battling excessively last night and exhausting his magic, he now required a hearty meal to recuperate. Indeed, it smells wonderful. I can only imagine how it will taste. Lamberton rubbed his hands together, quietly awaiting the mushrooms to be sought ed, occasionally flipping them with the spatula. Sizzle, sizzle. The mixture of oil and spices crackled as the temperature rose. This is truly appetizing. Spinth retrieved a pair of chopsticks from his backpack, offering one pair to Lamberton. What? You ask why chopsticks exist in this fantastical world? Because with societal advancement, efficient and simple tools spread rapidly. For most foods, chopsticks are cost-effective and efficient. To put it bluntly, they are merely two sticks that can be utilized. Furthermore, the cost of crafting a knife and fork in the wild is significantly higher than that of a pair of chopsticks, unless one refuses to use chopsticks and prefers to eat with their hands. The people in the tool shed certainly wouldn't cater to you. You'd have to forge your own. The construction workers toil hard enough daily. How can you complain? Thus, in this world, various basic utensils such as knives, forks, chopsticks, and spoons are widely circulated. Both of them were drooling, seizing their chopsticks and enthusiastically digging in. The sound of chopsticks clattering against the bottom of the iron pot echoed. This is mine, don't you dare snatch it. There is hardly enough for the both of us. And you want to hoard it all? Nonsense, you've already eaten so much. Are you a pig? Still wanting more? As if you're any better. The blue mushrooms melted in their mouths, bursting with sweetness. Paired with spices and canola oil, the flavors were rich and lingering, soft yet chewy, making them crave more with every bite. Half a pot of blue mushrooms had already been consumed, and both felt a surge of exhilaration. Spinth's earlier lethargy from overexertion was completely replaced by excitement. Ah, how wonderful! I feel so satisfied. So delicious, I want more. How strange. Why do the mushrooms seem to be multiplying as I eat? Indeed, I just ate one mushroom. And now there are 3 more. Their hands began to tremble, struggling to hold the chopsticks. Soon, their faces illuminated with joy, gradually losing consciousness. The more robust Lamberton suddenly realized the impending danger and frantically shouted, "Oh no! We've made a mistake. These are not blue mushrooms, but rather their relative, the blue tainted mushrooms. This peculiar fungus is intended for preparation." Before Limbotan could complete his sentence, he lay blissfully on the ground, his body convulsing, while both individuals foamed at the mouth, rendered unconscious. After a considerable duration, the pile of firewood was nearly consumed, and the flames of the makeshift grill had died down, sparing the remaining pot of mushrooms from charring. As the enticing aroma wafted farther away, a white-furred creature gradually approached the scene. Sniff, sniffed, a charming little nose twitched, detecting a delightful fragrance. The tuft of fur instantly perked up, and the little creature's eyes sparkled as it ambled toward the source of the alluring scent. "Xiaoyu, what is that smell? It's so fragrant." The slime cradled in Yu's arms squirmed restlessly, as if eager to leap out and seek the origin of the delectable aroma. Indeed, the mysterious being drawn by the scent was Yu herself. Clad in a petite white dress, her fair arms were crossed over her chest, cradling Yiphilia, which made her previously modest curves virtually indiscernible as they traversed deeper into the forest. A small clearing unfolded ahead. Given the slightly oppressive heat, Limbotan and Sphinth had chosen to rest beneath the shade of a pine tree. I could see this moment, and you stealthily emerged from the side. Oh, it seems these two are fast asleep. Then this pot of delicacies shall be my treat. And you cautiously approached the pot. Snap. She inadvertently stepped on a twig. Boo-hoo. This could very well awaken the two. They wore expressions of pure bliss. Surely lost in delightful dreams, would she be met with a harsh reprimand for disturbing them? Yet, and you stood frozen for half a minute, astonished that neither stirred. They must be in a deep slumber. It seems their dreams are so enchanting that they refuse to awaken. Well, that suits me just fine. You sighed in relief. Xiaoyu, I want to eat too. This appears to be the blue thin mushroom, which is said to be a tremendous tonic for us slimes. What? Taijun, Where is Taijun? Not that Taijun, Xiaoyu. It refers to the mushroom that, oh, I see now. No wonder this mushroom remains blue even after being sought edition. And you suddenly grasp the concept, only to recall that the more beautiful a mushroom appeared, the more toxic it could be. However, since Yifiliya had proclaimed it as a great tonic, she reluctantly decided to sample it. Moreover, she felt no sense of impending danger, and the aroma was irresistibly enticing, indicating that any potential toxin would not pose a threat to her. These two must be enjoying a delightful feast in their dreams. Never mind, I shall indulge, for not eating would simply be wasteful. And you promptly and carefully extracted 2 slender blue mushrooms from the iron pot. She tossed one to Yifiliya and popped the other in her mouth. Yifiliya immediately opened her mouth and swallowed the mushroom, her semi-transparent blue form visibly digesting the morsel. How'd she know? In a daze, Lumbo Tun noticed a pale hand reaching into the pot to seize the Taijun and swiftly intervened. Ah, and you jumped at the sudden sound, fearing she had been discovered and was preparing to flee. However, upon seeing Lumbo Tun turn back and resume his deep slumber, she thought, goodness, big brother, you are truly a good person. Sleeping so soundly and even warning me against monster attacks. Grateful, and you continued to devour the blue thin mushrooms, tossing a few to the slime now and then. Yaha, this mushroom has a slight kick to it. After finishing her clandestine snack, and you sensed something amiss. Although she experienced no hallucinations or fainting spells, her entire body felt ablaze. She then inquired of the slime in her arms, Yifiliya, what happens when humans consume this? Ah, well, not only humans, but it seems that most humans and vertebrates, as well as other monsters, who consume the night-grade mushrooms below, will directly fall into a euphoric stupor, Yifiliya said with an innocent expression. Continuing, I instinctively assumed you were one of my kind, Xiaoyu. Rest assured, if you were to faint here, I promise to protect you. What? So these two did not fall into a blissful slumber due to the deliciousness, but rather because of the poison? Indeed, and this mushroom can induce hallucinations, so they should currently be lost in splendid dreams. And you found herself at a loss for words, as her body grew increasingly feverish, sweat dripped down her skin, and her temperature surged several degrees, causing her face to flush crimson. What is this side effect? How peculiar! Anu instinctively cradled Yifiliya against her face to cool down. The refreshing touch of the slime provided a momentary respite from her discomfort. Xiaoyu, your face is so hot. By the way, this is a variant of the blue thin mushroom, which is also a delicacy. However, this type is toxic for many organisms because it closely resembles the original. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Phew, how come I haven't been poisoned? Never mind. Let us leave this place. They should awaken shortly, and you felt perplexed, cradling the slime as she sprinted deeper into the woods. I feel a bit unwell, yet this thing actually seems to slightly enhance magical potency. She sensed her heartbeat racing, leading to a slight disarray in her speech, her cheeks flushed as if steam were rising from them. Xiaoyu, I have a plan. Yifiliya's eyes lit up as she, a slime with affinity for water elements, swiftly devised a clever method. Let me help you cool down. And Yu's eyes brightened instantly. What method? Tell me quickly. Watch my moves. The slime in Yu's arms leapt to the ground, transforming into a diameter of 10 meters, enveloping Yu within it. A wondrous sensation enveloped her limbs. Hiss! The temperature plummeted, releasing a cloud of steam. Yu's flushed face finally began to cool, as the slime gradually enveloped her, seeping through the seams of her dress. Ugh. Yifiliya, what are you doing? Yu's previously cooled cheeks flared with color once more. The peculiar sensation rendering her heart restless. The semi-liquid slime gel of Yifiliya spread across Yu's entire body, the chilling yet strange touch stimulating her nerves. However, the temperature had indeed lowered, and Yu resolved never to eat recklessly again. He, dear, don't leave. Come play with me some more. Sfintha's drool pooled on the ground, his face adorned with a blissful smile, his eyes tightly shut, radiating an aura of contentment. Ah, so delicious. Beside him, Lumbo Tun writhed on the ground, his face a mask of joy. Suddenly, Lumbo Tun, as if resurrected from the brink of death, sprang upright, only to lose his balance and fall back onto the ground. Hiss, What just happened? He felt as though he had consumed something, perhaps poisoned by the mushrooms. Fortunately, as a robust warrior, he recovered shortly. However, due to the potent toxicity of the blue thin mushroom, he felt as if he had blacked out after a night of heavy drinking. With a pounding headache, he racked his brain for recollections and finally remembered that he had eaten a delectable mushroom and, in the process, had lain down, falling into a deep sleep until noon. Feeling parched, he retrieved a glass from his backpack and took a hearty gulp. "Hey, why does this plain water taste bland?" he asked absent-mindedly. "No, I don't know. I seem to have forgotten to add salt." Sfinth replied. Lying on the ground, Lumbotun turned to the source of the voice, finding Sfinth sprawled on the ground like a lifeless pig. Why are you still lying here?" Lamberton staggered forward with an unsteady gait and gave Siphon's cheek a hearty slap. "Hey, what are you doing?" Siphon instinctively exclaimed, then began to writhe on the ground. "What has happened to my brother?" Lamberton's words triggered a key response. "What the hell is going on?" Siphon instantly sat up, alarmed as if he had risen from the brink of death. However, his head still spun, and he nearly collapsed again. Finally, he rummaged through his bag and took a hearty gulp of cold water, furrowing his brows. "Why does this plain water taste so bland?" Lamberton raised an eyebrow, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the statement. Yet without much thought, he instinctively replied, "Perhaps I forgot to add salt. Would you care for some?" "I will." Siphon swayed as he grasped the cup and took another large gulp, the cold water spilling down his collar, which jolted him awake momentarily. However, it was merely a fleeting clarity, as confusion soon returned. "Lamberton, my brother, I must tell you I have already purchased a ticket to the neighboring country. When the time comes, I will go there as an undercover agent." Siphon swayed as if he were on the verge of collapsing again. And then, Lamberton's gaze was unfocused, his mind drifting elsewhere. "When the time comes, I will go undercover, and you will directly assault their border." Siphon spoke with unrestrained enthusiasm. "That's a brilliant idea," Lamberton concurred. "We shall execute a coordinated effort, a sandwich of strategy, and achieve a great victory." Siphon was deep in thought. Brother, you are truly clever. I am fortunate to have such a brilliant mind as yours." Lamberton felt grateful for his brother's intelligence. Of course, you should consider who I am." Siphon beamed with pride. Splash. And you, drenched and disheveled, crawled out from within of Rhea, appearing rather disheveled. Fortunately, the peculiar debuff had finally worn off. Thank you." "Evia," and you opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but after reorganizing his thoughts, he simply expressed his gratitude. Since taming Evria, the Kalan Knights had been completely unaware of her existence. Evria shrank back to the size of a basketball, cradled in Yu's arms. As he made his way towards the camp, you noticed that this pine forest seemed devoid of any notable features, as if he had stumbled into a desolate place. There were no relics to be found, nor any delicacies or treasures. Oh, wait, there was that strange blue mushroom from earlier. For others, it would induce hallucinations, but for some inexplicable reason, it had a remarkable effect on Yu. The two men, lost in slumber, stirred their fingers. "What the hell did we do?" Lamberton and Siphon awakened one after the other, finding themselves tightly embraced, their expressions bewildered as they stared at one another. What the hell could it be? Lamberton felt as if the sky was collapsing, fearing that his entire reputation was about to be tarnished. Siphon rubbed his eyes, utterly perplexed. "Siphon, you scoundrel, what on earth did you do? Why are you still holding on to me?" Lamberton was drenched in cold sweat, his body aching as he urgently needed to assess his condition. Oh, Redbean, you stuffed the password." Siphon suddenly regained his senses, promptly extricating himself from Lamberton's embrace and standing at attention. The two of them, having consumed too many strange mushrooms, felt as if they had lost their grip on reality, although they could recall the entire ordeal. It was difficult to dismiss the lingering doubts. Coupled with their embrace, their aching bodies were merely the result of the mushroom's toxins acting up. However, such associations were hard to ignore. "Damn it," Siphon. "So you are this kind of person? Just because we ate a mushroom, you dare to do such things to me? Truly despicable." Lamberton glared at him with a look of disappointment, his face dark as cold. "No, boss, I didn't. Please don't misunderstand me." Siphont felt as though he could never cleanse himself of the suspicion, even though he was equally bewildered. Well, watching videos in the tent is one thing. Making a ruckus is another. Tossing paper balls around that hit my face is yet another. And now you dare to lay hands on me? I did not. I didn't. Unfortunately, the more they explained, the less clarity there seemed to be. After a long and arduous explanation, the two finally cleared the misunderstanding. So, what I mean is that the mushroom was toxic and its hallucinogenic effects led us to fall into delusions. Additionally, it seems that some passing animals may have nibbled on the mushrooms. And we didn't consume all of them. We must have woken up only to fall asleep again, caught in a half-dream state. Siphont frantically organized his thoughts and finally articulated a coherent response. Fine, I will take your word for it. The aches should merely be after effects of the poisoning, and I shall never eat recklessly again. Maiden sighed, then continued. If I remember correctly, the blue shrink mushroom is a half-brother of the blue shrink mushroom. Not much difference. It was my oversight for not dodging, and I carelessly consumed the entire thing. Moreover, this type of mushroom is apparently prohibited for mass cultivation because it can be used to make. Lamberton paused. Siphont's eyes suddenly lit up as he replied. I know this. It can be used to make ice. They say that taking a puff can send you to paradise, smooth and delightful. Lamberton smacked his shoulder in exasperation. If you wish to end up in prison, I shan't stop you, but let us reject skating, starting with ourselves. Such things not only harm a mind, but are also part of an insidious industry. Utterly evil. Although they have medicinal value, the potential harm is immense and must be controlled. While it is true that this particular mushroom is not regulated, as it is merely a commonly found poisonous fungus in the wild. Once you process it to extract the addictive substances, the next day, they will be at your doorstep. Even the Empire, no matter how foolish, would not permit such a nefarious substance that directly poisons the mind to exist. Siphont reluctantly set aside his inexplicable yearning, dispelling that enticing dream. Although he could not recall exactly what it was, it had certainly gotten him high. But boss, did you notice something strange? What? It seems that the magical beasts have vanished. We have been lying here for so long, and not a single beast has come to devour us. Indeed. What the hell, are you saying that this mushroom can be used to make ice in human society? What the hell ice? And you, approaching the distant camp, was suddenly struck with a shock, realizing he was just a step away from skating. He recalled the strange, unbearable heat he had felt earlier and shivered. A wave of apprehension washing over him. Aren't you fine? Moreover, if the toxins have no effect on you, then it is merely beneficial. Hehe shook herself, explaining in detail. These mushrooms draw nutrients from the large trees, containing a wealth of magical power that a normal person would be poisoned upon consumption. However, if one can avoid the toxins, they can absorb a significant amount of magical energy. Cough. The side effects might be a bit. Hehe rolled her eyes, but chose not to elaborate further, and more reckless eating for her. That sensation was far too terrifying. Anu patted his chest and continued towards the camp. I never expected that these mushrooms could be used to make ice. There can't be any addictive properties, right? That's utterly absurd. Indeed, one should never eat anything found by the roadside, no matter how delectable. Anu hesitated. How could he resist such a delicious treat? In the future, I still wish to savor it again. Well, anyway, nothing bad happened after eating, so I should just enjoy it. Delicious food deserves to be relished. It's strange. I haven't encountered a single beast along the way. How is it that upon returning to the camp, there are no beasts to be found? Moreover, it seems the patrol team hasn't engaged in any battles. What could be the reason for this? An uneasy feeling began to stir within Anu as she sensed a peculiar oppressive atmosphere. Whoosh! A prolonged sound resonated as the mud was disturbed, releasing waves of hot steam. A colossal tentacle, enshrouded in yellow mud, emerged, its surface dotted with irregular protrusions, extending over 3 meters from the ground at a small rabbit. Grazing innocently, twitched its ears at what seemed merely a noise from the mud, and continued munching. Swish! In an instant, the tentacle exploded into rapid motion, ensnaring the rabbit and dragging it underground. Chirp, chirp, chirp! A series of agonized cries echoed as the rabbit's essence vanished completely. For some unknown reason, the mud in the forest seemed to be increasing. with the ground that had only just begun to dry out becoming sticky once more. As the magical beasts grew increasingly rare, even the traces of their presence dwindled. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped everyone. When odd occurrences arise, there must be something amiss. It could be either a cult or a monster. However, due to Anyu's limited range of detection, her ability to probe through cover was significantly weakened, leading her to suspect that the creature was hiding underground. Yet the underground offered too many places to conceal oneself, rendering her exploration futile. Nevertheless, as her unease intensified, she consumed a meal of magical beast meat and fruit for lunch, then stood vigilantly atop the watchtower, her violet eyes scanning the surroundings. Wherever her gaze fell, all evils were laid bare. Yet, even after an hour, she had only slain a few small magical beasts. From the distant thicket came the sound of rustling, prompting Anyu to focus her attention that a small panel materialized before her. White snake, midnight level 4 wood. With your current strength, you could crush it with 2 fingers. Still not it. This is definitely not the culprit behind the scarcity of magical beasts. Not even a mere accomplice. She sighed. A rare gravity etched upon her delicate features. The unknown enemy was the most dreadful of all. Until the truth was unveiled, she could not find peace. Whoosh! A beam of fiery sword light shot forth from her hand, traversing over 200 meters in an instant to strike the white snake, exploding violently and shattering its head into fragments. Boom! A cloud of black smoke and flames erupted, leaving the white snake utterly lifeless. Nearby, Longbottom glanced towards the explosion and hurriedly pulled Spin towards the scene. Skillfully, he dragged out an 8-meter-long white snake and brought it back to the camp. Anyu, you're truly remarkable. Your fire magic is so powerful. I feel utterly ashamed beside you. Spin feigned seriousness that, oh please, your fire magic can only fly 200 meters in an instant, and you dare to compare yourself? You can barely conjure a spark, Longbottom retorted. Unimpressed, aha. No matter how I conjure sparks, it's still better than your aimless sword slashing every day. How vulgar. Last night you were lying in the tent. Spint quickly covered Longbottom's mouth, stopping him from continuing. No need to speak of that. There are others around. I'll share my resources with you. Spinth whispered conspiratorially. Ha. Am I such a base individual? Longbottom turned his head away. I'll share 3 resources with you. All right, I won't say a word. Longbottom's eyes brightened immediately. Yoshi. The two then dragged the white snake into the camp, where Spinth duplicated the resources for Longbottom. Although the torrential rain had passed, the sky was now clear, yet the humid, oppressive air remained uncomfortable. The students were drenched in sweat, needing to wipe their brows after every few steps. Anyu, still atop the watchtower, observed the surroundings but found nothing amiss. Could it be that the students frightened the magical beasts away, causing them to flee? It seems there are no bosses left. It should be safe now. She wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. Despite her affinity for both light and fire elements having reached a high level, the stifling air and prolonged focus had left her feeling fatigued. This dreadful weather was not only sweltering, but devoid of even a whisper of wind. With a glance around the empty watchtower, Anyu leaped down gracefully, holding Ivelia in her arms, feeling the coolness emanating from her delicate white dress. Strange, strange. Could it be that there are truly no monsters? Anyu began to doubt herself, but just then, splash! In the distance, a surge of muddy water erupted skyward, cascading down like a celestial rain shower upon the forest. What on earth? I just came down from the watchtower. She immediately set off towards the source of the commotion. Splish splash, strange tentacles shot out from afar, each towering 6 or 7 meters, severing the nearby trees with ease. The longest tentacle exceeded 10 meters in length, capable of effortlessly cleaving through lowly shrubs. Even the towering pine trees could not withstand the force, being snapped at their roots in an instant. Holy cow. Help! What kind of monster is that? What the hell? I was in the middle of my business, and suddenly the mud beneath me starts moving. Wah! Help! What a disgusting tentacle. What the heck? How did this tentacle wrap around me? Take this, celestial horse meteor fist. Bang! Clang, clang, crack, that a cacophony of chaos reached Anyu's ears. Fortunately, there were no casualties reported. Violet true vision. Anyu exerted her full power to probe. directing her gaze towards the commotion over 300 meters away. The nearby patrol team rushed towards the scene. Their anticipation palpable. They had been itching for a fight with not a single magical beast in sight. Mud monster, Elderiken, a half-nightmare level earth creature, in its prime, boasts hundreds of revolting muddy tentacles and delights in toying with primates. Its most common method of attack involves ensnaring and binding, wielding immense strength. Should all limbs be captured, escape becomes nearly impossible that a lowly creature under the command of the trolls. It possesses minimal intelligence. Its form merely a massive mass of flesh, with muddy tentacles sprouting from its body, equipped with suckers to absorb liquids and nutrients, acting purely on instinct. You felt a wave of revulsion wash over her as she read the lengthy description. A chill ran down her spine, slowing her movements. How could such a disgusting creature exist? That wretched tentacle monster. Any evil shall ultimately be brought to justice. Shall you? What is that thing? An underground tentacle monster. According to my information, this creature is a pervert. As she finally approached the scene, she found no sight of the massive mud creature itself. It lay deeply buried underground, with the visible tentacles appearing only 5 to 10 meters long. While the underground portion extended over 10 meters, the creature hid beneath the surface, capable of burrowing underground like a king slime. Above ground, numerous tentacles emerged, slowly breaking through the soft, muddy earth, waving grotesquely, occasionally opening and closing their suckers. Splash! The slender, cruel tendrils brutally pierced through the surface of the ground, releasing waves of hot steam that erupted towards the earth as robust lower limbs gradually extended forth. Subsequently, like other flailing appendages, the tendrils began to sprout small circular orifices that expanded into suction cups, rhythmically opening and closing like the act of breathing. Ugh! And you immediately retched. How could such unclean entities exist beneath the forest? However, upon reflection, given the prior seals of the ogres, the emergence of a relative from their kin seemed quite reasonable. The battle was about to commence. Students versus tentacle monsters. The mire beast sensed an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from Anu. Instantly, over 20 tendrils slithered across the ground, carving deep trenches as they surrounded Anu in the center, striking down upon her with ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The length of the tendrils surged dramatically to nearly 20 meters, unleashing a cacophony of wind, intent on crushing Anu. Clutching a slime in her arms, Anu's delicate brow furrowed. This tentacle monster was utterly repulsive. With a fierce shout, she declared, "Repel." The wind magic swiftly coalesced into a singular point, transforming from white to a vibrant azure vortex that spun rapidly around Anu before exploding outward. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy erupted, the spiraling white cyclone shredding all the muddy yellow tendrils in its vicinity, creating a vast pit over 50 meters in diameter. Dozens of trees were uprooted and scattered, while the surrounding area within a 200-meter radius lay in ruins, the tendrils raining down as crimson droplets upon the mire below. Hiss! The mire beast howled in pain, its fury palpable. Inu had incorporated a staggering 80 of her wind magic into this strike, with the remaining energy concentrated beneath her feet for levitation. Xiaoyu is so cool. Go for it. Go for it. Ivrea watched with an amused expression. For her, Inu merely needed to engage in combat, while the slime had to consider far more. Regrettably, her cheers were met with Inu's relentless onslaught. Wah wah. Wah. Stop squeezing. Fighting is the priority. Inu replied. Damn it, you're so useless. Hurry and protect the students. With that, she hurled the slime ball towards the direction of the patrol team. All right, this slime will begrudgingly assist in resolving your troubles. As Ivrea gradually reverted to her 10-meter size, she rushed forth to aid the students in fending off the tentacle attacks. Only then did Yu contentedly gaze at the massive hole she had created in the ground. With both hands charged, a mist of vitality erupted forth, devouring mist. A vivid crimson imprint of vitality shot downwards, transforming into a floating cloud of blood mist. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The newly sprouted tendrils disintegrated under this assault, dissolving into a rain of blood once more. Hiss! The mire beast, now enraged, thrashed its tendrils, sending several students flying into the distance. who then coughed up blood as they were propelled into a safer zone. Though this was the creature's instinct to protect itself from disturbance, it inadvertently safeguarded those students as well. Oh, if you're going to act like that, then I'll unleash firepower. The NU's eyes sparkled. This was precisely to her liking. With skills of such magnitude, she could not risk harming the students. Thus it was merely a necessary course of action. As the ground began to tremble, a multitude of tendrils emerged from the mud, breaking through the surface. Upon closer inspection, there were over 150 tendrils, a truly terrifying sight, although not as formidable and oppressive as the previous ogres. Their immense size and vitality rendered them significantly more challenging to eliminate. These tendrils began to intertwine, forming larger appendages as the massive body beneath the ground writhed, causing the frequency of tremors to intensify. In Inu's hands, a golden giant sword gradually took shape, the blade of breaking gold. It had been a while since she had wielded it, yet its power remained unparalleled, although crafted from elemental mastery. It was immensely formidable. The razor-sharp edge emanated a piercing aura, causing the nearby tendrils to recoil in pain as they were grazed, and you aimed to channel the full power of the blade of breaking gold in a single, decisive strike to obliterate the creature. The colossal tendrils continued to form, transforming into 16 appendages, each over 50 meters long and as thick as 5 or 6 students combined, reaching towards the heavens. As the ground collapsed, the massive beast emerged, crushing several trees instantly. Though its strength was slightly inferior to that of the ogres, its destructive capacity was beyond comparison. Its gargantuan form extinguished the students' will to fight, compelling them to flee swiftly back to the camp. This creature arose from the depths, lacking a central body. Its bulk comprised solely of the 16 intertwined tendrils sprawling upon the ground and writhing slowly, each sporting a gaping maw. Hiss. The earlier cries had been the collective sound of all the mouths. Now that the main body had surfaced, its voice resounded deafeningly. It occupied a space of over 150 meters in diameter, while students in the distance hurled various fireball spells and a series of basic magics, all proving ineffective. The only figure remaining was a petite girl wielding a gigantic golden sword, standing resolutely against the conglomeration of 16 tendrils. The beast initiated the assault, with 8 of its tendrils maintaining balance while the remaining 8 launched towards Inu with overwhelming force. This battle was beyond the capabilities of any other student. Their low-tier magic spells could inflict no significant damage, and even a more adept students could only inflict superficial wounds. Since this creature had not reached the 9th tier, the teachers refrained from intervening. Were it not for Inu, it was likely that only a handful of individuals could barely unite to vanquish this monstrous entity. As the enormous tendrils approached, Inu raised a now 25-meter-long golden sword above her head and swung it down with ferocity. Where the sword's wind passed, tendrils were left marked with deep gashes. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering might was on par with a full-force strike from a 9th-tier powerhouse. The blade of breaking gold, forged purely from elemental essence, was impervious to this corporeal form. Those seemingly robust yellow tendrils could not inflict harm upon Inu, no matter how wide their gaping maws opened. Swoosh. Tendril after tendril fell beneath the might of the blade of breaking gold, swiftly cleaved apart, losing all semblance of control as they succumbed to the ground, causing further tremors. Within 20 seconds, as Inu advanced, each of the 8 tendrils lay severed and lifeless upon the ground. The remaining 8, witnessing this, no longer hesitated and lunged directly at Inu. Their massive forms resembled those of octopuses, yet lacking a head. They effortlessly obliterated surrounding trees in an instant, and Inu's magical energy for the blade of breaking gold was entirely expended, dissipating into motes of light. However, this was merely one of her many formidable abilities. .12 fire elemental flying swords began to spin in her right hand. With a gentle push forward, the 12 streams of light struck the converging center of the 8 tendrils. This location was the Mire Beast's central system, its true vulnerability. The colossal Eldorican was utterly extinguished amidst the soaring flames. Boom! The explosion reverberated over 500 meters, heard by all students. Half of Eldorican's massive form was reduced to ashes. As a colossal mushroom cloud ascended with the shockwave, rising to a staggering height of over 600 meters. The sound waves and shock waves extended far beyond the initial 500 meters. Suddenly, the news spread throughout a radius of 3 kilometers. All the students in the camp fell into a state of tinnitus. Buzz. They engaged in animated discussions, yet regrettably, they could not hear what they themselves were saying, as the smoke gradually dissipated after 5 minutes of intense reactions. The previously 50-meter-wide pit had transformed into one exceeding 90 meters, truly a sight to behold. This was the culmination of Yu's most powerful strike, infused with all the elemental fire magic at her disposal. Further amplified 12-fold by the 12 divine swords, wreaking havoc upon the world. Yu exhaled, retracting the wind magic that had kept her afloat, gently descending to the ground. She appeared utterly unscathed, her hair tousled by the winds. However, due to the remarkably low friction, it quickly reverted to its original state once the gusts and shock waves subsided. Her pristine white dress remained unblemished, as did her form. The vast waves of fire now dwindled to mere flickers at the epicenter of the forest explosion, and the last remnants of the Eldorican mud monster were reduced to ash in the chain reaction of the blast. The enormous pit, now over 90 meters wide, was left with charred earth and flames, with Yu standing at its center. Due to her extraordinary affinity for fire elements, the magic she had unleashed could not harm her in any way. Unless, of course, she deliberately struck herself. Plop. The miniature form of Iveria, having protected several students during the evacuation, rolled down from above, once again the size of a basketball, and came to a stop before Yu. I'm about to melt from the heat. Your timing is impeccable. And Yu scooped Iveria up and pressed her cool form against her face. This refreshing sensation is simply divine. I suddenly have a craving for ice pops. Ahem, Xiaoyu. Let us head back. Shall we? With the cooling effects concluding, and Yu felt rejuvenated and turned towards the student camp. Upon arriving at the camp, the gallant knight rushed over to "My lady, are you unharmed?" He wore a look of deep concern. If anything were to happen to her, it would be catastrophic. I'm fine. I've turned Eldorican to dust. And Yu declared with a triumphant tilt of her head, her confidence soaring, that "My lady, you should have informed us. Both Alisana and I were quite worried about you." The gallant knight's expression was a mix of helplessness and astonishment. There's nothing to worry about. What am I? Just a mere tentacle monster that I could defeat with ease. All right. You're the mightiest. The gallant knight ruffled in Yu's hair, bringing her immense joy in her 2 lifetimes. He reminded her of the warmth she had felt from Li Qingyun, the only person in her previous life. She believed that traversing to this alternate world was not a misfortune, but rather an extraordinary blessing. In the distance, Alisana approached, and the gallant knight stepped aside. "Oh my gosh, Xiaoyu, you are so cool. I just climbed the watchtower and witnessed your strike. You are nothing short of a deity. Teach me your ways." Alisana exclaimed with palpable excitement, enveloping Yu in a tight embrace, her height reaching only to Alisana's chest. "Hey, Xiaoyu, why are you silent? Are you tired?" "No worries, sister will take you to rest." Alisana remained exuberant, yet Yu struggled fiercely until she finally broke free. Ugh. And Yu's face turned crimson with embarrassment, overwhelmed not only by shame but also by the sensation of being smothered. Ugh. Cough, cough. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Alisana gently patted her back. With a flick of her wrist, and Yu conjured a glass filled with water from thin air and drank it in one gulp. She then snapped her fingers, causing the glass to dissolve back into its elemental form. Alisana, you nearly suffocated me. Well, it wasn't intentional. Alisana instinctively glanced down at herself, and then back at Yu, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, which she struggled to suppress. Hey, what kind of look is that? I seriously suspect you're thinking something inappropriate. And Yu, noticing her peculiar gaze, became flustered-eyed. I'm only 13. There's still a chance. Though she uttered these words, she did not quite believe them herself. She had no clear idea of her true age, as this body appeared only 13 to normally. One would expect rapid growth at this age. Yet in the months since her arrival, there had been no change. Her long hair remained unchanged. Even her nails had not grown. Like a naturally crafted masterpiece, she was perfect yet unchanging. Xiaoyu, you've missed your opportunity. From my experience, Individuals of your exceptional talent have already reached their physical peak. Oh dear, stop pinching me. I concede. Ouch. And you, in her irritation, gave Iveria a playful squeeze before releasing her. Huh. All right, we must properly celebrate our little hero. No, our little savior. You are the strongest among us. You've resolved this enormous dilemma. Alisana beamed, pulling you towards the camp. The gallant knight chuckled and followed suit that, oh my, that little girl is incredibly cool. The juxtaposition of her cuteness and strength is astounding. Ah, what an adorable baby. Indeed, without her, we would have surely been subjected to that ghastly tentacle monster's advances. With that face of yours, the tentacle monster wouldn't even glance your way. Ha ha! Who would have thought we'd encounter a tentacle monster while attending school? It is widely known that when humans mention tentacle monsters, their reactions often differ greatly from their initial feelings upon encountering them. For many, the first thought of a tentacle monster elicits excitement. Damn it, I was bound by that tentacle monster. Thankfully, a patrol team rescued me. I never want to experience that sensation again. Huh, that cracks me up. Honestly, I wouldn't mind being bound. What a shame there was no opportunity. Just thinking about it is thrilling, isn't that right? The camp was alive with a vibrant, joyous atmosphere, even though they had played little part of the victory. The students genuinely rejoiced for you. There were no moments of embarrassment, no melodramatic confrontations, nor any snide remarks. Only the unrestrained joy and carefree spirit of the students prevailed. They exchanged jokes and laughter, bringing forth bursts of mirth. And you walked past one tent after another. Many students offered her sincere smiles. She was unsure how to respond, so she simply returned their smiles one by one. How wonderful! This was her heartfelt assessment of the friendly circle surrounding her. The dark, decayed imperial etiquette from her past life had not encroached upon these students from a historically rich empire. Or perhaps, throughout the long cycle of conflict and resolution, even if the empire was indeed corrupt and fond of warfare, and monopolies thrived here and there, these joyful students would not permit the paradise of the world to be destroyed. They would ultimately wield the most advanced powers to lead the oppressed against the imperial elite. This is why, for nearly a millennium, the empire has not instigated a large-scale invasion. Instead, it has entered an era of rapid development and prosperity, solidifying the name of the Aslan continent. This name belongs to the entire Aslan Empire, not just the emperor. Xiao Yu, come introduce yourself to everyone. You are our little hero. Arizona led on you, followed closely by the gallant knights. Into a remarkably spacious tent, in the center, an extraordinarily long table was set, capable of accommodating at least 30 individuals. Numerous culinary enthusiasts were bustling about in the kitchen, within the span of nearly 2 days. The camp had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. Initially, on the first day, they had resorted to roasting meat over a mere campfire. However, now many mages were collaborating alongside some students with culinary skills to establish a dedicated kitchen for the students. It must be noted that although these students were not particularly powerful, nor adept at combat, and their talents were not exceptionally outstanding, their organizational prowess was astonishingly formidable, while teachers might struggle to orchestrate them. Once the students took the initiative to organize themselves, efficiency soared. Arizona, as a competent leader, found herself overwhelmed with tasks. Fortunately, due to the student survival, a multitude of chaotic issues had ceased. The area was now pitifully devoid of magical beasts, having been consumed by that ghastly creature. Even if beasts were to revolt now, very few would emerge. Not a few female students clad in aprons emerged from the kitchen, pushing a food cart, and the aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the tent. Numerous students approached the long table, taking their seats as the culinary delights were served platter by platter. Half an hour had elapsed since the battle concluded, and this was the result of discussions among Arizona and several others, to enjoy a hearty meal first. From time to time, students entered the tent, engaging in lively conversation, creating a joyful atmosphere. After approximately 5 minutes, all the students in the camp had gathered inside the tent and commenced their feast. Yoshi, this is undoubtedly the finest meal we've ever had during our wilderness survival. Indeed, it seems that our unity and cooperation in entering the Starry Forest was indeed a splendid choice, without a doubt. Just on the second day, we are already thriving. The coming days shall pose no challenge whatsoever, of course. We owe gratitude to the one who helped us slay that repugnant tentacled beast. Otherwise, our camp would likely have succumbed. Indeed, good heavens, that tentacle was rather enormous. Wasn't it? Have you considered what you're saying? You couldn't even engage it. The group erupted into spirited discussions. Arizona, with one hand linked to Anu's arm, raised it high above her head and addressed the crowd. This is the young lady who vanquished the mire beast. Her current strength is already at the 9th tier of midnight. She then lowered Anu's arm, awaiting the crowd's response. What? So small? What does that make me? Am I worthless? Incredible, mate. A girl in her teens can defeat such a powerful magical creature, while we are still grappling with low-tier midnight-level beasts. Darling, look at her. This little sister outshines you. Fear not, my love. I am a child of destiny. Given the opportunity, I shall become the mightiest knight in the world, and I shall not be inferior to them. The surrounding voices suddenly hushed as they observed a couple embracing affectionately. Wait, buddy, aren't you underage? Miss, you ought to maintain decorum. This is a wilderness assessment, not a venue for public displays of affection. That girl looks merely 14 or 15. How scandalous. Another wave of commotion ensued, but the cheerful atmosphere quickly returned, and no one continued to pay attention to the couple. Oh, that white-haired young lady is the mysterious powerhouse. She is truly formidable. Haha, had you not been so preoccupied, you would have seen it. With one swift motion, she sent that tentacled beast flying. Yet no one dared to disturb Anu, not out of lack of enthusiasm or fear. But rather Anu was thoroughly engrossed in her feast, entirely oblivious to the surrounding chatter. With dozens of gazes fixated upon her, a platter of meat was devoured within a minute, followed by a handful of fruits, which she consumed in mere bites. Her sharp little tiger teeth glistened with strands of saliva, sparkling like fireflies. Wow, so adorable. I can't. Hey, what's wrong with you? Someone quick, get her medical assistance. Ah, baby, you are such a cute little darling. Classic battle cry initiation. Get lost, you big man. What do you know? This is our favorite exclamation segment. Nevertheless, no one approached to interrupt her, for she was utterly absorbed in her meal. Burp. Anu let out a satisfying belch, grabbed a napkin to wipe the grease from her lips, and licked her glimmering little tiger teeth. Phew. After fighting for so long, I'm famished. Nothing beats cooked food. How could magical beasts compare to these delicacies? Unfortunately, what seemed like a perfectly normal statement to her struck the ears of those nearby, like thundered. Ah, poor little sister. Though powerful, she must endure hunger every day, subsisting solely on raw magical beasts. How tragic. Wait, I sent to your focus misplaced. Don't you find the phrasing of that statement rather peculiar? It sounds as though she has never tasted human-cooked food at all. How could such a cute little sister possibly resort to the cruelty of consuming magical beasts raw? At that moment, Evlia leaped from Anu's leg onto the table. She climbed into a white porcelain dish and promptly devoured all the food contained within, digesting it at a rapid pace. Wow, look, isn't that the big slime that saved us before? It can even shrink. Ah, slime, you are such a cute little darling. However, some individuals soon found little to laugh about, as half of the food on the table had been consumed by the jumping slime. Evlia, come back quickly. Stop eating. Anu caught a glimpse of the frenzied, feasting slime. Such a cute little slime with such an adorable name. I can't take it. Goodness, don't you dare eat from my plate. Little slime, come to your sister's plate. Smack. Arizona swiftly snatched Evlia from the air, holding her in her palm. You little rascal. After you finish eating, what will we have left? Who will replenish our depleted nutrition?